Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan if you're listening in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, if you're handy like that, just go to cropmetcalf.com. You can look into joining their team today. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter. I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
Good morning, Cakesy.
Hello. Not joined by Jason Bishop. He is out for a while. And Eric Bickle is here.
Good morning, Ricky. How are you?
I'm doing well. That is your Junks threesome navigating you through this Tuesday AM.
Easy drive in. Got a little sleep last night. When I went to bed, the Caps were up 2-1. They closed it out.
They did. They
Yep,
got the nice win at home.
Nice.
Kings came in on a winning streak. They snapped that. Ovi Potts another goal. He
That's
started
good.
to heat up a little bit.
Had a couple goals here in the last couple games, right?
Chucky Lindgren was very good in net.
Nice.
They vanquished former Capital Darcy Kemper on the other side, playing for the Kings.
Right.
So nice 2 points for the good guys. for the
Darcy, when he
boys.
was here, it feels like a blip because he didn't really do anything. He was hyped up, and it never really materialized, right?
Correct.
Never really met. It just didn't work.
And then he was dealt for the Pierre-Luc Dubois deal.
Right.
It's nice to get a win, but one of the stats which I looked at this morning, when I was driving around, I heard the disturbing stats of their power play, and they were 0 for again.
Yeah.
Their power play during this losing skid, give them a win, so it's 8 out of the last 11 that they've lost, has been anemic.
Yeah, it's been bad.
They had a decent power play in the Carolina game, but the statistics are horrendous. They're dead last in power play. And so I heard, I was driving around listening to The Fan. We are the flagship of the Caps. And one of the points being made was that, and this was by Carberry, was that if they can just get the special teams a little bit better, then they'll start getting some wins. But the special teams has not been good at all.
I just feel like that's something that can improve, though. Like it's such a
it was poor to start last season, and they got it. I mean, it wasn't anything great by the end of last season, but it was better than last in the league.
Right.
So, I mean, they clearly have their work cut out as far as improving it. I mean, I'm looking at the latest stats. Now, they're not dead last, but they're pretty close. They have a 14% conversion percentage. It looks like Carolina's worse, and the Flames are actually a little bit worse. But they're toward the bottom.
But I think it was during the stretch they're dead last. And during the stretch, it's something like 8%.
Right. Yeah,
they'll get it better.
Clearly needs improvement.
That'll improve.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's way easier to improve maybe even than 5-on-5 play. Where you maybe just be outclassed. The other teams are faster, bigger, stronger, faster. I feel like set pieces like that, they can improve that.
Yeah.
I don't know. My naive take on that.
Sure.
And you have the greatest goal scorer in the history of the game there.
It's nice to have him on your side. He's starting to heat up.
Is maybe nobody better than him in that scenario.
Right.
So I don't see why they can't improve that. At least get that to middle of the pack.
Kind of slept on the fact that I'm actually attending the Caps game Wednesday with the Oilers in town. This will shock everybody within earshot. I actually paid for a ticket.
Oh, why'd you do that?
Well, here's there's a special circumstance. My nephew is playing, I believe it's before the Caps game on the ice at Capital One Arena.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be there. I think I'm either going to watch or watch my brother's 2 other kids while he goes down and chaperones him. I'm not sure exactly what my role is, but he reminded me via email that the game was tomorrow, and I had just completely spaced it.
Sure.
Those are always fun, though.
Oh, it'll be a great time. I'll have a good time, but it was not in my
It's not during the game. It's
at all.
before. It's before the game.
Before the game.
All right.
Yeah.
But I'll stay for the game.
My soccer team when I was a kid played before a Baltimore Blast game.
Sure.
Or maybe we even played in between the game. I don't remember.
Blast.
But, as a kid, it's kind of thrilling to get out there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it
Anytime you go to
is.
a Caps game, you often see little kids out there playing. Maybe
Sure.
in the intermissions or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Very cool. How old is the kid?
He is 9 or 10. I can't keep up with. He is my nephew. I probably should know his exact age. I'm in a range. I'm in a range on all of my nephews.
I think
and nieces'
for nephews
ages.
that's acceptable.
Yeah,
you don't have to have.
I know my own kids' ages. I've got those on lock, but nephews and nieces, I think you're given a 2 to 3 year age range on each of them.
I think that
my
would
own
be
sliding scale.
The way that I look at that, that would be Amy's responsibility to remember their birthdays.
She's
right.
Yeah, I mean, like most women, she's much better about those sorts of things than their dumb husbands.
The way these phones are, you put them in your calendar, they kind of lock in. If you actually do go to the extra mile, putting people's birthdays in your calendar.
Yeah, I can't do that.
And they repeat.
That's an extra 10 miles as far as I'm concerned.
Right, but it's only a 10-mile drive you have to do one time. Because then
it's smart.
In perpetuity, it's going to pop up.
It's a smart thing. I just will never do that.
Yeah.
I have some.
Not something I particularly do, but
I'm still using my mom's old calendar. It's kind of a way that I stay connected with my mom, who passed away over 4 years ago. I check her old school calendar, which she had on the refrigerator. It's from 2021, but it has people's birthdays, their anniversaries.
Like a brick and mortar calendar.
Yeah, like it'd have your mom's birthday. Like I've sent a birthday message to your mom.
Nice.
Which never in my life had I done it until I had this calendar, and all of a sudden, she'll be like, "Oh wow, JP, thanks."
Well, I have to.
It's really coming from my mom.
JP texted me yesterday around 6:30. It said to watch his show, and I said I was going to watch it. I didn't. I got tired. I went to bed early. Went to bed around 9. I'm going to try to watch it again today. But it is it is something that I'm going to try to make an effort to do. The beast in me.
Cakes is watching it, or you just watch one episode?
I watched the second episode last night.
How many have there been? How many are out there?
Oh, they're all out there.
There's 8.
They're out there to consume.
8?
Yeah. 6 or 8. It's a miniseries.
That's the Netflix bit. They'll put them all out there for you to consume all at once.
What'd you think episode 2, Cakes?
Oh, it's pretty good.
It's a good show.
Oh, it's pretty solid.
It heats up better.
How did you not just jump into the next one then? If it's that good, because usually don't people binge?
Because after that was done, I started watching Caps Kings for a while, and then I watched some Raiders getting pulverized by the Cowboys.
Plus, he still watches World Series of Poker almost every day.
I definitely spent probably 15 to 20 minutes. I think it was the 2009 main event final table.
And
that's Phil Ivey, Darvin Moon, may he rest in peace. Who else was at that? I think that was when Joe Cata finally won when he took down his WSOP main event bracelet.
Okay,
I know. I have a problem.
So last night you have Monday Night Football on, and it's the Cowboys against the Raiders. First season for Pete Carroll's not going great. He's 2-8.
Well, his Geno Smith gamble's blowing up in his face.
Yeah, Geno's throwing a lot of interceptions. And on the flip side, Dak's having a really strong year. And I had 4 touchdown passes in the game yesterday. It didn't start off great. Max Crosby had a strip sack fumble. So first 2 drives, the Cowboys don't score any points. And after that, it's like touchdown, 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 touchdown.
Have we gotten any clarity yet on why Pickens and CeeDee Lamb were both suspended for the first drive of the game? Have we heard any sort of details?
I heard something in this morning that it might have been like being late to a meeting or something like that.
Okay. I figured it was something along those lines. Probably nothing major, but
they both scored touchdowns. They seem to handle it fine.
Is there a wimpier punishment than you guys have to sit out the first drive of the game?
It does kind of suck, though.
I mean, it's not great, but it's like when you suspend a player, like say Maryland is taking on like William and Mary in week 1, and you tell the player you can't play in the first half.
Yeah, no,
but you can play in the second half. I mean, that punishment has no teeth.
Yeah, it's true. It just does suck that one drive. But yeah, you're right. Not a big punishment by any stretch.
Yeah, but the Raiders are bad. There's no doubt about it.
Brian Schottenheimer just said that the absence was the coach's decision, not related to injury. So there's speculation what happened. Remember Abdul Carter, the stud for the Giants?
Yeah, I saw this yesterday.
He was suspended this week. Now, he kind of has countered what the initial report was. Mm-hmm. The initial report was he fell asleep during a walkthrough or team meeting or workout.
I can see that happening. You got all the guys in the huge room. They darken the room to watch film.
He counted
guys
it.
Might doze off.
And he said that he missed a meeting because he was working out or something like that.
Right.
Who knows? But Cowboys, outside shot probably at the playoffs this year. They're 4-5-1, but they're at least still in the mix. Right now, if you look at QBR, which is ESPN's passer rating statistic, Dak Prescott's number 1 in the league.
That's why I
21
said
touchdowns,
yesterday,
6 picks.
I can't remember who it was that has 3 or 4. I think is it Kansas City? I think maybe that has them.
Kansas City's 5-5.
And they have Dallas. I said it's still going to be a tough out for them. I still think it's going to be a tough out because they're going to score points.
Yeah, that's the 5th time that they've scored over 30 points this year. So
yeah,
their offense has been very explosive. Pickens to combine with CD Lamb. I mean, he doesn't throw to too many other guys. He throws to CD and he throws to George Pickens.
And he'll throw a random bone to Ferguson here and there. He had a touchdown last night too at tight end. But yeah, he locks in on his top 2 targets, and I would too.
14 of his 25 completions were to his top 2 receivers.
Yeah. They're studs. I mean, I throw the ball to him too.
18 combined targets.
Yep. Stack them up in a DFS sweat. You might have made some money last night. I didn't do that. I slept on it. Didn't make any cash. Had an opportunity.
but we have the Wiz tonight, right?
Yes, and we've got Will Dawkins joining us at 7:45.
Oh, okay.
I'm starting to find these. You guys might be different, and I love Will. I'm starting to find some of these interviews difficult.
Well, they are
That's
difficult.
fine.
Although he seems unfazed.
He's neck deep in the process. He knows exactly what's happening. Maybe he's not expecting this many losses, but he's expecting to take a lot of losses.
It's not only
in
that
this
they're
season.
losing; it's they're losing spectacularly to the Nets, who are horrible.
I just feel like
1-12.
they're going to lose to basically everybody. If you can lose 129-106 to the Nets, you can lose to anybody in the league by 30 points.
You went through some of the statistics yesterday. Not only is their margin of defeat humongous, at almost 17 points per game, their defensive numbers are atrocious.
It's been that way here for 30 years.
It just hasn't changed.
gotten magnified,
It
gotten even
never
worse.
changes. Every coach comes in there, makes an emphasis on defense. It just keeps getting worse.
And I'm really kind of mystified that they've drafted defensive players who are supposed to be known for their defense.
Apparently, that's hype. It's not true.
I mean, Sarr is a good defender, but he can't do it all by himself.
Yeah, he needs some help.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on the show today, John Kime will join us at 7. We'll talk Commanders with him as the Commanders are in their bye week. Will Dawkins, as JP mentioned, Wizards GM, he will be on the show at 7:45. And Von Miller from the Washington Commanders joins us coming up at 9:20. When we come back, we'll get into the Junkie Sports page, and we'll lead with the Commanders making a big personnel move. We'll deal with that next here on The Fan. Every great team has a coach, someone who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored specifically to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k that you're sleeping on, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Because in the game of retirement, there's no overtime. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Don't forget John Keim from ESPN.com. He'll join us coming up at 7 o'clock. Will Dawkins from the Wizards at 7:45, and Von Miller at 9:20. So a lot of guests to hit on today's show. Well, let's get into the Junks sports page. Lots of big news breaking last night.
All right, since you teased a personnel switch as the first story, we can start there. The Commanders have a new kicker. Matt Gay is out after missing 2 field goals in the loss to the Dolphins in Madrid. And in comes a kicker who's been around in the NFL for a while, was on the practice squad for the Bears, Jake Moody. He was released by the 49ers after he missed 2 field goals in week 1. He's given in a couple games for the Bears. He was 8 for 9 on field goals and 3 for 3 on extra
what
points.
What is his bio in terms of, does he have a big leg? Can he kick him over 50?
He was a third-round pick.
He's 6 for 12 lifetime on 50 plus.
He was a third-round pick, so you don't usually spend third-round picks on kickers, so he had a lot of promise.
A lot of draft capital to burn on a kicker.
During his first 2 seasons, he was 45 of 59.
Yeah.
That ain't cutting it. That's about 75%.
That's his career. His career is 76%.
Yep.
I don't know what you have to. I don't even know what's a good percentage these days. 80 plus. You got to be 80 plus.
Yeah, I think even higher than that a little bit.
Remember, I believe he did have the game-winning field goal against the Commanders when he was called up for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember he's kicked in 3 games so far this year.
Yeah, he's kicked 1 for San Francisco and 2 for the Bears. It's interesting. He hasn't. I guess in 2024 it was last. He was 4 for 9 at 24 from 50 plus. So you might have a similar issue. Although he doesn't even look to be that great from 40 to 49. He's a dicey guy.
No, he's got potential.
He's a dicey guy.
He is dicey. You're not going to find a Hall of Fame kicker just like floating around at this point in the season. But I felt like a change needed to be made because if you don't make a change, you're basically telling your team and the fan base that you're okay with a guy who's 4 from 9 from distance.
Yeah.
Well, you just can't keep doing that.
I agree with you generally, but you might counter that by saying we believe in this guy and that the 4 for 9 he's going to turn around.
Well, I would counter that by saying I look at the cold hard stats and I don't just believe in guys, especially when they're struggling and not putting up numbers.
Well, the problem is it's been an issue for years, it feels like, right?
Yeah.
And you probably should spend a draft pick on a kicker, but they don't have any draft picks and they don't have the luxury to do that.
If they had extra draft picks, like picks they hadn't dealt away in deals for Lattimore, Debo, Tunsil, just keep naming names, then sure, burn a 5th or 6th round pick on a kicker. But like you said, they're short on picks. They don't have a multitude of extra picks lying around.
I think the number is shocking. I think since Peters has been here, it's like 8 kickers.
I know, it's crazy.
I mean, it's crazy.
And he hasn't been
last
here
year
that
they
long.
had a lot of bad luck. Remember, they signed Brandon McManus, and he had like the sexual assault allegations.
Right.
He ultimately was vindicated in that case, but they decided to divorce themselves from McManus, so then they were scrambling, and then their guys kept getting hurt.
Seibert got hurt.
Yeah.
Then I don't know why they ended up moving on from Gonzalez. Maybe it was just too much. It's not like he lit the world on fire, but he was okay.
No. There are a lot of ex-Commanders / Redskins kickers / Washington football team kickers spread throughout the NFL.
It's the nature of the league.
You'll see them week to week. You'll see Joey Sly hit one here, Gonzalez hit one there.
Graham Gano. I mean, he's been in the league forever.
It's just the way it is.
It's the nature of the league.
All right, so the big story, I think, yesterday in the world of college football is Virginia Tech has a new coach. So Penn State fires James Franklin. He gets a monstrous buyout, a $49 million buyout.
Yeah, but did you see he renegotiated?
Yes. He decides, you know what? I don't need to just sit at home and get the $49 million. I'm going to go work, and he takes the job over at Virginia Tech.
So was that?
I think that's just a great hire.
Let's not act like he's so magnanimous. You think he's not getting a boatload of cash from Virginia Tech?
No, he is.
Yeah, but he's only getting $9 million from Penn State. That owed him basically $50.
So the deal with the buyout is you have to stay unemployed for you to get the full buyout? Is that
I don't have the contract in front of me. That's my understanding.
Typically, coaches don't double dip, where they're getting paid from like another school because they got canned or quit or whatever, and then have another contract. Usually they work around it where the school will get reimbursed for it, or they'll forfeit the money, or it's something along
Wow.
those lines.
It's substantial
I would
savings for Penn
probably-
State.
Yeah.
So Penn State is celebrating because they're getting $40 million in savings because he's going to Virginia Tech. But let's focus on the Virginia Tech part. I think it's a great hire for them.
Oh, it's a
so
home
James
run. It's a
Franklin
smash.
at Vanderbilt before he went to Penn State. First season 6-7, then he was 9-4, 9-4. Then he gets the job at Penn State. They don't win the national championship, but he won 70% of his games, finishes 104-45 at Penn State, won the Big Ten once.
He's got
Maybe
a
little
markedly
disappointing
better
at Penn
record
State.
than Locks, but against top 10 guys or whatever, it's
That was his knock.
pretty putrid.
That was the
actually.
knock. Yeah, in the big games.
I think it was like 4-21 or something. I mean, it's
Yeah,
something
it's dreadful.
crazy.
Let's go to some audio. We have Chip Patterson, who's a college football analyst. He's been on the show many times talking about the hire of James Franklin at Virginia Tech.
Anytime you get your guy, that's an A+. I mean, I got to think that there's no way that you're going to have a downside to this. They would love to be losing big stakes games, Chris. This is a program that has not been in the postseason since 2020, and at one time was the gold standard for consecutive seasons of getting to bowl games. No, with how far that program has fallen, they would love to be routinely in top 10 on top 10 games. So yeah, A+ for me.
But you mentioned Loxley. This is not great news for Mike Loxley and other coaches in this area because Franklin's a great recruiter. He has tons of connections in this area. So guys that the Terps are going to be competing for, you think James Franklin isn't going to be in on all of those guys?
You act like Penn State wasn't beforehand.
Oh no, Penn State's a threat too. Like it's
But
a
you coulda
crowd.
gotten
It's a
them out of the
crowded
mix.
area. Like like if he had gone out west and taken like the UCLA job or a job in Texas, if one of those jobs is open, like that would have been better for Locks. This is not good news for Mike Locks.
The only concern would be, and I think it's a really good hire, but the only concern is that, and this is thinking down the road, is that this is kind of like a rehab stepping stone type gig for James Franklin, and that anytime an opening would come up in the SEC or maybe in the Big Ten again, that he would bolt for that pretty quickly.
By the way, aren't the Hokies at CQ Stadium next year?
Next year.
That's going to be a big one.
Could happen, but my guess is not going to be an immediate turnaround for them. Like it's going to be a couple
It could
of years.
be. I mean, it could be. I mean, he's bringing 17 guys with him, and you see how quickly a team can turn around. Like
17
Indiana.
of his PSU guys, like players or coaches.
Players.
Yeah, I still think it's going to take more than a year or two to turn it around. I mean, I think you'll see some change.
Depends. I mean, really, you
I don't
got to
think
get
he's
a
going to win
quarterback.
9 or 10 games.
If you get a quarterback, it changes everything. You know, you get somebody in the transfer portal, can completely change everything.
But
Speaking
I want to say for the record, I do think it's a smash hire for them.
I think so too. I think Virginia Tech fans should be on fire for this.
I don't think you could expect any better.
No, and then I know there were some people that wanted Shane Beamer. Did you see what happened to him over the weekend? They had that huge lead
And a
against
massive
Texas
lead.
A&M.
They're smashing Texas A&M.
They look like they're finally going to pull off a big game upset,
Yeah.
and then Texas A&M
It's funny.
just slowly but surely chips away and then wins in the end.
I mean, again, he looked like he was rolling, 5-6 weeks ago. Just he looked like he had a good program.
I think they're 1-6 in the SEC.
I think they've already fired him, right?
I wish for nothing but misfortune for the South Carolina football program. There's a weird like rivalry recruiting wise between Maryland and South Carolina. There's a weird rivalry between the fan bases.
Really?
So anytime
that.
they lose in spectacular fashion, that's a good
I know
thing.
a lot of kids from here go to South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's definitely a thing.
Sticking with college football, Ole Miss, who's 10-1, they've apparently given head coach Lane Kiffin a deadline because he's been linked to the LSU and Florida head coaching vacancies. According to a report, Kiffin's family took a private plane to Baton Rouge to tour the city.
I mean, there's all sorts of this scuttle. We see this all the time. Anytime there's a hot coaching commodity, that like the most expensive house on the market in Gainesville just went under contract, and his family is now in Baton Rouge touring the city. So it's a huge distraction for Ole Miss.
Apparently, they
heading
want
toward
him
the
to
end of the season.
decide before the Egg Bowl against Mississippi State. That's, I believe, November 28th.
That's the sponsor, Egg.
No, it's just it's a rivalry
It's a
game.
goofy
It's like,
tradition.
I guess the trophy has something to do with an egg. I don't understand it, but
Okay. All right.
like certain schools play for like
The crab
I don't know, like
bowl or
Minnesota
whatever.
and like Iowa play for like a bucket, like an
right.
old oaken bucket.
All right.
I could be getting the schools wrong, but schools tend to have these rivalries, especially the in-state, intrastate rivals
I
like
get the
Mississippi
sense
State and Ole
that
Miss.
Kiffin, I mean, if LSU wants you, it's going to be hard to turn it down, right?
I would think their money's going to be next level.
Their money's going to be next level. Unbelievable facilities. The only downside is, if you care at all, is I think the surrounding area is kind of nubs, but it is
Never been to Baton Rouge. I don't know.
a spectacular campus.
Well, it's just got to
of
be
the
better
amenities.
than where's Ole Miss in?
Oxford.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess if Ole Miss sees an offer from LSU, if they really want Lane Kiffin, they'd probably be able to match it if they want to keep him.
They have that kind of dough. They have LSU money.
Yeah, actually, you can't because there's a state law that requires since it's a state school that the
Okay.
employees can't be tenured for like over 4 years or something like that. So
All
you
right.
can't give out these massive 8-year
Oh.
contracts.
Okay.
So LSU advantage. Egg Bowl, by the way, if you care, is the name given to the rivalry, Mississippi State, Ole Miss. It's traditionally known as the Battle for the Golden Egg, and the two teams first played each other in
Let's go 1910.
1901.
Oh wow, that's a long time ago.
So Cowboys are now 4-5-1. They beat the Raiders 33-16 on Monday Night Football. Dak Prescott 4 touchdowns in the game. Another guy had a huge impact in the game, Quinnen Williams, who is the defensive tackle who the Dallas Cowboys traded for. Jerry Jones was seen in the box smiling after his first sacks.
But Jerry Jones, I'm glad you brought him up. Could his posture be any worse? I know he's old. I'm going to do my Jerry Jones impression. Okay, if him sitting
Sure.
in the box watching his Cowboys just dismantle the terrible Las Vegas Raiders last night. Here's my Jerry Jones.
All right, leaning way back.
Yeah, look at that Quinnen Williams getting after the quarterback. Oh, that's my guy. I might have overpaid for him, but that's my big war daddy. I've got in the middle of that defensive line.
That's how I like to slouch.
I love that. I do. He was slouching the entire
love
game.
that.
Yeah, every time
Williams-
they shot the camera on him, he's looking like this.
Williams finished with 1.5
Embarrassing.
sacks, 4 tackles, and Dallas held the Raiders to 2.3 yards per rush attempt. So very early on, but that's looking like a hit.
I know that Pete Carroll is eternally optimistic. I'm not sure how old he is, maybe 73 or 74. Do you think he just looks at this at the end of the season and says, I might have made a mistake. Coming back to the Raiders was a terrible mistake, and I'm just going to pack my bags and head off into the sunset.
I doubt it.
He's a coach. He loves
Yeah.
coaching.
He probably loves it. He just probably thinks I can turn it around next year.
Yeah,
It's hard to turn a
Okay.
program around.
Well, good luck to you, Pete Carroll. You got a big rebuilding job ahead of you.
Jamar Chase was suspended by the NFL. We talked about him spitting on Jalen Ramsey. The NFL didn't wait around. It wasn't like a week-long thing.
No, it's the
Boom, suspended.
easiest suspension of all time for the powers that be at the NFL.
Shedeur Sanders sucked in his NFL debut, making it even worse. Apparently, there was a break-in at his home during the game.
That sucks.
It's a weird rash of these that's happened across different sports. These thieves target players that know that they aren't going to be home for, how long would he be at the
Don't they
stadium on a
also know
game
that
day?
they have
8-10 hours?
They have cameras everywhere. They have everything.
I would assume.
So in the past year, their burglaries have taken place at the homes of multiple high-profile athletes, including Luka Doncic, who was with Dallas at the time, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. The bigger issue is if Sanders plays again, he has to play better. It depends on what happens with Dylan Gabriel if Stefanski decides to go with Sanders. 4 for 16 for 47 yards and the interception, plus he was sacked twice in his NFL debut.
I haven't looked at the rest of the slate, but that has to be the grossest game of, is it week 12 we're coming up on? Cleveland against the Raiders. That is a disgusting game. That is a game that only people who are worried about draft position for 2026 care about.
Led off the show talking about the Caps. They got a much-needed win last night, 2-1 at home over the Kings. Kings are a really good team. And
They won 4 straight. Caps snapped it.
get that 2-1 win. Ovi with a goal. Charlie Lindgren, 30 saves for the Washington Capitals, so they get a win to improve
It's kind
to
of a
9-8-2.
much-needed good game from Chucky, right?
Yeah, Chucky he'd been up against it.
Yeah.
So good
Yeah.
for him to have a nice performance at home
Good
last
for
night.
confidence.
Couple of NBA notes, and I know we're going to talk to Will Dawkins, the GM of the Wizards, coming up at 7:45. LeBron James scheduled to come back. He's been dealing with sciatica. He's practiced a couple times for the Lakers. Lakers are off to a good start. I believe they're 10-4 to start the season. Luka's averaging right around 35 points per game. Austin Reeves is up there too in the top scorers in the NBA. So LeBron James will come back to that lineup.
Sciatica, such an old guy injury. It's just sad to hear that. Like you'd rather hear he's dealing with like a foot sprain or a tweaked ankle. He's got sciatica. How many other guys in the NBA are dealing with that affliction?
I think my wife has that, man, like, from playing tennis.
Okay.
She's got some nerve down into like her butt.
But to Cakes' point, she's 55.
Yeah,
Or 54.
She might be 54.
Yeah.
Maybe 54, whatever.
Yeah.
She's close to our age.
Yeah.
by the way, I was this close to having my left calf explode during tennis this past weekend.
What happened?
Like I definitely just tweaked it, and it's a strain. It's not a like fully popped calf.
All right.
Because I've had that before, and the pain for this wimp is extraordinary. So I felt the twinge, and I said,
You shut
"Guys,"
it down immediately?
we'd been playing for like an hour and like 35 minutes.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, boys, I've got to retire. I have to retire.
Yeah.
I can't go on.
Speaking of calf strains, Victor Wembanyama is going to be out for multiple weeks now with a calf strain.
Even Wemby is sidelined but for weeks, and he's a lot younger than this guy.
Yeah.
Way younger. How much younger is Wemby than me? 33 years? 34
Probably.
years?
Got to
And
be 22, 23
how
or
could he
something,
even
right?
have?
He's 21.
He's so
Yeah.
skinny. How does he even have a muscle on his calf?
I don't
Victor
know.
Wembanyama this year, by the way, averaging 26 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, shooting 50% from the field. Of course, blocking shots, probably going to be Defensive Player of the Year. Should he be able to stay healthy? He's become a monster.
We were one like ping pong ball combination away from getting Wemby. We're so close.
The clip of Draymond Green and him, where he ultimately dunks on him with his left hand. It literally looked, somebody had in the comments, it literally looked like Kevin Hart was guarding him. You know what I mean? And Draymond is a big dude.
Did you see Draymond, by the way, getting into it with the Pellies fan who kept calling him Angel Reese? And he took exception to it.
I heard about
He
it.
got
yeah.
in his face.
Yeah.
They had to be separated.
The thing with Wemby highlights, it really
Because
does
he was
look.
missing free throws or something.
Yeah, he
right?
kept like getting his own rebounds. He kept
Yeah.
screaming he's Angel Reese.
It really,
it's a funny bit.
It really does look like he's playing Nerf hoop out there.
Yeah.
Cakes and
Wemby-
I used to play one-on-one Nerf hoops probably too long, like till we were like
Yeah.
11 or 12 years
Not
old.
on that level.
Where like
He
you
didn't
can
look like
basically
that.
stand and dunk. You don't have
Yeah.
to jump to dunk. That's what Wemby basically can do.
Yeah.
It's good. He held his own there. I liked it. Some feistiness to him. Gonna be a superstar.
The Junk Sports page is brought to you by Open
Already is.
Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Don't forget, coming up on the Junks, John Kime will join us coming up at 7. We'll get the latest on the Commanders from him, and Will Dawkins joins us at 7:45 here on The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds, threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just bet $5 if it hits, get $150. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, EB, what do you know about the crime known as jackpotting? You know anything about that?
No, not by that name.
A Fairfax County ATM was emptied of, listen to this number,
All right.
$175,000.
What?
In a sophisticated theft scheme
They have
known
that
as
much?
jackpotting.
They have that much in there? I never would have guessed that.
According to Fox News, jackpotting is a cyber physical crime in which thieves install malware or a black box device on an ATM to override its security system.
Okay.
Now, once that
So is that like
is
a
connected,
digital thievery? Is that?
once it's connected, the criminals can force the machine to dispense cash without a card or transaction, either remotely or through direct manipulation.
Wow. Amazing.
The heist started on October 3rd at a drive-through Apple Federal Credit Union ATM in Fair Oaks. Police said an unknown man used a key to gain access to the machine around 10:20. At 12:30 a.m. the following day, the same individual returned and accessed the ATM again.
All right.
Surveillance footage later captured him coming back 45 minutes later, this time with a second person. The pair spent 15 minutes at the ATM while recording their actions on their phones.
Well,
And then by 2 a.m., another suspect arrived in the Jeep and began withdrawing cash from the ATM without inserting a card, holding a phone near the machine.
aren't they so busted? They have all the footage, license plates.
I don't know.
Everything.
I,
They're
I
so
would assume
busted.
they'll probably get tracked down eventually. But
Yeah, but
I
you're
was
going to
shocked
jail.
when I saw the amount that was in the ATM that was taken.
That's shocking.
175 large.
I
No-
would have thought
no-
maybe there's like 20 grand in there or something. You know, it just never would have occurred to me there'd be that much money.
I know people need cash for certain transactions, but aren't ATMs kind of like an outdated concept, right?
You never go to them.
I mean, a big box that's just holding cash. I mean, it's a ripe
This
for,
is a
for
true story.
targeting.
I might go to an ATM once or twice a year. Now, I never have cash. We were just in New York, and we had to pay $42 freaking valet fee for this hotel. But what am I going to do? Right? It's easy. It's convenient. Just park my car. Whatever.
Sure.
I had no cash. I had
No cash to tip.
literally $1. My wife, no cash. My kids, no cash.
Felt City, USA.
I gave the guy when I left a single $1 bill, and I apologized.
Did he crinkle up his nose? You give you a look like
he
look
said
at
he
this.
understands.
Yeah.
And I gotta imagine it's got to be hurting the tip game because people don't carry cash like they
Probably.
used to.
Yeah, I
just
definitely
don't.
don't. I definitely do not carry as much cash as I used to.
Well, you-
And in a weird thing, this is weird. I haven't had a debit card for literally a decade. Anytime I need cash, I either go into the bank physically or drive through, or
Take it out of your-
I go to MGM National Harbor and deal in
That's your ATM.
I deal in chips.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to go to a bank to get cash anymore. It's
Right.
always at like the Giant. I
Oh,
always
you
do.
can get
I
extra.
always do cash back. Like I
I've
always.
never done that thing.
See, I don't use my
ever.
debit card like that. I put everything on my credit
'cause
card.
again, I don't
But you
have
can
a
do the
debit
same
card.
thing with a credit card, right? Couldn't you?
I guess you could. Maybe the
In
fees
theory?
would be high. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never tried it, but I've always done it with my debit card, and
Yeah.
then I always want to grab like $40 or
Just to have a
80
little walk
bucks.
around money.
Yeah. I always need to have
Maybe
walk
I
around
should.
What do
money.
you use it for? Well, you gamble on the golf course. Is that why?
Yeah. We do a Nassau at Hidden Creek. I'll need to have some cash on me, but
Yeah.
I've always been
Other than that-
trained to have at least a little bit of cash on you just in case.
Yeah, but like that's just because your dad's like old school. But like you need it for like I'd say a barber. If
Yo,
you gamble on the golf course.
Barber definitely.
Casino.
Nassau's.
If you're at a casino, you need cash.
Yeah, I don't really go that often.
You don't need it at every barber, but my barber is cash only. It's a little bit of a shady business. So I
Sounds
go
like
once a
most.
month to the ATM because I'll get my haircut once a month.
Well, now a lot of them do have their Venmos.
A lot of them just take credit card.
Homeless people have Venmos.
Most take credit card.
I've also have noticed that what I try to do is I try to like take cash out and be like, okay, I want to spend this cash and I don't want to put anything on my card.
Right.
So it helps keep spending in control a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I might want to get a debit card because I think it was definitely at my vet, but this could be in other places too, where they've enacted a policy like if you pay with a credit card, you're paying an extra VIG. Like you're paying like an extra 1.5
Yeah,
or
because
2%.
they don't want to pay that 3%.
And if you pay with your debit card, there's no fee.
Yeah.
And I don't tell them I'm an idiot and don't have a debit card. Haven't had one in a decade because I'm just lazy.
Doing okay, Cakes. My idea, I've brought this up on the air, is this is intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we add this to the idea, which will never happen,
Okay.
but there are escape rooms. I think we should have a business where you try and do things like break into a vault, break an ATM. Maybe you try and pickpocket somebody. So all the
This is your
crimes.
business idea?
Yes.
So your escape
So you want
room
a
would
you want a
have-
crime fantasy?
Yes.
You're doing crimes. Okay, the problem is like if you destroy an ATM, you constantly have to replenish, get new ATM.
Yeah, maybe you have to figure something out there.
How you could do that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I think
you want to
get-
do like a bank heist
think
in
yes.
an escape
I
room?
think the sharks on
Exactly.
Shark Tank would boot your ass right out of the door within
Okay,
30
but who would have
seconds.
thought that escape rooms would be popular?
I mean, I
I'm
didn't.
shocked that they're still popular.
Hold on, I want to get down to this business idea. I'm a little
It's the
intrigued.
opposite of
Now
an
we need
escape
to
room.
drill
Like,
down.
you have, instead of
so it's crime.
I've never actually been to an escape room, but I've heard from people that they're fun. So you'd be the opposite, right? You would have a vault or something, and you'd have
a
to
break-in
figure out a
room.
way to break in.
No,
Like,
yeah.
who doesn't like watching a movie like Ocean's 11? So you would try and find a way to,
Yeah.
to have some different activities. Maybe you'd have a
I just
room
need to
where
find a-
we're too dumb
I need
for
to
that.
find
Most
a
people are too dumb for
5'1"
that.
Asian guy who weighs 100 pounds that can
Right.
backflip into the
So
into the
so
safe.
hold on. So basically, we all get together and we go to this bank heist room, and then we can plan out our heist before
Right.
we go into the room.
right.
And so they hire actors or whoever to play tellers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, whatever the heck
Security
they do in
guards.
escape
It's
room.
like
Sure. Scene in the
paintball
town.
guns, and you blow
Yeah.
people away with paintball.
You can create different scenarios.
Yeah.
Wasn't the movie The Game? Did you ever see that with Michael
I mean,
Douglas
yeah,
years ago?
25 years ago. Like,
Wasn't
I
the-
don't remember anything
Or was
about
it-
it.
I think
Older
Sean,
movie.
I think Sean Penn was in it. But the whole premise was like it ended up being a game, fake,
Yeah.
but they thought they were legitimately like in some sort of crazy scenario and it ended up just being a game.
But I mean, getting back to the ATM
Heck,
bit,
is the number one movie out right now, Running Man?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Shocker.
The
Hollywood,
remake.
Hollywood doesn't have any fresh ideas. A
With
remake
Glenn
from
Powell
30 years ago.
As the Running Man, where he gets to save his family or whatever, $1 million if he can just stay on the run for a month.
What I don't understand is every ATM we've ever gone to since they've been invented, there's a camera built right into it. Like,
Yeah.
these guys
I mean, you're
have
so
to know
busted.
that they're going to get tracked down eventually.
All right, but if you have a mask, if you have
so they're
gloves,
unmasked at certain times.
Okay,
There
well,
couldn't have been
They're
more
so
brazen.
busted. Everyone's been. If everyone's flown, they got your digital ID.
you might not be able to find them. I mean, a lot of people get away with crimes. You got to find the guys.
Yeah,
I think they're going to find these guys.
Odds are that they probably will.
Now,
but-
when I drive by my bank, I'm going to look at the ATM and think, is there 150 grand in there? Is there 100 grand? Is there 200 grand in that little hut?
Right.
Like, how much money is in there?
well, that's only that's the bank ATM, not
Right.
like at the ATM you go to a 7-Eleven and that
Oh,
thing's
no,
in the
I'm guessing
corner.
that thing doesn't have
next to the live bait.
that thing's not that thing's not big enough to hold 175
Yeah,
grand.
I usually think
those things are tiny.
I would have no idea, but I would think like 10 or 20K or something.
I
One
would
of those
assume.
things.
I don't know, but that probably makes
That'd
sense.
be a good score if you could pull out
I mean,
20K.
yeah, I mean, guys will back their trucks through the plate glass window of the 7-Eleven and yank that thing out with a chain and destroy
course.
it with a sledgehammer to get in and find whatever money's in there.
Of course.
It's a crazy bit.
But jackpotting is so it's another form of some sort of like digitally scamming.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, they put a
manipulating
virus. They put a
machinery.
virus in the ATM machine and got it to spit out a bunch of hundreds.
I still get nervous every time I go to a gas station and I use my credit card and like one of those things. Like I think they have a scammer or skimmer. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I feel
I've
a
gotten
little
over
bit
that
better when
somehow.
you could do the tap. I think that's a little safer.
Yeah,
But when you put it in and you pull it out, that's where I think you're a little more vulnerable to the
Could be.
skimmers.
I feel like I'm an old codger when I do that. Like now, everybody does scan or they just use their phone. Boop with the phone.
Yeah, I don't use my phone.
I see so many people just using their phone.
Believe me, my kids do.
Yeah, like I said, we're old codgers.
Yeah.
Using an actual plastic credit card,
using paper currency,
using the
cash.
chip.
The chip. That ship has sailed. Now you just want to touch it instead of inserting it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's the new tech.
Yeah. But you have to have a certain technology to be able to tap it, right? Does it have to have the chip, or the chip is just for when you pull?
I think
pull
all the cards have a chip
tap.
in them now.
Yeah, I think so.
Some level. All right, coming up next, we'll get into the Commanders. John Keim is back from Madrid. We will talk to him. Don't forget, coming up at 7:45, Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, joins the show. And Von Miller from the Commanders, he'll join us coming up at 9:20 here on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. On Misery Monday, another kicking change for the Commanders. They released kicker Matt Gay, who missed a potential game winner late in regulation Sunday morning in Madrid. Commanders signed a new kicker, Jake Moody, off the Chicago Bears practice squad. Last night, Monday Night Football, Dak Prescott, 4 touchdown passes. Cowboys clobber the Raiders in Vegas 33-16. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix on IR, injured knee, reportedly partially torn ACL, which would end his season. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase suspended a game for spitting on Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey. Hockey, Capitals knocked off the LA Kings 2-1. Alex Ovechkin with his 6th goal of the season. Caps end a 2-game skid. College football, James Franklin hired to be the new head coach at Virginia Tech. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Merle Forsey on The Fan.
Time now for the Junks to head out to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome John Keim back to the United States. He was abroad for the Commanders' trip to Madrid. He covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. Welcome home, John. How are you?
I'm feeling okay. I am not back on East Coast time yet, though.
Had you ever been to Madrid before?
No, I've been to Spain, Barcelona, Valencia, Sevilla, Granada, Malaga, but not
Look
Madrid.
at you, big world
Nice.
traveler. I'm
Yeah,
impressed.
no.
What time is it right now in your brain then?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock p.m.?
I've been up. Yes, I've been up and awake since about 3:30, so we could have done this earlier.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm sorry about that. Take a couple days. You'll get back in the swing of it. I know it.
It's fine.
Overall, disappointing trip is the most emotionally invested I've been in a game in a while. I don't know why. I mean, the season's over, but I just, that's a game you can win, and I hate to see them just kind of throw it away, drop it, fumble it away, whatever, the way they did. Very, very frustrating. What was the mood? I see DQ now. He doesn't seem as pissed. It's almost like it's setting into him, too. It's a loss.
Resignation.
I think resignation is the word there, too.
Yeah.
I think because especially like that game, that was there for them. These other games, they're getting blown out.
Right.
And, I know there's the segment of the fan base like, just get the better draft pick.
Yeah,
these guys want to win. But these guys want to win. And that's what you're working to do that. And so when you see opportunities and then there's just a collapse of just plays that just, the slip on the 4th and 1, the fumbled punt, the interception, like this, the missed field goal. I mean, it just adds up. And it's like, what do you have to do to get over that, no pun intended, but to get across that goal line? It's just, so yes, I think, cause after Dallas, it was pissed off.
Yeah.
After a couple weeks later, it was furious.
Yeah.
And it just feels like that felt like took some of the, life out of them the other day.
Yeah, it's frustrating. So the big story leading up to it obviously was, DQ taking control of the defense. Right. What did you notice? I'm sure you've watched it back at least once now.
I will say I wish I had, but some airlines' Wi-Fi doesn't work as well.
What did you instinctively see or notice, if anything?
A lot. In first, just watching it, like a lot more zone, a lot more disciplined coverages, right? Uh-huh. And the mistakes that were being made, I don't know that it was from communications, et cetera, like you've seen in the past. So a lot more of that. There were some blitzes that were maybe, I don't know if they were different, but maybe when the timing of it was called, like Jonathan Jones had a blitz that completely fooled the Dolphins. A corner blitz that, fullback, they're not expecting it, clearly. The fullbacks run out a route. It's like, oh, crap, this guy's coming. So, like a couple things like that. And, I think the other thing is too, Miami's offense is not Detroit's or Seattle's at this point, so I think you wonder how much that is, but they do have a couple guys that are pretty good. And like sometimes it's just guys making plays, like Jordan McGee made a couple nice stops in the open field against A-Chain, right? Mm-hmm. So like that helps too when you get that. So I think it'd be hard for me without watching it fully say these are different, but it did feel like there was a little bit more zone, which again, and I think more discipline, even like on when Jacob Martin had the sack of Tua in the red zone, it was a good job by Sam still staying backside, which is what he's supposed to do. But sometimes in the past, like you see guys maybe getting out of their zones a little bit with their eyes and stuff. And that time he took away the throw and it allowed Martin to get to him. So, things like that. But, it's hard because you'd have to really go. It's not always just like what you're in. It's when you're calling it. How are they executing it? And one of the things that, and so like it could be, as much like before the game, I talked to Quinn on Friday about it and just said, because my thing is, what can you do in 1 week that can really change this?
Right.
Because it's asking a lot. And so he's like, they would run the plays over and over again, sometimes as many as 10 times. He said, if they didn't get it, we're throwing it out of the playbook. And, so like that, maybe it was just like kind of paring it down even more with, he said it might lead to a smaller list of play calls, but they're ones that they get right. So that's what it seemed like it was. It felt like it was a little bit more disciplined. But, and not to ramble on this, but even ask Bobby Wagner, you asked the players about it, and Bobby Wagner's like, I don't want to go there because I don't want to disrespect Joe Whitt by saying anything around, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think they're very sensitive to all that. And last thing I'll say is sometimes you make these changes. This goes back years and years and years ago. And you remember when Bill Arnsberger came in as a defensive consultant. And sometimes you look for things that are different, but you're really not sure if they are. I remember after the game, like Sam Huff, Hall of Fame linebacker, knows a ton, was talking about how the linebackers were playing and all that. And I remember talking to guys, that's a good observation. So I asked some guys, like, no, we're pretty much doing the same thing. But maybe sometimes you just sharpen your focus and do it better because there was some level of change.
John, this is a little bit off in the distance, but do you envision Quinn hiring another DC, or does he retain that role into next season? What's your best guess?
My best guess would be somebody else is in that role because this is not what he wants to be doing. When he was in Atlanta, he did not want to be doing that. I think he likes being the head coach. Part of the reason, for like in Atlanta too, he had a little bit more say over personnel. It's not what he really wants. And I think sometimes you feel like you have to do it versus you want to do it. And so I would be surprised if somebody else, if he were still in that role.
Offensively, with Mariota, they're just not the same. I mean, Marcus is a fine backup, but they just don't put the points up.
I mean, so the other day, it's of your 5 receivers, it's Chris Moore, Robbie Chosen, and Jacoby Jones.
Yeah,
those are 3 of your 5, and then Jim Lane was the 4th. And like, I think he can be a good slot guy eventually. There's stuff I like about him.
Yeah,
but that's a, it's no disrespect to them, but that's a tough way to roll.
Yeah,
it just is. So yeah,
it looks like Chris Rodriguez has emerged as the number 1. Is that fair to say after these last couple of games?
You would think so. I mean, he's done a nice job. He runs hard. He got 1 carry after I think the 6-minute mark of the third, but he did a good job. And like what I also liked with that, there were several times in there with him where they'd bring Brandon Coleman in as a third tackle. I think there were like 5 runs where it was like, and I don't know if it was always with Rodriguez, with 5 runs where it was like 17 yards, 14 yards, 12, 10. In that formation, but Rodriguez does a nice job with that. Like, I think he's done a nice job all from camp on whenever he's gotten the chances. So, you would think that he would get more. He's earned more opportunities. I would say that.
John, let me ask you: if you were coaching this team, and let's just say that Jaden's
they'd be in trouble.
Me too. Jaden's available coming after the bye or whatever. Get some work.
Yeah.
Would you? I personally want to play him. I as a fan, John, I still need to see that the guy can hold up. Not that I would change course. You're committed to him, but I need to throw him out there, even though the season's kind of over. I need him to get the reps. I I need him to play, and I know he wants to play. I'd play his ass as soon as
He definitely wants to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is working to play again. So there is that. So, like, my thought would be, first of all, there's 6 games left. If somebody is healthy at that spot and you're not playing, then they're not going to play. I think that's a tough look.
Yeah.
For the locker room, for others. Like, there are a lot of guys out, and I think everybody understands his importance here. He's only played like 4 games this year? I'm losing track of it now, but he hasn't played a lot. And you need reps to get better.
I agree.
I think, so like with 6 games left, and I don't know if this is going to be a scenario for this game or not, because I don't know that he's at that point. But let's say with 6 games left, one of the things they want to see him get better at is decisions on the move. You don't do that by doing anything other than being in a position to make decisions on the move. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I mean? And so I think if you want the offense to evolve a little bit down the road, then I think you need to get him, you would want to see him play more. Now, I think the question becomes if there's only a few games left. Let's say it's like he's still several weeks out, and with 3 games left, now he's ready. That's when I start to say, like, is that going to be enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think what I also wonder is the residual effects of that play against Seattle in the organization. Like, in other words, like, where some people just like, why was he out there? And does that play into if you put him back out there and there's 5 minutes left, he gets hurt again, what's going to be said and how's it going to look and what's it going to look like in the off season for him? Because I think the key is not so much what people say, but making sure he's not rehabbing in the off season, and we all know, like, they ostensibly shut Robert down a few years ago for that reason, which was kind of a BS reason, but because they knew they were getting fired. But but I think in this case, you want to make sure that. But I don't think he needs reps. They know that, and
I totally
any
agree.
young quarterback. So that's what I say. I think, again, I know a major point of emphasis for him will be the scrambles and just making decisions on that. The only way to get better at it is to be out there. It's just a matter of how many games are left when you're doing that.
Right.
So on the injury front, it's the bye week, so they have some time. Should we expect to see Terry McLaurin back on the field when they play Denver? Will Harris, Drake Jackson, and some of these others that I guess still on injured reserve but returned to practice last week.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think the good thing for them is that McLaurin and Noah Brown were in Spain with them as continue the rehab. Mm-hmm. And so that's good. But it's not like we saw Terry out there running, any sort of routes with them, and which is always the good step, right? We haven't.
Oh, he wasn't
that.
even at that point yet.
He wasn't at that point. Everything that we saw was off on the side with trainers and just like some stretching stuff and things like that. It was not. Like usually you start to see some running with Jackson. You saw him actually going. This is a 21-day window, so you're seeing him go through drills. So I think he's going to be pretty close. But with the other ones, I need to see more, or we would need to see more to say, like, okay, it looks like this, because they're not telling us. But so you have to start to gauge where they're at by what you're seeing them do on the practice field, even if it's off to the side, which we're not allowed to record. But you can watch,
Mm-hmm.
So like if you're seeing them run sprints and all that, it's like, okay, like, and with Terry, that with the quad, you're going to need to see that, because otherwise, like, he's got to trust that. And it's why the 1 week he shut it down, because after running, watching him after practice one day, like, it just, the next day that was it. He wasn't practicing. So like they have to see that. And we haven't seen that. So I don't know how close that I don't know if he'll play in that game or not. I don't know enough yet.
John, do you think Matt Gay knew on that 9-hour plane flight home that he had kicked his last game with the Commanders after those 2 misses?
Oh, yeah. Talk about it. Like, it's one thing to miss it, but then you have 9 hours and you probably, that's brutal. Yes, I'm guessing he did. He looked, again, you talk about resignation after it, and I mean, he was pretty, obviously blame him. There were a number of plays, but you had a chance at a game winner. So yeah, I'm going to guess, like, if the life of a kicker, and he does, then you know that could be it. The hard part is, they're signing a guy that has kind of the same issue with the 50 yards and about beyond misses. I think the other hard part with that is they're always having to kick field goals beyond 50 yards. He's kicked 19 field goals this year. I think it's 9 were from 50 or beyond.
4 for 9 on over 50.
Yeah, and he was 13 for 19 overall. Like, that's not, I'm not absolving him. Like, that was his issue coming in. Like, he was bad last year. Before last year, he was good in that area. Last year, not. This year, not. And then you have an offense that cannot get you in better position. And little things like that sack by Mariota, like, you can't take that sack in the first half in that situation. But, you have a league with guys making 50-yarders, and these guys didn't have it. So,
John, thanks for the time. Hopefully your body readjusts to East Coast time soon, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, get some rest, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, bud.
Be sure to check out his latest article on ESPN.com. 5 plays that derailed the Commanders this season. It just got posted about an hour ago.
Did that?
John Keim, on ESPN.com. Don't forget, Will Dawkins joins us at 7:45, but next we'll get you hip to a high school football cheating controversy that's erupting in Prince William County. We'll give you the details on it next.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's a perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. So all you got to do, bet $5, hit it. Boom, you got $150 in bonus bets. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Just head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign in today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wizards GM Will Dawkins joins the show at 7:45, so you don't want to miss that. And Von Miller, he will join us as he does every week at 9:20 from the Commanders. So I mentioned this high school football potential cheating scandal. Allegations of cheating have surfaced following a high school playoff game between Forest Park and Battlefield in Woodbridge. Parents of Forest Park players claim that Battlefield used listening devices on the sidelines, which are reportedly prohibited. The outcome of the investigation by Prince William County Public Schools will be sent to the Virginia High School League, which will determine if any penalties are necessary.
So supposedly,
there might be some shenanigans going on.
They were the home
on the
team, right?
sidelines.
The Battlefield was the home team, and the chain gang had 4 people, and they were listening into the visiting team's
those are
play
volunteers.
calls.
They were on the other side.
Right.
Somehow they were using listening. I got to know what the listening devices are. I don't understand that part. Some sort of, I guess, electronic device. They were catching the calls and then somehow relaying that to the Battlefield coaches, allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah, Michael
That's just
O'Brien.
blatant cheating.
Who's, you know what's crazy?
No way around it.
What's crazy is they replaced the 4-person chain gang and found 4 new people.
Whoa, there's just volunteers, I think.
I would assume.
Yeah, they're not like
I think you got to be
official
kind of
referees.
qualified to be in part of the chain gang.
I don't know at the high school level.
I don't know. Yeah, I think they'll take warm bodies.
They just find donks in the stands.
I don't think it's that. Is it that hard to be part of the chain gang? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm.
parents.
I mean, all you got to do is go where the ball is.
I don't
and
think
then
it's
you
that
run out
hard.
there.
I've never done it
Because you're not doing
I could be in
official
over my
flag.
head.
Yeah.
You're just rough. And then until you run out there.
You're just following the official.
Yeah, so they put the ball and you line up your thing.
I would think you need to be qualified and minimum take some sort of course
No.
to be
You know
an
what you need to be?
official.
You need to be breathing
Yeah.
and present. Is
Okay.
what you need to be. I would assume. Here's a quote from a parent of a Forest Park player. His name's Michael O'Brien. He said, the chain gang, the way it works, the people who move the first down chains are on the visitor side, and it's supplied by the home team. The people, there were Battlefield people on our side communicating our plays.
Yeah, that's what I was asking you. I was pretty sure Battlefield was the home team.
Yeah.
They had the chain gang over on their opponent's side, and those 4 people, as part of the chain gang, were allegedly catching the plays and then letting their team know what was coming.
Like it's a symptom of the win at all costs where our society is. Like it's a high school football game. It's a playoff game. I
Playoff
understand
game, Cakes.
stakes are
Playoff.
higher, but can we just let the kids play and decide it on the field instead of trying to pull a cheating
People
bit?
just cheat in everything. They just cheat in everything.
It's like an it reminds me of the Astros bit.
Yeah.
Banging the trash can bit.
Yeah. Well, actually, it wouldn't be what's the team? Was it the Red Sox that had the Apple Watch?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was the Red Sox. They had the technology with
Everybody's
the Apple
looking
Watch.
for an edge.
That's true, but I would like to think that I would have enough integrity. If I walked into MGM National Harbor and and the dealer came over to me and said, "Hey, we've got a rigged deck. You're going to know everybody's
All
whole
right, Chauncey.
cards. You're going to know right. You're going to know everybody's whole cards. You're going to see the entire deck." I would like to think that I would be a man of integrity and say, "You know what? I'm going to play it straight. Win or lose, probably lose. I'm going to play it straight."
Okay, but why does every NFL coach, every college coach, when they're calling in plays, are going like this? Because there's a whole cottage industry of people trying to break
that's not
code.
even cheating.
I know, but
That's
they're
that's
trying.
almost like some gamesmanship to that, to like reading lips.
They're trying to prevent the cheating.
Here's the problem is that there's no way this is just an isolated incident for the playoff game, right?
I doubt it.
Could you?
I doubt they just dreamed it up.
Did Battlefield end up winning? They did end up winning.
Yes, they did, and I think it was discovered in the third quarter.
I mean, it's a tough thing because you wonder how many teams do
I
it. Like
gotta
initially,
know
when
what
I
the
see
listening devices are,
when I see high school sports cheating, I just assume it's shady, like living in one spot when they're not really part of that school.
Right.
I think that happens all the time. Like the
that's been
recruiting
going on for 50
that's
years.
ridiculous.
What
That's
makes
ridiculous.
what makes this so blatant and so worse is that you almost need to conspire with the coaches to figure out the system of how
the
to
coaches
cheat.
have to be
They
in on
have
it
to be.
because
Yeah,
they're,
exactly.
they're
Like this
accepting the information.
This isn't a
complicit.
rogue. This isn't a
100%.
rogue parent.
Yeah.
Who allegedly is doing this. I mean, this is a planned
It's a conspiracy.
attack.
It's a conspiracy,
Yes.
is what it
I
is.
need to know what the devices were. Like, is this some spy-s? Or is
I
this
don't
like
know.
a phone?
In the article,
Like,
it just says electronic equipment. I would guess
I
it's just a
know.
phone.
Spy report.
Because
I
all
need
it
to
takes
know.
is a quick text.
Spy
They're
report.
running. I mean, it's got to be fast.
This
It's
is-
only like 40 seconds between plays.
I think it's one of these two things.
Run left.
Yeah, one is picking up the calls from the sideline because you're the parent and you're right there and you can kind of see the hand signals, hear the coaches call stuff in, and then relaying the information via text or via communication device, or you're bugging the room where the coordinators are.
Yeah, you could be
and you
doing
can
that.
and you
If
can
they're in
hear
the
up
booth.
there. Yeah,
Yeah, but the whole point was that those guys were on that side, right? It's that the chain gang was on the opposing team's side, and somehow they were getting wind of it.
I think we've got a high school ref on the line. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in.
If you were at this game, or if you've experienced what you think are shenanigans at a high school game, call us and let us know.
I told you I have a story. I'm going to go to this guy and say we were in a tournament in Orlando, Florida, and we were playing a team from Texas. And a dad was before every serve, most coaches will relay where to serve.
Right.
They'll go 1, 4, whatever zone.
Okay.
It's a big advantage if you know the serve is coming your way.
Sure.
To which kid? We had a parent on the other side stealing the signals and telling the kids where the serve
serve
was
left.
coming.
Well, he
Serve
should have
left.
been thrown out immediately.
It was a massive controversy, almost a fist fight. We had other teams all rooting against them.
Right.
They got suspended for competition for
Yeah.
week. It was
Good.
a
That's what should have
big
happened.
deal, and I couldn't believe it was happening. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
People, again, it's win at all cost mentality. No
That's
matter
club
what.
volleyball.
Yeah.
Let's go to Michael in D.C. Says he's a high school ref. Michael, what's up?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? Good morning,
Hey,
gentlemen.
Michael.
Good morning.
So no, there are other refs that do the chains. Like there's
That's what I thought.
It's not volunteers.
No, that's only like in a rec game or something like that.
Okay.
Like when you do a high school game, other refs who are trying to get on the field assignments,
Okay.
usually they are the ones doing the change.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to be
All right,
qualified.
so what are the listening devices?
So they could be talking about, so you know, when the H2Os that you see us, so in the NFL game, you see them with H2Os. They could have been using H2O.
What is that? What is H2O? Water. What is
So
H2O?
the devices in the ears, we talking to each other
Okay.
when we reffing. When you watch the NFL
Yes.
game and you see them hit their side and they moving their mouth,
Yes.
they talking to each other. Those
Right.
are H2Os.
So
in
an
the ears.
earpiece, basically.
Yeah.
They have it
Yeah,
in
so you
volleyball
can
matches too.
communicate
The
with
refs talk to
anybody
each
else.
other. Yeah. Okay.
So they could have had some H2Os and they could have done that. But I don't see a referee unless they have something and invested in that game. I don't see how that happens real time. That's a lot.
Right. That's why I
So-
assumed it was a volunteer.
Yeah,
Well, they're obviously
yeah,
getting paid off to do that.
Yeah, and so it got to be more to the story than just that.
Going to
It gotta
Cakes'
be
win at
something-
all costs motto. That's a coach telling the chain gang, hey, what do you guys get paid per game? What do you get paid per game?
I hung up on
100,
him.
$150?
hung up
I'll
on
give you another 150 if you give me a couple signals.
All right. Let's go to Bob. Bob says he knows one of the guys.
I don't
in
think
the-
again. I
in the
don't
chain
think that
gang.
they're paid. It's,
Yes,
it's volunteers.
The story says they're volunteers.
Yeah.
It could be different for different counties or
districts
districts
or
and
whatever,
everything.
Yeah.
But
Bob, what's up?
What's up? Hey, Junks. I know one of the guys holding the chains.
All right.
I know his integrity, his character, and I wanted to address
Yeah.
the devices they were holding.
Yeah.
They were actually mics. They were using the whole season.
Okay.
So there's still shots of the coach having the actual devices. But look at the backstory in this. These guys had them on all season long.
Yeah.
So no cheating. Just old dudes that needed to hear better.
So they're hearing aids. Is that what you're claiming?
I mean,
But they're not
sure.
supposed to
I
have
mean,
any electronic devices at all, from what I read.
Correct. I think they should have addressed it with the refs, but if you look at the backstory, they've been wearing them all season long.
Well, that's something where the refs have to go over if they know that you're not allowed to have
So
those
you're
devices
saying
and take
there's
them
no
away.
cheating. This is no big deal.
Look, I'm regionally based, so I could be biased, but I'm saying I look at this as it is because I know one of the guys, high integrity, clear dude. No one would just do this all season blatantly.
All right. Okay.
Fake
All right.
news.
I appreciate your call. Let's go to Gary.
You bet.
Gary says they're wearing meta glasses. Now that's what I like.
That's
Then we
next
get into
level.
this spy stuff.
Yeah, you love Mission Impossible bits. So
See,
much.
I'm telling you, it'd be my idea. People always want to cheat.
Oh, I know.
I'll give you a
that.
chance. It won't be the escape room. It'll be the, I don't know. We'll have to come up with a good name.
Gary.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
First time caller. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Sure, man.
Sure.
So I'm a parent in Arlington High School.
Okay.
And I have a kid that plays football, and one of the other parents that does the chain gang with me, and it's just volunteer parents.
Yeah.
He had Meta glasses, and then I heard him speaking. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I have Meta glasses, so I can speak to anyone through my glasses." That I could even record. And he said that he would record his kid from the sideline because it was the best view, and he can send that video to his phone or anyone else's phone.
Right. Okay, so he was doing like highlight
easy.
videos.
Correct. Highlight videos for his kid, because you can easily, take that video, send it to a coach or a coordinator, or even communicate through the phone through his Meta glasses.
Right. Okay. So you could say run left through your Meta glasses, to another guy with just a phone or just an earpiece?
So I know for our school, the offensive and defensive coordinator would be on the top of the stadium relaying because the coaches have headsets.
Right.
So you can relate that to the defensive coordinator up in the booth.
Yeah. And then they relay it down to the guys.
To the coach.
Yeah, right. Yep. Right.
And if you hear it's like, hey, run left, run right, or whatever, signals, once you're in the sideline, you start hearing patterns and you can figure it out. And then send that.
Yeah, it's kind of sick.
Well, there needs to be a strict no technology rule.
I think JP says there is actually.
I know, but it
pat
needs
these
to.
guys down
Well, I know.
before
I mean,
they're
this needs to be
coaching
this
games.
needs to be enforced rigorously. Because it seems like they just let anything happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Meta glasses, are they obvious to people?
I don't know.
You only really know if you see them doing stuff, right?
I've only seen them on news clips. I've never seen Meta glasses in the wild that I know of.
I think security guys will use Meta glasses.
If you say so, maybe. I don't know.
Someone just called and said Meta glasses, you have to export to a hard drive and all this stuff, and that guy has no idea what he's talking about. There's no way they could be using Meta glasses
to communicate?
Cheat. Yeah, he said there's no way that's a possibility.
All right, let's go to Adam in Fairfax. Adam, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yep. Sure.
I'm a high school coach in Arlington, Virginia.
Football?
And one of my jobs, football. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And one of my jobs is to organize the chain gang for our team, and it's definitely parent volunteers. There's no training, nothing. I call you guys up, and we have a sign up genius, and you just sign up and you're on. And basically, before the game, 20 minutes before the game starts, the referees will come out and they'll talk to the chain gang and just tell them, hey, you're the ball placement marker. You guys are holding the first down chains.
Right.
And there's a fourth person who puts a clip on the whatever the closest 5-yard line is. They put a clip right there to make sure they're both in the right spot.
Right.
Gotcha.
How have we not come up with a better system? It's so archaic.
I just figured, I know from swim meets, you have to take courses to be the turn lane judge and all these different things.
My buddy, I don't want to say who, but someone's texting me. My buddies are on the chain gang at the local high school, and their parents and their donks.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. Duh.
It was probably definitely open to cheating. I believe kind of the idea.
Their morals can be compromised.
Can they really prove Battlefield was cheating though, or is this?
I don't know.
Probably be tough.
Right.
That's why they're conducting an investigation.
Let's go to Mark in Haymarket. Mark, what's up, buddy? Yo, the Junks.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Reference this game. If you look at the pictures from the article, they aren't even trying to hide the microphones. Mm-hmm. They have microphones on their volunteer lanyards. So if they're actively cheating, they aren't trying to hide it very well. The second piece is VHSL does allow refs to communicate with chain gangs. So it is possible that was the purpose of the mics.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but then they could be using it nefariously to...
They could.
Yeah, somebody tapping into that microphone somehow.
Yeah, you're on the same channel or something.
Yeah.
Yep, it's blatantly obvious that they had them on. I mean, you can see it. They have volunteer lanyards. They got the microphone clipped on right to the lanyard. It's not like it's hidden. It's not running somewhere. It's right on their lanyard. So
you might not be able to do. You might not be able to do anything about this game retroactively, but moving forward, you have to have a really, really strict technology.
Mm-hmm.
Do
you have somehow interest in this game? Do you have a kid playing or something?
No kids playing, just attend the school.
Okay, gotcha.
And so the parents on the sideline. One of the parents is a well-known individual in the community, both a small business entrepreneur. So he's got 4 kids to go through the school system. So
do you think there's shenanigans?
From him personally, no. From the rest of the guys, I don't know him well enough to know if they would do something like that. But it would just blow my mind that this coach, who's
could they be
decades of coaching in the area, would do something like this.
But could they be inadvertently involved? In other words, they're wearing a microphone to communicate with the ref, but the coaches can actually tap into the system and hear the microphone, and they don't even realize that they're helping the team. Do you know what I mean?
That's sure, that's plausible, right?
Yeah,
it's completely plausible. Is it happening? I don't know, but if you just look at the head coach, Coach Hatfield, and everything he's done, not just in Prince William County and at Battlefield, the different programs he's been with, it would be shocking if this came out and him or anyone on his staff knew about it.
Right, gotcha. All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Turns out we could be on the chain gang and just go, they're running left. And then the coach...
we are not cheaters. We wouldn't do that. We'd be above the fray.
Depends on what the stakes are, Cakes.
I guess that's true.
Depends on the stakes.
Don't forget, coming up next, Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, will join us here on the Junks. We all know plumbing problems always seem to strike at the worst possible time. It's inevitable. You should also know that no matter your plumbing predicament, nor when it occurs, you can always schedule an appointment with the Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing experts at cropmetcalf.com. Save time and schedule now to have a Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing technician at the ready to expertly handle any plumbing pickle you may find yourself in. You don't even have to call. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician. Let's head to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to our friend Will Dawkins, general manager of the Washington Wizards. What's up, Will? Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
Doing all right. How are you?
Well?
Doing well. Thank you. Always fun to hop on.
Yeah, of course. We appreciate it. So, I don't know. It's hard to evaluate. I know you guys are all about developing players and, et cetera. And we got some studs. But, man, some of these games, it's frustrating to watch when we can't close them out. I know you don't want to win too much, but I like to win a couple of these, Will.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think you hit it on the head. Like this year's about player development, and we're super excited about the growth that a lot of our players have taken. Specifically, you see the jumps that Alex and Keyshawn have made. But again, we knew it was going to be a year early on with the tough schedule and the travel and everything, playing young players as much as we're playing them. I think it's like 60% of our minutes are guys 22 and younger. That was going to be hard to win some of those games. But like you said, we've been in a couple, in overtime in a couple, had some leads in the fourth quarter. So those are the growing pains that we have to go through, and definitely find a way to win a few of them. And I think you'll see that as we turn the corner, those guys get a little bit more exposure. But we have to be in more games, to be honest, to help us learn and how to grow and how to win.
Will, how is Coach Keefe dealing with the fact that this Wizards outfit gives up 129.6 points per game, by far the most in the league? Like, we know he preaches defense. He wants his players to be good defensively, but we're not seeing those results through 13 games.
We also know Will has told us that they have individual meetings all the time. They have individual goals.
Sure.
They have, defensive goals, all that. We know you go over all of it all the time.
No doubt. Coach Keefe and his staff, they are on it. They're teaching the right principles. They're working through the right things. I think what you see from us is good moments defensively, but not enough good quarters, which turn into good halves, which turn into good games. So the defensive side is a side where we have to improve. There's no doubt about it. I would say that he's playing a lot of different players in a lot of different lineups. You'll probably see that number of 11 guys start coming down now that we've given some guys some opportunities to put people out there for longer stretches, so shrinking the rotation a little bit. But I would say our starting group, which has the veterans in it, with CJ and Chris, draped with Alex, has been pretty productive and stays in games. And Alex specifically has been tremendous defensively. There's some special things that he's doing. And the fact that when he's on the court, we're almost a plus 10 is a pretty positive thing, but you can't play him the entire game. So for us, it's like we see it in stages, we see it in lineups, but we're really young. So throughout the team, it's not there yet, but we're making progress.
It makes sense because as a fan, I was kind of scratching my head that especially a couple of the top guys you drafted in Alex Sarr, Bilal Coulibaly, they're kind of known as defensive guys. I know Bilal hasn't played a ton, and I think Keyshawn is known to be a pretty good defensive player. And I'm like, well, I got these guys who are supposed to be good defensive players. Why does the defense overall, have such a terrible defensive rating?
Yeah, it's difficult to see it sometimes throughout the team aspect. But when we break it down, like you guys said, we have individual metrics for those guys and things that we study. Bilal has only played 4 games, but he's still forcing guys to take tougher shots against him while guarding the best players in the league. And Alex is, I think, second in the league in shot blocks and 5th in terms of like rim field goal percentage. So the efficiency that players shoot within the first 4 feet of the rim, like he's elite at that. But again, he's also number 1 in the league when it comes to switching out and guarding guys. So you see it individually, and then when we mix in lineups and bring in some guys with less exposure, you kind of see the defense go from there. But it's something that we're going to continue to work on, and it starts with activity and fouling a little less, to be honest.
So I was wondering, minutes, and you're talking about playing all these guys. I get it that the coach makes the decisions, but is some of it driven by you and others that you want to see some of these players? And it's not like a major thing, but I'm noticing Corey Kispert doesn't play as much as he did last season or even the season before. Is that just to give the young guys more of a look? Because maybe you would compete better if you had a shorter rotation.
Yeah, I would say the coaches control the minutes. We have conversations about what we want to see from players when we want to see it, and make sure we're giving everybody opportunity. I think it's important to zoom out on the year and understand that there's 82 of these things, and we just want to have as many data collection points and know as much information about each player that we can. So there's going to be trials and cycles where guys get more minutes, get less minutes, take some time and spend and play with the go-go. So Brian's got a difficult job to balance all that, to balance the individual growth and also the team growth. But I think as you get through the first 10 games, 12 games, we see kind of where we're at and what we really want to work on. And he'll probably shorten the lineups a little bit and make sure that he's giving guys longer stints and then rotate those guys out.
Yeah, you mentioned a go-go. Did I see? I think I saw that you guys designated Will Riley to play there. What have you guys seen from him so far, and what is the idea? What are you hoping to see with the go-go?
Yeah, Will was assigned this weekend. Just wanted him to get some reps and get him on the ball. Definitely like what we saw just in terms of aggression, basketball IQ, ability to make shots, but really just play make. He was creating, he was competing. Got an ejection in the second game for a hard foul, which I don't know if I believe it was a flagrant 2, but I love the fact that he's hitting guys and being physical and competing. So he's back with the Wizards now. He'll be with us for a little bit, but short stints and exposure like that, just keep him fresh, keep him engaged, keep him in shape, and you'll see Will Riley with the Wizards.
Can you comment on apparently Coach Keefe's message to the players after the Nets game? I know Keyshawn George said it was in the Washington Post that he asked questions like, look at yourself in the mirror and answer the deeper questions. What do you want in life? What do you want to build? What do you want to do here as an organization? What's your kind of perspective on Coach Keefe turning that towards the players?
Yeah, I wasn't there for the message, so I can't comment too much on it. I kind of let the locker room be the locker room. But I know Coach Keefe and all of our players care deeply about the logo and what that represents and what we're building towards. And that night, Sunday night, was not us. You're going to have games like that throughout the year. But that's just not the effort that we look forward to. That's not the product we want to put on the floor. So I'm pretty sure he was like, hey, we talked about being this, we talked about being that, and we weren't tonight. That's unacceptable and not repeatable. You can't do that again. So I think that was the message and the challenge, and I'm excited to see how our guys respond to that. But again, you're going to have some nights like that. Unfortunately, it happened on Sunday, and we're going to try to limit those as much as possible this year.
Did I hear that the guys had a players-only meeting on top of that after that?
I don't know if it was a full-on players-only meeting like it's being reported. Guys stayed after and talked and asked hard questions, and no one likes where we're at. These guys are competitive. They want to improve as a team, and that's what I like, being able to work with these guys every day. So they had a genuine conversation and talked about where we're at and where we're trying to go and how we can reset. So, again, the individual improvement is good. It's great. But as a team, we want to get better too, and they feel that. So we want a competitive environment. So I'm glad that they took that upon themselves to have real conversations. But these guys like each other. They're with each other off the court. They're back at night working. So they're grinding, and it's going to turn. And conversations like that help you turn.
Will, are you aware that a new neighbor has moved into Lotteryville, USA, right next to the Wizards? The Pacers have passed the Wizards at 1-13.
What?
I mean, I know you're dialed in on the Wiz, but that's super surprising that the Pacers have a 1-13 record.
I think the injuries in the league have had a major influence on this season to start. I don't know if any team's been more affected than the Indiana Pacers. You kind of feel bad for the players and the organization at that point, but we're monitoring the standings, both north, both south, around us, competitors, people who will be looking to be active at the trade deadline, active before the trade deadline. So we monitor it all, and they've had a tough misfortune of luck, I should say, in terms of injuries to start the year for sure.
Hey, Will, is your son still playing flag football?
It ended a couple weeks ago, but yes, he's still playing flag star, loves it, still had a productive year. Now we're transitioning into basketball, which is so fun to be back in the gym at night after being in the gym all day.
Nice.
Hey, Will, do you want me to run a quick sim lottery to see where they have the Wizards picking at the 2026 NBA draft?
You don't think he sits there and does it all day?
Only if you tell me who we're picking as well.
Oh, I can't do that.
Oh, you got to pick. I'm going to tell you. Pick the kid from BYU. I don't know if it's crazy. Yes, pick the kid from BYU.
How's BYU
BYU have the number one kid?
It doesn't, because he was
they
playing
paid
for like a
him.
Utah prep academy. He's bounced around already, but he's Tracy
Will,
McGrady.
I have tragic news. I just ran the sim lottery. Wizards picking 6th.
Oh my God!
Let's just hope that doesn't happen in real life.
Let's burn that now.
You're such a mush.
I'm
There's
going
a
to do it one more
lot of
time.
time to go. Lot of time to go.
Hey, I don't know how to pronounce the name, the guy's
Oh,
last
just
name.
ran it
It's
again, 6th.
AJ. Pick the kid
I know
AJ.
that guy. I know that guy.
Tabanza or something like that.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like the top
Stud.
kid.
Yeah, like you guys, like last year's draft, we know that this draft is pretty talented, especially at the top. I think the guy you're mentioning is AJ DeBonsa, but
Yes.
there's a couple other guys
Boozer's
who
a
are
stud.
pretty talented in this draft as well.
Would you
So,
buy it that they're saying that,
yeah.
that Cooper Flag would go 6th if he went this year?
What?
There's some of that.
I don't know who said that.
Yeah.
I can't comment on who said that, but I would be extremely shocked if that was the case and that the person was being serious when they said that.
Right.
All right, Will, thanks for the time. We always appreciate it. It's Will Dawkins, Wizards General
Appreciate you
Manager.
guys.
Yep, we'll
right,
talk to you
thank
again
you, bud.
soon.
Thanks.
I should have told
I
him
literally ran the sim 4 or 5 times.
Right.
The Wizards didn't get the first pick once.
That's the whole problem with this system.
Once.
They're 1 and 12.
One
Hey,
win.
They're 1 and 12. They got blasted by the Nets.
I hate this
And
new
they might
system.
miss out on all the
I
top
hate
guys.
This system. I am not a fan.
I don't know why. That was just making me laugh. That Cakes is running the simulator in front of the GM.
Come on. You think he's not running those
I
sims
know.
every day?
I didn't think about it. I just wouldn't think
I
about
had
that.
to do it. I'm on
He's just making sure he's
tankathon.com.
inside the top 8. That's all he has to be inside the top 8.
How can you be 1 in whatever and still get 6th? You could
Because
have
of this dumb new system. That's
You could
how.
have 3 teams jump in front of
Yeah.
You want me to run it again?
No.
There's one more. Oh, Brooklyn gets the number 1 pick. Washington 6th again. One more. Let's do it again. Indiana 1, Washington 2.
And Indiana was in the NBA Finals last year.
We're doomed. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. All right, don't forget, coming up later in the show, Von Miller will join us at 9:20 from the Washington Commanders. When we come back, we're going to get into Jamar Chase getting suspended 1 game for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Is there anything more disrespectful than spitting on your opponent? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
Hey guys, you know me. I'm always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, playing tennis, shooting baskets, whatever. I'm getting old. It's always something. I always wake up with something, and my hips bothering me, my knees are bothering me. My wife tells me I can't stand up straight. It's ridiculous. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, everything. It slows you down. But that's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year, people. Don't wait. Call. Memorize this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
A much-needed win for the Capitals last night. Ovi lit the lamp as the Caps knock off the LA Kings 2-1. Alex Ovechkin's 6th goal of the season. Caps snap a 2-game skid. Monday Night Football. Cowboys clobber the Raiders in Vegas 33-16. Dak Prescott a huge night with 4 touchdown passes. Commanders made a kicking change on Monday as well. They released kicker Matt Gay, who missed the potential game winner late in regulation Sunday against the Dolphins in Madrid. To take his place, the Commanders have signed Jake Moody off the Bears practice squad. Also, the Commanders' next game after the bye, Week 13, will not be flexed at a prime time. It will remain a Sunday night game Thanksgiving weekend against the Broncos on November 30th. And the big college football news, James Franklin hired as the new head coach at Virginia Tech. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scamaro Forsey on the Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team today. Don't forget, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. Lots of ways to digest the Junks. All right, so we wanted to get into the Jamar Chase getting suspended 1 game for spitting on Jalen Ramsey during the Bengals-Steelers game this past week. League announced that he will miss the game against the New England Patriots. Patriots are 9-2, currently first in the AFC East. By the way, Jamar Chase stands to lose if he does not win his appeal of the suspension. His weekly paycheck, this is his weekly paycheck, Mike Marr. I want you to drink this number in. $448,000. That is his weekly paycheck.
It's a lot of money.
Along with a $58,000 weekly game bonus for being on the active roster.
Right.
He's going to be on the active roster every single week. He's freaking Jamar Chase.
I don't want to lose
$500,000.
I don't want to diminish it,
game.
but he's so rich that he probably barely notices it.
Oh, I think you notice if you miss a game check.
I'm with you, EB. He won't notice it at all. It's not going to change his life at all. He's not going to move. He's not going to be forced to
checking his account every week.
He's not going to be forced to move out of his house. He's not going to, all of a sudden miss a payment.
One iota.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's a boatload of money.
I mean, it's $500,000.
I know, but it's not
for a rich person. That's a lot of money.
But how does it change his life?
It doesn't change anything. It doesn't.
Does he have to move out of his house now?
If he's bad with his money, and in 10 or 12 years he's broke and doesn't have any money, he's going to wish he had that $500K back.
Yeah, but
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true, but that would only help for a few more months.
But it's not going to change his day-to-day life right now. Yeah. To your question, though, and we talked about this yesterday, I don't think there's anything more disrespectful than spitting on somebody.
No,
now, he didn't spit at his face.
But
he kind of hawked the loogie at his chest.
If you spit on a
but it's disgusting.
The only thing I could think of, and I was thinking about it during the break, the only thing I could think of is you say you banged his wife or something.
Yes.
That's the one scene.
It's like a Tupac thing where like you.
If you actually do that, not if you just say it. It's like trash talk.
No, you have to have done it.
Yeah, you have to have done it.
Shut up! I'm gonna bang your wife.
You can't just flex it and not.
I've banged your wife.
Yeah,
not just talk.
That's about
like Cake's taking Dina out to homecoming.
Well, that's way different.
Right. Right.
He hit it first. No, he didn't.
Yeah, but the Ray J song is like the most disrespectful thing in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty
saying
disrespectful.
you hit it first.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That over spitting.
That's the only thing I could think of. It has to be something about disrespecting your wife.
This doesn't rise to that level, but like slapping another dude, not punching him in the face, but
like a Will Smith slap.
A slap is more disrespectful, I think, than a punch. It's just, I don't know. It
does seem more disrespectful.
It's like a more dominant type of.
No, than a punch. I agree. Spitting.
You know what I mean?
Is more disrespectful. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067.
But if you just go up and slap a dude in the face, that's pretty disrespectful too.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's worse than punching a guy.
Well, Jalen Ramsey has a little bit of a history, kind of what you guys just said. A couple years ago in a game, he got in a fight with Golden Tate. because he broke up with Golden Tate's sister after he got her pregnant. And then they were trash talking during the game.
Is that? That's all documented.
Oh, yeah, that's documented. Yeah,
them's fighting words.
Jalen Ramsey was
if you
dating
get sister pregnant and then break up with her.
He was dating Golden Tate's sister, knocked her up, broke up with her, and then during the game they fought after the game, but during the game they fought, and Jalen Ramsey just crushed him he destroyed a blocker and then just ran over him, and then after the game there was a whole scrap. You can look it up. So Jalen Ramsey, who knows? He may have said something to Jamar Chase.
Well, he's
not saying that justifies
he's
being
a volatile
spit on.
guy.
No, Jalen Ramsey was in his face throughout the game. Like, I've seen video, but it doesn't justify it. What Ramsey said after the game was, I don't give an F about football after that, respectfully. I'm always going to be trash talking, talking, stuff like that. I actually enjoy that part of the game. I think people know that. But as soon as he spit, it was like, F that.
That is crossing the line. Spitting at your opponent and it actually contacting their body, that is a line that should never be crossed.
It didn't contact skin.
Yeah, but still, like he spit on his uniform, like he spit on his torso. Like that's, I mean, he probably should be suspended more than one game. Probably should serve a 2-game suspension, in my opinion. But it is probably the most disrespectful thing you can do to another man on the football field.
It's the first time he's been suspended in his career, so that's probably why it was just one game. EB mentioned Roberto Alomar, baseball. He got suspended for a bunch of games.
Jalen Ramsey does get in scraps. Remember, A.J. Green attacked him in the middle of a game. I don't know how many years ago it was, and I don't remember what really set that off, but I think Ramsey was the instigator, and A.J. Green lost his mind.
I would never remember. Jalen Carter was suspended this. Well, he actually didn't get suspended because it was like the first or second play of the game. Remember, he got kicked out of the game.
It was the first play of the game
because he spit on Dak Prescott, so he missed that entire game. But they it was like time served because they were like, "Well, you just missed this whole game."
What compels somebody to spit at another guy?
I don't know. It never occurred to me.
Right? Like if you're in the heat of the moment and you're angry at somebody.
Disgust.
You say you could yell at them, hit them, whatever, but spitting would be on the bottom of my list of things to do to another person.
Yeah.
He might have thought as stupid as this, he might have thought he'd be able to get away with it. Whereas if you punch, everybody's going to see it.
Yeah.
He might have thought that nobody was going to see the spit.
Well, again, we talked about this yesterday. If you think you can spit on a guy with 100 high-def cameras at every NFL stadium and somebody doesn't have an angle of it, you're just an idiot. Like, you're just not using your brain.
Well, he wasn't using his brain.
Right. So now
he might have been. I mean, because I think it has to be some thought to that. Like Valdez says, it's not instinctive for guys to spit on someone. Yeah, that's not an instinctive thing. The instinctive thing is to curse at him or swing.
Unless you're a spitter when you yell and talk and everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
no, this was a loogie.
If it was like inadvertent spit.
Have you not watched it yet?
Inadvertent.
I just think
it's too much.
Watch
too much
it. It's a
volume of
loogie.
spit.
I believe you. You said it was. I believe you.
I want to almost say he cocks his head back, but I might be imagining
confrontation. I'm sure Jamar Chase is frustrated at the way the season has gone with Burrow being sidelined and they're falling out of playoff contention, and he temporarily lost his mind.
And Jalen Ramsey's probably a punk.
Not probably. He is a punk. He gets in people's faces all the time. He gets people to lose their minds.
I wish we had a guy like that here. He just sets the tone wherever he plays on defense. But
so you want a tone setter that's going to spit in people's faces?
No, Jalen Ramsey didn't spit. He's just an S talker.
Yeah, you want a Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey, the one.
That's what Lattimore was supposed to be.
Yeah, Lattimore was supposed to be that guy. Was Jalen Ramsey the one that knocked up the girl, or was his sister?
Jalen Ramsey knocked up Golden Tate's sister.
Yeah.
And then he got the big hit.
And then
Golden Tate.
I'll show you during break. It's one of the cleanest football hits I've ever seen. He destroys the blocker and then just same foot, same shoulder, runs him into the earth. And then after the game, they fought.
He just mentally owns that dude.
And then who won the fight after the game?
I mean, it got broken up so fast. It was right after the fourth quarter ended, and then it was just like a scrum.
Hey, Eric, what's worse, banging somebody's wife or knocking up the sister in terms of the disrespect meter?
They're both high on the disrespect level.
I think the wife.
Probably the wife.
The announcer even calls it out.
I think the wife.
After the play happens and he hits him, the announcer's like, yeah, there was definitely something extra in that hit. So he insinuates the whole situation that happened.
Yeah. Let's go.
You go find that tone setter, Mike Marr. It's going to walk around here and talk smack to all the Odyssey employees.
Again, his name was Marshawn Lattimore. Yeah. His play just wasn't Jalen Ramsey level.
Let's Go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up, man? Joe with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, Junks? Love the show as always, man. And I just wanted to say, I think it's funny that we get the reunion with Jake Moody and Debo. Didn't Debo try to choke him out because he missed a field goal?
No,
I can't wait to see that.
Choking out, I've seen that clip a few times recently. He did not try to choke him. He actually tried to, smack the head, I think, of the long snapper, and then he kind of grazed Jake Moody when he did his little half slap.
But he's definitely bitter.
But he wasn't, he was bitter, but he wasn't trying to choke anybody.
It's a good point. There is a history there between Moody and Debo.
Yeah, if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm gonna bring those guys into a room together and say, Debo, you can't go within 5 feet of Moody on the sideline.
The bigger thing is, the bigger warning sign is, that was a game in which Moody had missed 3 field goals.
Right, well, let's hope that doesn't happen here. Though I guess there's that potential.
Hey, do you think to kind of stop people from spitting on other people in the NFL, if you get caught spitting on somebody, that person gets a free spit at you?
A free spit back?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's one of the wildest.
Well, I mean, they
ever.
obviously they don't care if they don't care about the fine or the suspension.
How much?
They just go into a spitting booth.
It's televised.
This is disgusting. But I wanted everybody has a price.
Yeah.
Valdez, what would your price be to take a loogie to the face from Cakes?
From Cakes?
That's just gross.
That's so
I
gross.
couldn't do that to him. Like,
I would
hold on.
could do it for $1,000.
I was thinking one or two.
$1,000 I could do that.
I would start at 2, and then I would negotiate down and probably settle on 1,500.
Yeah, that's a good number.
I think for $1,000 you could hop a
Hold
loogie
on. Are we talking about just like one and done?
Yeah.
Or like he's letting it drip down like he's a kid and it's touching the asphalt.
No, just one loogie.
Yeah, about 1,500.
$1,000 I would take one.
It's gross.
$1,000.
If it was a lurch loogie
for 1,500.
a lurch loogie would probably be extra big.
yeah.
A guy's
I
got
don't
so
know if
many
I'd want a lurch
loogies.
one. That would be yellow.
At least
Nasty.
before 7 o'clock.
It's in the face.
Oh, in
Is
the
it in the
face,
face?
yeah. I mean, for 1,500.
2,500.
Yeah,
It's in
you
the
just upped
face.
the price.
Hey, I'll let you do it to on my chest for 1,000.
We're calling our shots.
What about on your butt?
Yeah.
That's hurting.
I'm just
I don't know
wondering.
why you went there. I don't know why you went there.
It's on your butt.
Actually, there's no price.
No back shots.
And that's going to be on video. I'm going to pull my pants down on video.
This is really
The
devolved.
small of your back.
Yeah, lower back.
That's actually worse than your face.
I can't
Man, I can't believe that this conversation has gotten to this point. How did we get here?
How about you, Mike Marr? We got to get one of those guys who need money. Mike Marr.
Or what's your price?
Hockaloogie.
A lot more than what Valdez just said.
Really?
Oh, okay.
A hell of a lot.
Hey, he's
Principled
got
man.
He's got a Pupatello black card. He doesn't need to
Don't take my
to
card.
such levels.
That's true.
I was just doing a little bit of research. Thankfully, this isn't next year for Jamar Chase because his new contract goes into effect, and the game check would have been $2.2 million
Oh, really?
rather than $400K.
Oh, so he's getting off cheap.
Yeah, he's getting off a hell of a lot cheaper.
He's not even going to notice. He's not going to notice.
All right, if you want to weigh in on the spitting incident between Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey, you're welcome to do that at 800-636-1067. When we come back, we'll get into some audio from Jay Gruden. He was on with Grant and Danny, what he thinks should happen with Jaden Daniels through the rest of the Commander season. We'll get into that audio next here on The Fan.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. There's no trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA membership. Eligibility required.
Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll give the Greedy Prize Pigs a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see our personal friends, OAR, when they play at Merriweather Post Pavilion this upcoming summer. So keep listening
What's the
for your
date
chance
again
to
for
win.
that? Do you have it?
That is Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion.
Yeah, I definitely want to go to that.
So we'll give you a chance to win those tickets in just about 15 minutes. So keep listening for your chance to win. So we wanted to dive into some audio from a former Washington coach, Jay Gruden. He was on with Grant and Danny yesterday, and here's what he had to say about Jaden Daniels for the rest of the season for the Commanders.
Well, you said if everybody's playing. So let's say the offensive line is available, and McLaurin should be back out of the bye week anyway. But let's say they are still down some receiver talent like they have been. Would that affect the decision at all, or are you still full go? And what do you say to the people who suggest just shut him down and make sure he's fully healthy going into the offseason and basically redshirt him the rest of the year?
No, I want to show the world that this guy's back. I'm tired of the narrative that he's too little, he's going to get injured all the time. I want to have a great last 2 games of the season. I want him to win both games and put the NFC East on a warning track for the Washington Commanders come next year when he's fully healthy for 17 games. I just hate the fact that people are saying, I told you he's going to be hurt all the time because of his frame and his running style. No, get him in there, let him play, let him win some games, and show the world that he's a Jaden Daniels we all know.
I love it. That's exactly.
I tend
the
to
only
agree.
thing I don't like about it is he talked about the last 2 games.
Yeah, why did he mention 2 games
Does he
specifically?
think he's going to be out another 6 weeks? I mean,
I don't know.
That's the only part of it I didn't like, but I agree with him 100%. I need to get that whole narrative out of even my own mind.
You want some finishing strong from Jaden Daniels.
I'm going to see it finish strong and play well, take a few hits, be a little smarter if he can be. I don't think he's being reckless, but just try to be a little bit smarter, try to avoid some of these big ones if he can.
To me, it's not just to show the world that he's not injury prone, because I think even if he gets through the last 2 games, the last 4 games, the last 6 games, whatever, even if he gets through these games, that's still going to be a question next season.
I know,
we
but
kicked
it just
around.
eases your mind a little bit.
We kicked it
What if
around.
he played the last 6 games, though, and he was able to get through all 6 remarkably, fairly unscathed?
I would still think that next year I would bank on him missing 4 or 5 games.
Okay, I would not. I would hopefully not bank.
And
on
maybe
that.
that's not fair because he played in every game last year, but he's had 4 injuries.
Yeah, but
Since he's been with the Commanders, he's got 4 injuries. So when we were, toying around with over-unders on how many games you would bet on Jaden Daniels next year, what's your over-under?
Next year,
3.
That he'll miss?
No, on games played out of 17.
Oh.
I'll go 14.
Yeah.
So I'd set it a little lower than that. I'd set it at like 12.
I mean, if we're to the point now where we expect him to play just 9 or 10 games per season every year, then
That's a big
That's going to
disaster.
blow up in your face.
That's a big disaster.
What's the point of having him if he's only going to
No,
play?
that's a big disaster.
Then,
That
right,
can't be the case.
No, then you wouldn't sign a guy to a second contract if he was only available for 9 games. I'm just saying, based on the information I have, based on the way that this season has gone, I would set the over-under at 12. You obviously would take over. You would take over.
Yeah, I think I would take over, but I would feel nervous about it.
Right, that's the whole point. So I do think that that's part of it, but I think the bigger part is he's a football player. If he's healthy and he's a young football player, you want him on the field to get more reps, to gain more experience. Simple as that.
That's a massive part of it too. You definitely need it for that aspect, for the reps, but also just for peace of mind.
But that's kind of a goofy thing for fans to have a peace of mind.
No,
Like,
but I think even the staff needs to see it. I think everyone needs to see it. Needs to see that he could get through these games unscathed. My only hope is that some of these injuries are a little fluky. That's what I would hope.
Yeah, I mean the rib one, we never knew the extent until this year. The hamstrings. Look, hamstrings happen to explosive athletes.
Mm-hmm.
The knee. Now he's had a little bit of a history with his knees, right? Did he tear his ACL in college?
Well, I don't think so. He played 55 games in college.
I thought he had a torn ACL.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I
let's
don't think
let's
so.
not make up and
I'm
add
not sure.
injuries to Jaden Daniels.
I'm not making it up. This is my
I
recollection.
don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I think you just made that up. Because he wouldn't have been able to play 55 games. He didn't have a
Okay,
year
so
that he sat
I'm wrong
out.
on that. He didn't
Yeah.
suffer a torn ACL.
Yeah.
JP just creating massive injuries out of thin air.
Yeah, you made that up.
By the way, I want to see if he can come back. I want him to throw balls to Terry McLaurin and Debo, obviously. I want to see if he can come back and elevate the lower parts of the roster, guys like Robbie Chosen, Treylon Burks, the guys who are having to fill in now.
That's the other part, is I need to see him play well, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, you need him to be sharp. You're not just out there playing.
Like last year,
he needs the reps. And
like
he
if
needs to sharpen up.
if it looks like he did in the Green Bay game, like that's not silly.
No, but he looked great in the Charger game. So he just needs to be more consistent and just put it back on film. Remind everybody of why we were so high on him. That's what he needs to do. Just remind everybody of why we were so high on him.
If he plays all 6 games, and I'm just speculating, he'll play all 6 games. Who knows? He's going to face 3 really tough defenses in the Eagles twice and the Broncos coming right out of the bye. And you know what? I'll throw a fourth in. The Vikings on the road, that's not an easy defense to crack. So he's going to have a huge test coming out of this injury if he comes back.
Eric likes to point to the Chargers game, but he's had almost more mid/dud games than Chargers games.
Right.
You just want to see it.
No, I agree. I'm just pointing that out to show that it wasn't like his best games were last year. Like, I agree, he was more consistent last year. This year, he was not super consistent. But I do like the fact that some would say his best game was this year against the Chargers. That's all. That's all. I think he has every tool necessary to be a Hall of Famer. I just need to see him play again.
His best, trust me, I don't think your best game is when your running back runs for 150 yards. I think your best game is probably the Cincinnati game or the.
Well, that's last year.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Eric
no,
keeps
but I mean,
pointing to-
I'm just going with that because one of the analyst guys said he thought that was his best game as a pro. But okay, if you want to find another one that was better, fine.
I'm just saying he hasn't looked sharp this year.
On the whole,
yes.
I think that's true, but it's not like he's been catastrophic. He just hasn't played at
There's
the
a lot-
level he played at last year.
And there are a lot of explanations for that.
I know, but
He
don't you
didn't
want
practice
to
with Terry.
see him? Don't you want to see
100%
glimpses of
I
of
want
last
him
season?
to play.
I know.
I told you I would have played him last week. I would have. Who cares? He doesn't need the dumb left arm. Pad it up. Who cares?
He kind of needs to brace himself if he's falling down on the ground, if he's getting thrown to the ground by 300-pounders. Like,
okay,
you kind of need your other arm.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
I
don't disagree with that.
but
I don't disagree with that part.
I think you play him. It's not necessarily to dispel a narrative. It's for experience. He's a second-year quarterback. Like, and the whole thing about the defenses you play. Well, next year, are you going to not play him because in week 1 they play the top-ranked defense?
No, I'm not saying to hold him out. I'm just saying that just be prepared. He's going to face some stern tests if he plays all 6 games.
That's part of being a quarterback in the NFL.
I think that's just the
like
NFL.
You're never going to escape that.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I agree
whoever,
with that.
if in week 1 they resurrected the 85 Bears in their prime, and the Commanders are playing the 85 Bears, you're going to play Jaden Daniels. You're not going to be like, we can't play him because Richard Dent and Mike Singletary and all these guys.
I never said not to play him against these defenses. I'm saying just be prepared for him not to maybe light the world on fire against the Broncos if he faces them coming out of the bye
That's right.
week.
He doesn't have
It
to
might
be.
be some
He doesn't have
tough
to play
sledding.
at a Hall of Fame level his first game back, but he needs to get back out there and start
I
playing
agree.
well and just protect himself. And let's see some progress and let's get back on track. We're off the tracks.
1-800-636-1067. You just heard Jay Gruden. It did jump out at me too, though, that he did say 2 games.
I didn't understand
like,
that.
does he have information there?
Yeah.
Do you want to see Jaden on the field? Now, there's going to be a subset of people that don't want to see Jaden on the field because they're the tankers that want him to lose the rest of their games.
These favorite people, the tankers.
Yeah, the tankers are losers.
Tanker Nation.
I don't like that. But I do think there might be a point of diminishing returns if he only comes back for a game or something. Like, that might be silly. Like, I don't think 1 game's reps, and then he'll
Just bring him back
season.
for the Eagles game, the
yeah,
finale.
I mean, that might be silly. But if he's... The thing is, that brace they had was kind of alarming. That brace they had him in.
The elbow brace?
Yeah, it was
It's basically it's kind of like the
an
people that an immobilizer.
Yeah, no, I know what it was. It looks a little daunting to come back from that pretty quickly. I did, but I'm with you. I'm 100%. I think he needs the reps. I think he just needs to get out there and just keep playing. He's a football player. You're kind of throwing him to the wolves every time. I mean, all these guys. Nobody thought Camp Scatterboo was going to go down the way he did. These guys are big, tough, strong guys, and they suffer catastrophic injuries. It's the nature of the beast. And, again, I rely on the fact that, prior to being in the NFL, he was a pretty healthy kid.
Mm-hmm.
He played 55 games, again, in college. I know it's not the NFL, but still played pretty high level.
He's playing in the SEC. Like, he's playing against some premier athletes.
Yeah, so I'm just going to hope that it's a little... Thank God it hasn't been, like, concussion-y, because that could be a slippery slope.
He had one in college.
Yeah, but it's not like he's had repeated ones here where, like a Tua situation, where every time you throw him down, you're worried that you dinged him up.
Tua's avoided the concussions
He
this
has.
year.
Yeah, he has.
Well, he's getting rid of the ball with the quickness, and he has to.
Right.
I mean, if he wants to keep playing
Well, that's
NFL football,
also what Jaden
can't
has
hold
to
on
do.
to the ball.
Jason was holding on to the ball a little too long this year, in my humble opinion. But I would absolutely play him as soon as he's available. And DQ kind of avoided it. He said he'll have more in a week. So we'll kind of get an update there.
They love kicking the can down the road on injury reports.
If I were DQ, I would just tell everybody, take a few days. I'm flying to my house in Hawaii. I need to unplug from all this nonsense for a few days.
You can't fly to Hawaii after you've been in Spain. Do you know how long that would be?
Maybe that's maybe I'm not
He's not
thinking
relaxing. He's going to be stressing, watching film, coming up with
no.
everything.
Bye week, he's got to take at least a few days off.
DQ?
Yes.
No, you don't understand NFL head coach. No way he's doing
He's
that.
got to take a few days off to decompress.
That's his off season.
You know what? I
don't think so.
I feel like I need to be DQ's R&R consultant. I'll help him unwind a little bit.
No.
Relax. You got to recharge for the stretch, the last 6 games.
He's not going to leave a stone unturned. He's going to be.
He's going to take at least 1 or 2 days off.
Maybe some evenings, maybe a couple evenings.
There's no way he's going to go into the bye week and just grind 20 hours a day every single day.
I don't think he's going to play golf. He's not going to go out and go to Hawaii.
That's what I would suggest. Maybe not Hawaii. Maybe take a quick trip to Florida.
Hey, there is also something to be said, and then this is probably the last thing on the list. But Commanders fans need Jaden to play and need Jaden to play well, because now all of a sudden you're kind of fourth in the whole trash talk thing of your quarterback class.
Right.
Drake May might win MVP.
Oh, fourth.
I'm saying right now, Drake May might win MVP.
Okay, Drake May I'll give you.
Caleb Williams might win the division.
Won't give you Caleb Williams.
And
Don't
Bo
even say Bo Nix.
Bo
Don't
Nix
say
just
Bo Nix.
outplayed Mahomes and could be the 1 seed in
Not
the
taking
AFC.
Bo Nix.
Yeah,
No.
but those guys.
That to me, that's slander.
I'm just saying you got
You're
some
slandering Jaden's
You
good.
got
Those guys
you
are
got
combined 23-1 in the
You got
last 8
everybody in
weeks.
the
Again,
draft
you guys
class.
love
You got everybody
quarterback-
in the draft class
You guys
playing
love
well,
quarterback
and now all
wins.
of a sudden you're an afterthought.
It's not just quarterback
Yeah, but
wins;
that's
it's
okay.
stats.
You don't really care about
I'm just saying that I told you that's probably last on the list, but there's definitely something there.
I will accept.
I just want to be reminded of.
I'll accept people hyping up Drake May, but people who are saying that Caleb and or Bo Nix are starting to lap Jaden because he's sidelined, I take offense to that. I will push back against that.
You can make the argument.
That's only just because he's been limited this year, in my opinion. If he was played a full season, I think the greatness would come out.
Caleb has only been good against the Cowboys and the Bengals for the most part, stat wise. Against most of his other opponents, he stunk.
Doesn't he lead the league this year in game-winning drives?
I don't know.
5 game-winning drives.
I know who's a better quarterback right now.
Now his QBR is 18th. Caleb's. Bo Nix is 19th. I think Jaden was right around there, around 20th.
Yep, I will not accept that slander.
They certainly haven't lapped him. They certainly haven't lapped him, but a lot of people, based on availability, and this is to Jay Gruden's point about kind of shutting up the critics.
Yeah,
a lot of people, if they had a redraft right now, they're not taking Jaden Daniels #1 because they'd be worried about his injuries.
800-636-1067 is the number. Told you to be listening because we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets right now to see OAR's 3 Decades Tour Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. 10th caller right now will win. Don't forget, Von Miller from the Commanders joins the show coming up at 9:20 here on The Fan.
All right, guys. You thinking about selling your home? You're thinking about downsizing. Maybe you want some more space. You want some yard. Maybe you want a little barn. Maybe you need a big garage for all your vehicles. Well, when it comes to selling your home, you deserve more than just a sign in the yard. You deserve a proven marketing strategy to get it sold. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team at Keller Williams bring just that. They study the market, they'll create a real strategy, and they'll execute it with precision. If you're thinking about selling your home, getting a pricing and a strategy breakdown from this team is a must. You'll find out what your home will sell for and see their proven plan, how they can get their clients on average $30,500 more than the average agent. When you list with Reynolds and Power Home team, you're not just putting your home on the market, you're putting it in the hands of experts who know exactly how to make your home stand out. And here's the best part. If your home doesn't sell for whatever reason, Debbie and Sarah will simply buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You have nothing to lose, people. So what are you waiting for? Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Von Miller from the Commanders will join us coming up at 9:20. Still waiting for my Greener Pastures chicken shipment. I've yet to see that show up here at the station. I've not seen one flat or one drummy with my name on it.
And we need to get our CJ McCollum wine.
We need to get the wine. That's true before he gets traded. Because he's a trade piece. We all know that. He's a veteran.
Well, you also only have 6 more weeks of Von Miller in a Commander's uniform.
Probably right.
I don't think he's going to be signed in the offseason.
What if they could sign him again for like another $4 million or whatever? He leads the team in sacks. He's going to lead the team in sacks. I'm going to make the bet right now. He's going to lead the team in sacks.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I don't think it's a stretch.
Maybe Jacob Martin beats him out.
Is watching games from his couch. Of course he's going to lead them in sacks.
I'm going to guess he gets at least 3 more over the next 6 games, which will put him at 8. And it's anemic for this team, but that's going to probably lead this team in sacks. Unless Jacob Martin can.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-horse race between him and Jacob Martin.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless Drake Jackson's a phenom.
I think we're putting a lot of eggs in the Drake Jackson
I'm putting
basket.
no eggs in that.
No, I'm putting no eggs.
But speaking of food.
Yeah. I like food.
Holiday season.
Yes.
And a lot of the fast food chains are putting out their holiday, meals. So McDonald's every year they'll I don't know why they don't make it a permanent item, but it's always McRib and holiday pie.
Okay.
Like they come out together. But
hold on, McDonald's does a holiday pie bit? I'm unaware.
Yeah.
You mean instead of their little cherry pie?
Well, they have apple pie. They have sometimes.
Not really.
I think so on occasion. And then they'll have blueberry pie, and then they have the holiday pie. The holiday pie is kind of like
is it a pumpkin?
It's one that's like more like vanilla.
I love McDonald's. I don't think I've bought a pie item from McDonald's in going on 30 years.
You're missing out.
Like those.
I'm sleeping on it, I guess.
I mean, I'm more of a Sunday guy than the pie, but whenever like my wife will get the apple pie,
McFlurry guy,
it's pretty good.
McFlurry's
just the old traditional apple pie from McDonald's is pretty good.
Okay.
I'd kill for a caramel sundae from McDonald's right now. It's
good for your teeth, caramel sundaes.
Well, I mean, all
so sticky.
Yeah.
The caramels, especially
with sugar.
It's pretty mild.
So, for some reason, I think we maybe mentioned this, but you know what Chick-fil-A is rolling out now?
Hold on, Chick-fil-A.
And I don't know if this is just for the holidays or it's just a new item.
Go ahead.
Well, what goes with chicken?
Everything.
But famous, like a famous meal. Chicken and
biscuits.
Chicken
and waffles.
They've got a chicken and waffle sandwich.
Yeah, we did touch on that.
All right, so that's 2 waffles with the chicken in between.
Okay, I like it.
If you go, not that you're going to go to Five Guys for a shake, but they've got their candy cane crunch shake now.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, speaking of which, my son and his girlfriend, they made holiday cocktails this past weekend, and it was like Prosecco mixed with peppermint schnapps, and then you take the wine glass and you rim the top of it with chocolate and smashed like peppermint bark. You think that wasn't delicious? You think I didn't have a glass up to about here? I said, please make me one of those.
Is this your 21-year-old son?
Yeah, my 21-year-old, yeah.
He's already doing fancy drinks like that?
Yeah, his girlfriend was over there like, we're going to make a holiday cocktail. I said, you be sure to make 3 of those.
That's amazing.
1 for me and 1 for each of you. And they did. It was good.
Would you been at Taco Bell? They have a new steak and poblano rolled quesadilla.
I'd be willing to give it a shot. Sure.
What is poblano?
Poblano's a pepper, Ricky.
Oh.
It's
just a green pepper?
Yeah, it's like a type of green pepper. I think it's got a little bit of spice, a little bit of kick to it compared to a regular green bell pepper. How do you're of Hispanic descent. How do you not know what a poblano pepper is?
Yeah, but that sounds like more of a Mexican thing.
Okay. So?
You're going to say Puerto Rico is the same as Mexico?
That's not what I'm
just
saying
lump
at all.
them all in?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
I'm just saying I didn't grow up with that.
Okay.
I didn't know it. Sorry, I don't know all my peppers.
I'm just better on pepper knowledge than JP.
I know
habaneros, I know poblanos, I know ghost peppers, I know bell peppers, I know jalapenos, obviously.
I know Dr. Pepper.
I know a lot about peppers.
Yeah, I know more Dr. Pepper or salt and pepper.
Right.
Dottie Pepper.
I know Dottie Pepper.
What other peppers are there? Can't think of any other peppers.
Believe.
Pepper Rogers. Football is a game of fight. That's a very old reference.
I'm surprised you weren't familiar with the holiday pie game at McDonald's. You know what? Because you're still in your box. Do you still get the stupid little Happy Meal every time?
Yeah. I'm thinking of getting it. I'm going to go see Flops tomorrow before I see my nephew play at Capital One Arena before the Caps. So here's my plan. Do the dumb show that we're doing right now. Rinse and repeat. Do this tomorrow. Drive to MGM. pull over into the McDonald's. It's in the little roundabout. Get my Happy Meal with a large Diet Coke with a side of buffalo dipping sauce. Go eat it shamefully in the parking garage at MGM, and then go see Flops for like 3 hours before I drive back into DC. Because I can't drive home and then drive back into DC. I'd want to blow my brains out. I can't do that.
How many MGM Noir card holders are eating
probably not
Happy Meals in their car before they go
probably
in?
It. And
It's
by
a
the
weird
way,
bit that he does.
my noir status got bumped down.
It did? Why?
Well, because they realized why are we giving this guy who has no table play whatsoever a noir card where he can get like a free cruise and he can get like all these wackadoo perks.
So hold on,
when I don't really deserve it.
You still get the parking?
The parking is the perk that I
good.
care about.
I didn't
the
know.
most.
I didn't know you got demoted.
I think I got bumped down.
Cake Swit.
I'm Cake Swit. I got moved out of the box.
But I thought they would give that to their MGM ambassador, their poker ambo.
They decided not worth it.
Maybe it was. It was just.
Hey, that's kind of embarrassing.
I'm just telling you. I'm just being
that
honest.
That might be worse than getting spat in your face.
I've been relegated from
demoted.
noir.
Yeah.
I've been relegated from noir to platinum status.
Hey.
Don't cry a river for me. Things are all
What
good.
happened to the whole? I loved it. Like last summer when there was the whole creamsicle shake thing.
Yeah,
when it-
at
Frosties
Wendy's.
and-
Wendy's,
It was
yeah.
Wendy's. Also, I think Burger King or one of them. There was another rival. It was Wendy's and somebody else. They each had creamsicles.
Sure.
What happened? How come they didn't bring that back?
I don't know.
It was
It's a seasonal thing. It's a seasonal.
Seemed like a hit.
It was a huge hit.
By the way, I still have, I think, three, maybe 4 free Wendy's Frosty Junior coupons that I need to burn. I think before the end of the year, I'm gonna be eating a lot of Frosties.
Yeah, because nothing's
Free,
silly
too.
like a Frosty in December.
I mean, you think people don't eat ice cream in the winter?
It should be coming back soon. I'm reading here. First of all,
About the creamsicle?
I just put what happened to creamsicle
That's
Wendy's.
a summer flavor, Ricky.
No.
We're in winter.
Why? That could be any flavor.
But it did say-
the creamsicle is a summer thing.
It says Wendy's has been undergoing significant changes, including the closure of hundreds of underperforming restaurants. So
doesn't
maybe
sound
that
great.
has been their focus.
That doesn't sound fantastic.
But it does say it's a seasonal addition to the dessert room.
I do think it's pretty good marketing to call their tenders tendies.
Right.
The
And then-
Wendy's tendies.
Yeah. And then-
I like it.
Then they changed the sign out front to Tendies
Tendies.
instead of Wendy's. That's a good bit.
You know what?
That's
Good-
solid.
Good bit. Tip of the cap to Wendy's.
Now, I'd always rather have wings over tenders because, hello,
Probably.
I'm a fully grown man.
Yeah.
Tendies usually the
Yeah.
domain of the preschool, maybe high school set.
Right.
There's
I
a scene.
will eat one, but I'd prefer a wing.
There's a scene in the show that Cakes and I are watching where the creepy guy who's been accused of murdering his ex-wife is eating wings, and it's a creepy
Well,
scene.
It's not really eating. He's devouring like a
Right.
rotisserie chicken.
Oh, it's rotisserie chicken, but
and
it's like
it's gross.
Yeah, the camera's like all in his face and his mouth as he's eating these wings.
Yeah,
it does make him look like a psycho.
He's destroying a complete rotisserie chicken. Just
standing
poning
up,
it.
just standing up,
just poning it.
Camera's all in his face.
Hey, real quick, in fairness, we have Von Miller coming up in just about 8 or 9 minutes. Real quick.
Oh, he's at 9:20,
Oh,
I
9:20,
believe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's go to Edwin in Forestville. Who's on hold. Wanted to touch on the Jaden situation.
Hey, how
Edwin,
you
what's
guys
up,
doing?
buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning.
What's up?
I think Jaden has to play. Like JP said, he's a young player and he's developing. He needs the reps. He needs the time out there. And the idea that Denver is playing or is this team or that team, he's gonna have to play good teams at some point in time and know how to manage it. And another thing is, I feel that I need to see him. I need to know that he can protect himself and that he can take it as
I know. I kind of need that reassurance.
Available.
I know.
I know. Because and that's part of why I don't think this Kingsbury thing should last even beyond this year, because I think all his plays and the structure of it or the scheme of it is too much running and puts Jaden at in too much harm's way. I need more schemes where he can drop back, take 2-3 seconds, either decide to throw the ball or throw it away.
So now we're blaming Kingsbury for
absolutely
Jaden
yes,
being fragile? I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
They're always probably going to have some designed runs and RPOs with him, no matter who's the coordinator. They're always going to have that.
I think we should minimize that. Jaden has too much talent. Just throwing the ball and staying in the pocket. That we should hone in on that more and do this running thing.
I want to take advantage. I want to take advantage of that, but I also want to take advantage of his 900-yard legs.
Yeah,
I need to take advantage of that.
Got to be a delicate balance, though. But he can't be. He can't be the most hit quarterback in the league.
No,
that we got.
I have to walk that tightrope somehow.
It's hard. Let's real quick go to Robert in Dallas. Robert, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Man, good morning, fellas. Now, listen, 5 weeks ago, I called in for the first time. Y'all jumped me like a gang initiation because I criticized Adam Peters. So I'm going to say it again. You keep blaming Jaden Daniels for being injury prone. Of course he is when you keep running him up the middle and you surround them with 4 players. Have you watched the games with Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Bo Nix? These guys have complete teams around them. Bo Nix does not have to put the cape on. Neither does Caleb Williams. Neither does Drake May. That team is stacked. This team here has players closer to retirement than they do their second contract. And you know why Brian Daboll got fired? Not because he's just a bad coach, but because every time Jackson Dart got a concussion, what would he do the next game? Hey, let's just run him up the middle again. Well, now he's hurt again. Jaden Daniels is going to continue to be injury prone as long as we have a caller, just like that last caller, Cliff Kingsbury, running him up the middle with quarterback sneaks and quarterback sweeps. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Stop running your quarterback into a wall. Maybe he'll stay healthy. But Adam Peters has continued to build this team and has made it the worst roster in the NFC East, period. And you want to wonder why our quarterback is injury prone.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Listen, I'll say in his defense, he didn't inherit much, and they thought they were protecting him by drafting the offensive lineman.
And as far as his argument that Drake May is surrounded by a super team, okay, they did draft an offensive lineman high to protect him and Will Campbell, but outside of Stephon Diggs, who, by the way, is coming back from major injury, his wide receiver core is pretty much trash. They have guys like Mac Hollins, Demario Douglas, Kayshon Boutte. He's elevating those players and making them better players. That's what really good quarterbacks do. Mm-hmm. So don't come at me with Drake May is surrounded by a super team. Now, maybe Caleb had a little bit of a better nucleus around him. They had DJ Moore, drafted a Dunze, add Luther Burden to the mix. Like, he had a better landing spot. So I can kind of see the argument there. But Drake May is making the players around him better, kind of like Jaden did as a rookie with guys like Oz and De'Ami Brown. That's what happened when he was a rookie.
No doubt about it.
All right, don't forget, coming up at 9:20, we'll be joined by Von Miller from the Washington Commanders. We'll do EB's entertainment page next on The Fan.
With the Commanders on a 6-game skid, some fallout from Sunday morning's loss in Madrid, another kicking change for the Commanders on Monday. They have released kicker Matt Gay and signed Jake Moody off the Bears practice squad. Monday Night Football, Dak Prescott 4 touchdown passes. Cowboys clobber the Raiders in Vegas 33-16. Hockey, Alex Ovechkin scored his 6th goal of the season. Capitals with a much-needed win, knocking off the LA Kings 2-1. Nationals on Monday introduced their new skipper, Blake Butera.
On the field, you can expect a team that plays with intent. We're going to be fundamentally strong. We're going to do things the right way. We're going to play the game the right way. I can't wait for our fans to see how special this team's going to be, and we're going to do everything we can to make them proud.
At 33 years old, Butera becomes the youngest manager in the majors since 1972. And college football, James Franklin hired Monday as a new head coach at Virginia Tech. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Forsey on the Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. Join their team today. Joining us in about 20 minutes at 9:20, Von Miller will join the show. He joins us for his weekly hit during the Commanders season. As they're in their bye week, they take on the Broncos coming out of the bye. Right now it's time for EB's entertainment page. He's going to entertain the masses.
That's right. It's driven by BMW of Fairfax. So you have the Reed cakes. I don't have it in front of me. Oh,
I do.
I got it. Whoops. I got it right here. I got a lot of papers. Sorry.
Got a lot of papers. Got a lot of drinks.
Entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwoffairfax.com. All right, boys. It's funny. We were joking about it earlier. I thought it was maybe just something here at this terrible building, but no, it's a lead story on the Daily Mail. Chaos online as massive outage cripples half the internet.
Oh.
I'm sure you guys experience too. I guess Cloudflare, which hosts and does web security and routing services for millions of sites, including Twitter, Spotify, OpenAI, Uber, and for you, Mike Marr, Grindr, all those sites are down. Cloudflare's acknowledged the issue, saying it's experiencing an internal service degradation and kind of intermittently fixing it, but they're focused on restoring the service, and they're giving updates, obviously.
Big surprise, Ashburn is the root of the problems, according to my
screen. Is that what they're saying right here?
I was going to ask you what's going on in Ashburn.
It says, browser working, check mark. Ashburn, Cloudflare, error, big red X in the middle.
So what is that?
Jason Bishop is off this week.
He is off. Yes,
maybe he's causing chaos
maybe
to the internet.
Destroyed the internet somehow.
Yeah, so currently right now my Twitter's not working. I went PFF.
You know what? That's okay.
PFF wasn't working.
It's okay to get off that hellscape for a few minutes here and there.
That's where I get my news.
If Twitter is broken down for a few minutes or hours, it's probably a good thing for our brains to reset a little bit.
Right. All right. I didn't know this was a thing. I know every once in a while you get I guess I'm just dumb. I know that they do honorary awards. At award show you get an honorary Grammy or an honorary Oscar.
Sure. Yeah.
They have a show. It's called the Governor's Ball, which I've heard of, the Governor's Awards. But they give away honorary Oscars. Tom Cruise finally got an Oscar. They gave him, and they have a picture of him getting an Oscar.
You can't accept that.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Send it back.
He should have got one for Born on the 4th of July.
But did you know that they had a separate event? And there's a big ass Oscar statue in the background. He's holding the Oscar trophy.
If I won an Oscar, I'd be kind of bitter. You're just handing them out to donks that have been doing movies for a while. You got to earn it.
He deserves it.
There's no way it looks like the real Oscar.
It looks
though.
like the real Oscar.
Has he still never won an Oscar for Best Actor?
Correct. Or Best Supporting Actor.
I mean, he's got to get that. He's going to get it at some point.
He's been nominated 4 times. He hasn't been nominated many, many years because he
Well, why do they
kind of went
disrespect
away
him?
from dramatic roles
Yeah,
and leaned in on the action films.
Yeah, I guess hanging on an airplane as it's taking off from a runway isn't going to win you an Oscar for Best Actor.
Right.
Feel like he was maybe nominated for Magnolia.
Didn't see it.
Born on the 4th of July.
Saw that. It's butt depressing. I think I took a girl to that movie way back in the day.
What?
Like, I was like, hey, you want to go see a really uplifting movie about Tom Cruise being a paralyzed war veteran? Let's go see Born on the 4th of July and jump in a hot tub together with a toaster. I mean, it's just so depressing.
So do you want to make? So you want to make out?
I couldn't have picked a worse movie to bring a female to as I was trying to court her back in the day.
So he's been nominated for Born on the 4th of July, Jerry Maguire, Magnolia,
Cocktail,
and then
Definitely.
Top Gun
What about-
Maverick as a producer.
Eyes
doesn't
wide
count.
shut.
Producer doesn't. I mean, I guess you would take a producer Oscar, but you want it for best. If you're Tom Cruise, you want it for Best Actor.
But he was nominated in 89, 96, and 99 for acting. Hasn't been since then.
Well, he's told.
You know what? He's got to ditch the Mission Impossible and do something dramatic, like that the critics.
You know what I
are
loved
gonna
him
fawn
in?
over.
Very small role. Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder. He's
Good
funny.
in Tropic Thunder.
That's Best Supporting Actor worthy, but
Sure.
he was funny.
Cakes, Scooter Braun. Of course, most famous for being the former manager of Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande. Of course, he had the rights to Taylor Swift's music.
I think
at
that's
one
what
point.
he's most famous for. I
More
didn't,
than being a manager of Justin Bieber.
I didn't even know he was the manager of
Yeah.
those people.
Well, he was. But apparently now he's seeing Sydney Sweeney, and apparently
That's what will make him the most famous.
apparently he was very close to having an agreement to buy OnlyFans.
Really?
Yes.
How much does that cost?
They say
That's
I
gotta
don't
be
know.
pretty petty.
They say it generated in 2023. These are the last numbers that I guess are available. $6.6 billion in revenue.
That's a lot.
They're saying
A lot of horny people.
if you generate
That's a great
6.6 billion,
investment.
how could you only be valued at 8 billion?
I don't understand that.
It should be worth 100 billion.
I don't know how that valuation works. You used to watch Shark Tank all
I
the
know,
time.
I
Don't
know,
they
I know.
always say, oh, that's a
Maybe-
ridiculous valuation?
Maybe they're not taking enough from the creators. Like the creators are getting a portion of
Too
it.
much of it, I guess. Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
that's the gross, not the net.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you guys see the Red
Yeah.
Hot Chili Pepper story?
I did not.
I don't know if you have this in the entertainment page.
You have to remind me.
So Warner Brothers, I believe, owns the rights to their music.
Okay.
But I guess the Chili Peppers are talking about selling their catalog.
Oh, that's going to be
Can
a
we
big
sell
one.
our catalog?
Yeah,
If
how
they
much
wanna
can we
buy it?
sell our catalog for?
What do you think? The Chili Peppers. You're a notorious Chili Peppers hater, Cakes.
Again, I don't hate them.
200 million.
I think that's way low.
Way low?
I think it's way low. Do you have the number that it looks like it's going to go for? I'm going to say the Chili Peppers catalog is valued. I think I'm generally pretty good at this. I could be wrong. I'm setting myself up for failure. $850 million.
Oh, no.
You said you think you're pretty good at
I
it?
think I'm generally good at it.
EB far closer, 300 million.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, come on.
I don't know if you could sell your catalog because I don't know if you.
I know, in theory, you
In
don't
theory, you
necessarily
don't
have the rights
own-
to it. I think the company.
Yeah,
has
we
the
own
rights.
nothing.
How much do you think? How much do you think you could sell it for? Though, let's
Well,
say you
the problem
could.
is nobody would play it. I mean, who would?
Well, I mean, you have maybe you have a super fan that wants every Junkies episode
yeah,
ever.
a wealthy P1.
$10,000. $2,000. Yeah. If there was such a thing, if there was like a site that played like old radio shows,
Yeah.
but nobody's really doing that.
Yeah, go buy the Don and Mike catalog and go upload it.
We have
Yeah.
very little value to offer.
Yeah, it sucks.
Sucks. Hey, how much do you think we get for these?
For those reels.
Yeah.
Don't you have like a
That's,
closet full of
that's
them?
our under the bridge right there.
Oh yeah. Segment 5, Cakes is huge zit.
Okay, that plays. That's
evergreen,
that's an
too.
evergreen
What year
song.
is that from?
This is from hold on.
The 90s?
Oh, this is from the month of May in 2000.
What
you
other
guys talking
gems
about
are in
Tiger
there?
Woods?
Oh yeah,
May 2000, Cakes is it.
well that was iconic year for Tiger.
Hey, we can sell EB and JP pencil fighting on air.
Well, we did that. That was nighttime, right?
We can get tens of
Yeah,
dollars
2000s
for that.
night times.
Yeah, we had people come over. We did pencil fighting. Cakes, I don't know if you care, probably don't, but the NFL announced their headliners for the Thanksgiving Day halftime shows.
Can you give me hints to see if I can figure out who they are, or is that possible?
All right, you don't care about one of them.
Okay.
Lil Jon, I know that. You don't care about him.
Thank you. I know my Lil Jon.
The other guy was in a duo. It was a
Okay.
very famous duo.
Hall Oates?
No, but it was like a rock duo when we were at HFS.
A rock duo when we were at HFS.
Like alt rock duo, I
So
guess.
the Madden Brothers?
No.
Oh, I do get into the Madden brothers.
Jack White.
Okay,
Jack
Jack White.
That was a duo, right?
Well, he's
He
a
had
Detroit guy, so he's probably playing
he's
the
doing
Lions
the- yeah,
game.
he's in
And
the
then
Lions game.
Post Malone,
Okay.
who I'm a huge fan
All
of.
right.
I was watching this interview. Did you guys see it with Crosby from the Raiders? Where
Nope.
apparently Post Malone went to a rival high school of him, and they were like rapping rivals.
They're doing the 8 Mile bit?
They were like rapping rivals in high school.
Who has more tattoos?
Probably Max Crosby. But it's close.
I would guess maybe.
Maybe Post, because he's got him on his face. Like,
By the
Max
way,
Crosby's got them all of his neck.
they're like on his neck. But when you get to the face, like, face tattoo is like the final frontier.
Right.
Like, you could get them on your neck and up towards like your ear. You get them on your actual face. I feel like that's next level.
Are they still shocked? Is it still shocking when you see face tattoos with
Still,
people?
yes, kind of shocking.
Yeah. Because Jelly Roll complained a few weeks ago that he was in, I don't know where. I don't know if he was in Australia. I think he's been recently in there, or if he was like in Europe. But he went somewhere and he went into the Louis Vuitton store, and he said they treated him like a freaking criminal. And people were like, you look like a freaking criminal.
Right.
You have all those face tattoos and everything, which are probably at some point, like, I don't know if they were meant to scare people, but to show a toughness or something, right? And people were scared by your face tattoos. You shouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked if I
Right?
got scared by somebody with a face tattoo.
I mean, if you saw a guy like Jelly Roll walk in there and you didn't
Yeah.
know Jelly Roll, would you think he necessarily had $20K to buy a purse?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Face tattoos are intimidating.
They're intimidating.
I would
And then
advise him.
It did its job.
He should probably go to TJ Maxx instead of Louis Vuitton.
Go to exactly.
Save a lot
Go
of
to-
money on get a fake Louis Vuitton
Go
bag.
to TJ Silly.
Yeah.
No, they don't have fake. Only legit stuff. But they wouldn't have Louis Vuitton.
Sure.
All right. I know we got Von Miller coming up. There's more EP. We can get to it later. We get to it tomorrow. Hopefully, Leaf Schreiber's okay. He was hospitalized. I guess he had like a massive headache. Is that what it was? Or they went through a battery of tests. I think it was for a massive headache. So hopefully that's all.
I get one of those every day. For the,
I know.
for the-
Actually-
have my cans
Hey,
too loud.
that's not very manly. You go to the
I
hospital
was
'cause you got a headache.
Give me your Advil.
I was thinking it was maybe like chest pains.
Ibuprofen, never heard of it.
Tylenol. Take something over the counter. All right, Von Miller for the Commanders. He's going to join us next here on the Fan. You want to keep listening to the show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Matt Rife's Stay Golden World Tour when it comes to Capital One Arena Sunday, March 1st. We'll give those away before the show is done. Scheduled to join us shortly is Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. So hopefully he will call us soon. Maybe he's experiencing some of the same jet lag that John Keim is dealing with coming back from Madrid.
Hey,
trying to get his body clock right.
Hey, if we get him on, for some reason this popped into my head, and we can do a pre-bet. You know how sometimes we'll bet on athletes?
Yeah.
What do you think Von Miller's go-to McDonald's meal is? All right, now, Cakes, your go-to meal is...
He's going to tell you he's like a health conscious.
No, but if he has a go-to... Everybody's got a go-to McDonald's meal. Cakes is the Happy Meal. Mine's a quarter pounder with cheese meal.
Now, I'm going to guess, because he's so discerning with his chicken, that he wouldn't go with like a chicken McNuggets. Like, that's not going to be his go-to. So that's a good question.
Oh, no. Mine, I'm going to predict he's going to go Big Mac side of nuggets.
That's a great call.
With fries in it.
I mean, I just would have no idea.
What's your go-to McDonald's meal? You don't have a go-to McDonald's meal?
I like them so much. I have quite a few. I like filet of fish, and I get the 2 cheeseburgers.
I've got it. He's going to be a McDoubles guy. He'll get like 2 McDoubles, fries, and a drink.
Got to be something big.
That's going to be my go-to. All right, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. Good morning, Von. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
So, Von, before we start talking football, we just got into the side conversation about go-to McDonald's meals. Cakes is like a Happy Meal guy, and he does some weird bit. What is your go-to McDonald's meal?
You know me, I'm a pasture-raised chicken guy.
Well, I know that, but if you go to Mickey D's...
If you did a drive-thru, I mean, do you ever hit drive-thrus?
Man, I haven't went to McDonald's in, I don't know, years.
His body, he's got to take care of his body, man.
I nailed that. I knew it.
How about, okay, take us back to when you were in College Station.
When you were still Busto.
You know that, I forgot whenever it was like a Supersize Me documentary.
Yes.
Or something.
Yes.
And I think that came out when I was in high school.
Yeah. That turned you off?
That kind of did it for me.
Scared you. Turned out the guy was making it all up.
Yeah, it turned out the guy was a big liar.
He's also dead now, which kind of stinks.
Yeah.
So it wasn't true? It wasn't true?
He exaggerated a lot of the stuff. Yeah, it turned out to be a big debacle.
Okay, well, it worked on me.
Right.
I haven't had McDonald's in years. You know, I'm a Green and Pastures chicken guy, though.
Right. All right, so let's. I want to talk about the coming back from that game, disappointing loss. Obviously, what's been sort of the mood of the guys? You get another sack. By the way, I'm betting you're going to lead the team in sacks, even though you're going to play on average probably a third of the snaps.
I mean, that's cool, I guess. You know, I'm a 3-point shooter, so
yeah.
Whenever I get in there, I gotta shoot the 3.
Right. You're gonna do that. I know that. I'm convinced of it. But what was the sort of the mood of the guys? Because it's gone. I could tell from the coach, at least this is my perspective. Who knows? He's probably kicking doors and screaming and everything. But it looks like he went from being super pissed off to almost a little resignation in the last week or two. Just the frustration. You can only be so pissed off for so long. What's been the mood of the guys?
Man, that's something that I never had to question. With the guys, everybody show up each and every day, trying to do their best. That we want to win. The outcome of the game hasn't been going our way, but you don't have to question the guys in the locker room or the coaching staff for sure. They prepare us. They have us ready to go mentally, physically, emotionally. The players in there, we do everything we can to go out there and win. It's just not going our way. In Madrid last week, we had an amazing week. And, sometimes weeks like that can do wonders for teams, and I think it did. Even though we didn't get the win, like, we were able to bond and get to know each other a little bit more. I think everybody's a little bit closer after that week. Mm-hmm. We got to go to Real Madrid's practice facility and play at Santiago Bernabéu stadium, iconic stadium around the world. Everything was great. Even in the game we had some great defensive stops.
Right.
Had some great defensive individual efforts. Javon Kinlaw, he had an amazing game. Sometimes, those guys on the inside don't get highlighted.
Right.
But Javon Kinlaw, Eddie Goldman, those guys had amazing games. Defense had some amazing stops. I was able to scratch out and get a sack. I don't remember the last time I ran that fast. But I was able to get a sack, and just the outcome of the game just didn't go our way. But everything up until then was perfect for sure.
Hey, Vaughn, we saw the Bobby Wagner quotes about him basically saying, look, I don't really care about sightseeing in the city. We're going there to try to win a football game. But it sounds like your perspective is more like there was a lot of camaraderie, team building, bonding on the trip. Like, were you able to take in some of the sights in Madrid, or was it basically like you're saying, like training at the Real Madrid facility, team building type of stuff? It sounds like you were able to enjoy the trip.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see not one sight either. I didn't see not one sight, but I did, hang out with my teammates. We went to, a couple of restaurants, and that was just about it. I mean, I didn't, have time to sightsee. I don't even know what sights to go see out there. But the sight for me to see was, I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of La Liga and the European League or Premier League, but I mean, I know those guys. It's hard to not know who, Ronaldo is or David Beckham or all these iconic guys that have played for Real Madrid. So that was the sight for me to see. Mm-hmm. It's just to witness their facilities and to play in, Santiago Bernabéu Stadium.
All right, so the narrative last week heading into the game was, well, Dan Quinn's taken over as defensive coordinator. The week before that, it was Joe Witt is moving from the booth down to the field. What has been the difference in coaching, if any? Did you guys feel it? Did you feel a difference because people are saying, well, you played better against the Dolphins. Maybe that's because Dan Quinn's calling the plays.
I mean, I'm not trying to, come off as negative or anything like that, but I feel like it was the exact same for me.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I didn't, I didn't really, with Coach Witt being upstairs, I didn't, see a difference. Him being downstairs, to see a difference. Coach DQ calling the plays. I whatever the call that they give me, I'm trying my best to go out there and do it. I'm not focused on who's calling the plays or what position they had on the football field. Like, I'm trying to go out there and do my job to the best of my ability. Mm-hmm. And that's what my focus has always been. It's always been from an internal standpoint. What am I doing to contribute to wins or contribute to these losses? Like, I'm not looking out to see, like, maybe this guy should do this better or maybe it always comes internally for me. And I think of our whole team is like that. So I think that's where that came from DQ. Maybe he was like, what can I do to help this team win? Maybe it's coming from an internal standpoint for him. But for me, it's always been, what can I do to make the team better? And on that sack that I got, I watched it probably 100 times. If I would have came over with my left a little bit, harder and kind of tomahawk, because Tua's left-handed, mm-hmm. and because Tua didn't see me coming at all. If I was able to just knock that ball out, I had Frankie Luvu running. He was telling me, and maybe they don't get a chance to get that punt off, mm-hmm. and maybe we get the ball right there on that 30-yard line, and so I'm always looking at ways that I could contribute more, what I can do. It always comes from an introspective or internal perspective for me.
I have two questions that kind of pop into my mind regarding all that. First of all, when you go to the sideline, right? Like, let's say the offense has the ball. Are you one of those guys that's like in the iPad looking at what you just saw? Or are you just talking to your players and your coaches, or just going through it in your mind? What is your process, let's say, when the offense is on the field?
Well, I've been playing football a long time, and this is what I love. This is what I love to do. Mm-hmm. I love football. I love every aspect of football.
Right.
From the weight room guys to the training room guys. Like, when the offense is out there, I'm watching the offense. But when I get the iPad too, that's the first thing that I do. I look at all the plays that I had, and then I do a little bit of everything. Like, I talk to all the guys. If it's something that I did wrong, I talk to the guys about what I did. If it's something that mm-hmm. a mistake that was made by somebody else, I know for a fact that they're trying to win the game. So I never go over to guys and be like, hey, we got to do this to do that. Like, I know for a fact that they're trying to do the right thing. I just try to go from a mental standpoint. Like, hey, what happened? Like, what were we thinking on this play? And I talked to my teammates and my guys that was on defense the previous series. Then I'm watching the offense too. Like, I'm a fan of these guys. Like, we got Marcus Mariota out there. Like, I'm a fan of Marcus, and I'm a fan of Josh Connolly and Laramie Tunsil and all of these guys. So I see it from a defensive perspective. So I'm watching the offensive line. I'm watching the pass rushers out there. Chop Robinson and Bradley Chubb, those are my guys too. So I'm watching those guys rush, and so I'm watching the game, and I'm on the iPad. I'm doing a little bit of everything.
Are you such a guy? I know you said on your pod that you've already kind of decided that you want to play next year and hopefully here, but you definitely feel like you can do this another year. Are you a guy that will eventually settle into coaching because you love the game so much?
No, I mean. These guys are crazy, man.
The hours.
These guys are crazy, man. They don't listen either, man. I could be telling the guy the same thing the whole season. He don't do it, and that'll probably get us both fired. But he gonna be before me though. He gonna be before me though. I'm a front office guy. I feel like team infrastructure is my thing. Player evaluation is my thing. I think. All football players that have been playing, this long have some type of talent evaluator in them. We've been playing football for so long, but for me, it's been something that I've been paying attention to and trying to posture, myself into some role in the front office. Obviously, I'm not going to just jump right into being a GM, but I'm not going to jump right into being a contract guy either. So it's got to be a unique spot for me to. Be in the front office and just kind of work my way through it to, a place where I could, make some great decisions, get some high quality guys into the organization.
Talking to Von Miller from the Washington Commanders, he's got 5 sacks on the season. Just going around the NFL with you because you love watching the league. Have you ever been spat on, and what would you do? Jamar Chase, of course, suspended for spitting on Jalen Ramsey.
How many games did he get suspended?
One
game?
Yeah.
Do you think that's light? That's kind of light for spitting on a guy, I think.
I mean, if you look at it, like spitting is kind of like throwing a punch, I would say. I think the NFL looks at it like that. But I've never seen so many guys spit on people like this. This is ridiculous. 2025 is ridiculous. I've never seen so many people spit or get spit at somebody or get spit on.
Right.
And it's crazy. And I if you think about it, that's probably the most, when you get into it with somebody on the football field, that's probably the most disrespectful thing that you can do to that guy. He's got a helmet on, and I don't think
What if you said something about his wife?
I don't think your mama jokes or wife jokes really hit that hard. And if you throw a punch, you're hitting a face mask.
Right.
So I think guys, when they get in that mode, like they just. I don't know. I don't even talk to guys out there, so I never get into that space. So this is just speculation for me. I really don't know where that comes from, but maybe it is the most disrespectful thing that you can do. And I guess when they get into it with guys and they get agitated with the other person, like they think about being as disrespectful as they possibly can.
At this stage in your career, do guys poke at you and try to get you to lose your composure, or does that typically not happen at this stage in your career?
Never in my career, my 15-year career, have I had any type of. It was one tight end from Indy that I ended the game, and he was pushing me a little bit extra, and I stopped and we was face to face, and I was telling him hey man, I forgot what I was telling him, but Aqib Talib came over my shoulder and poked him in the eye. That was the only.
That sounds like an Aqib Talib move.
Yeah, Aqib Talib came over my shoulder and poked him in the eye and was back up. You don't talk to Von like that. I forgot whatever the
Who
dialogue
was it? Dallas Clark? Who was it?
No, that was I forgot who the tight end was. Number 83 he works for NFLPA now, but he's a great dude.
Does he wear an eye patch? Is his eye okay?
No, actually, Aqib really didn't try to poke him in the eye. He was trying to poke him in the middle of the forehead. You know how guys But
that's pretty disrespectful
on.
too. Now spitting is the one seed, but like poking somebody with your
like
index
in
finger,
the chest or shoulder,
is pretty disrespectful too.
Yeah. But yeah, I had that pacifier mouthpiece in, and I'm not a big talker, and I think guys kind of like feel that aura, that energy from me. Like I'm already trying to like I'm already trying to get as many sacks as possible. I don't think they try to motivate me out there.
Right.
I wanted to ask you, so Josh Allen your former teammate Josh Allen had a 6-touchdown game this week, 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. I think he tied the NFL record with 75 rushing touchdowns as a quarterback. I'm guessing you're not surprised at all by this.
No, definitely not surprised at all. Like I always pay attention to the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos and the Los Angeles Rams, and all 3 of those teams are doing well, and I got love for all three of those organizations. They showed me love and changed my football trajectory. All 3 of those organizations, so I definitely pay attention to those guys. Definitely pay attention to Josh. I still talk to Brandon Beane. Shoot him a message here and there, and talk to Josh and send him a message here and there. So definitely not surprised, and I would say that, Josh definitely is satisfied with that. I know he would look at that film and say he should have had 7 or 8 touchdowns. So,
well, he did throw an awful interception. He did throw an awful interception where he tried like a 2-handed shovel pass for 10 yards that got picked off.
So I'm sure he'll look at that film and say it was things that he could have did better. With 6 touchdowns, it was amazing. They got a squad over there. James Cook is having an amazing year too. Defense is having an amazing year. Bills Mafia, shout out to Bills Mafia.
Hey, Von, enjoy the bye week and get rested up, and we'll talk to you again soon, okay?
All right, guys. I appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to go see Matt Rife's comedy tour when it comes to Capital One Arena next spring. So keep listening for your chance to win.
All right, guys. EB here from my friends at Offenbachers. Turn up the heat, literally, and make wellness part of your lifestyle. Right now, get spa rebates up to $1,500 during their Turn Up the Heat event. And for the first time ever, that's right, saunas are here. I've got mine. You got to get yours. Was in it last night. 194 degrees, 20 minutes every day. You going to do it too? Check out the power of contrast therapy, cold plunges, sauna sessions for recovery, relaxation, and stress relief. Offenbachers has both infrared and traditional saunas. I have the traditional. It's silly. All crafted and authentic Northern European quality. Not some crap you get at some cheap retail store. No, these are legit. Visit Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis. Ask for Alex or Dave. Turn up the heat. Saunas are here. Spa rebates up to $1,500. Only at Offenbachers Home Escapes, your destination for relaxation and recovery.
Let's get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season is here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. Don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas like the one EB has. Ricky's.
Cakes, will you just admit this?
Love it.
Yes, maybe. I'll give it
You're
a
going to be
maybe.
rooting against Shedeur Sanders this week. Looks like he's going to start against the Raiders because Dylan Gabriel in concussion
Why would
protocol.
Cakes root against him? Cakes doesn't
He
like
just
him?
always has a venom.
I just-
so Shedeur Sanders.
I just don't
for
think
it.
he's very good. I won't be rooting against him. I wouldn't be expecting big things from Shedeur Sanders.
All right, I want to play a game with you guys. In or out? All right. Right now, I'm going to give you the teams that are currently in the playoffs, NFC and AFC, and you tell me if these teams will be in or out. And I'll give you some teams that are on the outside looking in.
All right.
All right, we'll start in the AFC. All right, Broncos are 9-2.
They're in.
Patriots are 9-2.
In.
Colts are 8-2.
They have a pretty tough schedule down the stretch, but they've done enough good work already that they're in.
Steelers are 6-4. Atop the division right now, the Ravens are 5-5, chasing them.
Even though Mike Tomlin makes the playoffs all the time, they have issues with Aaron Rodgers now. He's going to miss this week's game. He's fragile. He's old. I'm going to have them out.
All right, so you got the Steelers out. Bills are 7-3. They are chasing the Patriots in that division, but 2 games down, and really 2.5 games down because they lost to the Patriots earlier this season head-to-head.
I'm going to have them in as a wild card.
All right. Chargers 7-4.
Hard to trust with the Joe Alt injury. They're a different offense without him protecting Justin Herbert. I'm going to have them missing the playoffs.
They're out. So you've got 4 teams in right now. Jaguars 6-4.
They're hard to trust.
I would say out.
I mean, not a lot of chemistry between their quarterback and their best receiver and Brian Thomas Jr. Their running game's pretty good. I'm going to have them out.
They're out. So that would.
I probably don't have enough
basically.
teams to
I
fill
only
up.
have 2 other teams that were potentially, to me, in the AFC teams that can get in. So the Chiefs and Ravens are both 5-5. Are you putting them both in?
I'm definitely putting the Ravens in. Sorry for the jinx, Valdez. The Chiefs, I have it as a maybe.
You got to give me a 7th team in the AFC. I'm trying to think if there are any other candidates.
Probably Chargers.
Well, he says they're not in.
Maybe
so
they
if I
are,
want to
but
go down the list,
they might be in,
the
but they're
Texans
flawed.
are also 5-5.
Yeah, I don't really believe in them.
I mean, there's no way I've given you all the teams that are potential. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no way you're going Dolphins at 4-7.
No.
So you
Can't
got to
put
give me either the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Texans,
I gave you the Ravens.
or
So
the
you need
Jags.
One more. I guess I'll give you the Chargers. Maybe they
All right, so
they
Chargers
get some
would be-
reinforcements on the offensive line. NFL Talk presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
So in the NFC, the Cowboys are grasping, okay, because they got the win last night. They're 4-5. And I'll start at top and give me the gimme. 7
Yeah.
teams get in.
Yeah.
All right. Eagles are 8-2.
In.
Rams are 8-2.
In.
Bears are 7-3.
Probably going to be in, dude.
They're
I
atop
guess-
the division right
yeah.
now. Packers trailing by a half game.
It's a tight division. I mean, things could go sideways for them, but I'll put them in.
All right. Right now in the NFC South, the Bucks have a half game lead on the Carolina Panthers.
I'm surprised that the Panthers are doing what they're doing. Baker Mayfield's been slipping a little bit of late, but I'll still put the Bucks in. I think they're the best team in that division.
I should remind you, the Bears at 7-3 have the Packers a half game behind them. They also have the Lions, who right now are on the outside looking in, a game behind them. All right, Seahawks are 7-3.
In
Packers.
despite Sam Darnold's horrible performance against the Rams.
Packers 7-3-1. I'm gonna give you 3 teams to choose from. You got to pick 2.
Pick 2 of these
Packers,
3. All right.
49ers, Lions.
49ers in.
49ers in.
Lions in. Packers, you're on the outs. Josh Jacobs' injury, that's huge.
All
and
right.
Jordan Love, he's been more up and down than I'm sure that Matt LaFleur would like for him to be.
I think we may have only put 6 teams in the AFC,
Okay,
but
it's
that's
fine.
okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think that all of these teams have a shot at the end, but we're pretty much locking teams in now.
By the way, this is not a good thing, but did you guys realize today is the 40th anniversary of Joe Theismann
I saw Joe tweet
snapping
about
his
that.
leg in half and ending his NFL career?
What's so funny is I remember being in school and everybody talking about it the next day.
I remember watching it and how horrific it was. I mean, you just knew how serious it was immediately.
You know, when
you
we
just saw the
watched
look
it back
on Lawrence
then,
Taylor's face and realized this is really bad.
we thought the TV looked so good back then, but if you watch the highlights now, it's so gross.
If I ever see low def TVs, I just want to grab a hammer and smash it into a billion pieces. I went to Costco the other day and I walked in and they were selling EB a 55-inch. Now this is I don't even know the name brand of the TV.
Mm-hmm.
A 55-inch QLED TV.
All right.
And the picture, like, couldn't have been
perfect?
more
Yeah.
clear and brilliant. $250.
Yeah,
They
I
were like,
believe it.
hey, please take this TV off my hands.
I think
we got so many of them. Please just buy one or five of them.
We rarely go down to our media room. My kids use it more than I do these days. So I watch football upstairs.
Yeah.
It's only a 65-incher. I feel like I need another 10 inches.
Probably do. You probably need
Feel
another
like I need
20 or
another
30
10
inches.
I mean, I got like an 85 downstairs.
He doesn't
You got
live in a
another one?
mansion.
I know. I live in a normal house, Kate.
You need a TV
Don't
to
hit
be
the
as
ceiling.
big as possible. I want it to be obscenely big.
That's coming from the guy who used to have the nubby one even in his
40
basement until a couple years ago.
I now have a 65
and used to
inch.
watch and used to admit watching in your kitchen on a nubs little TV.
Yeah, I've upgraded since then. I have a 65-inch in my basement. It's not big enough.
Hey,
There's so much wall that's uncovered.
Do you disrespect me because I watch on a 60-inch?
It's. I mean,
no.
How does it?
That's
Is
fine.
it appropriate in your house? Is it? Does it? Or does it look like there's some
I
space there?
could get a little. I could get 5 more inches out of it.
Yeah, you probably could.
We'd all like a few more inches.
Get those 5 more inches,
We'd
Valdez.
all like a
Hook
few
it up.
more inches.
Hey,
Put it up on that wall.
gamblers were bitter last night because the over-under line was 49.5.
Okay.
Basically, with 12 minutes left in the game, it was
Yeah.
at 49.
Oh, and they
and
just
it's stuck on 49.
Oh, that's brutal. I mean, if it's 49 with basically an entire quarter left,
assume they're
just
over.
counting your money at that
Yes.
point. Oh, that's a rough one. All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. What are you going to win? How about 2 tickets to see Matt Rife's Stay Golden World Tour Sunday, March 1st at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. So be the 10th caller and you win.
All right, let's get this internet stuff fixed.
My
So when I go
Twitter,
home-
my Twitter's good.
It's good right now.
How do you think I realized it was the 40th anniversary of Joe Theismann's horrific injury?
I know.
From Twitter. All
Thinking
we
about you, Joe.
We have to go. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
4 o'clock, we got to do this show that comes on 4 there, 4 to 8, and then you try to get a little bit of the nightlife in. And when you fall asleep, you wake up the next day, it's like, oh, hell.
Do it again.
You do it again. Then when you leave, you realize, like, basically you're going back. And the time you probably spent, you finna spend again. And I think your body just get confused because this little Oura ring was like, your body has unusual stress today. Yeah, because I'm going through the same hour twice.
Yeah, I think there's obviously so much for us to discuss from the game and the football team, but just from the trip. Like, to me, it was almost two different things that occurred, right? There was the trip and experiencing Spain and trying to balance experiencing Spain with just an insane workload, right?
Yeah.
It's tough to try to balance that. And you and I are people that like to enjoy a little bit of nightlife, and it gets complicated. Not even nightlife, like day life, just like see the culture.
Yeah.
And we were able to do some of that, but not a ton of it. And then there's also the football aspect. But I mean, I almost want to work in like reverse chronological order. So yesterday on my flight, B, it was crazy, dude. So I walk into the airport, and you got to go through security, whatever, right? But then I go to my gate. I'm at A8, and I see this woman. I want to show you this. This lady is at the airport. You see her shirt?
Which?
This one right here.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Sorry, I got a lot going on there.
No.
She's wearing the B. Mitch and Finley Owe Me a Beer t-shirt as we board the plane. And then it was just...
You mean Finley owe you a beer? B. Mitch never said he's going to buy nobody a beer.
Well, I got her one on the plane. But it was packed with Commanders fans and packed with people saying how much they love the show. And, dude, the pilot, couple of the flight attendants, they're all based out of Dulles, all love the show. Like, the pilot, look at this picture. This is nuts.
Where'd you fly on? American?
United.
So
I will say having the United direct home made a huge difference because I think that might be a big factor in why that flight home was long, but at least I was just home.
It added another about 45 minutes to an hour because that headwind will get you. Going out there, you got the jet stream going with you, and it takes a little time off. But going back,
look at the pilots.
It's a headwind.
The pilots, when they saw me, said, "What's up?" And then when we were getting off, my man threw on his Redskins jersey. That's an old school Doug Williams jersey.
There you go.
And the other pilot had the scarf. And then my man KO. Do you recognize him? He's a huge Commanders fan. Works for United.
Yeah.
They couldn't have been nicer. So shout out to Captain Dave Williams, First Officer Rob, KO. So the flight home was like, especially, once you have to clear customs and all the BS, like. It was like a group therapy session on the little people mover from the flight back to wherever you go.
The people mover is a blessing. I'm gonna just tell people that because in Spain, you're on a damn bus.
I didn't get on a bus.
No, the airplanes. If you're on Iberia, American, whatever, you're on a bus and you go out to the airplane.
I did do that going to Italy.
Up the damn. You don't have to just walk down a little runway or whatever. You walk up the stairs like the team does when they travel. It was different.
Yeah, I've done that before.
That's a huge
I didn't have to
airport,
do
too.
that yet. I had no idea how big of a city Madrid is.
Bruh.
Madrid is New York, Paris, London. Like, it's massive.
When you get on that little train, you ride for a while.
Which train?
The train in the airport. You probably was in a different terminal.
I was in Terminal 1,
Well,
so it was pretty easy.
We were in T2, my gate was S6, and it was, I'm talking about, when you got on the train, you rode.
Damn, all right.
For a minute, dog.
So, all right, I'm not going to complain to you about yesterday then, because it sounds like my day was a little simpler.
Well, no, listen, bro, it ain't the fact of like I make a day work.
Right.
Because, hey, I got the
Were
Charlotte.
you on Iberian or American?
I was on American. I got the Charlotte, we made it work, man. We just went to the, what was it called? The something weed was the name of the bar.
Wicked Weed? Because that's a big,
we were in the Wicked Weed right next to Bojangles. Can't beat that.
To get some chicken and some beer?
The Wicked Weed is connected with Shake Shack. So they basically You order your beer and your drinks from Wicked Weed, and they'll walk over to Shake Shack and bring you food to you.
There you go. That's
So
not
it was
bad.
cool. Yeah,
Nothing to complain about there.
We worked that out.
I got home. By far, the best thing was just seeing my kids. I got home right before they got home from school. So it was cold, but we just went outside and played and went for a walk. And it was by far like the highlight of getting home was that. And then, but the trip was really incredible. The amount of fans that were over there, like committed to this team, was really cool to see.
Mm-hmm.
You just wish it wasn't in a lost season.
Yeah, you wish that.
I mean, it's just.
But I think the team should look at the fact that every city they've been to for the last 2 years, this fan base has represented.
Yeah.
Okay, that was out the country. That's not cheap. And I saw people with mom, dad, and the 3 kids, 4 kids, things like that. Some kids young, some kids were older, But the ultimate thing is they have support, and they got to figure it out, because in that game, listen, it's a lot of things that happen positive in that game, and things that happen bad in that game. But I can say this, they played better as a defensive unit under Dan Quinn calling the plays.
Totally.
And I also felt that, and I said this before, and I said it to you too, Dan has a rhythm. He's done this before. You could tell how he was calling stuff and how things showed up. Offensively, I'm serious. They got to take shots sometimes. You can't play a defense and the defense know you're not going down the damn field.
Well, and they finally take the shot just before overtime, and that we've said this repeatedly. If 17's on the field, I think that's a touchdown.
Yeah,
I think it's a walk-off win.
But the simplest thing, I'll tell you this, if the damn kicker could kick a field goal, they would have won.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's the second international game for the organization where if the kicker can make a kick, it's a win.
And they allowed that. They didn't give him any competition, kept him around. That dude cost him some games.
Well, I think, unfortunately, what we saw in Miami is a microcosm of...
You mean in Spain?
Madrid, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
What we saw against Miami. Because you just said a few things that have been problems that we've known about.
Yeah.
And it's a microcosm of... I don't know if it was confidence, complacency, arrogance... But if you had recognized, things are going wrong, we need to change it sooner, and not, we're going to ride out this storm. So after 4 straight historically bad defensive performances, they make a change at D coordinator. It looks like it worked. I think you have to consider the opponent and consider the opponents previous to that.
That comes into it as well.
But it looked different.
Yeah,
and
it looked different.
And then after the kicker, and Matt Gay is a great dude. Like, I really like him as a person.
I told you a long time ago, Jay. They don't pay dudes to be great dudes. They pay them to be great football players.
And
being a great dude is a bonus.
And the kicker position is by far the most binary of every position on a football field. It's a make or miss position. There's no context. There's no a bad penalty here and there. It's just did you make the kick or not?
Yeah.
And for 10 weeks he hasn't made enough kicks, and they just stuck with him. And then in week 11. They finally said, all right, we got to do something. So they cut Matt Gay yesterday, in case you live under a rock and didn't realize that. But you just wonder, what if you cut Matt Gay 3 weeks ago when he had missed too many kicks? What if you had made...
There's been opportunities where they could have made that change.
Totally. What if Dan Quinn, after back-to-back blowouts, after just Dallas and Kansas City, said, you know what, I'm going to start calling the defense here?
Yeah.
Then what happens?
I
Does
don't
it
know
look
if it's
differently?
as simple as Dan just calling the plays. I think now, when you have your head coach calling the defensive plays, you might want to study a little bit more, move a little quicker, do things a little better. And I saw that too. I saw quickness. I saw guys getting to the spots. I didn't see as much confusion as I've seen before.
Totally. But there's nothing to say we wouldn't have seen that earlier if they made the switch earlier. And one thing we did see that was differently was blitzing, was manufacturing pressure.
And the thing of it is, when you have someone that has experience calling it, just like offensive coordinators, offensive coordinators get a rhythm and then they can set stuff up. Defensive coordinators have the same thing happen. And I think Dan's experience allowed it. But what happens is, who's to say Joe can't do that eventually? Right now, he probably wasn't ready for it. To call it in the rhythm that Dan does. But I just, listen, man, I saw a different effort from that defensive side.
Totally.
And I think right there, listen, man, players got to understand.
I think it was the best game their linebackers
They have to
all
step
year.
out and just go for it, man. You can't always sit up here and lay back and let the coordinator get the blame. Players got to learn how to step up and play with that same energy they had in that game.
I can't help but wonder what difference Daron Payne might have made in that game. In a game that was a razor-thin margin, and you get beat on the ground, because Tua wasn't very good. He didn't even get to 200 yards passing. If you have Payne, what difference does that make in that game? That to me stood out because, like, they were able to move the ball
They were
on
able
the ground.
to get to the edges at will, and I don't think Payne stops you from getting to the edges.
I agree.
I think
But what
running
if
up the middle, Payne stops. In that game, without Payne, they should have won the game. You just need to have the guy who could do his damn job. He didn't do it. Okay, all the stuff they did in that game, they should have still won that football game. All the things that weren't great, they should have still won that football game.
It's remarkable, too, because we talk about complimentary football. Dan Quinn talks about complimentary football. Offensively, they were okay. They weren't good, but they were okay. I don't red zone, you got to be better, right?
I tell you, I don't like the fact that C-Rod running the ball unbelievable, and you just go away from him. He should have got a lot more carries, and he would have had more yards because he was ready.
But I'm with you. Offensively, you're okay. Defensively, you're better than you've been by a significant margin. I think some of that you got to account for playing a different opponent. Special teams, dude. You miss 2 field goals and muff a punt.
Yeah.
See, you're probably not going to win.
And I'll say
you're probably not going to win.
The 2 field goals killed it, but I would go with the muff punt thing. Mikey has caught punts before. And this is what I want most people who think because they did something in high school or they the same side that they could do something in the league. The feel for that return game is different when you just do it in practice. See, Mikey catch punts in practice.
Off a jugs machine.
And you know what's happening? It's a jugs or it's a punter with nobody coming. As soon as that ball was hit, I'm like, oh, hell, because I see him focus on the football, and he's not thinking about fair catch. You saw him run past his guys blocking a Miami Dolphins guy. When you run past guys, you know what I mean? You should have been fair catching this damn butt. He was
never in position
He never
to
had
catch
his
that.
mind on fair catch, and he was trying to charge it. Both me and Santana, I think we've done enough returning, so we have a damn good opinion of this. Tanner said, immediately I would have been backing away from that one, calling Oski. I mean, get away from the ball, clearing people out, or I'm going to try and fair catch it. My thing was, at that moment, I'm waving the arms because at that point, I have the direct line to the ball. Everybody else got to get the hell out my way. Because he had to go around to try to come up to the ball. So it was just the wrong decision was made. He made this decision to catch that ball no matter what. And that was the wrong decision at that point.
Totally. And
because it was one that kind of died. Like punts, you got to watch the nose of the ball. If that nose don't turn over, it's falling away. And that ball fell away from him and it hit him, boom, right on the tip of the fingertips.
And it's easy. If you choose to, you could say, well, that Mikey turnover didn't hurt them because they were able to stop them on 4th down at the goal line, right? And the defense deserves a lot of credit for that stop. But you know what would have happened if he didn't fumble it? If he didn't muff
they
the
get
punt?
it on offense.
They could have
take
scored.
time off, and they could have scored, and you could have got more time off that clock as well.
Right.
So it's like, look, little things happen in that game, and we can go through and dissect all of them. But there were some good things as well. But the bad things just seem to overwhelm you. You are not going to overcome 3 turnovers.
No.
Okay.
2, I think.
2 turnovers. It was with the fumble and the INT at the end.
So
you're not going to overcome those things. You got to win the turnover battle. They didn't win that.
You can't. That was Cosby said it after the game, and I think he said it really well. He's like, I think we just found a way to lose. I don't know that either team was significantly better than the other on Sunday in Madrid.
As I look at the game, I said they were like, no, you take it. I don't want it. You take it.
Yo, it was hot potato for the win.
It seemed like nobody wanted that damn football game.
And I know that let's be real. The exported product to Spain on Sunday wasn't very good. It was a pair of 3-7 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, they performed like 3-7 teams. Washington was moving the ball like crazy in the second quarter. They get 1st and 10 from the 27. To your point, C-Rod's carving them up.
Mm-hmm.
They go 3 straight passes, 1st and 10 from the 27. On 3rd down, Mariota takes a sack, loss of 6. What could have been a 45-yard field goal becomes a 51-yard field goal. What does Gay do? Misses it. That's a bad football team, bad football teaming. And unfortunately, so Tischler and I had a disagreement about this where he kind of wanted to highlight the positives from that game. And if that's your choice, you can have that. But we're talking about a team that's lost 6 straight and is now 3-8 at the bye week.
Yeah, but, it's nothing wrong with highlighting the positives. Like, you see things in bad situations, you want to find out what's changing, what you can build off of as the season goes or into next year. So there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think there's anything to build off of this year. I think you're starting to identify what can help you next year. Yeah. I think McGee's a big piece of that. I think Amos was a big piece of that, and it sucks he got hurt. But
but that's things that are positive that you could build off of moving into next year. You don't want to go to just say to hell with this year, and then at the beginning of the year you got to start completely over. You want to know what things you feel could be implemented that you could roll. You could go into next year saying we're going to have a much better approach and a much better start than they did this year. Because this year, from the beginning, it didn't seem like it was good.
Dude, camp was light. Granted, you lose that one preseason practice against the Ravens, but nobody really played. You had the Terry holdout. You had Mariota missed most of the camp. Like, just everything has been disjointed. And I think organizationally, they have to get back to a place where it's not disjointed.
I think that right there, what you're saying is the approach to the season as an organizational group has to be even different. I understand every year you want the players to come in, but what happened last year, that has to change up as well. The intensity needs to be ramped up a little quicker.
Totally. And I think some of that, again, is indicative of a kicker that's been up and down, to say the least, and probably more down than up. Like, you don't make this decision until Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You could have made this decision. I understand wanting to ride it out with a kicker. But like 5-6 weeks in, that's a body of evidence. You don't want to be too reactionary, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but you could have made a decision Halloween that might have won you a game. And then you're 4-7, and the conversation's a lot different.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are, 3-8. Dude, unthinkable compared to where this thing was at the beginning. Just unthinkable to what.
I've been changed my mind from the beginning. The problem is too many people still got the belief from the beginning.
Well, they're nuts.
There have been too many things that have happened that showed you this ain't the beginning. This ain't what we thought it was going to be. And now you got to call it as you see it and continue trying to move forward. That's that.
Absolutely. All right, it's B. Mitch and Finley. We're back in studio. You're streaming with us on 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network, or you're listening to us right here. There's a lot of sports for us to catch up on, kind of beyond just the Commanders. We got to go around the NFL. I think Virginia Tech finally made a very good hire.
Yeah.
There's plenty for us to discuss, but when we come back, we're going to catch up with Cody Toppert, who is the head coach of the Washington Go-Go. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Commanders on a 6-game skid with a bye week. They have made a kicking change. That came Monday. Commanders released Matt Gay and signed a new kicker, Jake Moody, off the Bears practice squad. Good news for the Caps. They get a win last night. Much needed win. Alex Ovechkin gets the game winner early in the second, what would be the game winner, in a 2-1 win over the LA Kings. Ovi's 6th of the season, 9:03 for his career. Caps snap a 2-game skid. Monday Night Football, Cowboys clobber the Raiders in Vegas, 33-16. And college football, the big news, James Franklin hired as a head coach at Virginia Tech. If your office setup's looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you and help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Bustin' loose in the evening. Bustin' loose.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You're streaming with us on the 106.7 YouTube page. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network, and we're excited. In just a moment, we're going to be joined by the head coach of the Capital City Go-Go, Cody Toppert. Go-Go won their last game, and they're off and running right now, so it should be pretty interesting.
Again on Saturday.
I think they've won 2 in a row, if I have that right. No, they won the last one. They dropped one, College Park, Georgia. You guys are going to have to cut it up. This thing's not. Joining us now, Cody Toppert, head coach of the Capital City Go-Go. Coach, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
What's up, fellas? Appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, we good, man. How you feeling?
I'm right as rain right here. Christmas morning. Got a great day of practice ahead of us, so nothing like it.
I love that, dude. What you guys are off to a good start this season. How do you feel about your squad?
We've got a lot of really good guys, a little bit of a quieter group than we've had in past years. So we've got to get them to kind of speak up, be a little bit more vocal on the court with each other. But they're really connected in general as a group. Really satisfied kind of with where we're at, right? 3-2 right now, solid. First Long Island game got away from us. We had a good lead and kind of let it slip away at the end. And then, we dropped one to College Park. They had a big fella in Folly Dante was on assignment for them, had a really good game, offensive rebounding, got us in that first one. But really good bounce back job by the guys. So, feeling good. We've got a week of practice here heading into a Westchester game on the weekend. But I like where we're at.
Coach, how tricky is it for you? Like, obviously you want to win every game you're in, right? But you also have like a greater purpose. And I think under, Michael Winger, there's really this like organizational alignment about development of players. Like, how tricky is that to balance? We want to win. We want to go beat College Park versus we're trying to get these guys to be their best over the long haul.
Well, my dad said when they keep score, we play to win, so we always do that. I think there are a lot of lessons and development that come out of playing to win. But with that being said, I think, when you talk about development always comes back to me to accountability to teaching to technique, right? So, we want to connect all of those dots, and it starts with the synergies between the programs, right? So when a guy is assigned to our program, we don't say he's sent down. We just say he's got a 15-foot walk down a hallway to another opportunity. And I think us being in lockstep, myself, Brian Keefe, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, John Wall, our GM, right, puts us in a great position to help these guys, right, take advantage of more playing time when they can suit up for the go-go. That is going to help them see these situations develop on the court and really make mistakes that'll help them realize, okay, I can get away with that. I can't get away with that. Okay, I should have been the low man rotation there, right? A lot of people say from your rookie year to your second year, the game slows down. We know that's not what happens. The game doesn't go any slower. How did Tom Brady play till he's 40? Well, it was his processing, right? His IQ, his ability to see, decide, act that was able to be so refined that he was able to operate in the margins and see things before they happen, anticipate rotations, anticipate openings for passes. And that's what we want to help our guys do, right? Our assignment guys. So, we put them in these situations in practice, right? We're using some very progressive developmental models to do that. And then when they get to the games, they get to see those situations full speed against another opponent. And, the guy that's used 500,000 pick and rolls is better than the guy that used 50,000, is better than the guy that's used 500, and so on and so forth. So, how many pick and rolls can we get Will Riley, and how many low man rotation pick and roll coverages can we get him in? It's only going to speed up his ability to then impact the Wizards down the road.
How do you so when you look at the game plans for the Go-Go and also the Wizards, are they lockstep? Are they the same type of things that you're trying to do, like a big man led team or a small man? How does that work?
Great question, right? So, obviously we've got different Jimmys and Joes out here. And, but with that being said as well, the game always trends in, different ways, right? Like the pick and rolls blend with the dribble handoffs, right? And what you tend to see is a trickle down effect in terms of, what our defense is doing, right? You're going to see a lot of guard to guard switching. Same thing we see in the NBA. You're going to see primarily big men in coverage. Now that coverage is either going to be usually something that's sending you to the screen, away from the screen, and then there's going to be differing levels of depth, right? Like, is he at the level of the screen? Is he further back, et cetera, et cetera? Those are coverage solution things from an offensive perspective that we work on, and we have a whole curriculum, right, that is synergistic. We call it the Wizards way. It's top to bottom across everything. And then from, the small, minute details from a defensive standpoint saying, well, I don't have Alex Sarr as my big man anchor. Right. But our front office did a great job bringing in Skal Labissiere and a Cole DeGack. And, Skal's got NBA experience. He's a great vocal communicator, right? So he's able to execute, the coverages that we need. Now, during the course of a game, I might need to go to switch everything on and off the ball. During the course of a game, I might need to make a certain adjustment. I have the leeway to make those adjustments, and then we accompany that with, innovation, right? There's certain things that organizationally, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, Brian Keefe, want us to kind of, let's see if they work. What I like to say is the Go-Go can mitigate the risk of going straight to a strategy at the NBA level, right? So in an empty gym, well, hopefully not too empty, more South DC guys come on out. Ticket prices are cheap. Right. But in a less full gym, less pressure environment, we can, then experiment with different strategies that if they go well, we like them. We can adopt them at the NBA level. If we don't, we can scrap them, but we can, innovate on the way and develop as well and take a process over outcome approach.
Talking with Capital City Go-Go head coach Cody Toppert. If you want to go check out the Go-Go, they're playing at Care First Arena Saturday night. They got the Westchester Knicks coming to town. Check that out. Like you said, I mean, if you're trying to take a family just to go watch some basketball, the price point's going to be way different than it is trying to go watch the Wiz. Coach, I'm wondering if you can. I think a lot of fans can understand, like, the baseball model of minor leagues and development, right? Like, fans get it. Like, oh, that kid's at AAA. He's moving down to AA, or vice versa. Like, he's in single A. They're moving him all the way up. I think the notion of the two-way roster players gets a little confusing for fans. How does that work for you when you know you might have a guy 1 week and then he's up and then he's back?
Well, we're really fortunate, that Care First Arena attaches to MHPC, our practice facility. So, we're here. I've already was in BK's coaches meeting, then held my coaches meeting. So nothing really sneaks up on us from that standpoint. This organization does a great job of planning ahead, and every assignment or whenever a two-way player is going to be with the Go-Go, it's like meticulously planned out, right? So nothing is happening by accident, which I think is great. With that being said, I think I had 37 different starting lineups in 50 games last year.
That's crazy,
wow,
dude. Oh, my God.
Yeah, think about that, right? Think about that. Won 31 games with 37 different starting lineups.
Was that injury-driven or just kind of the way the roster
Where
works?
to land?
The nature of the G League, right? It's the nature of the G League. Guys are, I have 10 rostered players, and, guys are in and out based on health with those 10. And then, you cycle in the two ways, the assignments, you cycle in, things getting shaken up at the trade deadline with the Wizards, right?
Sure.
Bringing different players in, and then assignment plans change and tweak. But it's pretty cool. It's an unbelievable challenge from a coaching perspective. I've been coaching in the G League for a good bit. I've coached in college. I've coached in the NBA.
Oh, you played in it too, right? Or the D League?
I played in the G League. Won a championship in 2005. Played for Michael Cooper and the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. Had Chuck Hayes, right, the great free throw shooter on my team. I don't know if you guys remember his free throws. They were great. They were hilarious. A lot of air balls there. There. But played for Michael Cooper, who was the defensive player of the year in the NBA for the Lakers, Showtime Lakers. The league's come a long, long way. But with that being said, too, I've also, I've coached Anthony Bennett, former #1 overall pick in the G League, and actually we had to cut him from our team. I've also had the pleasure to coach guys on standard G League deals that have gotten call-ups and made, great strides towards their careers. I had Gary Payton II on a standard G League deal. I had Derek Jones Jr., 2 years after playing for me, was starting in the NBA Finals, for the Dallas Mavericks, right? And, the list kind of goes on and on. Obviously, we've got Justin Champagny, who came with us and was able to, earn his way up to a standard deal. But what I like to say we're trying to do is we're trying to help these guys find their role, believe in their role, master their role. Mm-hmm. And, there are so many talented players that don't make it to the NBA, don't stick in the NBA, and it's really because they have an identity crisis. And so what we want to do is help them, fight through that. This might not be the role you want, right? But I'm telling you, you're going to do more than just keep the lights on at the house if you'll buy into this, right? Rim runner, roller, rebounder, the 3 R's, right? The 3-and-D, famous 3-and-D role that we talk about, right? The doing more with less minutes, less dribbles, less actions primarily run for you, right? So, when the guys like the Jamir Watkinses come down, right, we're able to use them, get more reps, use them in a higher volume way, but still maintain, right, what that expectation is going to be when they go back up to play for Brian Keefe. So this is not Jamir Watkins showing up and dribbling the ball, till the air is dead, running pick and roll for him. That's not what he's going to be asked to do at the NBA level.
Yeah,
what it is let's refine what you're going to be asked to do. Right now, Will Riley, he's a special kid and did great over the weekend for us. And his spatial awareness, playmaking for others and himself is at a very high level, right? So, we're really dialed in on the defensive, the little minute details on that side of the ball that are going to help him out. And then putting him in those situations where he can refine his pick and roll playmaking and get more comfortable within the offense.
Coach, how much has you playing in the same league help you out when it comes to coaching? Because, hell, when you were a player, you had to be on different rosters. Now you're a coach and you see it happening all the time.
100%, right? And then, I had the opportunity to go over and I played, 8 years professionally total, played in Spain, Germany, Italy, won a Euro Challenge championship in Germany. I've pretty much had every role from, the guy averaging, 20 points a game, to the role player on a high-level European team coming off the bench, trying to make it work. I think what it does is it gives me, number one, empathy for what everybody's going through, right? Because, not everybody's going to be the man. And a lot of times, right, there's still that difficulty from an ego standpoint when you feel like, oh, I can do this, and you got to train yourself, man, that your ego is not your amigo, and you got to be ready to fill what's needed.
Yeah, I like that.
And then when your opportunity comes and maybe a guy gets hurt, and now all of a sudden, instead of playing 10 or 15 minutes, now it's 30 minutes, you got to make sure that mindset, that process over outcome mindset was put into effect for the last 2 weeks leading up to this, right? Like, did you get your extra shots in? Did you get your pre-practice work in? Were you diligent with the way you prepared yourself to be ready when that role might grow, right? Because, again, 37 starting lineups, like, you never know. Stay ready, don't have to get ready type of vibes is what everybody has to be on. But I empathize with how hard that is, right? And then try to build these guys up and try to breathe that confidence that, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You just got to keep pounding the stone. And if you do it accordingly, good things will happen.
Coach, I just looked up Chuck Hayes free throws, and that's a wild ride, dude.
Oh, baby. Hey, almost as wild as the bus rides the D League used to send us on, right? So these guys don't know how good they have it until you've done New Year's Eve in Roanoke, Virginia, against the Roanoke Dazzle. You guys remember them? We had some wizards over there. Andre Blatch,
I remember
Yeah.
Andre Blatch. This is your captain speaking, Andre Blatch.
Let's go. PJ Ramos, you guys remember him? I think it was PJ
That's
Ramos.
that's one of B. Mitch's favorite quotes when fans call into the radio and they talk about trades.
They wanted to trade Peter John Ramos for Shaq. Equal. Just a swap.
Just say straight up, man. I love it.
We can get Shaq. We can give up Peter John. Everybody else like, yeah, right.
Yeah, done deal. Sign us up. All right, funny story. I got a funny story for you guys. You guys will like this. So 2000, I'm at the Adidas ABCD camp, right, for some of the top high school players, right? I'm participating in this camp. And this was back when the NBA teams couldn't get in and, like, get a great evaluation on guys. Like, there were only certain windows that they could evaluate the high school to the pros guys. So day one of camp, I take a charge on a guy that was being heavily, scouted for the NBA, right? And so he was out, and there was no other, I think, ability to, like, scout him before the NBA draft. And the Wizards ended up drafting him. Kwame Brown, right?
Oh, wow.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So my apologies, Wizards fans. I'm very sorry about taking that charge. Would have liked you guys to get a great eval on him. But, it's funny how blast from the past. Now here I am in D.C., right?
MJ brought in all three prospects and played them all in one-on-one.
And beat them all?
That's how he determined who he was going to draft at one. I am glad.
Wow.
Listen, man, B. Mitch and I have said this a lot. I know I'm a lifelong Bullets Wizards fan. B's been here 30 years, roots for him. What is happening now with the Bullets and the Wiz is what I have wanted for a long time. I'm in it for the long haul. Coach, we'll have to get over and watch a game at Care First, man. Thank you for the time.
Well, I know. Look forward to hosting you guys. We'll roll out the red carpet. I've got some courtside seats for you guys right there. And, I think it's a really exciting time for the city to be a part of this organization. We've got a lot of young pieces. And I'm telling you, these guys, they are working their butts off. And I feel really good about the direction everything's going. So it's going to be really, really fun here soon.
Great to hear. Hey, thank you, Coach. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Cody Toppert, head coach of the Capital City Go-Go. We're going to open the phone lines up a little later in the program. You've heard me talk plenty about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, how good of a job they do for people here at the station and people all over the DMV, whether you're looking for a residential or a commercial move. Well, let me tell you about how they've taken care of me personally. When we had all the water damage at the house and so much stuff going on, my guy McCarty hit me up. He said, dude, how can I help? They sent over boxes, packing materials, all this stuff I needed to pack our house up, and they connected us with the contractor that eventually did all the work, got us back in our house in a super fast fashion. That's the type of service you get from Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I've known these guys for decades. They want to do what's best for you, your family, your business. And if you're looking for a long distance move, this is what really stands apart. Metropolitan Moving and Storage will provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long distance move. It means you do not have to share truck space. It means you get a pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. Best and most efficient way to move long distance, period. Hit them up now, 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Or you can check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live on Monumental Sports Network, live on YouTube, live on the radio. Wherever you are, we're there. B, did you catch any of Monday Night Football?
Just a little bit.
I watched kind of the first half. It was a second screen experience. I owed Lauren some Bravo time. We were watching Below Deck. Just an ass kicking. I don't know. Did they pull Geno last night? I didn't watch the second half.
I was on the plane at that time.
Geno's cooked, dude. Like, it's just not there. I don't know. I get that Pete Carroll and Geno have a long history, but you're not going to win games with that dude. And maybe that's the plan at this point for the Raiders, 2-8. Dallas looked good. Dak looked really good. That Dallas D-line looked good. Here's a question for you. Washington's going to have a bunch of money to spend. I think you and I have both been pretty clear at you got to spend some, right? Yeah. George Pickens is slated for unrestricted free agency. They could tag him. Dallas could tag him. Jerry has a habit of tagging guys and going to the end of the line and having these big song and dance contract negotiations. But would you be interested in Pickens? He is a baller.
Pickens is a baller, but I'm just going to say you're wasting your time because Jerry's not letting him come here.
You think?
If you just heard the recent stuff about the contract for Parsons.
Yeah.
Jerry is not letting his players come to one of these teams like this. So Pickens is not playing in Washington. So go for somebody else that you ain't got to worry about Jerry with. If you get him here and Jerry's involved, you're going to lose out on a lot of stuff that you need.
Well, he's a free agent. So unless Jerry tags him, he can't control
They're going to tag him. They're not letting him come to Washington, dog.
Pickens also, he's been good before, and he's playing with by far the best quarterback of his career in Dak. But he's also having a monster year in a contract year, and he just seems like a volatile dude.
He is that. But, like, the thing about it, listen, bro, when you have enough talent, people will put up with your BS all day. Don't make a difference. I was that type of dude where I'm going to give you hell. I'm going to give you headaches as a coach. But I played well enough to where you would deal with it. But if you can't play, you can't worry about giving the coach a headache. Pickens, what he's doing right now, he has become Dak's number one receiver.
Totally.
He goes to him before he goes to what you call him, to CeeDee Lamb. So he has already come in there and proven that in a year about what he can be. The thing about Pickens is he going to still be cool after he get his money?
I don't know that answer.
That's where the problem is.
I don't know that answer.
He look cray-cray.
He seems a little cray-cray.
But when you are that talented, you could be cray-cray.
Yeah. Dallas last night just rolled. Dallas now 4-5-1. Can't quite call them cooked. Looking at the bottom of the NFC, I know we'll go through everything tomorrow, but like, dude, if the playoffs were today, the Lions would be out. The Panthers are 6-5. Like, it's going to be a really interesting bottom of the NFC. Getting that win last night, Dallas had to have it. They got it. Vegas is terrible. Maybe that's a long-term rebuild. But Pete Carroll's, how old is Pete Carroll?
70 plus.
74.
Yeah. Still got energy, though.
Yeah, he does.
Man, coach is coach, bro. They don't care about no age.
At some point, I want to talk to you about the Chiefs. But when we come back, we're going to talk a little Virginia Tech football. Big hire down in Blacksburg.
This update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. It is not going to be a happy holidays in Ashburn. Dan Quinn and the Commanders coming home from Madrid hit the bye week on a 6-game skid.
With the team, the message really that I spoke about was what's next. That's what we can still influence, and expecting them to return here energized, replenished. Not talking about where we're going to wind up, but just to focus on where we are and improving.
I tell you where they're not going to wind up in the playoffs this year. Commanders hit the bye and they take on Denver next Sunday Night Football, November 30th. Broncos will come to town off of their bye on an 8-game winning streak. Hockey last night, Caps knock off the LA Kings 2-1. Ovi scored, they snap a 2-game skid. It's back DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 p.m. daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest, downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You're listening right here on The Fan. You're streaming with us on YouTube. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network, wherever you get the content. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
Excited to talk some college football. It's obviously the Commanders' bye week. I want to catch up on all things college football. And I think the biggest news in the last few days is Virginia Tech making what to me
Franklin,
is a
baby.
really good hire. Helping us make sense of all of it is Grace Rayner. Grace covers college football for The Athletic. You can give her a follow at GM Rayner, Raynor. And Grace joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Grace, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We are fantastic.
Thank you for the time today. Let's start with what I think is a home run hire for the Hokies in James Franklin. How does it work with Penn State? How fast does he hit the ground running in Blacksburg? And what do you think he can do for that Hokie program that has kind of faded to irrelevance?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is a home run hire for Virginia Tech. And I know we say that a lot in college football, right? He'll have his press conference tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll win the press conference. And we have a tendency to get ahead of ourselves in college football. But I really do think that this hire makes a ton of sense. This is a program that has such passion and a rich history, but to your point, has just been struggling for the last 15 years and just can't seem to get over the hump. And you take a guy like James Franklin, who has a ton of recruiting ties to this area. Honestly, Penn State recruited Virginia better than Virginia Tech did these past several years. He's a proven builder. We saw how he took Vanderbilt to 9 wins for the first time since, I think it was 1915 in his second year there. It just makes a lot of sense. He knows how to win at the highest level. He comes from the Big Ten, so he knows what Virginia Tech is going to need from a resources and infrastructure standpoint. I think Virginia Tech is they've got to feel pretty stoked about this hire.
How many years did he get in this deal? That hadn't been released yet.
What's that? Oh, his contract details have not been released yet.
Okay.
We do know that his buyout from Penn State was going to be about $49 million, and I think it's gone down to $9 million with offsetting with the new job. So that might give us a little hint into maybe what he's working with at Virginia Tech, but the details, at least as far as I know, I don't think we've seen the details yet.
Okay. So it does. So the money Penn State was on the hook for, whatever VTech guarantees cancels off out of that, I guess.
Yeah, it'll offset. I think it was in his contract that if you get a new job, it will offset part of this buyout that we owe you. And then it went from 49 to 9. So I guess they negotiated that down after he signed the deal with Virginia Tech.
Is that maybe why Penn State wanted to make the firing early so that he could get, I mean, because he's an attractive candidate. Maybe they knew, hey, if we get this guy out there, he'll get snapped up quick.
I think Penn State went into this season thinking this was going to be their year, right? I mean, they've come so close, and the big knock on him is that he hasn't been able to win the big one.
Right.
And this was kind of supposed to be it. And they really invested in their roster, and they got all these guys to come back instead of going to the NFL or the portal. And so when it all fell apart for them in late September, early October, I think they were just as stunned as the rest of us. You see Penn State lose that game to Oregon, and you think, okay, their playoff hopes are not over. This is still a team that can very much compete for a playoff spot. And then the wheels just absolutely fell off with the loss to UCLA and Northwestern in back-to-back weeks. So I think Penn State got to a point where they could no longer – I just think they didn't have enough faith in thinking that he could get over the hump. I mean, we all know his record against top 25 programs, against top 10. It's not good. That's the biggest knock on him is he can't win the big one. And so I think they just got to the point where they just felt like if it wasn't going to be this year, when was it going to be? And then it just was no longer tenable once those UCLA and Northwestern losses came in.
Yeah, I think the hype on Aller was far overblown, but whatever. What's done is done. There's so many musical chairs, and we're talking big programs, right? I want to get to Florida, LSU, all of it, but what does Penn State do now?
That's a great question. I think we're all really curious to see who Penn State hires, especially because you're right. This is a super saturated market. I mean, if you're in the market for a college football coach this season, good luck, and I think if you're a team who's thinking about firing your coach, maybe you hold on and reassess it next year because now you're competing with Florida, with LSU, with Auburn, Arkansas, Oklahoma State's open. I mean, there's just UCLA still hasn't been filled. And so there's just a ton of movement in this carousel. So I'm curious to see where Penn State goes. I would guess that this is a program that obviously they're a historic program. They're in the Big Ten. I would think that they could command a sitting head coach already. I'll be curious to see if they go the coordinator route or the NFL route, but certainly they've got the cachet to command a sitting head coach. But yeah, I'm really curious because whoever does take that Penn State job is walking into a situation where expectations are really clear. I mean, James Franklin was winning double-digit games, and that wasn't enough. And so, and he was in the semifinals a year ago, a couple plays away from a national championship bid. So whoever does take that job is walking into a situation where this school, this program is really demanding the best now.
Well, Grace, the landscape has totally changed in college football. You can go and get the top-notch coaches. You better be willing to pay some players to come with them. Is Penn State set up well enough? Well, I think they are. They just don't like to spend it on the right people when in the NIL situation.
I think if you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, you're in great shape. Just looking at the landscape of college football, you want to be in one of those two conferences. But yeah, I mean, you look at Penn State's alumni base, it's one of the biggest in the country, right? Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I would think that they would have all the resources they would need, everything they would need to be competitive. We saw them really invest in their roster this offseason. That's why they were able to retain so much of their talent. And so I think the investment is there, the resources are there. They just got to find the right person to see if they can get over the hump with some of these top 10 matchups and see if maybe they can take them to another championship.
Do you think Virginia Tech will spend the money they need to?
That, I think, is a really important question in all of this. Virginia Tech has come out and said that they are going to be investing $229 million into their budget plan over the next 4 years for the athletic department. And they've made it very clear that they want to make Virginia Tech one of the most competitive programs in the ACC. So the investment is there. I think there's been some questions about, well, why did it take this long for them to kind of buck up in that way, considering when the landscape started changing in 2019, 2020, 2021. Mm-hmm. But they certainly signaled that they want to be competitive. I think they've got a long way to go in terms of facilities. They don't have their own standalone facility right now. They're still sharing with some other sports. But this is a really passionate, you guys know, I mean, it's a really passionate fan base, and yes, it's a program that wants to give football everything it can, right? Like, it's a starving group of people that so badly want to see the Hokies competitive. And so I think they're willing to back Franklin, give him what he needs to the extent that they can.
So just real quick, one more local before we go down south. Maryland comes out, the AD, Jim Smith. I loved how he handled it, just to come out and get in front of it and say, we're keeping locks, we're going to invest. What do you make of the Terps move, and how do they compete in the Big Ten?
Yeah, the Big Ten's tough, right? I mean, it's just a loaded conference, but I think it was, I think this is not the year if you're kind of on the fence, right? Not the year to fire your coach because it is so competitive. And so I can see why they say maybe we stick with him for another year. Maybe they don't have to compete with a million other schools to hire a new coach. I think what he's done on the recruiting trail has been really, really impressive. They've got the number 2 recruit in the country committed to their class right now. He's a 5-star defensive end. I think in your guys' neck of the woods. I think he's from D.C.
He's from Baltimore, yeah.
Baltimore, okay. Yep. So Zion's committed to them, and so I think that was a big part of it, too, is you just look at what he's done on the recruiting trail, and this is an impressive group. It's an impressive class, and if you're kind of on the fence and you're not quite sure what you want to do, I think keeping him, trying to keep this roster intact, keep your recruiting class intact, should hopefully help them.
Just as a Terp alum, it's like you got Auburn, LSU, Florida, Penn State, Arkansas is able to throw so much money. Like, this ain't the year to be shopping.
No, it's not.
In my mind.
So as you look at the 2 schools down there in Florida and LSU, who seems to be leading the way to become a coach of one of those schools?
Yeah, I think it's a good time to be Lane Kiffin, right? He seems to be the biggest candidate. We saw some reporting come out yesterday that Ole Miss is kind of ready for him to make a decision. I think they've given him a little bit of an ultimatum and want to have a decision from him by the Egg Bowl next week. Florida and LSU are courting him and the fan. So, I think without knowing for certain how these administrators are thinking, I would guess if you're an SEC program, Lane Kiffin is probably your top choice, just given what he's done at Ole Miss and the way that he's built that program up and the way he recruits and uses the transfer portal. So I'm curious to see kind of where they go. Obviously, they're 2 huge jobs, right? They're in the SEC. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of history. Two other schools that can command a pretty decent market, but Lane Kiffin does seem to be in the driver's seat for the carousel as well as where he stands with Ole Miss.
Dude, if I was Lane, isn't there something to... Now, I know Oxford's a beautiful town, but I also know it's a small town. Mm-hmm. Isn't there something to just being the man there, doing something nobody's ever done there, rather than adding the pressure of LSU or Florida? Or is there just that much more
with
money?
A bigger paycheck, and you can make a name for yourself there, too?
Is there just that much more money if he leaves?
I mean, I think that Ole Miss would, because Lane has done so much at Ole Miss, I would be surprised if they didn't match whatever offer he was given elsewhere. Now, he has said in the past, it's actually not so much about how much you're making as a coach, but how much money do you now have for a roster. But Lane has made it very clear he loves Oxford, and he's really happy there. His family's moved there. He's gotten a chance to see his kids for the first time in a long time. His son, Knox, is a high school quarterback in Oxford who's playing really well. His daughter, Landry, is a student at Ole Miss. His family lives in Oxford now. And so you see, obviously we've seen Lane Kiffin go through so much, right? I mean, this guy has really gone through a lot in his life, but he does seem to be happy, calm. You can just see the difference in his demeanor. So I'm curious if that's enough to keep him there, but you can tell he is really happy there.
Yeah, I remember hearing Nick Saban saying he wasn't leaving Alabama. Leaving LSU, and
he also wasn't going to leave the Dolphins.
Hey, I was just saying, money talk. All these coaches can say what they want. You put a little bit more money, give them a little bit more control, they will leave anywhere.
It does. I think a lot of these coaches want to know, what are we working with from an NIL standpoint and from a standpoint of how much can we invest in our roster? Because that's where college football is right now, right? Yeah. If you don't invest, you can't compete, and that's just the reality of where we are.
So let's just operate from a place. We're talking with Grace Rayner from The Athletic. You can give Grace a follow at GM Rayner. Covers college football for The Athletic. Does a great job. Let's just operate from a place of Lane stays at Ole Miss. Obviously, LSU, Florida are huge jobs. Auburn's a big job. I think Arkansas, between Walmart and the chicken people, the amount of money Arkansas can throw around is pretty significant. Yeah. What is the best job, and who becomes the best candidate? Like, is the Vanderbilt dude going to leave? North Texas, the JMU coach? Like, or is it some hot assistant, Brian Hartline at Ohio State? Like, how does it continue to shift if Lane sticks?
Yeah, I think from there they all sort of figure out, all right, we're going to reset, and if Lane stays put, who are we going to next? I think the JMU coach is a hot candidate, Bob Chesney. There's been some buzz for him in UCLA, I believe. Alex Golish at USF has done a good job. To your point, Brian Hartline. Yeah, it's just, I think it's an interesting time in the carousel because in some ways, a lot of these coaches are just kind of playing musical jobs, right? There's so many openings. There's also so many sitting head coaches who are now trying to go get a job again. And so I'll be curious to see, do people go the coordinator route or are they going to try to go the sitting head coach route? I mean, Brian Kelly, Billy Napier, these guys are also on the market right now. Do they get big time jobs? Do they have to take a smaller job? So, I'm just as fascinated as you guys are. I think Chesney is a really fascinating candidate. I think one of the things that will be super interesting will be whoever takes over these big-time jobs, whether they're coming from a group of five or they're coming from a coordinator position, do they have the leverage and the confidence and the knowledge they need to really spar with the administration when they need to about this is what I need, these are the resources that I need. That's where a sitting head coach can really come in handy. They kind of understand how this works and what they need.
Is Billy Napier still a big name? I know he was at UL, he was winning a lot of games. Went to Florida, he never reached what they wanted him to reach. I don't see. Do you think another school of Florida's caliber would say, hey, come get a shot over here?
I don't think so. I think if I had to guess, I would guess Napier probably has to take a step back. I think he was at, there were some reports the other day, he was hanging out at Georgia for a little bit. He and Kirby are pals, but yeah, I don't know that I would see Napier becoming another Power 5 head coach. Florida has had just so many struggles, and they had obviously that big win against Texas, and they recruited decently well. But yeah, I would imagine that he's probably going to have to take a little bit of a step back.
Any chance Urban or Saban come back?
I would be very surprised.
On either?
On either, I would. Saban seems to be living his best life on College game day. He's got nothing else to prove. He retired right as college football was going through so much of these changes, right? I mean, so much of his job.
B likes to say he ran away.
That's
I
fair.
think he did.
It's different. It's just a completely different job now. And so so much of it is, and we've seen it with the portal, with conference realignment, so much of it is what conference are you in? How much resources does your donor base have? Do you have the money you need to get the players you want? And so in some ways, the actual coaching is now taking a little bit of a back seat to just being a CEO. And so Saban seems to be living his best life. I love watching him on game day. He's got his national championships. I would be very surprised if he come back. I haven't really heard much about Urban. I guess maybe never say never with anything in college football or anything in sports in general. I mean, I never thought Bill Belichick would be in the ACC this time a year ago. So, we've seen crazier things happen, but I would be surprised to see either of them back in college football.
He ran, Jay. This is the thing. I always have an issue when people have control over everything, they gung-ho. When they lose a little bit of it and they have to do the same things their players have to do, they seem to hightail. That's running. Whether it's Saban or whoever.
Yeah.
Listen, when that pressure changed, when now the pressure's on him to have to compete with everybody, had the same level playing field, he said, okay, I retire now.
One more that I'm interested in. Any chance Marcus Freeman would leave Notre Dame? I imagine he would be the absolute hottest candidate available.
For who?
I would imagine he would also be a great candidate. I haven't heard anything about Freeman potentially leaving. He's got quite a nice setup at Notre Dame. I mean, they've maintained their independence. They've obviously got every resource in the world. Freeman is an Ohio State grad, and Ohio State doesn't seem to be opening up anytime soon. So that one would surprise me. They're making a college football playoff push right now. I think he's a really good fit in South Bend. I think that fan base likes him a lot, and he's definitely got a good thing going.
Yeah. What to you is the best open job?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think 2 weeks ago, before the governor of Louisiana got involved, I probably would have said LSU. And then the governor got involved, and the school's administration was kind of a mess, and it definitely raised some red flags about alignment and just kind of what's going on here, and why is the governor having a press conference where he's talking about how the athletic director won't be hiring the next football coach.
They fired that guy.
Fired. Yeah. So
he should have never gave what you call him a 10-year deal off the bat.
So I think LSU is a little less attractive than I thought it was a couple weeks ago. So I think I would say Florida. You're in the SEC, you've got the resources, and you're in a really fertile area for recruiting. So I think if I was the sitting head coach, Gainesville is a lovely place to live, and there's no state income tax in Florida. So I think that would be my pick if I was a sitting head coach.
And then lastly, and we may not have time for this, but what the hell is this Big Ten private equity? Michigan and USC are trying to sue their way out. Like, what is going on with that?
That is a great question that I need to read up on myself, because I saw a couple of headlines about that yesterday. I haven't fully dived into that yet, but that is college football in 2025, right? It's just ever changing. People are always looking for new avenues and new ways to generate revenue. This is just kind of where we are right now. But yeah, I myself need to do my homework on that.
What a world. Well, thank you, Grace, for the. You know what's crazy?
USC just got there, right?
Right.
We already trying to go.
We just did more than 20 minutes talking college football, and we didn't talk a single thing about a game. Like about a game this weekend. How good is Ohio
We're
State?
talking about the game before the game.
Right.
Yeah,
The
that's
coach
just
is
where
getting
we're
their
at
cheddar.
right now. Yeah, it's that's what I think has made college football so entertaining and like must see. It's just such a spectacle at all times. There's nothing like it, and it's the most lovable circus in town.
If you're going to compete with the NFL, you got to be as crazy as they are.
Yeah, you think
There you go.
anybody beats Ohio State on the field?
I think it's gonna be tough. I'm really curious to see how Indiana and Ohio State would maybe match up. But yeah, I mean, Ohio State this year has been the least talked about number one team in the country that I can remember in a while. They are just an absolute machine that we almost have just kind of focused on other teams elsewhere because they've been that good. So I've got my money on Ohio State. If I'm a bettor, I'm probably putting my money down on the Buckeyes.
Yeah, it's smart. They got to beat Michigan, though. I mean, that
That's
continues
true.
to be.
They do have to beat Michigan. Ryan Day cannot lose to Michigan again.
No. Hey, Grace, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
We'd
Grace.
love to do it again sometime.
Yeah, thank y'all so much for having me. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate
All right. Grace Rayner, give her a follow at GM Rayner, Raynor. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. We got to talk a little bit more Washington. It's a bye week, but there's plenty to discuss with these Commanders. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Well, this week we not only get a Misery Monday, we have a whole bye week to be miserable for the Commanders. Different city, same result. Sunday morning for Dan Quinn in Madrid.
It's tough. This one stings. Guys are definitely hurting, and in a lot of spaces they battled, and we had our opportunity to go win it. We didn't get that done.
Yeah, we'll tell you who didn't get it done. Specifically, one of those opportunities, Matt Gay missed a potential game-winning field goal late in regulation. He was waived by the Commanders Monday. Jake Moody, his replacement, signed off the Bears practice squad. Hockey Caps knocked off the LA Kings last night 2-1. Ovi scored again. Monday Night Football, Cowboys clobber the Raiders. Dak Prescott 4 touchdown passes. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Really good conversation with Grace Rayner from The Athletic. If you missed that, get wherever you get your podcasts, go listen to it. Or you can probably watch it on the YouTube. I'm sure White Brian's working on turning that thing around quick. Grace was sharp, man. She knew her stuff.
She knew her stuff, man.
I enjoyed that. I love
talking sports with women.
College football is also so interesting because the games are going on, right? Like there's still football being played, but the melodrama around the edges is almost like more interesting. You know what I mean?
I guess I think I know what you mean, Jay. You can be weird sometimes.
I don't know. I'm pretty damn interested in what happens with some of these programs.
I want to see it because, like, listen, man, and I want people to understand what I'm saying. I respect the hell out of a Nick Saban, as I respect the hell out of a Joe Gibbs. But when things change up, those coaches don't want to deal with that other issue. But players are expected to deal with the issues all the time. All right? So I just wanted, if you expect me to be at a certain level, I want you to fight through some little stress too. That's all I'm saying.
Not a crazy weekend in college football. You get Tennessee, Florida, Arkansas goes to Texas. How is Texas still top 10?
Because they want Texas to be top 10. They still want to have Arch Manning be up there.
I feel like the truth is out on Arch.
Yeah, but believe me,
maybe he needs more time.
He probably need more time. But still, right now, still a lot of chatter about Arch.
I think one game that I'm interested in, which is probably 2 weeks out, is Georgia Tech, Georgia. Georgia Tech can run the hell out of the football, which makes this Saturday's game, Georgia Tech hosting Pitt, kind of an interesting little spot. Look ahead, possibly. But I wanted to get to the B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. I believe Landfill has posted this. And I want to ask you, Brian. Landfill's question, what was the reason for the Commanders' defensive improvement? DQ calling plays, the Dolphins suck, or both? The AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Where do you lean on that?
Ask that question one more time.
What was the reason for the Commanders' defensive improvement? DQ calling the plays or the Dolphins' Landfill roads suck? I would probably say aren't that good.
I think it's a combination. I think DQ calling.
There is an option for both.
I have talked. There is one.
Landfill gave DQ calling plays, the Dolphins suck, or both.
I'll go with both, but not. I have to go with. I'm gonna throw my own thing in there. I'm gonna go with a D, because as I talk with former players, your head coach calling the defense, you're gonna pay much closer
better lock
detail.
in.
You're gonna lock in. You don't want to be that one guy that screws up. So naturally, guys did what guys need to be doing all the time, and I think having him when he switched to call it, it's a higher emphasis on you better be correct now. You better be doing your damn job. and you saw guys step up. But then I think about him calling things, you saw the timely. London Fletcher was saying, that's the captain when it comes to defense. London talking about the timeliness of the corner and the linebacker blitz and the twists and things they were doing. He had them confused. And let's be real, I mean, not that great, but still, they're pros and they can beat you at any time. He had them confused per se. So I think it's those two things plus players knew I better pay a little closer attention. And what the hell are they gonna complain about? You're overseas, you're in Scotland. Only thing you can do is work out and check and talk to your boys.
Right.
So
there's a little part of me, and I don't believe this is who DQ is. I truly don't. But there's a little part of me that wonders. Do you remember back in 2019, Washington was a bad team. They started 0-5, and then Bruce made the call to fire Jay Gruden to bring in Bill Callahan. Bill Callahan was there.
Just move him up, yeah.
But like, that was a strategic time to make that move.
Yeah.
Because they were playing the Dolphins in Miami, and it was Callahan's best shot at a win.
Yeah.
And then it validated Bruce, like, hey, I made this change and we won, right? Because the first 5 games of the season were really tough.
I'm with that.
Is there any chance Dan waited to get through that gauntlet of Dallas, KC, Seattle, Detroit, to then make the move where he knows it's a lesser program against Miami, whether that is self-preservation or just to
I don't
give
think
the
that's a
defense
chance in
up?
hell that happened. I think the thing that happened was after they had that gauntlet and them 4 games went on and all the negative narrative was going on.
It wasn't a narrative. It was reality.
That was a coat. That was a conversation with others that we need to do something. And I think they made that decision at that. I don't think Dan was waiting until the better players, the teams left to come in and call. I don't think he cares about that.
Do you think if they had done it, maybe you do it after KC, do you think that would have made a difference against Seattle
after
or Detroit?
KC, we saw an unbelievable half of ball from the defense. I don't think you make it after KC.
About Seattle.
If you made it after Seattle, I could see that happening, but as I had conversation with some of my boys, I don't see much of a change. I don't see much different whether
I think the only schematic thing was blitzing.
Yeah, the blitzing thing, but
that was a schematic.
I still think calling the game, whoever, wouldn't have made a difference in a couple of those games. I just think the other teams just was better off. They had more chemistry and better players at the point, and it wouldn't have made a difference who was calling the plays.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think the only thing that stood out to me, a few things. I feel like Miami could have leaned on their run even more, and especially running to the edges. And for whatever reason, they didn't. And cool.
A-Chain got banged up a little bit. I thought earlier.
Well, and then he was hurt at the end.
And then I think they went away from him some. But the other kid came in 31
Ollie Gordon,
was gutting them right up the middle.
Ollie Gordon was 9 for
now,
45.
That is where I think Deron could have made a difference right there. But I saw on the edge, and so as I was calling the game, I told the dude his name was Ollie. Ollie.
How was it calling the game with a British
Oliver
dude?
Wilson was his name, but he's from London. He has a British accent.
Did it take you a minute to get used to the accent?
The accent was cool, but it just, they said Ollie Wilson. When he said this is Oliver Wilson, I wasn't expecting Oliver. I just thought his real name was Ollie.
Right.
When he said Oliver Wilson, I was like, oh, okay, then I got you.
So I listened to him a bit the week before the Berlin game. I was in the car, and I think it was him on the call with another color analyst. I thought he was quite good.
He's good.
It's funny to hear football with a British accent.
No, he's good. But I said the first play they ran, got to the edge, they hooked Vaughn, boom, got about 20. They came right back and hit that edge again. Tight end came down, hooked him. They got another first down.
HN's first 5 carries went for 50 yards.
I said, well, they seem to come into this game with a game plan to hit the edges, and that has been a problem all year.
The only thing, I think the biggest problem in the Seattle and the Detroit games were just the outright, the bad tackling, I think, to a point is like, yo, the head coach, we got to pay attention here, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Not that the tackling was great, especially on Achane down the sideline.
It got better. It's just like, I think that.
But the Seattle game, the wild coverage bust. You had dudes running 15 yards clean.
It was crazy.
They did a better job defensively, whether it was communication, schematics, whatever. Waddle did not get deep in this thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that you can point to as between the blitzing and Waddle not getting deep. Now, maybe Tua just missed him. Because Tua, is not it.
I'm gonna tell you like this here about Tua. I think Dan understood. If you let Tua do stuff in rhythm, he will pick you apart.
Right.
So what they were starting to do, they ran some, like they'll be on the receivers, they'll get inside, they were backing off, they were doing different little coverage teases. But every time Tua was able to catch it and just bam, let it go, it was perfect. We couldn't defend it. But I think the pressure was coming when you make him hold it and now he has to start patting it.
He gets nervous.
He's a different guy.
Yeah, dude.
He's a totally different guy. I'll come back to our offense. Early on, Mariota hits Ertz on like a post corner. Robbie Chosen is wide ass open down the field. I guess he just never saw him.
Yeah. A lot to kind of take apart from Washington's loss Sunday in Madrid. I want to ask the boys in the aquarium the AAA poll question of the day. Was DQ calling plays a difference? Was it the Miami offense isn't of the same caliber that they'd seen the previous couple weeks? Is there more to it? We're going to ask the boys in the aquarium. Sam Cosmi joins us at noon. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finley. When I landed at Dulles yesterday, I was reminded that winter has arrived in Washington. It is that time of year. Time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love them. They do great work at the house. Here's the deal. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficient, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at you this season. Remember, Doug Kammerer says it's going to be a cold, snowy winter. You better get your system checked out. You could boost your system's performance, lower your energy bills, and catch those small issues before they turn into potentially major, costly repairs or replacements. Take it from me. A quick call now could save you big when it gets really cold. That's the kind of headache nobody needs. Call now, 1-800-GO-CROP, or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
Until I got high.
Yeah.
Until I got high.
La. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan.
Why?
Sam Cosme is going to join us in about 15 minutes. Washington's defense had its best performance in a month. Maybe more than that, honestly. Probably since the Charger game. Obviously, there was a big change last week when Dan Quinn said he was going to be calling the defenses, and no longer would that be Joe Witt. Joe Witt's still part of the coaching staff, still part of the defensive game planning.
Mm-hmm.
Led Lamphill to ask the B. Mitch Finley AAA poll question of the day, what deserves the credit for the defensive performance, which was better. Not great. I mean, they still gave up almost 200 yards on the ground, but it was better. Is it that Dan Quinn was in charge? Is it that Miami's just not that good? Is it some combination of all those factors? I think you and I believe it was some combination of all those factors, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the boys in the aquarium think. Jeffrey, you were at the game Sunday. You were in Madrid. What did you think?
I think it was a combination of everything because if we would have played like better teams, some of those, the way we were letting them get up the field, because it's not like they were just killing us big play after big play. It's just they kept chopping us down. So, and also, they did move better than they have been. So, yeah, I'm going to say it's a combination because I never want to discredit the guys when they have been doing bad and then, they have a good week the next week. I don't want to discredit them by saying Miami was terrible. So, yeah, combination.
Combination for Jeffrey. White Brian, what did you think?
Also think it's a combination, but it's a good start. It's definitely looked better with Dan Quinn calling the plays than Joe Witt.
It definitely looked better. I agree with that. What about you, Professor Landini? You usually have strong opinions on these topics.
Honestly, I think most of it was due to the fact that the Dolphins are just not that good a team. The past 4 weeks when the defense got really, really bad, they played some good offenses. The Cowboys are a good offense. The Chiefs, obviously, the Lions. And, the defense was so bad that they made even Sam Darnold look like he could run a competent offense. But, I kind of think that was a lot of it, unfortunately. I think it was just the fact that the offense they played is just not all that good. And that's the reason for the improvement. I'd love to be wrong, though. I'd love, to be like they actually figured something out here and they can actually stop people now. That would be great.
Yeah, I think that stretch of the schedule was so difficult. The one thing, and I interacted with a ton of Commanders fans over the last week in Spain because there were a lot of them there. And credit to those people, as B said, they're spending their own money to be there, right?
Yeah.
A lot of fans, I think, want to discount the injuries, but the injuries are just so significant.
It's huge.
You can't discount it. And I think that's an important part of the conversation.
See, the thing when people say we're not going to make excuses, and then you say, well, the injuries, fans see it as an excuse, but it's a fact. If you don't have the top players that started the season playing, you're going to lose something. And when other teams have their guys against your seconds and your thirds, you're not going to be the same level of team. But I still think it's a lot of people, and I interacted with a lot of people too, all the way coming back home, landing in D.C. last night. People still are looking at this team like what they thought based off of the end of last year, not what they've seen this year.
Right.
And you got to be truthful with yourself. At a point, you got to say, okay, it ain't the same. Things have worked differently. We're not getting the breaks and the bounces like we did last year. The injuries popped up this year, didn't pop up last year. One thing I know about pro football, if you have a lot of injuries in one year, you probably won't the next. And if you don't have a lot, you got to be careful on that next one because they're coming. Eventually, you're going to have injuries in football.
The injuries are significant. I mean, I also think Joe Witt at some point just wasn't changing anything. And we talked about it repeatedly on this show. And I think DQ didn't change a lot, but he did make a few subtle changes that I think, just that corner blitz where Jonathan Jones got home early in the game, just throw something different at Tua, a guy that has struggled in the past, right? Like I think it was good to see some changes. I think you do have to look at Miami and what hasn't been a great offense. I mean, you just look at the numbers for the Dolphins. They're bottom. Going into that game, they were bottom 5 in most major offensive categories. They were going into that game, I want to say 25th in points scored and 24th in yards gained. Moved up a little since they've gotten the win. The biggest question is like, how did we get here? You know what I mean? And I don't think there's a silver bullet. Like I don't think there's any one singular answer.
There's not one answer, but we got here because first thing, we adjusted our plan from building to, we went for it. And I don't think we really addressed last year of knowing that we won a lot of close games. And if you had just won half of them and lost half of them, then things would have been differently. A lot of balls bounced our way. We were healthy. We were lucky on the injury report. This year comes around, those balls aren't bouncing. We're not winning those close games. Here, we're not in close games. Injuries came up major. Those things, everything that's there is obvious. The whole thing about, and then let's look at it. Joe Witt is not the only person that puts in the defense. It's a multitude of people.
Sure.
So those things could have been adjusted, changed, and discussed before this week.
Right. Like DQ could have told, DQ was his boss.
So what I'm saying is like, listen, man, there is an element of allowing people to go out and do their job and try to figure things out, because in the long run, you're going to need that person to be able to handle that without you always putting your finger into it.
Commanders guard Sam Cosmi will join the program next.
Brought to you by Main Street Bank, cheer local, bank local. Boy, it's going to be a tough couple of weeks for the Commanders, isn't it? Getting back home and back to work. Dan Quinn's team coming off another loss, 6 in a row, Sunday morning in Madrid.
Not getting a chance to get that one yesterday like I so badly wanted the win for the players. Sometimes you need that one to get the momentum to kick you over the top. And so that's what I was just really disappointed as much as I've been for them.
After the bye week, a Sunday nighter against the Broncos, who will come to town on an 8-game winning streak. Hockey, the Capitals snapped a 2-game skid. Alex Ovechkin notching his 6th of the season last night. Caps knock off the LA Kings 2-1. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right, it is high noon in the District of Columbia, and that's the only place we're at. We don't have to tell you what time it is in Madrid anymore. We had to do that a lot last week. It is time for our Paisanos Players Chat with our guy, Sam Cosme. But first, make sure you're checking out Paisanos Pizza. They got something for everyone, paisanospizza.com. Sammy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good right now.
You told me, so when I last saw you, it was in the locker room after the loss to Miami. You were obviously pretty downtrodden, and you said kind of how miserable that long flight home and everybody just kind of upset was going to be. Was it how you expected?
Yeah, pretty much. We, like I said, we had to wait around for a while. It was a long trip just to get back. But definitely would have been better with a win.
So as you kind of acclimate now, I mean, dude, I know that game was brutal and you guys were right there and then you lose it at the end. What does the bye week do for you, man? Like what are you trying to do this week? Physically, mentally, with your family? Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I'm just trying to give my body a time to heal and rest. Vice versa with the mental, especially, just to get away. I've been in the building ever since.
Wow.
I mean, last August, so I've been there pretty much 24/7. Feels like 2 summers ago. So I just need a break a little bit just to get away. But yeah, I mean, I'm still going into the facility, still taking care of the body. From my perspective, family life, number 2 will be here in a couple weeks from now. So I'm just getting the house set for the little man to get into town and have everything ready to go, so I don't have to worry about that during the season.
Sure.
Sam, as you look at the game, were you able to see some things that improved for you all?
Yeah, I mean, run game, we had quite a bit of yards in the run game, and that was able to open up some of the play action for sure. There's just some plays in the red zone that we weren't able to capitalize, and definitely some calls we wanted back. I felt like our defense, stepped up and made plays when they needed to make plays. So, it was good to see that. Just our defense kind of feeling like what they were before. So it was really cool to see them, have energy and fly around and make plays too. So, but we just weren't able to capitalize on a couple opportunities to win the ball game.
Talking with our friend Sam Cosmi, Commander's right guard, for our weekly Paisanos player chat. No one appreciates the listeners more than our friends at Paisanos, and they're proving it. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. You can load up on pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever you're craving by using the promo code FAN30 at checkout. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Dude, I understand that a football game is far more than any one singular play, right? But as a player, when you have a chance at a game-winning kick, how difficult is it when you see it not go in?
I mean, it's kind of, you put yourselves in that position to get down there. A quick 2-minute to, fingers crossed, good operation, and just, pray it goes up in the uprights. But, as soon as you see that, it kind of hits you in the gut. But we're like, all right, we gotta get back to work, and we're about to get in overtime. So that's kind of the first. But I mean, right there, we're right there to win that ball game.
Yeah, I think a lot of times I get asked that question. I'm like, look, everybody has a job to do, and if it doesn't happen, you don't get mad because hell, we may be in a situation where you don't do the block, you don't do the run, you don't throw the right pass, and you move past it, but it still hurts. you don't lose your mind, but it hurts. But you feel, like you said, you got to get back out there, go in overtime, and now make the plays to win the game.
Yep, for sure.
Now that you are home, how much have you eaten? Like, how quickly? So you guys got home, what, probably Monday morning or middle of the night, kind of Sunday night, Monday?
Yeah. It was like 1 a.m.
Wow.
Here, but it's really 7 a.m. in Madrid.
Right, so you were all screwed up.
Yeah, honestly, it was a lot easier to acclimate my body coming back than it was to going there.
Yeah,
I thought so
which
too.
Was, it was. It only took me it just took me yesterday to just get back into the groove of it. It was really weird, but when I was there, when we went there, it took me a couple days to just get my body acclimated. It's really, really strange.
Dude, I think going there
that was hell.
That was really tough. Coming back was way better.
Man, look, I got there, Sam, that morning at 5-something. When we got to the hotel, it was like 8. Our rooms weren't ready. When they finally let me in my room at 11, I had to be somewhere at 11:30, and then it didn't stop.
Yeah.
So I was suffering.
That's how he kind of felt when it came to getting there. I mean, it was just boom thing after another, and obviously with traveling to the facilities and everything spread out, it just took more time throughout the day to do stuff. So yeah, it was definitely felt like a haul each and every day just to get through the days. It was definitely different.
Obviously, the result is just a killer, right? But how much did you enjoy the experience? That was your first international game, I believe, right?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed being able to see a different culture, especially. There's a couple things I definitely noticed about just how they operate over there. I was walking around and taking Ubers and just looking around. I didn't see one. I don't know how the people take, but I didn't see one fat person. Not a single fat person.
No fat people at all in the whole country.
No, I mean, what they they won't. No diabetes there, but good Lord, they're gonna have lung cancer. I mean, everybody smokes over there. It's incredible. They're just packing. I mean, I think I saw like a kid smoking over there. So at a restaurant, I was looking at him like, how old does that kid have to be?
Yeah. It's like, but did you notice like the food tastes differently? And I thought it was fresher than me, to be honest with you.
No, by far. So like what we noticed when we were in the hotel, we normally get some wings for like a night snack. They were way smaller than the ones we get here in the States, but you could taste it though. Like they just, there wasn't anything added to them. And then like, it's like ketchup. If you looked at the ketchup, the first thing you read is tomatoes.
Right.
You
Not
you come
Polly,
here,
whatever.
Yeah. It's going to be some weird ingredients and all these added preservatives and stuff like that. So I could tell their food was definitely, healthier, better quality. Obviously not the portion sizes. I mean, a lot of restaurants I had to order 3 or 4 entrees to fill me up. So.
What did you think of the stadium? I mean, there was a lot of like burgundy and gold there. There was a lot going on. How was that experience for you?
I loved it. I loved to see everybody. I mean, it was really unique to see how many different jerseys there were from different teams, as well. I mean, obviously a lot of burgundy and gold, but like just seeing, other people there just representing the teams that they support. It was there was just it was almost like a color rush of just throughout the stands. So, that was really neat to see that. And then obviously, different situations too on the field. I mean, when we kind of had to learn on cadence, like if we're in the red zone or we're backed up, we had to go on like a silent count. But in the middle of the field, we could just use regular cadence, which was just really weird that we had to figure out throughout the game. Yeah.
That is weird.
What I noticed, throughout the last 2 years, man, like every city you all travel to, the burgundy and gold shows up, and I hope y'all were able to see that because they are really, really supporting you. Believe me.
Yeah, trust me. I mean, we do. I really do appreciate all the fans showing support and doing all that. And I know, like, with how we've been performing, especially, I know that's hard for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nothing more than for me personally wanting to win ball games and I just we've had from me being here just such a drought for so long, and I hate to have a season how it's going right now. There's nothing more that I want to do than win ball games and be in contention and see smiles on fans' faces. I hate what we're going through right now.
I get it, man. We're talking with our friend Sam Cosmi, Commander's right guard, as part of our Paisanos Players Chat. No one appreciates fan listeners more than our friends at Paisanos. They're proving it right now. Get $30 off. Get 30% off any order of $30 or more with the promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever you're looking for, Paisanos has got it. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. So as people keep asking me, and I get asked this a lot, what has happened with Washington this season? And I think there's a number of layers to that question, but injuries are such a significant factor. As a player, like when you look around, whether it's in the huddle on Sunday in Madrid or just at practice, and you just notice how many guys aren't there, do you allow yourself to even notice that? I know it's a next man up league. I know what the mentality is, but when the changes have been so significant, is it just painfully obvious?
I mean, yes and no. The rotation of guys that we've kind of had coming through, especially our huddle and going through that whole process. I mean, as an O-lineman, you can't obviously think that way and let that affect your play. Because regardless of your situation, our job is to protect the quarterback and we'll really protect the ball carrier. So whoever that is, wide receiver, running back, quarterback. So whoever they put back there, we're going to have to protect regardless of the situation at hand. But yeah, I mean, it's different. It's different because, it's a different group of guys, like last year was, I hate to, go back to last year, but, for the most part, we were pretty much healthy throughout the whole season. And we had a great chemistry of guys that no matter what, like, we had that brotherhood of like, and that chemistry, not that we don't have a brotherhood, but it's like more of like a chemistry thing, if anything, like every time, especially offensively, like we step on the field, we knew exactly what we got, and so it's just different. But from that standpoint, I mean, injuries do play a big factor, I feel like. And I feel like it is, hate to say this, an excuse, because it's like, you pay players for a certain reason, and you pay them a certain amount of money for that reason alone to perform at their level in which they play. And so not having those players definitely can hurt a team, you know. Yeah. And it's next man up, but it's like, it's a different guy, you know. It's different guys out there. It's tough to navigate sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's like that. It's just a chemistry thing, like you just stated, because you get to a point when you have the same guy on your left side, same guy on your right side. You don't even have to look at them. You automatically know just based off of what the situation is, what they're going to do. And when you put another person in that position, that doesn't happen. And it's as simple as that. You have to think a little bit more. And I always tell people, if you're thinking on the football field, you got a problem. If you're not reacting, reacting is going to be easier for people to just do it. But when you're thinking about, what is he going to do in this situation, it just makes you a little bit slower to the point.
Exactly. I completely agree with that statement right there. I mean, for sure. If you're thinking, you're just that quick late to reacting. So you said it the best right there.
Sam, with the bye this week, would you normally travel and you guys are sticking around just because you're so close to the baby's arrival, or do you normally just kind of lay low?
A little bit of both. I mean, if it was up to us, I mean, maybe have gone somewhere just for a little bit, but baby's here, and then also just I really want to take care of my body and put that first right now. So it's kind of the best of both worlds when it comes to that. And then just spending as much time with the little one before we have another addition to come into the family. So that's kind of the mentality coming into this week.
I get that. When you do vacation, are you a beach guy, a mountain guy? You like a Airbnb? You like a resort? Like, what do you like?
It's whatever the wife wants, Rick.
Dude,
But
trust me, I know.
She's a beach gal. I like going to the beach. I also like going to the mountains. I used to ski all the time.
Did you?
Yeah.
What size were your skis, dude?
That's probably as big as you can get. But no, yeah. Skiing is one of my things that I love to do.
Like throughout high school and stuff?
Yeah, high school and college, yeah.
Where would you guys go from Texas?
Colorado.
That's sick.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
See, I'm telling you, man, you might be big, but you're an athlete, man.
Exactly. I'm flying down those hills, trust me.
People better get out of the
hell
way,
out the way.
dude.
That's a big man rolling right there.
Have you done any skiing locally? Like, have you gone to any places you could drive to from Ashburn?
No, not really. I kind of haven't had the opportunity to really do anything like that. If I normally go, it's normally, like I said, with family and plan a trip to Colorado. But I haven't done. I didn't know there was a lot of places around here that you can do that.
Well, it's not Colorado, but I mean the elevation's really just not that high. But dude, I bet from where you live, you could probably get to a place like Bryce Mountain or something within like 90 minutes, dude. And it's really good places to learn to ski. It can be kind of icy at times. You got to hope for good snow, but if your background is Colorado and the Rockies, it's going to be significantly different. But you can ski on the East Coast, and if you go over to West Virginia or up into Pennsylvania or New York, even Western Maryland, there's some pretty good mountains.
Yeah, right now, especially, that sounds about right about my speed. In high school, I would go on the blacks, the diamonds, and but right now it's more like greens, some blues, some more coasting, if anything.
I like a good blue at this stage of my life.
For sure.
I'm trying to set up a boys trip to my buddy's place in Park City in probably February. You'll have a 2-month-old baby. You think you can pull off coming with us?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hey, this is what you do to him, Sam. Just ask him when he had his kids where the hell did he go?
Yeah,
exactly.
I went and changed diapers. That's what I did.
Yeah, diapers and been gone for a whole season. Yeah, the wife's ready for the husband to be at home taking care of the load. So yeah.
Last thing, I know in that game you had to come out for a couple plays. You kind of got rolled up on in the post game. You said you weren't necessarily thrilled with how that shook out. Were you going to file with the league? I don't know where that kind of landed.
Oh yeah. That clip's already been turned in.
Okay, what is the process? Like, when do you hear back, and how does that work out?
Yeah, we got a guy on the team that I just he's ahead of that for us when it comes to looking at stuff like that or missed calls. So either it's kind of talk to him about it. Just didn't appreciate how I got hurt on that play for something that was completely uncalled for to do. Mm-hmm. And I think it's ridiculous, but you never know how the league's going to respond to things, and they might let it go. I've gotten fined for really pointless things at times that, right, you look at it and you're like, how the heck did I get fined for that? But, and how the heck did somebody not get fined for, that obvious thing,
Right.
So they kind of just dictate based off of how they view things, and just kind of have to go with it.
Well, good luck with that, and enjoy the bye week, dude. Get some rest and just hang with the family, and we'll catch up with you next week. You won't have to deal with the media for a whole week. Isn't that pleasant?
I know, and we'll,
in other words, you don't have to deal with JP.
Yeah.
Thank you, dude.
See you next week, though.
All right, man.
We appreciate you guys.
All right,
Sam.
take care, Sam.
Yeah.
All right. That's our guy, Sam Cosmi, Washington Commanders right guard, joining us for the weekly Paisanos Players Chat. No one appreciates 106.7 The Fan listeners more than our friends at Paisanos, and they're proving it. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more with the promo code FAN30. Load up on pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever you're craving by using promo code FAN30 at checkout. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone.
Yep.
I don't know if you're ready for it, B. I think it's time to open these phones up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Hey, it's JP Finley. I just got back from Madrid. We had a great time, and Collars & Co. bailed me out. I brought 3 Collars & Co. dress shirts, 2 Collars & Co. blazers. I looked sharp everywhere I went in my Collars & Co. gear, and the best part, I was able to just put it in my suitcase, put it on a hanger when I landed in Madrid, and I never had to iron it, never had to dry clean it, never showed a single wrinkle. Looked fresh, straight off the hanger, and I'm out the door when I'm wearing my Collars & Co. gear. The polos, the sweaters, the quarter zips, all of it is perfect. Go check them out at their pop-up store in Congressional Plaza for all of your holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co., game changer.
This update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. So the Commanders hit the bye week on a 6-game skid. That's their longest losing streak since dropping 9 in a row, the end of Sam Howell's tenure, 2023 into early 2024. They will take on the top team in the AFC when they return after the bye week. Sunday Night Football, November 30th, against the Broncos, who will come to town on an 8-game winning streak. And we'll see about Jaden Daniels. Won't get an update on his status, according to Dan Quinn, until next week. Monday Night Football, Cowboys clobbered the Raiders in Vegas last night, 33-16. Dak Prescott threw for 4. Ovi scored for the Caps last night. Much needed win. They knock off the LA Kings 2-1. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 p.m. daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest, downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
Stiff.
B. Mitch Finley,
Afternoon
106.
delight, huh, News?
Whenever you
Is this
hear the Starland vocal band during the B. Mitch Finley program, it means it's time to talk to Chris Russell. If you're on, I know callers just called in, but you got to take Rooster when you get an opportunity. He's a very busy fella.
Yeah. Good afternoon, boys.
Rooster and I were on the same flight back from Spain yesterday.
Yes, we were.
I thought, it's a long flight, but I thought that everything went well on the plane. Somehow, B-Mitch, we landed on the People Mover at Dulles, and Chris was very upset.
I was very upset.
Why?
I have no idea why.
Because people are silly gooses, and it was just a bad setup, and then we had to wait, and it just a bunch of things going on.
I
gotta say,
B, you know I'll complain about anything.
What was the bad setup?
What was the complaint yesterday?
It was you get off the plane and you got to walk like a mile and a half to get through this long corridor to customs, and people in wheelchairs were being pushed through. And
Are you mad at people in wheelchairs?
No. I was being hit, and it was just aggravating, right? Anyway, B, I got to say this. The 2 biggest pops that I got the entire week that I was in Madrid and Barcelona was because of JP's introduction of me. Friday night, outside of 2 Irish bars that were jam-packed for his podcast party, outside on the street, I walk up to him, and he's like, "Hey, Rooster!" And a bunch of people around, "Oh, Rooster!" Like all of a sudden you're relevant now because JP knows you. And then yesterday on the People Mover, a bunch of people recognized him. Of course, they have no idea, and for good reason, who I am. And he's like, "Hey, do you guys know Chris Russell?" And they're like, "Oh, Rooster." So the only reason why I was relevant was because of JP Finley.
You just don't go out a lot, Rooster. You got to start going out more.
Probably worth pointing out, Brian, that Rooster, we had been off the plane for some time. He still had his neck pillow around his neck.
Yes.
I'm not really sure the hows or whys on that.
I've got a sore neck. When you carry a radio station like I do on 980, you get a sore neck, you get a sore back. So you need to.
Wow.
Yeah, you need to.
Rooster, will you say something for me in this exact cadence? My neck, my back. Just say that for me.
My neck, my back.
You know it follows that, Rooster.
Oh boy.
Jeff will tell you what we done.
Oh boy. Jeff gonna blend that into a song?
No, he'll let you know what comes after that.
Okay.
Don't ever say that again. Don't ever say that. Don't listen to JP, man.
Hey, at least I didn't do that stupid 6'7" stuff.
Well, here
I would have rather you did that.
Well, I'm glad Jeff you potted up his mic because I'd like to let Jeff talk here too. Brian.
JP, why are you carrying around a bottle of Italian? Oh, you got a salad.
Okay.
I'm like,
I leave
why
the
is he
dressing
playing
in the
with a bottle
refrigerator.
of Italian dressing?
He does weird stuff sometimes.
No, I've gotten very responsible. I put my name on it so they don't throw it away.
Attaboy.
Brian.
Yeah.
There are currently 6 of us involved in the radio program. Me and you, Chris and Jeff, White Brian, and Landfill.
Yeah.
4 of us went to Spain. Me, you, Rooster, and Jeff. 50% of the current population of this radio program that went to Spain barfed on the streets or the oceans of Spain.
So who was that?
Well, it wasn't me. Was it you?
No.
Okay.
So Bruce and Jeff?
So here's what we're going to do. They're both going to tell us their barf story, and we'll decide who was worse.
All right. So here's my barf story. Thursday in Barcelona, I go out on a little sailboat, right? And we go out into the Mediterranean Sea. I had an empty stomach. It was like 2:30 in the afternoon. I had not eaten. Okay. I drank a beer.
You got drunk off of a beer?
No, I didn't get drunk. Listen,
you just threw up
I didn't
off
get drunk.
of beer.
So then, all of a sudden, she's like, the boat operator or the captain was like, "It's gonna get a little choppy here as we turn around." And all of a sudden, the boat starts bouncing up and down like this, and I'm like, and like that feeling like sometimes where you have to burp, right, from drinking.
This is so crazy.
I've never had that.
I do. So I thought I had to burp, and
you had to throw
I
up.
burped, but then it immediately got followed up by.
Did you throw up on it?
Did you make it over the side of the boat?
No. No, because it came out so fast that I couldn't even turn around because I thought it was a burp.
Did you throw up on anyone?
I threw up on food.
Wait, on the food they were serving?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There were a couple of like hand snacks, like
His is worse.
His is worse.
Before I hear Jeff.
I had to leave just out of fairness. I left a 50 pesos tip to the captain and the assistant captain.
You gave them 50 cents?
No, $50 or 50 pesos or whatever, euros or whatever.
And not pesos.
Not pesos.
Well, whatever it is.
You barfed all over the food.
Yeah, and me and the boat and everything. It happened so fast I couldn't even turn around to get out of the boat to barf in the Mediterranean.
But I don't know, Bruce.
I didn't know that.
Bruce, you gotta know.
That is awful,
when
bro.
it's more
I didn't
than
know
just
that.
air coming up.
I thought you at least got it off the boat.
No. Literally, it happened so fast and so surprisingly.
I think his worse, Jeff.
What, Jeff? What happened to you?
You're out here giving Americans a bad name.
Yeah. I guarantee somebody say, "Damn Americans."
Yeah, dude. All right, Jeffrey.
And we told Rooster's not American. He's from Buffalo.
I have a lot of problems with a lot of things.
There were a couple of Italian girls that on the boat, and they I felt terrible for them. Right? There was like 4 or 5 of them.
Did anybody talk to you after this?
Yeah, I mean, and I was very apologetic. I was very un-American, right? I was very like, "I'm so sorry for ruining your day." Da 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 da. I feel terrible. Like and they were like, "No, it's okay, it's okay."
They were lying.
Well, I'm sure they were because I
they couldn't eat now.
I totally ruined it. I mean, I belched all over the salami.
We got it.
You did more than belch.
Jeff, tell us your barf story. Why are you guys going to Europe to barf?
Jeez. Yeah, that was terrible.
Weak, man. Weak.
So mine was Saturday. I went to the restaurant with B, Ahmed, Tana, Mark. We're all eating.
I was at the Gardens.
They're all getting drinks with their food. And I get ginger ale because I'm like, yo, I touched down not too long ago. I'm hungry because I rode the train for about 2-3 hours when I touched down in Madrid just to go look around. Everywhere.
Should have just walked, dog.
Nah, so the train, it take you to different parts of Madrid.
Okay.
So I was just sightseeing through the train, getting off the train, walking and coming back. So I'm like,
I walked for like 5 miles that Saturday. It was awesome.
I get with, we go back to the hotel. Me and Mark stays at the bar because B has an event to go to. So I'm like, let's get some liquor now. I'm good. So I have a drink with Mark. And as I'm sitting there, I'm talking, all I hear is, "Hey, yo, I know that voice. You my man from the radio that make the songs." I'm like, "Yeah, da-da-da." We chilling, we talking. He go, "Let's take a shot." Now, I was drinking something called Torre 5. It's a brandy out there that a lot of them drink. And they want to have shots of tequila reposado. So I'm like, all right, cool. That's still brown in my book. So I take the shots. And then that one shot led into just multiple shots and drinks the entire night. So
you just got hammered.
Yes. So then I go.
The young lady that was drinking with him, she wasn't drunk.
Hold on. Ooh. They also wasn't giving
I
them.
got pics.
They also wasn't giving them the amount of liquor that I was giving.
That's Jeff's story.
So hold on. So we about to go to a party because in Madrid their nightlife starts at 12.
Sure, it's late.
Yeah. So we about to go to the party. They're like, "Yo, Jeff, come get in the Uber. You can ride with us." But I had tried to order food, and there was no food there. So I'm like, I'm going to catch y'all at the club.
I just saw a photo. Good. You took your shirt off. Even better.
Hold on. I'm gonna get to that part. So I'm like, yeah, I gotta walk. It's gonna be fine. I'm telling him I have to walk because if I would have got in that Uber, it was going down. I would have threw up
He
on
threw
that
up
over
before
everybody.
he got into the club.
So I'm walking up the street and I just feel it coming up. I'm like, oh yeah.
That's after the club.
No, this is before the club. I'm like, I just feel it coming on. I go inside the alley and I'm just barfing. I didn't feel bad because there was this little European kid giving his body up in the alley as well, throwing up. So I'm like, all right,
You
bet.
heard he said a little European kid.
No.
Not a grown-ass
Giving
man
up
from
his
America.
No, he was like 22, 23.
Jeff, that's weak sauce, man.
So hold on,
I
hold
at
on.
least threw up
So I'm
after
like-
one can of beer.
I'm like,
You might have
man.
had a boat involved, though. You could have
Yeah,
been seasick.
Yeah,
That's true.
So I'm like,
hold on, Jeff. Your story's going to take a long time. I'm going to try to keep us on schedule break-wise. The people that are on hold, I might just let them weigh in on whose barf story is worse.
Why
I can't believe.
I'm so small.
I can't believe both of you guys barfed in Spain.
Don't piss off Landfill by blowing the break because he's already upset that you're back.
Well, Landville, I think, has audio of Chris.
Yeah, I actually have audio of what he said to the people on the boat after he threw up.
Feliz cumpleaños and prospero año e felicidad.
What the hell does that mean?
We're coming right back. These two are disgusting. Oh. Wonder if I just got some karmic payback. What's wrong? You don't hear, B?
I hear nothing.
B's not hearing anything.
Okay.
Maybe Rooster messed something up.
Nah, I think Jeff talked so much in the break,
Dog.
my ears went numb.
Yo, that was one of the most remarkable, nonstop, one dude talking, everybody just slowly tuning
He
him
thought
out.
he was having a conversation. Nobody
I
else
was just
spoke.
like, oh
No,
my
I did not think I
God.
was having a conversation. I think I was talking to y'all. It wasn't a conversation. All three of y'all. Y'all were invested in it.
No, we wasn't invested.
There was a lot there, Jeff.
Yo,
There's a
like,
lot
All
of
I know
gobbledygook.
is Hefe almost stuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Here's the question is
We almost lost Jeff to Hefe.
I don't know. The Madrid cartel, I didn't even know they had those. Jeff in 48 hours, he's sweating now. 48 hours in Madrid, found lots of trouble. Brian
No,
and
I didn't find a lot of trouble. One trouble, but I was good.
I was there a week, found zero trouble. But the let's stay on topic. Somehow, me, Brian, Jeff, and Rooster all went to Madrid for various amounts of time.
Uh-huh.
And while in Spain, Brian and I were able to keep from throwing up the entire time we were there.
The whole time.
And Jeff and Chris were unable to do so.
And I know I had a few. I over-under was probably 50.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think I topped it.
You're
Just
crazy.
Saturday, I went for it. Saturday was my day. Take the over on Saturday.
All I got to do is say, CJ, my dog.
CJ threw a party.
The bar closed, and then CJ came out with carts. Oh. Listen to me, dude.
Man.
They said you can't order from the bar anymore, but you can from room service.
Attaboy.
Okay.
I remember when I used to be able to drink like that.
So-
no more.
Rooster drank a beer, per his story, and then
Probably didn't even drink the whole beer.
No, I drank the whole beer, but it was on an empty
do you
stomach.
get seasick?
Not normally, but I'm telling you, man, this
Wait,
boat,
wait,
as
wait,
soon
hold
as
on,
we
hold
went
on,
out
hold
into
on.
the middle of the
You say
Mediterranean,
a whole beer on the empty stomach is nothing new. We do that in Louisiana every day.
Can we back this up? Their beers were not even that big in Madrid.
Yeah.
it was just a regular can of beer on a sailboat, man.
was small.
That's all. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm proud of this.
Okay, so
I got
let's-
sick.
Let's let folks weigh in. Chris drank a beer on a boat and threw up all over the food on the boat.
That's nasty.
Jeff apparently drank all day and then threw up all over the alley of the club and may or may not have gotten into an altercation with the Madrid cartel in the process.
And Hugo.
Whose story is worse?
I mean, it's definitely Chris Russell. He
threw up on all the food.
I can't believe you threw up on the food, dude.
Bad. I mean, there was Italian meats,
You got to at
and
least
cheeses.
you got to at
and-
least turn your damn face.
I
And then Rooster, 50 euros wasn't enough.
He said it was pesos at
I'm
first.
telling you, like when I realized I was in trouble after I burped, right?
Oh my
and
God.
it was more than just, and then it just followed up with a trigger reaction. I went like this, covering my hands, and it sprayed everywhere.
Hey, and hold
Oh,
up.
God.
At least when I did it, y'all wouldn't even have known I had thrown up if I didn't sound hurt on the phone when B called me, because I was about to call you back, JP, and B
Well, you were
called me.
supposed to come to the party that night. I never
couldn't
saw
make
you.
it. I couldn't make it. Bro, I barely made it to the parties I went to.
We wouldn't have known if Rooster hadn't thrown up if he hadn't told us.
Yeah, but he did it in front of people. That is bad. That's something you do when you're like 17 and you first.
So
drink
you
the
just
liquor.
painted
Throwing
some
up on the
alleyway in
food
Madrid.
is bad.
Yeah. No, I'm not telling you that this was a shining moment for me. I'm
Oh,
not telling you
it
that.
wasn't shining. It was.
It was probably glistening.
And you know what they throw?
It was
It had that
yellow.
little smell.
It looked like the curry in the press box.
pretty
So
cold
it
out
went
there,
from
so the
being
steam
great
was
meats
there.
and
Yeah.
cheeses to throw up.
JP,
smell.
it looked like the curry because you. I don't know if you were up in the
Rooster
press
was
box,
also-
Oh, I had
but it
curry,
looked like.
I had
Oh,
curry.
you had the
Curry was
curry.
good.
Okay, it looked like that color.
Rooster was
That's what
also
it looked
furious. They ran out of forks.
Yes.
At halftime in the
Yes,
press
of
box.
course.
it's everybody else's fault. Did we ever get a count on how many other people's day Rooster ruined
Yeah,
by
how many
throwing up
people
on the boat?
How many people were there?
I mean, I probably like 6 or 7.
Just y'all had 6 or 7 people.
Are
that's
you
it?
trying to do a 6 or 7 bit?
No. I like I
Was it 6 or 7?
I don't know.
What
I mean,
was
it was probably that amount. There were a couple of Italian girls
Oh.
and a mother and a boy, a guy, whatever, that was dating one of the
So
girls.
you ruined a
and,
child's day.
You know, and the
Did you give
Their women
everyone
look good.
50 euros?
No. I gave the crew, the 2-man crew.
But what about the
50
people
euros.
that planned on
split?
eating the food that you
Well,
barfed
they had
on?
already. The good news is they had already had time to eat it. Right. Number one. Number two.
No,
They're
no,
not
you
fat.
can't
They're
tell
not
them what
fat,
time
so
to
they
eat
don't
it.
eat all day long.
Toby, Rooster threw up over on
Hello,
all of the food.
Let's ask Toby a few quick questions. Toby, did you go to Spain?
I did, yes.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I loved it.
Did you throw up?
No.
So now there are 5 of us that
Five
went to
people
Spain,
went.
Bro, Toby-
and only 2 of them throw up.
Well,
Toby is the most
Jeff.
pure man on this radio station right now.
Rooster basically is trying to say he threw up because of the beer. I just think Rooster just got seasick.
Yeah, I threw up because of alcohol.
One way or the other. I think it was one that led into another. It was definitely because of the freaking
Was it
waves that were
Dramamine?
bouncing up and
Should've
down.
got you
Jeff,
some Dramamine
you
in,
think I
Rooster.
wasn't drinking a lot? I didn't throw up.
Hey, JP, my excuse was this was my first time going that hard in a year.
We don't care.
Dog.
You threw up.
I threw up
Lost
twice.
your edge.
I don't care. I went to the party, threw up. Soon as I got out of the party, I turned to the left. Security said, "Are you okay?" I went and went to the corner and all on the corner.
I mean, you guys wonder why they hate Americans
Hold on,
wherever
and then
we go.
What was the worst thing is a guy ran up to me and he didn't say, "Are you okay?" He said, man, you know you can get fined for that. He said, "You can't spit on the ground here." I was like, all right. But when I look over to the left, there's people throwing up all over now.
You know,
Where were you? I was at 100 bars and 100 alleys, and I never saw anybody throwing up.
Hey.
You found the one place where everybody's
you
throwing
know what?
up.
And the spitting on the ground thing, I had heard that somewhere. So I was out and I was like, nah, let me not do this. Because I just held it and I'm like, I'm going to swallow this one here. Because I remember someone saying in certain countries you can't spit on the ground. It's a fine.
Jamar Chase would be in trouble.
Jamar Chase. All right, so Brian, you were in Spain about a week. Did you have a pleasant time?
Great time.
Nothing really weird or
Nothing
crazy.
magnificent.
Toby, you were in Spain for a significant period of time.
Yes.
Did you have a great time?
Loved it.
Did anything weird or crazy or barfy happen to you?
No, not at all.
I also was in Spain a significant period of time. Nothing weird, nothing crazy, no barfing. Something's wrong with the two of you.
Well, hey, it was fun for me. I don't care.
Listen,
Throw up or not, I had a good time.
I'm not going to deny that something is wrong with me. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, it wasn't a shining moment, for God's sakes.
Rooster threw up on the food and then said they had time to eat it. Like, eat your food before I throw up on it.
Yes, that was the whole point, B.
They just wish you could have gotten to the damn side of the boat or to the bathroom.
It's possible they were going to have some more food, and then you barfed on it, so they didn't.
It was a trigger reaction. It really was not a good moment. It was not fun. Yeah, I mean, listen, I couldn't. It happened so fast and so violently that I couldn't even turn around to get to barf out in the Mediterranean.
Was this in a closed boat or was it like?
No, it's an open sailboat.
Okay. Because
Well, I'm glad you guys had a great trip.
By the way.
Remind me to never sit next to you on a plane.
I passed Bill Gates' $600 million yacht. I mean, the thing's just sitting there, just hanging out. He uses it twice a year.
On that one too?
I was not getting invited to that boat.
I passed Steven Spielberg's yacht.
Are you
David
somehow
Beckham's
offended
yacht
about that?
What?
Are you somehow mad about those guys having those yachts?
Yeah, man. I want one. I was thinking me and B could tag team and get, like one of those yachts with his veritable fortune.
Tag team what? Time out.
Partnership.
I gotta be
Partnership. Tag
crystal
team
clear
in and out of the ring.
about something. Oh
my
Chris,
God.
I will never get on a boat with you ever.
Okay.
No canoes,
All
no
right.
rafts,
Okay.
nothing.
I'd probably sink the canoe.
If you had polled people before the Spain trip, which two of all the 5 people going who won't be able to handle themselves, every single person would have said Jeff and Russell. Every single person.
And guess what? They're right.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Kickers get a lot of the blame in this town, don't they? Another kicking change Monday for the Commanders. Matt Gay waived after missing the potential game-winning field goal Sunday morning in Madrid. Jake Moody signed off the Bears practice squad to take his place. Meanwhile, a couple of weeks now during the bye for Dan Quinn to find some answers.
These rough spots, they happen in our league. I hate it. How you navigate through it on and off the field oftentimes sets you up for things to come. There's so many lessons. It's hard to see them right now. It really is.
Another NFL note, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers will not need surgery on his injured left wrist. His status still to be determined for Sunday's game in Chicago. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Yeah.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You're watching on Monumental Sports Network. You're listening on The Fan. You're streaming with us on the YouTube page. Wherever you're at, we're at. Listen, if you missed any of the last half hour of the program,
we apologize.
Seriously, me and B went to Spain and by and large just had a nice time. The game was kind of a bummer, but everything Spain-related was cool. Toby Altizer went to Spain. Everything Spain-related was cool. Somehow Jeff and Rooster went to Spain and barfed all over the place. Anywho, if you missed any of that, you might want to go back and listen because it was a wild ride. Joining us now is
nasty
our friend,
ride, what it was.
Barstool Nate. Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, welcome back, guys. How are you?
Good, man. It was. You ever been to Spain? I'm guessing you have.
No, I've never been to Spain. I've been to Portugal, but I've never been to Spain.
Would you be talking like JP and I if you went to Spain, or like Rooster and Jeff?
I mean, I have a good time when I go places. I know you ate well. I know you drank well. I know that you both enjoy American football. So, I don't know. You make the most out of what you got. You had to watch a bad football game, but
we didn't barf on people's food,
great.
though.
So, Jeff and Chris Russell barfed on people in Spain. Brian and I did not.
You shouldn't be allowed back in America. Disgusting. How dare they?
Obviously, disappointing result when being here at the a little past the halfway mark, but the bye week. How do you try to? I think there's a lot of layers to all the things that went wrong for Washington. I think injuries are a big part of it, but that's not the only thing. How do you kind of make sense of how did we get here?
Yeah, I think we've kind of week by week have put together this very jumbled puzzle where it's not one thing, it's not one thing, it's not one thing. It's kind of just a domino effect where one thing leads to the next, leads to the next. And it starts, you can go back 5 years, you can go back to last season. There's a lot. It's like an onion. You can just keep peeling it back with how the roster was built previous to this regime, with how Jaden, it's such a difference maker. With him being hurt, kind of the team around him gets a lot worse, which leads to injuries. Injuries because the roster was not built great under the Rivera regime. We don't have a lot of depth to plug those injuries. And just one thing leads to another, and you become 3-8 at the bye. It's a bummer of a season. It's kind of like what I like to call a wasted season. We have Jaden under the rookie deal, and we saw it last year with Jaden. We can go very far. A couple bounces go our way. We can go extremely far with a depleted roster. Without Jaden, we are a bottom 5 roster, and we're seeing it right now. We have a lot of practice squad guys doing their best, but in the NFL, you're not going to win a whole lot of games with practice squad guys. It's unfortunate to be 3-8. A lot of people are saying, well, this will be good for the draft pick. We kind of need, one of these elite guys to bring in, to plug into the roster and kind of jumpstart this team again. And I kind of agree with that. Jaden can't do it all on his own. It would be great to have a top prospect come in and be a difference maker. So there are, if you want to look at a silver lining like that, I'm with you. But you want to see your football team win, and we're not winning, and it's a bummer. But I'm kind of mentally getting okay with it and looking ahead to what this team can be in the next few years.
What do you think they need to do moving forward? I know everybody say what prospect, this, that, and the other. How you think they should go by it? Go by going and get better defensive players or better offensive players?
Yeah, all of the above, right? We know that
can't
we need
get everybody though.
Of course, we need a difference maker at wide receiver. Probably we need an edge rusher. We could use a safety that knows how to cover and or tackle. We could use a linebacker who's a difference maker. There's a lot of holes on this roster that need to be plugged, and I think let's say we get a top 10 pick. I think a lot of discussion leading up to the draft is going to be, do you go for the one game changer, or do you trade down and accumulate draft capital and try to, get a bunch of, not necessarily not game changers, but do you go for the home run hit, or do you go try to get 4 singles? And I think that's going to be a lot of discussion leading up to the draft. I don't, as of right now, know the answer or even have an opinion quite yet on what the correct move is. We just know that we did trade draft capital for veterans, like a guy like Marshawn Lattimore, who has not panned out. And it would be great to get a couple picks back and, just start getting a younger, faster roster to develop some players. But at the same time, if you think that you can hit a grand slam with whatever pick we have, I think you got to go for the grand slam also. So it'll be interesting to see what the front office does and also what the fans think. I think it's going to be interesting discussions on both sides. And ultimately, we just have to trust AP to do what he thinks is best in the draft.
Yeah, dude. I think you got the right attitude. Eventually, that's what we're focused on. But I just am not mentally prepared to do it right now. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna have months of draft conversation.
Oh, it's gonna be painstaking at times. Because I think both sides have fair arguments. Do you want more picks and more young talent, and get the depth chart younger, or if there's a guy sitting there that you think could absolutely change your franchise, similar to Jaden, do you go for the grand slam? I don't know the answer.
I want the studs, I think. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can read all of Nate's work at Barstool Sports. Check him out at Barstool Nate. I think at this point in the season, there's really only one major question left. And Dan Quinn was kind of asked about it yesterday, punted. I think we'll get an update next Monday. But do you want to see Jaden back on the field this year?
That's the other conflict, right? It's tank for a draft pick versus want to win games and see Jaden out there balling. I can, again, hear both sides of it. I don't think this team currently is good enough to, really do anything. So when you look at it, you say, hey, winning 2 additional games feels so much better than losing those games that I'm okay with having, the 12th pick in the draft as opposed to the 5th pick? Or do you say, keep Jaden on the bench, let him get 1,000% healthy. This season is a waste anyway. Let's not risk anything. Now think about it. Dan Quinn kept Jaden in a blowout game in the 4th quarter, and he gets murdered out on the field, and we all yell at Dan Quinn and say, what was Jaden doing out there? If we're 3-8 at the bye, Jaden comes back in, and God forbid gets hurt again, those yells are going to be 10,000 decibels louder. What was Jaden doing in an injury-plagued season when the team's already out of it? But then he's a competitor. This is a professional athlete we're talking about,
right?
And he wants to be on the field if he's healthy enough to be on the field, and you can't worry about what-ifs, such as injuries. So I'm glad I'm not in that position to decide what they do. In my deep down, I think it's kind of silly to play Jaden when the season is out of reach and he's been so banged up and he has no wide receivers out there to throw to. But I'm never going to look a professional athlete in the eyes and say, if you're healthy, you're not playing, because that's ridiculous. Like, he's born to play football. He wants to play football. He wants to be out there competing. So I'm very happy I don't have to make that decision.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair stance.
I agree with you on that one, Nate.
I also think
you're getting wiser, B. Mitch. You're wise enough.
Because you finally saying what I've been saying the whole damn time, and you were on my side this time. The people that go, he shouldn't play. Then he'll get to a point. Then eventually they're gonna turn on him because he didn't play, and they're gonna say, well, if he had played, he would have grown. They say stuff, but they never ever stick to what they say. They just constantly keep making excuses as to why somebody should try something to justify them, and then they'll be pissed off at the player.
For me, the biggest issue. Hold on, Nate.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. So you got to buy this week. I mean, Jaden just got hurt 3 weeks ago. From what we've heard, and we had Leslie Shepard on the show who talked to us about the injury. The word is 4 to 6 weeks to recover, and that's because there was no breakage, there was no tears. Like, by and large, it went well, right?
Yeah.
You got to buy this week, then Denver. I think a lot of what matters is when is Jaden healthy again? When is he cleared? Because if this goes 6 weeks and he's not coming back till like that Eagles game, if they're 3-11 at that point, I think that's a different conversation. Like, I think the when is going to matter a tremendous amount, not just the what should they do.
Someone say 4 to 6 weeks to get healthy and get back from it doesn't mean his has to be 6. He could be healthy in 3.5 weeks.
Right.
You know, the whole thing about it is what happens with that person. And still, as we I know we look at everything, but we want to preserve everything. But still, you want him to get better experience. You want him to move on into better situations and how to handle stuff the next time he's in certain situations. You don't learn that on the sideline. I've said that for years. You don't learn how to play football on the sideline. You know how to play football playing football.
I think the question there then becomes how much development can you really have throwing the ball to Chris Moore, Robbie Chosen, and Jacoby Jones? Is hitting the books and hitting the film kind of equal to as being on the field throwing to Jacoby Jones?
I think more importantly,
these guys,
more important than who he's throwing to is the fact that he's protected. And if he's protected,
and that as well.
If you're protected, you learn how to go through stuff. And if you're a damn good quarterback like he is, you can deliver the ball to anybody. But the main thing comes down to, can you protect him?
Last year, if you think about last year, you had 17, which makes a huge, huge difference. And maybe you get 17 back. I saw Terry run around for the first time in a long time in Spain. I saw him in the locker room after the game. So, like, if you get Terry back, makes a huge difference. But, like, last year, he was able to, I mean, that offense was highly competent with De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus. Like, I think
those guys were not born.
Right. I think you decide if you want Jaden to play or not, and that isn't necessarily based on the pass catchers you have, but like where everything is in its totality, including, like, if I had to guess, B, and I'm curious if you land here too, my gut tells me Jaden absolutely wants to play.
Hell yeah.
That's just how he is.
Yeah. But you want that.
Right.
I mean, that's it. But and the thing of it, it gets to the point where if it's a way where he can improve, yes. But if you can't protect him, then no.
Right. I agree with that. Talking with our friend.
And that comes down to play calling, how you do it, who's in front of him, whatever.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Nate, I wanted to make some time because I'm just left hand up on this. I did not pay much attention to the Caps while we were in Spain. I can't imagine trying to get.
Didn't have opportunity to pay attention to them.
I mean, the games were at 2 a.m. I'm looking at standings, and standings don't always tell the whole story. I believe they played a night, but the Caps are in the bottom of the Metro. Now, it's jumbled up. It's early in the season. I get all that. They've played about 20 games. Where are we at with this Cap season?
I thought you were going to make some time to talk Mike Loxley, but I can talk Caps instead.
We can do that, too.
This Caps team is funny. We can talk about puck luck. We can talk about this and that. I think this Caps team is very good. It's some of the most bizarre losses that I've seen. So we outplay these teams, and you know, I think the system is quite good, and things are clicking. But our special teams, penalty kill and power play, are just, I don't want to say a bad word, god awful, and they can't seem to, just make that work. And if they can get their power play and penalty kill to work, I still think this team is extremely good, extremely talented. Beat the Kings last night. Kings are a very good team. Have the Oilers tomorrow. So see a little Ovi and McDavid. So we're 9-8, 7 points out of first. Last place in the Metro, but 7 points out of first. That's not that hard to make up. I still think this Caps team is as good, if not better, than last season. It's been really annoying to watch them lose, to say the least. But I have nothing to worry about with this Caps team. If I know the Caps like I think I know the Caps, we have nothing to worry about.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then certainly Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith comes out, makes a statement, we're sticking with locks. We're going to try to invest more. I know you disagree with that decision. I'll let you get your piece.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a terrible decision. I think when you have a coach that is 30 games under 500 in the Big Ten and 39-73 overall as a head coach, and he's in year 7, I think it's about time to say this experiment is not working. It's time to move on. I think Jim Smith took the clown way out. I think his letter to the fans calling Mike Locksley's regime as head coach, like the best head coach in Maryland football history, was an absolute joke. I think it's just Maryland's most unserious football program in the country. I think alumni like myself deserve better. I think fans across Maryland deserve better. And now we just have another year of Locksley. It sucks. It's unfortunate. Maybe we'll try again in 2030 to be a serious football program.
They go 8-4, 9-3 this year. I don't want to hear you saying nothing about how good you were.
It's not even possible. Already 4-6, lost 6.
They got to spend some money, man. I'm saying next year they got to spend money. Maryland, if Maryland wants to compete at a high level, they got to do the same thing everybody else is doing.
I also wonder. I think if you want to be critical of Locksley's record, the numbers are the numbers. It's warranted, right? I also wonder if Maryland was to make a move this year with all of where are they in the pecking order? Say there's 10, 15, 20 open jobs. Where do they rank in that?
Yeah, so here's my
I just think that's worth consideration.
Is we were never going to get one of the top tier coaches anyway that are on the move, the Lane Kiffins, the whatever, James Franklin's. I believe that a hungry young coordinator from anywhere, from any school, could come in with a bunch of 3-star recruits and do better than Locksley can do with 5 stars. I don't think Locksley or Pep understand what it means to win in today's college football game. I think they've made that clear, and I think that we just need a young, hungry coach to come in and just revamp this entire program.
I don't necessarily agree with you, but I think the numbers, I think that loss to Rutgers made your stance more warranted. Is that fair?
Thank you. That's very fair. I'm glad to hear you say that.
The loss to Rutgers was bad. I think they've got this stud from Baltimore coming in. I think, you give Malik another year. I do not agree with you in the manner that, like, with locks, they can never win. I'd love to see real commitments to the program and then find out. But I get a lot of people are really frustrated. I understand where you're coming from with that, certainly.
Sure. And if they are going to invest money in the program, I'd prefer to be with a new, coaching regime that just understands the current state of college football a little better, understands coaching a little better, understands how to win in the Big Ten a little better. I don't think you don't pump money into a school bus from 1930 that's just going to run off the mountain anyway. You pump money into a new car and you say, hey, go out there and do what you can and build this, build it from the bottom up. If everybody leaves, fine. Just rebuild the program. If you pump
the money into the proper situation, you can win, no matter where it's at. Just like the dude that left James Madison went to Indiana. They pumped a lot of money into that, and they're kicking people's ass. The same thing can happen in Maryland.
The money,
but they got to support it.
That dude, to his credit, also won, and then they pumped the money up that much more, right? So there is like a weird catch-22.
But you had to pump. You got to pump the money in at one point or the other. You're not going to win. I've been in this town a long time.
Pump all the money.
And Maryland has pumped everything into basketball. They ain't pumped stuff into football.
Pump more
and that's why they're not winning in football. They moved to a division where football is a powerhouse and tried to still do that ACC crap, and they found out it ain't the same thing.
I agree. Nate Dogg, appreciate the time, brother.
All right. Hey, have a good bye weekend. Let's all refresh and, just come back stronger than ever. You right?
Are you going to leave your apartment this bye week?
Probably not.
No.
Hold it down, buddy.
We're not.
All right. See you, man.
Talk to you guys.
All right. That's our friend Barstool Nate joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. A bunch of people are on hold. We're going to take these phone calls. We tried to a couple times. Then we had the Barfarama debate between Jeff and Rooster. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Look, we were all hoping for more ups than downs from the Burgundy and Gold this year. It didn't go that way. But if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's a busted spring, loud noise, or it just won't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. You know, we recently upgraded at my house with a new garage door from Door Pro America, and it's one of the smartest home improvements we've ever made. Looks sharp, runs smooth, and really bumped up the curb appeal for my home. Based locally, Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Repairs, maintenance, new installs, garage door openers, too. Do what I did, give them a call, and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, including annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Plus, right now, you can get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com and be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
We're brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. The bye week began Monday for the Commanders with another kicking change. Release kicker Matt Gay Monday, signing a new kicker, Jake Moody, off the Bears practice squad. They also dip into the San Francisco pipeline with that move. He was a former third-round pick of the Niners in 2023. Other football news, Steelers QB Aaron Rodgers will not need surgery on his fractured left wrist. His status still to be determined for Sunday's game in Chicago. Last night, Monday Night Football, Cowboys clobber the Raiders in Vegas 33-16. Dak Prescott threw 4 touchdown passes. And in hockey, Caps get a much-needed win. Alex Ovechkin scoring again his 6th of the season. Caps knock off the LA Kings 2-1. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
There you go. All right, we've had some folks on hold for a while. We're just going to let them chime in because
Bring it.
It's been a kind of a crazy day. Usually is kind of a crazy day here on B. Mitch and Finley. Hope you've enjoyed it. Trucker Dan is
If
on
it's
the line.
completely same, we got problems.
What's up, Dan?
What's up, fellas? We miss you guys. Happy to have you back.
Appreciate
Glad
you,
to
brother.
be back.
Yeah, man. The question should be is, what is Adam Peters going to do for the upcoming time? Because you look at everybody else, I felt as though we asking Jaden him to be the Superman. Last year he was Superman, and this year he can't. It's just too much for him. You look at all these other teams, and then this is me sitting back watching it, but like you think about it, you got Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. When have they ever played with a bottom 20 ranked defense or like no at least a couple talented receivers or running back? There's only us that do that. You look at all the other draft picks with Bo Nix, Drake May, Khalid Williams. They all have a roster around them. I get that we entered, but our roster is not it. So that's pretty much. I think the media. That's what they got to look at Adam Peters and hold him accountable to. What is he going to do to help the young successor be successful and the team? You know what I mean? Because we only got like a couple draft picks, so he got to go out and hit free agency pretty hard. He can't be scared to throw money. And as right now we got a little bit of money, I think we should sign some players right now because that way it gives us a breathing room for more of our cap space for next year. If he stalls like he did this year, it's going to be the same repeat. So I think the media should that's questions for the media to ask him because us as fans we can say our opinion, but the media is who bring our opinions to light. That's all I got to say, fellas. Happy to have you back.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Certainly significant questions for Peters this offseason. How are you going to build it? There's obviously holes. Thanks for the call, dude. I think last year, because of the success, it was easy to look past the holes. And I think last year they got the bounces. Sammerstill in that game in Madrid, the muff punt was bad, right?
Yeah,
but
came at the most inopportune time.
But he also had an interception just bounce right off his hands.
Yeah.
Like last year, I think he catches that. And some of that is just, I mean, people, I get asked over and over and over what is going wrong with this team. And I just think there's a zillion answers and there's no answers.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the phone lines going. Our guy Drew Cohen is on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch. I had a question for you, but before I ask the question, I wanted to say two things. One is thank you guys for all the coverage and the social media posts and all that stuff you did while you were in Madrid. For those of us that didn't get to go, it helped us feel connected. So really appreciate that.
Happy to do it, man. Thanks for paying attention.
Have fun with it.
Yeah, it was good. And then as far as the Jeff and Rooster thing, and this is not my question, but just another comment, I can relate to Jeff's experience, not so much Rooster, but, in terms of which was worse. Rooster impacted other people's lunch and food, and that's not cool. Jeff only impacted himself. On the other hand, Jeff's was a judgment issue, and Rooster's wasn't. So, that makes it worse. So I call it a tie.
All right. Tie. I like that. I think it's Rooster because he threw up on the food.
Yeah, that's not good. But I did have a question, and JP, you said this during Nate's segment, that we could be 3-11, after the next couple of games. If we do that, that would be a 9-game losing streak. That would be the longest losing streak in the history of the team. And if we get to 8 games, we've had 4 8-game losing streaks. 2 were in 35 and 50, and the other 2 were in 2013 and 2023. And by the way, in after those 2 seasons, the coach was fired. I'm not saying they should fire Dan Quinn, but my question for you guys is, if we are tying the historic losses, we could also lose more games because it's a 17-game season than we ever lost before. If we meet those kinds of metrics, does that change how you view accountability and what we should do after this year if we tie the longest losing streak the team has ever had since 1935 or beat it, or we have the most losses in history?
I don't think so. I think I was on some team with 7 losses, and I think the problem with those teams compared to this team, those teams didn't have injuries.
I think
the injuries have to be taken into account.
I think the injuries have to be taken into account. I think it's a really good thing for Dan Quinn that they had the deep playoff run last year, because I do think any other coach in any other city riding a 6-game losing streak, the heat would be significant. I think if you lose all the way out and this thing ends at 3-14, that's going to look a little different. But I think the NFL is kind of I don't know. I really think they needed to beat Miami. I don't think DQ is on the hot seat, but I think more and more people are going to ask that question depending how bad the record gets. Thank you for the time, Drew. Appreciate it.
Hey, take care, guys. Good to have you back.
See you, buddy. Let's go to Mark in Burke. Mark, what's up, dude? Mark, you there, man?
Mark's not there.
All right, Mark. Appreciate you, pal. Mark is not there. Ed is in Rockville. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, this call is more for Jeff and Chris Rooster.
I like it.
Russell. All right, so here's the thing. Yesterday, I had a long day ahead of me. I moved into my new apartment that started at 6:37 in the morning. I did not eat. The only thing I had was coffee, right? Now, this is where it's going to get to the point where you're like, well, what is part of the story? I decided by 2, okay, I'll finish moving in time, bought a Cats ticket, went to the game. Mind you, I still haven't eaten, did not eat at the game, and I had 5 beers and made a drink at home before even going to have those 5 beers and did not barf on anybody on the train, on anybody at the game. I did not barf at all. Even on an empty stomach. Now, didn't Chris say he didn't eat or he was on an empty stomach or something like that?
Yeah.
No excuse. No excuse.
And he had one beer.
I didn't eat until 11 at night.
I'm not answering your phone no more.
I think Jeff clearly drank
Jeff,
too much.
You know I love you like a brother, but
I think for Rooster it was
but Chris
sick.
is worse. Chris is worse.
Oh, yeah, he's worse.
On the food that people were supposed to eat.
Yeah, something they should have eaten it earlier.
Yeah,
They should have thrown him overboard.
I would have.
Chris's is by far worse. I got this tweet I thought was funny. Thank you for the call, Ed. Anthony Kelly hit me with this. He said, what I see is an old man versus a young man. Rooster had 1 beer and got drunk, puked on himself and everything. Young kid drank everything, found in an alley, and took care of business. Happens to the best of us. Father Time is undefeated. I think Roos got seasick. But what Roos did is far more gross.
Yeah.
Roos was definitely
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Paulie's on the line. Hello, Paulie. How you doing, man?
To the W, man. Big bro, how you doing?
What's happening, man?
JP, my brother from another Caucasian mother, man. How you guys doing, man?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Hey, listen, man. I listened to the opening Russell show, and I immediately turned to you guys because I'm just like, I got to deal with growing up radio today. How you throw up on a boat, bro? Hey, come on, man. Seasick my ass, man. Come on, bro. You're a grown-ass man in another country. You talking about White Lotus. Russell is the White Lotus now, bro. But as far as this team go, man, I think they just gonna have to embrace two things. They're gonna have to embrace. We look at Philly as the standard in the division, right? We got to embrace our youth movement, and we got to open up the checkbook also, man. Because Philly draft people they playing. You know, Philly identifies people they want and they sign them. And we can't go bargain shopping next year. All right, we can't. If you're going to sign some people to fill spots, you're going to have to open up your checkbook this year. And the people, I can't identify these people right now, but just off of last year, if you signing these people to these 1-year contracts, and I thought they was prove-it contracts, well, if they prove it, then you got to throw them some change. I mean, off the top of my head, I just say, you know, Jeremy Chin and De'Ami Brown. I mean, these guys was on 1-year deals, you know, and they kind of proved their value to you, and you kind of just went cheap on us. So I think they got to embrace the youth movement, and they got to open up the checkbook next year. And I don't want to see us just tank out. I want to see us play. I want to see us get better. I want to see these younger guys play and get better. And then I want us to draft Jeremiah Love because we need explosiveness on offense. And we kind of pedestrian on that side of the ball, regardless if we have Jaden or not. Because coming to the season, I heard people kept saying, well, Jaden's going to make the receivers better and Jaden's going to make this better. Okay, well, how about we make Jaden better by putting explosive players around him also, and we make each other better.
Amen.
So I'll take that off. I love you guys, man. Hell to the W, man.
Appreciate you, dude. Take care, Paulie. Let's go to, you know what, Landfill? Let's go to break. Joe and Manassas, stay there. You'll be the last call of the day. Nobody go anywhere. New week for bets. Yes, Jeff? I'm going to go to break. Joe and Manassas, stay there. Goodbye. All right, folks. Love when Landfill plays that song. It is the end of a Tuesday show. Grant and Danny coming your way next. The boys are here in studio. I'm going to let my man Joe ask us a question or whatever Joe wants to say. Maybe he's talking Barfarama. Joe, what up, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I love the show as always. And I was kind of going to get back to like what you started the show with about Dan Quinn calling the plays.
Yep.
I wanted to ask a couple questions about. Do you think it's the? I mean, I know he's got a better pulse on the team as far as calling plays. You talked about that earlier, but you also mentioned the fact that like playing faster. You saw guys playing faster. That seems weird, doesn't it? Like, why would you guys see players playing faster just because Dan Quinn's calling the plays? Does the guys have a better feel? Does he have a better feel for what the guys can do? I was just asking that because, like, why would they be playing faster? You know what I'm saying? Like,
they would be playing faster because right now your head coach is calling the plays, and you have no excuse. You want to make sure you don't be the person that's messing up.
But Brian, isn't that you as a professional athlete, right?
I agree with you, but what I'm telling you is they seem to be playing a lot faster with Dan calling them. And I had guys say it before the game. They're going to go out there and make sure that they're not going to be the guy who's going to be the blame. So
I got you, but why can't they do that with Witt?
They should do that with Witt. That's what we were trying to say. Why? I don't know, but they should. But they weren't.
But that's more of an indictment on the guys, right? Like
you're basically saying what I said earlier. I said exactly that. I said the fact that they played faster, they could have done it with him. So it comes back to the players no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're in agreement,
I just wanted to clear that up with you, B. Yeah. I love you guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, bud. All right, we got all the boys here ready for a big week of betting, I believe. No Monday Night Football tonight. I don't know what we have tonight, but we're going to find out together. Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Holla. What they got to say was Heard It Here first.
Little juicy college hoops matchup for you, B. Michigan State against Kentucky tonight.
Oh, who are you going with?
I'm shopping around. I'm checking out my options. That might be the only kind of juicy college hoops matchup. Navy taking on Carolina.
Michigan State, number 17, taking on Kentucky.
There's no like night
number 12
hoops game. Kansas Duke at 9:00. Kind of. I mean, that's
Kansas.
Blue Bloods and a half right there. I don't know if y'all made bets yesterday. Brian and I were in transit. How we feeling, boys? Who likes something tonight? Something tells me we're about to get into that part of the season where White Brian's taking Vermont versus Buffalo and such. Everybody's studying their playbook.
Duke, I'm taking the Celtics.
Landfill taking the Celtics. Celtics playing in Brooklyn against the Nets, laying 10.5. Landfill. It's a big road number right there.
Kansas Duke. Give me Kansas plus 11.5.
Kansas is supposed to have some freshman that's out of this world.
I'm going to take Kansas plus 11.5.
All right, no Wiz tonight. I think the Caps play tomorrow. Damn, we got no Wiz, no Caps, no Georgetown, no Maryland. You know who you could take tonight? You know what? I'm going to do it. You ready for my pick?
What?
Shout out to David Aldridge. Give me the American University Eagles plus 15.5 playing Rutgers. Local products.
Right.
Right there.
Give me the Trailblazers.
Jeff's what's the line, Jeffrey?
Well, the line is -2, but I'm just taking them to win because if they win by what if they win by like 1 or something? Or that counts, right?
If you have the money line, yes.
Money line, yeah.
That's why I'm taking it. I'm actually put money on that tonight.
Jeff, how long you been doing this show?
Bro, sometimes things just don't be as tight up there when I get surprised. It's okay.
All right, before we get White Brian's pick, I'm excited for caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to watch the Terps take on the Michigan Wolverines this Saturday. Join the Maryland Terrapins football for its 2025 home finale against the Michigan Wolverines. Don't miss your last chance to see Maryland football in Terpsville this season. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. You get to go see the Terps take on Wolverines.
I'm going to close out, Brian. I'm going to take the Spurs with the -5.5 and give me Kansas plus 11.5.
All right, the B Mitch parlay is in.
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah.
I'm going Columbia -6.5.
Going to the Ivy Leagues. Who is Columbia a 6.5-point favorite over?
Boston University.
Damn. All right. George Mason in action tonight, B.
Gotcha.
15.5-point favorites over Jacksonville.
Go, Mason.
Does this count as a local matchup? Be you ready? Longwood against University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
UMES and where the hell is Longwood?
I think Longwood's down by like Radford. It's in Farmville, Virginia.
Nah, we don't count that as local.
That is not local.
It's not local. Just like you keep sending me stuff about this damn West Virginia being, they're not. And then I had somebody send me some stuff trying to say some part of West Virginia is in the DMV. It's not. Stop.
Harper's Ferry kind of is.
Kind of not.
Do we have any other local hoops in play tonight?
Yeah, the Jeff against the JP. Jay is going to battle each other tonight.
I might take the kids out for dinner tonight, B. Because otherwise, Delaware's playing. Is that local?
It depends on what part of the DMV, because the original DMV is Delmarva.
Del, shut up, Jeff. God.
Virginia Tech Hokies hosting Miami.
I guess that's local.
But that's also football on Saturday. Somehow I changed gambling pages. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. I apologize. From 12:30 to 1 o'clock, it was a little gross around here. Don't blame me. Blame Jeff, and certainly blame Chris
Blame
Russell.
Rooster.
Thank you to Grace Rayner for joining us. Thank you.
Grace was good.
Grace was really good. Cody Toppert, head coach of the Capital City Go-Go.
I like him too.
I enjoyed talking to Coach. They got a game this weekend if you're looking for something to do with the kids. Thank you to Sam Cosme for joining us at noon, and thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us at 1 o'clock. We're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Grant and Danny coming your way next. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
Owe you a voice.
This sports update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Well, the Commanders are back home now, back in town from Madrid, just beginning what's going to be a long bye week for Dan Quinn.
With the team, the message really that I spoke about was what's next. That's what we can still influence. And, expecting them to return here energized, replenished, not talking about where we're going to wind up, but just to focus on where we are and improving.
And another kicking change Monday as they released Matt Gay and signed a new kicker, Jake Moody, off the Bears practice squad. Hockey Capitals got a big win last night. Much needed win. Alex Ovechkin on the board again. A 6th goal of the season. Caps knock off the LA Kings 2-1 to snap a 2-game skid. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 on the show this evening with you for 4.5 hours. And coming up at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 2 hours, we are giving away Wizards tickets right here on G&D. It's a Survivor Tuesday. We're going to be booting somebody off the island, giving somebody immunity. So you can vote today at facebook.com/Grant and Danny for a commander who you were impressed with to get immunity, a commander you were frustrated by to get booted off the island as we are on to the bye week.
Don't blame me for being frustrated with a lot of folks. Last year it was hard to eliminate people. This year it's hard to pick who to eliminate. Just kind of the tail of the tape here, or what a difference a year makes.
But it will also be easier, I think, to give out immunity after this game because there were better individual performances. There were guys that shined, and they played a more competitive ball game. Honestly, this game against Miami, while maddening because they lost, and while a game they should have won, and it was a bad team losing in a bad way kind of game, was way more acceptable from the standpoint of it's hard to win in the NFL. Sometimes you don't make the winning moment play and you lose, and you deal with that. After a month of just getting my teeth kicked in and feeling like I don't belong, I can make more sense out of this one. Like Logan Paulson and I are taping a new episode of Take Command, and we're going through the specifics of the game, and it's like there's a lot of things that are bad to clean up here, a lot of things they got to fix, but this is what teams go through every single week in the
this
league.
Is a regular bad, as opposed to record-setting on the verge of tying as I said, a record for 5 straight losses north of 21 points. Nobody's done that. One other team has. You were on the verge of that. This was just a regular, oh, bummer, we're not that good. We lost to another team that's not that good. It's more standard.
Last night, was happy that the Caps got a win. We'll talk about this a little bit at 2:45.
Much needed, yeah.
Yeah, they had to get it. First place team in town in the LA Kings, and Ovi scored another goal. He's on a bit of a heater. I've got some numbers on Ovi heating up for you coming up at the end of the hour, so make sure you're listening for that. But, Danny, I actually want to start with the Commanders' improved defensive play. And here's the question I want to pose for people at 800-636-1067 you and I can dive into. They obviously played a much better defensive game against the Dolphins than they had in recent weeks. So kudos on the adjustments that were made and the fact that the swap Joe Witt for Dan Quinn seemed to have worked. How big of a factor in the improved defensive outing was the defensive coordinating play calling switch? How much credit do you give Quinn taking over those duties for the defense playing a lot better as opposed to other variables out of their control, like the fact that Tua is not as good as the other quarterbacks or the Dolphins weren't as good as the other teams that they were playing? Which was more important in the game?
To me, a bigger sample will really tell the tale of the tape here. I'm skeptical that a massive improvement happened week over week, simply because Dan Quinn was talking to the same players using ostensibly the same defense and maybe a couple different calls. I think they played more zone. I haven't seen numbers to support that. It just felt that way to me. Where they maybe took some stuff away. But I saw the big puncturing plays. I saw the easy runs on the first drive. I saw the easy pitch and catches. I saw all the easy stuff before Miami would kind of sabotage, and then Washington would step up and make a play, bend but don't break style towards the red zone. It didn't feel like a great defensive awakening, and I know not to expect that because they were so terrible that any modicum of decency would look remarkable given the previous month plus. But to me, this was more bad Dolphins and question Dolphins? Like, what are you doing? A couple different times than it was a renaissance. If I get something similar against an offense that can be had at times in Denver after this bye week, I'll go, you know what? This Dan Quinn makeover was for real. I'll eat my words. But to me, if I'm building a pie, the far bigger slice was Miami's, I would say, incompetent self-sabotage and their own kind of screw-ups than it was Washington being great on defense.
I think this is why it's a good debate, because it's irrefutable that some of the pie that you're referencing, those ingredients include Miami's not the Lions.
Right.
They're not the Seahawks when they were cooking in Landover that night. And Tua's not those quarterbacks. But they definitely played better on defense.
There's no question they did.
They tackled a lot better in space than they have in weeks. They rushed the quarterback more effectively, especially on third down, than they have in a while. They covered better. There were not wide receivers running free deep in this game. The Dolphins really didn't try to push the ball down the field but once, and it was a near interception into double coverage, if you remember, when Waddle down inside the 10-yard line had defenders on both sides of him. There are so many weeks as the year's gone on where that's just a wide open throw and a pitch and a catch touchdown because there's bad communication and a bust on the back end. Didn't happen in this game. If you look at the explosives, Tua to Waddle, catch and run for 31, missed tackle by Quan Martin where a friendly fire takes out one of his own teammates. That play got him benched, by the way. So that shouldn't have been 31. It was a missed tackle that allowed that to happen. But otherwise, there's only 2 plays over 20 yards. And one of them was the first run of the game by Devin Achane. Or one of his first runs of the game, I should say. The other was a pass from Tua to Achane for 22 yards that happened 2nd and 10 from the 46 in the fourth quarter. So I just thought this was a much more buttoned-up performance. Now, is that because Dan Quinn was calling plays? That's the question at 800-636-1067. Here's some numbers, by the way, to back up them being better. Because there's someone listening, I'm sure, right now going, they weren't that good. That's probably true. This is a low bar here. But they only gave up 3 third-down conversions, best they've done in 5 weeks. They held Miami to 142 net passing yards, the best they've done since last season. 2 turnovers on downs in a game, first time since Week 6, 2023. 3 sacks in a game for the first time in a month. 2 sacks in the first half, first time in 6 weeks. Held an opponent under 150 net yards passing for the first time since Week 8 of 2024. So these are all things they have not been doing, and they did them in this game.
There's no question that happened. So there is something to it, right? To say it's all one or the other, I think, is folly. That's, again, kind of what makes this a fun discussion. But just to pretend, no, it's all because Miami stunk. I don't think I'm doing that. I don't think anybody should be doing that. And also to pretend, see, that's all it took. Dan Quinn's a genius. That just had to get back to calling the defenses, and then they tackled better. I think that's probably folly, too. The truth is probably somewhere in between. You saw, though, those big gash plays where it looked so, where Miami could have, like, McDaniel could have called anything he wanted on that play sheet on that first drive, and they were going to get 15 yards. Oops, I meant to run left. Didn't matter. He was still going to go, I meant to throw it to Waddle, and it didn't matter. They were marching down the field. They stalled out. Again, Washington deserves some credit, right? They're not going up against air. But, so to me, if there's a larger sample kind of post-bye week where you get something similar, again, I think the idea of good defense is out of the realm of possibility. I'm not banking on that this year. But like this, where it's not an embarrassment, where they're not giving up 40, where they're not giving up 500-plus yards and a team takes their foot off the gas in the middle of the third quarter. If I get that a second straight week with the bye week in between, I'll kind of go, you know what? I'll revamp my view now and turn up my Dan Quinn made a difference fader. It's still now, it exists. It's reading.
Yeah,
it's probably in the 30s or 40s now. It'll go up into the 50s.
We'll get more info. That's why I'm trying to figure that out now, because I'm trying to guess at this like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And I am also totally aware that Tua Tagovailoa, who's a flawed quarterback, is not Dak Prescott. Who, by the way, Dak, I thought on Monday Night Football last night, lit up the Raiders, was in complete control, looked very, very sharp. There's a mastery of that offense with the continuity with him and so many of his teammates with Dallas right now. And I know there have been different iterations, versions of that offense as they've gone from Garrett to McCarthy to Schottenheimer, but it's very similar structure for him. And if you can just play in the same offense with a lot of the same key pieces around you for many years, you're going to get better and better and better. And you can see that with Dak, who's putting up MVP caliber numbers this year. Also with that Cowboys offense from last night, by the way, George Pickens, what a season he's having.
Yep.
And he is an absolute problem. This is not a guy that I would ever want on my team because I view him to be, a volatile, mercurial kind of head case of a player.
But when it works,
yelling at teammates and coaches. So when I say he's a problem for defenses, he's also occasionally a problem in his own building. And I would just miss on guys like this because I wouldn't want to get into the business and you get to have him. I don't. Because right now it's 72 and sunny. He's been incredible, but he was uncoverable last night. He completely took over that game. He was dominant for the Cowboys, blowing out the Raiders.
I'm surprised it's gotten that he's still in honeymoon phase. I would have thought right around now was meltdown time. And I thought we had that. First possession, he and CeeDee Lamb aren't in the game because of some sort of violation that Brian Schottenheimer hasn't gone into, unless I missed it, what the actual punishment was for or whatever. But I thought this would now be they're 3-5-1. They can't get right. Now that CeeDee Lamb's back, he's not getting his targets, and now he's starting to get pissed off. This is usually when the meltdown happens, right? Where you get what's happening with A.J. Brown in Philadelphia, and he starts malcontenting, starts pulling everybody down with him, etc. Hasn't happened. We're still in honeymoon George Pickens phase. And my God, is that guy a talent. Just not necessarily the biggest, fastest, or strongest, but there's a body control element that he's got where he's quicker than you think, and he's got a lean, and he's able to change direction so well, so fluid with his feet, great hands. Guy looks unbelievable. I mean, he was awesome last night. Awesome.
Big reason why Dak's having the season he's having right now. But Prescott, Mahomes, Darnold, and Goff were the four quarterbacks that you played going into this game. And I think Tua was a level down from all of them. Dak, top 10 level. Mahomes, obviously one of the greatest ever. Darnold's been playing at a top 10 level in the league. Goff's been a top 5 to 7 guy statistically for a few years going and just dissected them. And then you go down to the Tua tier of kind of top 20, top 22, something like that, depending on the week. It's the number 16 offense. It's the number 20 passing offense, and they are more forgiving of your mistakes. They're going to miss the red zone walk-in touchdown like they did. They're going to have a delay of game before a 4th and 1 where they make life a little easier on you. But I still want to give Washington its flowers because of how they tackled, because of how they got after the quarterback, because they covered better, because their D tackles showed up the way they did. This was Javon Kinlaw's best game, certainly since September and maybe all season long. I thought Eddie Goldman was more noticeable and impactful than he had been probably all season at D tackle. Without Daron Payne, those guys took the game over, certainly on the goal line.
Yeah.
Is that because the Dolphins' offensive line is bad, or is it because they just played that well? I think that's a fair question. I want to hit the phones on this at 800-636-1067. Paul's in Centerville on Grant and Danny. You tell us, Paul, what'd you think? The better defensive performance. Is it a Dan Quinn shift? Play calling shift, or was it more about who they were playing?
Yep. No, I think it was a positive shift all around. So big picture, one of you guys mentioned bend, don't break, and I think that's totally what they went in thinking. They played those zone coverages, 3 deep, sometimes 4 deep. You keep the play in front of you. You don't give up the big play, and then when the field gets short, that's when you take your stand. So they actually appeared to have a coherent defensive game plan, and they executed it, which, we never saw under Witt. We didn't know really what the game plan was, and the execution was just a circus. We saw a blitz from the slot. Jonathan Jones came in, I think, on a slot blitz. He got to the quarterback. I've never seen Witt call that before, right? Now there's still vulnerabilities running at the edges, the outside run, but guys, that's a personnel issue. Quinn cannot scheme around that. We're so thin and weak out on the edge, and Bobby Wagner just can't move laterally. So when you don't have DEs to set the edge, when your middle linebacker can't go sideline to sideline, you're going to be vulnerable. But I thought it was great. They looked like they had a plan. They executed it. So well done.
Absolutely. And Paul, it's a good phone call.
Thanks, buddy.
This is what a lot of us have been asking for throughout. Nobody's expecting perfection from a flawed defensive design to begin with. The ceiling was 12 to 15 ranked defense in the league if everything went well. Then you have a bunch of injuries, and reasonably, being in that 20 to 23 range at the end of the season is probably, an okay thing to expect. It just can't be as bad as it was. It can't be as easy for the opposing offense as it was, where you watch the game back and you go, what are they good at? I mean, it was really, really just a shameful performance one after another. And this is all anyone was asking for. You're going to have flaws. You're not going to be able to stop runs on the outside right now. But compete. Be physical. Get some stops. Make a team punt every now and then. They still didn't get takeaways, but be in the area to get your hands on the ball occasionally. And all of those things happen. I think he makes a really good point about them feeling like they had an identity where everything was going to be in front of them in the back end.
Yeah, because I think the days of disruption where maybe they thought they'd be able to are gone. No Dorrance Armstrong, no Dietrich Wise, no, anybody. No,
That's where you need those timely pressures like they got on third down with Martin, Miller, and the Jonathan Jones blitz that he just mentioned from the slot. They had not run one of those all year.
And it was good to see. Again, just try to be creative there. But the idea that you can dictate to the offense, I think, is over. Right? I think they've gotten rid of that idea. And so lean into what you are. And here's what you are. You can bend but not break. Try that. I mean, you're not going to turn people over. You're not good at getting home when you send extra. You're vulnerable in coverage. You know that. So you just sort of say, you know what? The middle of the field, that's yours. Enjoy it. From 20 to 20, Godspeed. Explore the space and have fun. I think that's probably a decent idea at this point, hoping that your offense can return serve and control possession. I think that they're one of their best time of possession games in this one, right, against Miami. You hope maybe that's the new formula for you, that your defense doesn't have to be on the field as long.
So this is something that we have been suggesting for weeks on this show. I know I've brought it up a lot, which is the best path forward to help your defense out is going to be in the way of your offense just staying on the field. And that takes converting third downs, which they did, 6 of 13. That takes being able to run the ball and be ahead of the sticks because of the early down runs that they call, which they did. Chris Rodriguez averaged 5 per carry and did a nice job. And so because you're in second and manageable and then third and medium, you convert more, about 50% of the time on third down. You win time of possession. They outsnapped Miami 33-19 in the first half. Well, when the opponent only runs 19 plays in a half of football, and Tua, I think, had thrown 7 passes in the first half. That's it. He was like 6 of 7. But if you throw 7 passes and you've run 19 plays after 30 minutes, how much damage are you really doing? I mean, even if you were cooking, that's 6 yards a play. Do the quick math. You look at EPA or points per drive that elite teams average. You're going to be, if everything's going well, in the 9 to 12 point range probably. They happen to be right around 6, I think it was, at halftime. So that was a big, big part of this, was their offense made life easier on their defense by keeping them off the field. Their second best time of possession game, and the least they were on the field in all but one game this year. Let's go to Don in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. Did you think Quinn taking over defensive play calling duties made a significant difference?
I mean, I don't know about significance, but I think it made a difference because he's always been a pretty aggressive play caller. And as a leader, and he's proven, in my opinion, to be a very good leader, he's allowing Witt to make calls. He's not there to override him every time he makes something he doesn't agree with. And so I just think he was more aggressive all around. I mean, you just said it. Plays we hadn't seen called at all were being run on Sunday. So, yeah, I do think it made a difference, and he was a little bit more aggressive, 100%.
Thank you, dude. Yeah, it's interesting because we think of aggressive as setting the house, like blitz 5, blitz 6, blitz 7 guys, and damn the torpedoes. They were picking their spots, certainly. Again, we're going to remember the corner blitz because it got home, and it was very, 2006 Greg Williams-esque. But in general, I didn't feel like they were as aggressive. Maybe I'm wrong. It felt to me like they went, okay, listen, we can't play the way we wanted to play, to borrow from Joe. It is not for everybody. But the way we wanted to do things, we probably can't do. This was an adjustment, and that's kind of what I've been begging for on all fronts during this horrendous streak that took him out of any kind of ability to have a meaningful season. It was do something different. This felt we are not going to give up the 30-yard play over the top. We're not going to give it up. We might give up guys catch and run. We might get gashed a couple times for some chunk plays, but it's not going to be the home run ball. They just said, we're eliminating that. And that's the way it felt to me, which I guess we'd refer to it as passive.
Which gets back to my big question, though. It's harder to live that way when you're playing the Vikings coming up.
Yeah.
When you got Jefferson and Addison and Hawkinson all operating underneath and intermediate in the passing game, when they're going to be able to run the football with multiple backs between the tackles in a way that maybe the Dolphins with Achane aren't going to necessarily do to the same extent. So how much of this was opponent versus they figured some things out? Because here's why this matters. If they can play that level of defense the rest of the season, they're going to win a few football games. They're going to be in almost every game, and they're going to steal a couple against good teams, and they're going to have a really good chance to beat the average or worse teams like the Giants or the Vikings that they still play. They were 13-0 under Dan Quinn when they held opponents to 25 or fewer points until this week. So they're 13 out of 14 in those sequences. They're going to win a lot of games if they play that level of defense. Do you think what we saw is replicable, even with the injuries, and sustainable? Or was it a one-off, quirky game, international, early morning, obviously a 3 o'clock local start time, and the Dolphins and Tua, a team that had 3 wins coming into the year? We'll take your calls at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. Don't you want your home to be comfortable year-round, your family protected, and an investment that you can feel great about for years? Then take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale right now through November. 50% off all window styles. 0% interest financing for 5 full years. Replace those old and busted, rusty, hard-to-open, builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation, just like I've done, just like Grant's done.
And here's why we trust Window Nation. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, then 20-point inspection of every window after it gets installed. Your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less, 96% customer satisfaction rating, including me and Danny. But you got to hurry because this sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems.
Window Nation offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows so you can relax knowing your home was protected far into the future. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Schedule that estimate now at windownation.com.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders on their bye week this week. Yesterday, making some roster moves, getting rid of kicker Matt Gay and signing kicker Jake Moody off the Chicago practice squad. Injuries today to update on. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his left wrist. Doesn't need surgery. It's unclear if he'll be able to play on Sunday against the Bears. C.J. Stroud expected to be back at practice today for the Texans. Last night, Monday Night Football, Cowboys beat the Raiders 33-16. The Cowboys now 4-5-1 on the year. Update in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama has a left calf strain. He's expected to miss a few weeks. LeBron said he's not going to play in the 2028 Olympics. Steph Curry said he highly doubts he'll be able to play. And in hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Kings 2-1. They're back in action once again tomorrow at home against the Oilers. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. I got home last night, and like a test sitting right there on the oven was a tray.
A Turner?
Freshly baked chocolate brownies.
The temptation is real.
There were 2 brownies that had already been cut, corner, and then the connecting square.
Which leaves one more corner.
There were 3 corners. There's only 2
Well, I'm
brownies
saying
cut.
in that row. That leaves a corner, right?
Oh, the tray was a lot longer than that. Yeah, there were a couple of.
So there's another edge piece and then a corner?
Oh, yeah.
You going 4 wide there?
I mean, it's a rectangular tray. Yeah, so I mean, there was 92% surface area of brownie, and then just 2 square brownies cut out that were about the third of a dollar bill.
Now, when it's Dad's portion, does that one that would normally be an edge piece and a corner piece, does that turn into one piece? A lot of times for Dad, yeah,
Can.
Yeah.
So I go to start cutting the brownies, and my son's like, "No, you can't stop. They're for a bake sale." And I said, "I don't believe this for 1 second," because he was also smirking. And he was like doing this weird face.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean they're for a bake sale? And he's like, we have a bake sale at school. You can't eat these brownies, Dad. You're going to eat them all. And this is just a lie to let me know there's a bake sale that isn't happening so that I don't eat all the brownies in my mind.
Okay.
So what do? Rather than walking upstairs, I call upstairs to my wife. Allison!
Up!
She's like, yeah. And I'm like, are these brownies for a bake sale? She's like, yes. And I was just crestfallen. So what did I do? I pretended like I'd already eaten a couple brownies. I said, well, I just ate 2 of them. She's like, you shouldn't have done that. I hadn't. Then I walked over and cut 2 brownies and ate them after, finding out they were for the bake sale. But in her mind, I had already eaten them because no one had told me, even though my son had told me.
I see.
So at the bake sale, they're going to have 2 fewer brownies.
I got you. So now, who ate the first 2?
Good question. Don't know. I'm guessing the kids got them for dessert or something.
Yeah.
But I would not have cut into the brownies and taken them away from the very fiduciary responsibility of the bake sale where we're doing this altruistic thing and raising some money for 8th grade.
Yes.
But someone had already cut into them, so it was okay to take a tray that was already cut into.
Right.
So what is the difference between 2 brownies gone and 4 brownies gone?
2 more brownies. But yeah, I see your point.
And my mind was also made up that they're clearly going to rearrange these on a dish or something, because it's weird to take to a bake sale a tray that's been cut and some brownies that have been eaten.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to cut them all, then arrange them on a plate. So if we're doing
Cover it
that,
in aluminum foil, then who's going to miss them?
So it's either you just have 2 more brownies to sell at a couple bucks.
Yep.
I'll donate $4. Send me your Venmo. I'm going to eat these 2 brownies.
I like it.
So that's where we were at last
By
night.
the way, great strategy to inform on yourself, but it was a crime of ignorance. Right? In other words, you weren't sure that this warning from your son was real.
Right.
So you're like, I didn't know. I wouldn't have cut the 2 brownies otherwise. And then you went and cut the 2 brownies.
Yes, but the most important thing I think that I did was I told my wife, I just ate 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To see how mad was she. Because if he was like, are you kidding? Like, don't eat 2. Now I got to make a whole nother tray. If she says that, now I know, okay, I can't eat 2.
And now you're a hero because I'm just kidding with you, hon.
Right. But because her response was more, oh, are you kidding me? Come on, man. Leave the brownies alone. She wasn't that angry.
Yep.
So I know there's some wiggle room
So it's
here.
worth the 2 brownies.
So now I can go back and eat the 2 brownies.
Yep.
So it all worked out really well.
Mm-hmm.
Got a tweet here We were just talking about the defensive improvement, which was very real against the Dolphins. The numbers speak for themselves. 3 sacks, first time in a month. 2 sacks and a half, first time in 6 weeks. Held an opponent under 150 net passing yards, first time since week 8 of last season. How much of it is the Dolphins and Tua, and how much of it is Dan Quinn took over for Joe Witt and Washington's defense actually playing a lot better? This tweet says, are we serious right now? Miami's a bad team. Washington's got Denver, Minnesota, and the Giants all met to bad offenses coming up. Even if they play better in those games, I can't give a true measure until Dallas, most likely, but I'm definitely not changing my opinion because you stifled Tua Tagovailoa. Well, here's the problem with that. Nobody's asking you to change your opinion. I'm not saying, is this defense not as bad as we thought? That's not the topic. I'm not saying, is this defense fixed and good now? That's not the conversation. I'm saying they were better. How much of it was the Dan Quinn play calling? How much of it was things that they controlled and did badly against other opponents that if you did them against the Lions, maybe they don't score 44, maybe they only score 30. That if you did them against the Chiefs, maybe they don't move up and down the field all night and you actually make them punt on Monday Night Football before there were 3 minutes left.
Because you previously had given up 39 a game with teams taking their foot off the gas over the previous 4. That's what was happening. I understand those offenses are better. I'm fully aware of the context. So, but I've seen that Miami team move the football and score some points. They're not very consistent. There's a reason they're down at the bottom of the barrel. There's a reason they've only won 4 games and are probably looking for a new coach in the offseason and will need an overhaul. But I've seen them do more than they did this week, right? So that's why, to me, it's still too early for me to slam the gavel and go, aha, see, Dan Quinn really solved it. I don't know that everything's solved just yet. I still saw too many negative things, too many easy, oh my God, there's no resistance at this point on some of these plays. But if you do that against a couple mediocre offenses coming up, then you go, they couldn't have done that a month ago.
Yeah.
They couldn't have done that under Joe Witt calling the same stuff. They weren't good enough to stop anybody. And that's kind of the point here.
I stopped short of being overly positive about the defense because it's 6 straight losses and it's 7 of 8, and big picture, the program is not in a healthy place going into the bye week, and that's got to be properly acknowledged. But I do want to point out that the energy on the sideline, watching just the telecast, for a team that had lost that many games in a row was pretty incredible. Like, the buy-in from those guys is crazy. There was a slow-motion replay, I think it was of the Jacob Martin sack on Tua in the red zone where they forced a field goal on 3rd down. And if you go back and look, like, Dan Quinn jumps in the air. He was way more energetic than he normally is because he was more locked in and engaged calling plays, I think. But all around him, there's just players that are quite literally leaping their feet, jumping up in the air. Like, it's as if they're playing a 4th and goal with the season on the line to get to the playoffs or something. And it's 2-3 win teams in Madrid. It's 9:56 in the morning, East time. And these guys are really bought in. And I thought the energy was good to see. And not coincidentally, the performance looked like a team that had some energy. So I think that speaks to Dan Quinn and the fact that they are trying to make him look good as he took over those duties. Another thing is there has been some urgency, whether it's the Joe Witt change or they benched Quan Martin in this game. I don't know if you noticed that, but after he missed that tackle, and Lord knows he's missed a few of them this season in big spots. Think about Sweat against the Bears and some others. But he misses Waddle on the longest play of the game, over 30-yard chunk explosive for the Dolphins. And there's a 2-play sequence where both plays he could have done better, should have done better. And then he went to the sideline.
Yeah.
And Quinn actually, rather than defending it or saying, oh, he had something going on, he acknowledged, didn't use the word benching, but in his press conference yesterday, that it was about performance. This is what he said.
Just a change in personnel, yep. It was just some corrections that had to be made, and so came back to play in it. But, we just wanted to make some corrections to get it right.
So that seems like a little thing, but I'll speak for myself as someone who has been begging for accountability, begging, like I did all season long with the Nationals, please bench somebody who gets picked off once.
There we go.
Please bench somebody who throws to the wrong place and misses a cutoff man once. This is a cancer that has overtaken the entire team. Nobody takes these things seriously, and the Nats, because of that, did the small things really, really badly all season, and nobody was ever held accountable. Similarly, with the Commanders' defense, who's getting sat down ever for just not controlling the controllables. And you saw that with Quan Martin on Sunday, finally.
This, again, I give them credit for finally doing it. Okay, when Joe Witt's replaced, when Quan Martin's benched, when, name that thing, too little too late as the season has already slipped away and it's already done, but still I do give credit. I think people needed to panic a month ago while you're starting to descend. It's like with the iceberg, hey, turn the ship. At least they're turning, right? But whatever, all we can deal with is what is, pragmatically. That's the right thing. You're 100% correct. It is what I have been asking for. And I think I'm frustrated that they waited this long, but this is what you're trying to instill, right? This is the whole point. It's not just a, hey, man, this is kumbaya. This is, the 7-year-old Little League. You still, no one's getting benched. No one is allowed to feel bad. Let's all get a trophy. This is professional football where you have to put good things on tape each and every time. If you get beat, so be it. I can deal with the physical error or losing in a certain situation. The other guy's better than you. That's going to happen an awful lot. They get paid to play too. But if you're in the wrong gap for the 10,000th time, if you over pursue because you bid on the thing that they probably worked on, if your metric is you guys need to do X and X is not met, there needs to be repercussion for that, and there finally has been.
Well, and I got buddies who coach at the high school level, and I'll ask them sometimes, or I'll notice occasionally with a player who either just makes the wrong play or does something foolish or selfish or something. Hey, should that guy get benched? Like, you can't have kids acting like that, or maybe it's school related, right?
Right.
And I think if you have the roster where you're able to do that, I'm not saying win versus loss or getting worse as a team means you can't do this, but I'm saying literally, if you have the bodies, if you have someone that can play the position, whether they're as good or not, then you might be able to. But there are times where you go, yeah, I'd like to send a message and say this isn't okay, and then you don't play for a couple drives. But we didn't have any more receivers who could go out there who know the plays or whatever. That could be a thing at that level.
Yeah.
We're close to that as an NFL version of they might want to send more messages and bench guys and sit guys.
Yeah.
And
how many defensive ends can you bench right now, for example?
I don't think you can.
That's a good point.
I think you need X amount of plays from Von Miller and X percentage of the snaps from Jacob Martin because you're just so light at some of these positions. At cornerback, as an example, right now, you're without Marshawn Lattimore and Trey Amos, and in different games, other guys have gotten banged up like Jonathan Jones and gone off. You sitting a guy because he's missing tackles or busting assignments? I don't think you can all the time. So that's part of the perilous situation with the injury count where it's been. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll go fastest 16 minutes in football, go all around the NFL from what was a great weekend. And because the Commanders played a standalone morning game, we got to watch the 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock primetime windows unimpeded, which was nice. So we'll talk about all those games. But next, Alex Ovechkin is heating up once again. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Reynolds and Power Home Team. I love them. Sarah and Debbie Reynolds are great. They sold my place a couple years ago. They're also super active in the community. November 20th and 21st from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., more than 12 hours, Reynolds and Power Home Team will be giving out free grocery bags filled with Thanksgiving food items, as well as a gift card at their office in Chantilly. Just show your federal ID. 4200 Pleasant Valley Road, Suite A, Chantilly, Virginia, 20151. People can help donate items at the same location or donate monetary donations at empowerhomegives.com. They are fantastic, and I love them. And you can see this is one of the things they like to do to help give back to folks that have been impacted. So if you're thinking about selling your home, getting a pricing strategy and a breakdown from this team is a must. You'll find out what your home will sell for and then see their proven plan come to life and how they get their clients $30,500 more than the average team. Don't go with average, go with the best, just like I did, just like someone in our area have. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, the Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
With a puck left side here, Moverare from the point. Runs into Ovechkin, and the puck bounces out now to center. Ovechkin keeping into the zone, kicks it back to McMichael, top of the right circle, and moves in toward the slot. Chychrun trying to get the puck in toward Dylan Strome. He was camped out of the top of the goal crease, deflected down, and now they score! It's Ovechkin on a pass that came from in behind the net. The Grade A bangs it home.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The Caps needed a win last night, and they got one against the LA Kings, 2-1 at home. That goal from Alex Ovechkin proved to be the difference. And don't look now, but Ovi's starting to heat it up just a little bit. His first 12 games this season, he scored just twice. Over his last 7 games, he's got 4 goals. And in fact, he scored in 3 of Washington's last 4 games. So, Danny, the 40-year-old wing in his 21st season is now up to 6 goals for the Capitals, on pace for 25 on the season.
He scored in 3 of his last 4, and I bet you he beats 25, by the way. It's just,
That's an interesting question. If you're to set the over-under at 25, I think most of us who watch Ovi know take the over.
Yeah, the burst is coming, and the slowdown has happened. I think we're in the process of happening, and it'll continue to happen. I don't think we're doing 60 anymore, or 55, or whatever the pace was last year. You just watch him move around on the ice. It's not the same guy, and that's not an insult, by the way. What he's already done is stupid. It's meta-human. It's ridiculous. But he doesn't fly around, doesn't hit everything that moves. It's again the analogy I used the other day when we had Joe Beninati on. It looks like a shark that's just eaten. Like he's just kind of moseying around, getting to his spots, and when it happens, he's still got enough burst to get the shot off and do a few things. But yeah, I think there's a couple more grimy goals in his future, a deflection or 2, shots from the office, the whole 9 yards. He'll go on a little bit of a streak and get north of 25. But again, it's remarkable, and they've been needed here as this team has really struggled for offense.
He's never scored less than 32 goals in a season when he's played 82 games. So that's kind of been the low water mark, is you get to 31, 32 goals if you play 79, 80 games. So I guess what I wonder is if he was to keep up at this pace, and you think he's going to get on a roll, and so do I, there's going to be a 10-goal and 17-game stretch where all of a sudden, instead of being on pace for 25, he's on pace for 36 or whatever. But let's just say hypothetically he scores 24 goals this season and he stays at the pace he's on right now. Does that make him more or less likely to come back next year? Like, I would tend to think that if he were to slow down considerably and have a year where it seems like the machine is breaking or that Father Time is starting to win, that maybe you'd say, all right, I can now kind of slow it down a little bit. I can now tell everyone with a month to go, because I'm now a 25, 30 goal guy. I'm not a 40, 50 goal guy. This is my last ride. So I don't have to do the all year long celebration in every single building. I'll just do that for a couple weeks in a few select buildings at the end of the season. And then I'll walk into the sunset. And in his case, he'll go play a couple of games for his Russian team in the KHL, play for the Russian national team a couple of times and call it a career. Or do you think if he only scores 25, do you not want to go out on that note because you've got more in you, so you go, I could come back and make a run at this thing, especially because I got off to the slow start, and if I redid the year, I'd be a 30-goal guy, and I was at a 50-goal pace for these certain weeks, so I got another 47 in me. I want to play one more season. How would that affect his decision, do you think?
So it's hard to feel definitive about it one way or the other. I would be inclined, trying to put myself in his shoes, which is really hard to imagine, but doing my best.
Yellow laces on those shoes, you think?
Yeah, that it would mean that, okay, this is it. I know that I'm not this anymore. But you said the key thing is to go, yeah, I bet you if I did this season again, I would score 40 goals. And that unwavering confidence and understanding of belief in yourself, the rest of us mortals don't have, right? We understand that we're limited. He shouldn't be doing any of this. He should be at home in Russia with his feet up watching his kids play. But he's not. He's still playing NHL hockey, the best league that there is, at a pretty damn high level. I would think, though, when you know that the grind to get ready and the grind just to be kind of the same, the grind to be almost more ceremonial, because that's what it would be, right? You're no longer a top-line guy. You are because you're Alex Ovechkin, but you probably shouldn't be the first left winger on the ice, leading the team in ice time and shots and shifts and all that kind of stuff. You're probably better served with somebody else doing it. Once you get to that point and your burden is the wrong term, but kind of like that, where it's got to be like, the old guy that's lost his bat speed. Hey, but he set all the records here. He's your third place hitter. You're probably better served with the 26-year-old in his prime that's going to hit nukes hitting third. Once you get to that point, it's time to hang it up. And I've gotten the sense with all the jersey trading and the stick trading and things that he's doing that I think he knows this is the swan song.
I don't know if I believe that just yet. I've said, and I'm on record and I'll keep saying, I do think this is his last year. I think he probably knows it in the back of his head, and I just don't think he wants to acknowledge or admit it yet because he doesn't want all the fanfare to some extent that he dealt with last year while he was chasing down Wayne Gretzky. He doesn't want to go through that dog and pony show again with the 10-minute ceremony before every game and teams stopping games after he scores and all this other stuff. So you might be right, and that is part of why the sticks are being exchanged and the jersey swaps that we're seeing. I also think there are other players just kind of covering their bases just in case.
Yeah.
Like they all know, just like we do, this could be the last season. So if he does come back next year or in a year, he decides he's coming back again and it's 2 years left or something. So what if you got the jersey signed in 2025? You were just making sure. I don't know that anybody really has any good inside information, but I think a reduction in scoring, like consequential reduction this year in his production offensively, where he's in the mid-20s or not quite at 30 goals, would be the evidence he needs to say, all right, I'm bumping into things when I drive.
Yeah.
I probably need to hand someone the keys. And by the way, think of how amazing that is. Do you know how many good scorers in the league would consider mid-20s or 30 goals an unbelievable season? You know, a guy like TJ Oshie, 25 to 30 goals that was a year, man.
Yeah.
And he was a great offensive talent. So for Ovi, if he does that and he goes, all right, well, I'm really starting to slow down at this point, which I think is how he'd be viewing it, I think it would be the last year. For him to want to come back next year, I think he'd have to get on a roll and be in the low to mid 40s again, where the goals are coming easily on the power play and coming easily at times.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's going to be in the cards with this team.
Right.
They're just not good enough at creating chances right now.
Well, I went, and I was going to say, there's no prime Nicholas Backstrom to set you up. There's good players, but not to the same
Dylan
degree.
Strom's doing a nice job.
Yeah, but not to the same degree as that high-flying young guns type era was, where it was just up and down and odd man rushes and shots coming from everywhere. It's just a different club right now.
They just offensively aren't playing at a level, scoring enough goals to get him the chances either to start piling up snipes.
Yep.
So if they're a team that's tops in goals scored like they were at this point last year, weirdly, Ovi's going to have a lot more goals, because there's just more chances, more opportunities. Everybody has more snaps to touch the football, so to speak. Let's get you the fastest 16 minutes. We'll go all over the NFL in Week 11. Big storylines from the league covered on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders on the bye week this week. Taking a look at some injuries around the league. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his left wrist. Doesn't require surgery. Unclear if he's going to be able to play Sunday against the Bears. C.J. Stroud going to miss another game with a concussion. He has already been ruled out for Thursday night football. Monday Night Football last night, the Cowboys beat the Raiders 33-16. The Cowboys are now 4-5-1 on the season. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Kings 2-1. They'll have the day off today. They'll take on the Oilers at home tomorrow. Basketball, the Wizards also in action tomorrow in Minnesota against the Timberwolves. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement, our brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. They'll take care of important things like elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. They've got attorneys that are there to protect you and your family. You got to schedule a consultation with them today. It's a free consultation, and if you mention us, you're going to get a discount on the work they do for you. It's kmlawyers.com. That's where you're going, kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock here on G&D, we're giving away Wizards tickets. But right now, let's spin you around the NFL with our fastest 16 minutes. And it was a great weekend of football. Where to begin? How about the Falcons and the Panthers? Carolina, a 30-27 winner in Atlanta. Bryce Young, a career day. 448 yards and 3 touchdown passes. Ted McMillan on pace after a huge game. The rookie receiver, 83 catches, 1,156 yards as a rookie. The pace he's on. Michael Penix re-aggravates a knee injury. He's expected to be out for the rest of the season. Bijan Robinson is on pace for 1,331 rushing yards for Atlanta, but it was the Panthers with a game-winning field goal in OT.
From 28, and Carolina has won.
Drake London banged up and hurt in this game as well. Expected to miss some time. Bryce Young, dude. Bryce Young? Listen, they played the Atlanta Falcons. We're now 3-7, so it's not as if you beat the 2000 Ravens or something. But all of a sudden, that's the best game he's had as a pro. It's 99 Kurt Warner style right there. 448 yards, 3 touchdowns, look clean, doing NFL quarterback things. You put a couple of those together, you got yourself a football career. Looked like he was down and out beginning of last year. It hasn't been great this year either, but that was a major step forward for him.
Carolina just one game out of the playoffs.
They're 6-5.
49ers are 7-4 of the last wild card spot right now. And Carolina's got a really friendly 4-2 conference record as well in terms of tiebreakers. Good 1 o'clock window game between a couple of likely playoff teams. The Tampa Bay Bucks and the Buffalo Bills locking horns. Josh Allen, for the second time in his career in this game, was able to throw for 3 touchdown passes and rush for 3 touchdown passes. The Bills overcoming 3 turnovers, averaging 7.8 yards per play in a dynamic offensive performance. The Bucks ran for 202 yards. They led this game in the fourth quarter, and then the Bills took over 80-plus yard touchdown drives, capped by Allen rushing touchdowns back-to-back to end the game. The Bills have scored 30 points 6 times, 40 points 3 times behind reigning MVP Josh Allen.
2nd and 3. Allen is going to keep it. Josh Allen inside the 5. They're going to push him in. Pay dirt. Touchdown, Bills.
Buffalo is 7-3. They are a game and a half behind the New England Patriots in the AFC East. They're the 5 seed in the playoff picture. That was Ian Eagle on the call. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Oh, the Birdman on CBS.
Two things. One, I found infuriating. The other, interesting. I had to go up against Ted McMillan, Sean Tucker, and Bryce Young in a fantasy matchup this weekend, and I got the doors blown off. Sean Tucker Must Die. That was a dumb movie, and I don't know who that guy is, but he destroyed me, and I'm furious at him.
Who's your running back? Tell us about your fantasy team.
Well, it's not mine. It was the other team, so that's even more interesting.
Who's your tight end? We want to hear more about your fantasy.
Well, it's Sam Laporta, and he's injured, so we're in deep trouble. This was Josh Allen MVP stuff. They stopped trying to do the thing where they're like, we're a running team. We're going to take things off Josh Allen's plate. I don't know why that's the accent of the coach. Nope. That's the MVP. That's Superman. Let him do Superman things, and that's what they did. And they put up 44.
The Jaguars beat the Chargers 35-6. Jacksonville, a season best in scoring and the lowest point total they allowed this season in a dominant 29-point win. The Chargers had only 135 net yards. They got outgained by 210 in this game. Bashal Tootin, he a hokey. Toki Altizer steamed up. He and Travis Etienne combined for 147 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns in the game. The Jaguars, only 1 penalty all game long for 5 yards. Jacksonville is 6-4, and they are currently the last wild card team in the AFC. Trevor Lawrence wasn't good, but didn't need to be great in a 29-point win.
How does this thing end? 1st and goal. Lawrence in, touchdown.
You want to stop embarrassing me, Chargers? Last week, I'm sitting there talking you up. Hey, they're getting healthier. Hey, look at this. They're playing better football lately. Hey, look at this. Oh, my God, you got destroyed. That's the best game the Jaguars played. That's the worst game you've played. They couldn't run. They couldn't throw. They couldn't defend. They couldn't tackle. They didn't get anything right. I'm not sure that anything other than the Monstars stealing their ability and making a weird Space Jam type sequel is what happened. What a disgusting, terrible display. The Chargers, ew.
Let's go Dateline Minneapolis, where the Chicago Bears were 19-17 winners over the Minnesota Vikings. Don't look now, but they're all alone atop the NFC North after the dud Detroit laid in Philadelphia. Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears are the 3 seed in the NFC.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
And it took yet another come-from-behind victory for Chicago. They've got 3 in a row of those where they've been down in the 4th quarter and Caleb Williams and the Bears have come back to win. They ran for 140 yards. Williams was just 16 of 32 passing. By the way, he got credit for a game-winning drive in a 4th quarter comeback when they fell behind. Then they got a kickoff return to midfield, ran the ball 3 times, and kicked a field goal. So kind of a flawed stat, but game-winning drive for Caleb Williams. J.J. McCarthy picked off twice, didn't play well. Minnesota 3 for 11 on 3rd down offensively. The Bears have won 3 in a row and 7 of 8. Cairo Santos walking it off.
Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Kevin Burkhardt on Fox.
So I'm not going to slam the gavel on J.J. McCarthy. That would be irresponsible because it's way too early. But I know where the gavel is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking around. I've got all my stuff in order. I'll grab it when it's appropriate because we're still only, 5 or 6 games in at this point. But garbage again, despite Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson, and Jordan Addison. I feel like if you have those 3 things, you should just be at least fine. He's dreadful. 16-32, a couple picks against the worst defense this sport has besides Washington and maybe Cincinnati. Ugh. I don't like it so far. Again, not slamming the gavel, but I know where the gavel is.
Minus 15 completion percentage over expected. Bad outing.
Yep.
A lot of missed throws for McCarthy with multiple takeaways defensively from Chicago again in that game. All right, let's pivot. Another winner in the NFC North, the Green Bay Packers, 27-20. It was a thriller in the Meadowlands. Give the Giants credit. They gave the Pack all they could handle, but in the end, Jordan Love, phenomenal on a game-winning drive, had a terrific touchdown pass to Christian Watson, corner of the end zone with 4:02 to play to take the lead. Josh Jacobs leaves this game with an injury at running back. Malik Willis came on when Love got banged up and went to the locker room in the first half, threw a touchdown pass. Micah Parsons a sack and a half. Brian Burns had a pair of sacks. The Packers, winners over the Giants. Jameis Winston a chance to tie the game late through an interception.
Love on a high snap. Floats it. Watson up top. It is caught. Touchdown Packers. Green Bay's got the lead.
Adam Amin with the vocal range on Fox.
That's who Green Bay is. Doesn't matter who the opponent is for the most part. This is kind of what they do. They leave you hanging around. You're in the game, and it takes something dramatic for them to win. They beat a New York Giants team that was frisky, competitive, good for them, kind of maybe a dead cat bounce post-Brian Daboll. But for Green Bay, another win to go 6-3-1. They're very much in the playoff picture, but they still don't look like a very good team.
Steelers looked like one on Sunday.
Yeah.
They pummeled the Bengals 34-12. For Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers leaves with a wrist injury, going to miss a little time. Mason Rudolph came on and was solid, 12 of 16 for $127 through 2 touchdown passes. Kenneth Gainwell went off in the game, 7 grabs for 81 yards and a couple of touchdown catches out of the backfield for the running back.
2 of the next 3 would be Baltimore twice. Second goal. Gainwell breaks the tackle right there of Burks and goes in for 6. His second touchdown reception today.
Kevin Harlan on CBS. Jamar Chase in this game, 3 catches, 10 targets. Also involved in a confrontation we'll talk about later with Jalen Ramsey. Ramsey throws a punch, gets ejected, Daron Payne style. Suspension could be coming. He said Jamar Chase spit on him. Jamar Chase said, no, I didn't. I never spit on him. Then video came out where he pretty clearly spit on him.
Pretty much spit on him, yeah.
So now Jamar Chase is in trouble with the league as well.
And he should be. Pretty clear that it happened just that way. The honeymoon's over with Joe Flacco. This is him kind of turning into the pumpkin. We sort of knew this would come, but the moment when Sam the Eagle for a while was throwing the ball to the 2 bookend receivers and they're putting up points, Pittsburgh dominated, and there they are, 6-4.
How about the Texans? Ripped off 5 in a row here. They beat the Titans 16-13. For Houston, Nico Collins is a badass. I love watching that guy play football.
Really good.
9 catches, 92 yards, and a tutty. I thought Cam Ward for the Titans was a lot better in this game. 24 of 37 passing for 194 and a score. Tennessee's defense had 4 sacks. They were in this thing. The game's tied with a second to go. Houston back-to-back wins with Davis Mills at this point as they've gotten their season back on track. But they got a 35-yard game-winning field goal at the horn from Matthew Wright.
Texans. Matthew Wright for the win. The kick. Right down Broadway through the heart of Nashville. And what a performance.
Chris Myers on the call on Fox.
Relax, Chris. My God. Calm down, please. Buffalo.
Al
Colts.
Michaels is like, where's this guy's energy?
Yeah, seriously. Why don't you turn it up? Bills at the Colts, at the Chiefs, the next 3 for Houston. They're 5-2 in their last 7 games to revitalize their season potentially, but offensively just not a lot there. I think they play this Thursday. I think C.J. Stroud has been ruled out of that one. I got to double check, but I think I'm right about that. So, again, the offense just hasn't been there. They have a playoff defense, though. I know the anomaly against Jacksonville happened, but other than that, that's a really good group that has shoved it on people. They just kind of can't keep up offensively.
49ers 41, 22 victors over the Arizona Cardinals. This game was over right after it started. San Francisco broke the opening kick 99 yards to the 1-yard line. Christian McCaffrey plunges into the end zone. It was 7-0. The 49ers get the ball right back, and Brock Purdy throws a touchdown to George Kittle. They led 14-0 less than 5 minutes in. By the way, Purdy's returned from injury. 3 touchdown passes for him. McCaffrey 81 on the ground with 2 scores. Kittle caught 2 touchdown passes, including this one in the early minutes.
Here's Purdy. Looking for it all. He's got Kittle there. It's caught. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Michael Wilson. 8 of 15 catches on 18 targets. 185 yards in this game. So there was no Marvin Harrison Jr. They're down at receiver. 15 for 185. Somebody picked him up in fantasy this weekend and was like, whatever. No Marvin Harrison. And then he won you a game.
Trent McBride, one of the best tight ends in football, 10 for $115 and a touchdown in this game. As you said, completely overshadowed by Michael Wilson, 15 for $185. For San Francisco, what a good landing spot. McCaffrey did McCaffrey stuff, 81 yards on the ground, another 40 through the air, 3 total touchdowns. He was sensational. What a great landing spot for Brock Purdy to kind of get his feet back wet. And here's San Francisco with an easy schedule, beating up on Arizona. They got plenty more wins in their schedule to come. They're 7-4.
In this game, Jacoby Brissett's 47 completions were an NFL record.
452 on the day.
Dad just told me 47 is a record. He was 47 of 57 for 452. That's my guy, Jacoby Brissett. That's my guy.
What a soft spot you have for him.
He is the Rex Grossman to my Kyle Shanahan. Anywhere I go, he comes with me. I love me some Jacoby. Good for him. Losing effort, though. Game of the day on paper turned out to be really good. Seattle Seahawks, LA Rams. Rams improved 8-2. They're the leaders in the division. Seattle falls to 7-3. They're the top wild card team for now. But if you just know that the Rams beat the Seahawks and Sam Darnold threw 4 picks, I think you'd be misled a little bit. Seattle's defense shoved it on LA. The Seahawks outgained the Rams 414 to 249 in this game. Better in yards per play, dominated time of possession by 15 minutes. The 4 Darnold interceptions, one of them I think was at the very end of the game. So really it was more like 3 true picks. But Darnold struggled immensely. That was kind of the story. Otherwise, Seattle played well enough to win. The Rams, though, man, oh man, did their defense show up, generate takeaways, 2 passing touchdowns from Matt Stafford, 7 for 75 from Puka Nacua. L.A. rolling.
Today, offenses have been really sluggish. First and 20, Darnold zips one, and it's his 3rd interception. Kitchens with his 2nd of the day.
Kike Hernandez with a double. Joe Davis on the call on Fox.
That's the story to me, is Darnold had that Darnold game. The one that you're always kind of afraid of, that's always in the back of your mind, that probably isn't fair, gets ascribed to him. Nobody cares about the 310-yard, 3-touchdown game. It's this one, in a major one where he shrunk in that moment, to be frank with you. Seattle's still excellent in this game, had a great chance to win it, even with everything that happened. For the Rams, they proved they can win that kind of game too, where the offense isn't necessarily high-flying and clicking. They won kind of a grimy, grinded-out type game where they played excellent defense, and as you mentioned, got a whole mess of takeaways. They only had 12 first downs in this one. That's not very Rams and McVay-like, but they can win that kind too. They are really good, but so are the Seahawks.
Yeah, they couldn't move the ball in Seattle's defense. I'm glad you made the point you did about Darnold too, because everyone was so excited to throw the party after he had a bad game finally. This is the cool kids club thing that I always talk about. Mahomes has games like this. You know what I mean? Josh Allen, a week ago against Miami, had a game like this. It's just not covered the same way when you're Sam Darnold. And when it's Sam Darnold, see? I told you so. He sucks. When the other guys have it, it's just a good quarterback having a bad game. But I guess there's something to be said for if you're an MVP, you got pelts on the wall, you're in the cool kids club wearing the members-only jacket. But yeah, he certainly did not play at the level Seattle needs him to. Let's talk Browns and Ravens. In Cleveland, Baltimore come from behind winners in the fourth quarter, 23-16 final. Derrick Henry, 103 rushing yards and a touchdown. Lamar Jackson wasn't particularly sharp throwing the football. Picked off 2 times, went for 193. Ravens outscoring Cleveland 13-0 in the second half. In that second half, by the way, Shedeur Sanders comes in at halftime. The Browns did not score the rest of the game. He went 4 of 16 passing for 47 yards with an interception. Also had a second interception in the hands of a defender that was completely dropped. Sacked to end a couple of early drives. Looked like a guy that just hasn't had a lot of time at practice with the first team and who wasn't really prepared for the bright lights of a Baltimore defense that was terrible early but is red hot right now. The Ravens are now 4-0 since their bye week. And how about this? Mark Andrews, on the same day as a tight end that he sets the record for catches by a Ravens receiver, had a rushing touchdown for the first time in his career.
That is Andrews under center on 4th and 1. Andrews spinning away, and there he goes! Andrews all the way! Touchdown!
Andrew Catalon on the call of a tush push that was faked so that he could wheel around the edge for a big gain.
Couple things. Number one, Myles Garrett's incredible. Myles Garrett is incredible. 4 sacks in this game to go with a 5-sack game earlier. Again, both in losses because he wanted to chase a championship, but in Cleveland for a lot of money. Leads the league in sacks, leads the league in tackle for loss, among the league leaders in quarterback hits. He is a wrecking crew.
He's got 10 sacks in his last 3 games.
That dude is unbelievable. And the Andrews touchdown that you just referenced turns out to be the game winner. Set up over multiple weeks. Right? They put Lamar Jackson at tailback. They had a play a couple of weeks ago where they gave it to him on kind of a jet sweep on a 4th and short. They had a tush push they've done previously where Andrews takes a snap. They don't want to put Lamar Jackson there. So they have Jackson sprint out to one side Andrews turned that way. The entire Cleveland Browns defense goes that way. He loops around behind Patrick Ricard, Captain Ricard, if you will, and rumbles to the end zone for what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown. I love good coaching like that. That was awesome.
Maybe the most impressive win of the day. We'll wrap up with the Denver Broncos surviving a scare from Kansas City at home. 22-19. The Broncos come back from down 19-16 in the fourth quarter. Will Lutz drilled a 54-yarder to tie it with 4:10 to go, a 35-yarder to win it at the horn. Bo Nix made some big boy throws late, went for 295 through the air, outplayed Patrick Mahomes in terms of not giving the ball away, passing yards. Travis Kelce looked like a playoff
He was
version
great.
of himself. He was really good, 9 for 91 and a touchdown. But they go toe-to-toe. The Chiefs fall to 5-5. They're 500. They're still not a playoff team as we barrel down the stretch with 7 to play. And Denver at 9-2 is in the driver's seat in the West.
35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
That's Jim Nantz on the call on CBS.
That Broncos defense is Super Bowl good. They are awesome. They are impressive. They cover so well. They get after the passer. I think their gap between the second team in terms of sacks is bigger than the gap between the second team and like the 25th team. I mean, they're going to lap the record for sacks on the season. And it wasn't as if they got to Pat Mahomes a million times in this game either. They are so good on that side of the ball. And for Kansas City, they looked pedestrian. They looked limited on offense, right? Even though with Rashee Rice, I know they didn't have their usual cadre of running backs, but that was playoff Kelce, to your point. They kind of didn't have that downfield threat. They went to Worthy a couple times, looked to go downfield to Thornton once, and they get that one for 60+, but just didn't seem very threatening, didn't seem very intimidating on that side of the ball. And credit to Denver, man. They are 9-2.
Great day of football. Your fastest 16 on Grant and Danny. The Commanders have a new kicker. Matt Gay is out. Jake Moody is in. Did they upgrade, just on paper, going Gay to Moody? That's next.
Bye week this week for the Commanders. Roster moves yesterday. They have a new kicker as they released Matt Gay and signed Jake Moody off the Chicago practice squad. Other injuries around the league. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his left wrist. Not going to require surgery. It's unclear if he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Bears. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud going to be out once again on Thursday Night Football as he is still not cleared concussion protocol. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Cowboys beat the Raiders by 17, 33-16. Cowboys now 4-5-1 on the season. In the NBA, Victor Wembanyama going to miss a couple of weeks with a left calf strain. An update for the 2028 Olympics. LeBron said he is not going to play for Team USA. Steph Curry said he highly doubts he's going to be able to play. Wiz have the day off today. They'll take on the T-Wolves in Minnesota tomorrow. Hockey, the Caps beat the Kings last night 2-1. They're back in action tomorrow against Connor McDavid and the Oilers at home. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Double play coming up at 3:45 and at 4 ahead of the Blitz. We're giving away Wizards tickets right here on G&D. You better be listening. Matt Gay was released. Jake Moody was signed. The Commanders have a new kicker. Is this an upgrade? That's the question I've got for people. At 800-636-1067. You can tweet us if you'd like to answer that question at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. If you look at the numbers, like Matt Gay does have a resume that Jake Moody doesn't have. He's been in the league longer, and he's just had more success. Moody's pinballed around the place because he hasn't made enough kicks. And in his career at this point, you're talking about a guy who's made about 76% of his field goals. Matt Gay, toward the end of his career, has struggled, and yet it's still 84%. You say, well, Matt Gay can't make kicks from 50+. He's 4 for 9 this season. Last year, he was 3 for 9. Like, you got to be able to make him from 50+. Okay, except that Jake Moody, in his career, is 50%, 6 for 12, including being 4 for 9 from 50+. In 2024, he hasn't tried any since. That's Gay-like.
Yeah.
So I ask you, did they actually upgrade? They got younger. They got cheaper. You've got a guy who hasn't missed a bunch of kicks for you this year. So I'm in on the move. I like moving on from Gay. It wasn't working. I like trying to see if you could catch lightning in a bottle with a former third-round pick who was great at Michigan in Moody. But I cannot make a statistical case based on his resume that he's better than Matt Gay.
No, I don't think at this point that he is. But I think your point is exactly right. In a lost season, this is a potential longer-term answer than another one-year wonder, right? Looking at it, I'm going to draw a very poorly made analogy. But when you watch somebody shoot a basketball, especially like with kids or guys who are growing up, Steph Curry, his shot looks the same, whether it's a free throw, a three-pointer, a logo three, half court, whatever. That's core strength. It's the same fluid release. When you look at certain guys without range, Matt Gay can kick a ball as far as a lot of people on this planet, probably as far as almost every NFL kicker. But when you watch Brandon Aubrey kick one from 60 and Matt Gay kick one from 60, it looks like Matt Gay is ramping up everything he possibly can, is driving it as hard as possible, whereas Brandon Aubrey looks like he's about to fall asleep. Like he's hitting, a flop wedge, onto the green, and it happens to go 60+ yards. Moody has that kind of leg, not like Aubrey. That's a bazooka. That's once in a generation. But Moody has, to me, the track record of having a stronger leg. At least that was the case in Michigan. It hasn't manifested itself in accuracy at the NFL level. But to me, there's upside there where there was no upside with Matt Gay. Does that make sense? Like you're hoping to squeeze the last couple of drops out of this versus somebody that was a third-round pick at one point because of how talented it looked like he was going to be as a kicker. Maybe he finds it. And if he doesn't, what are you going to do, lose?
They're
no problem.
doing what they should be doing.
Yeah.
And I am going to, again, endorse the decision. I think this is the right move. It's the right thing to do. If nothing else, you're a bad team in a lost season and you went from a kicker about to turn 32 to a guy who's about to turn 26. So you got 6 years younger. And to your point, upside or no upside, you've got a guy who could sustainably be here for 3, 4, 5 years. And that's probably not the case with Matt Gay. So try it for the rest of the year. Cool. By the way, this is the 8th kicker they've brought in here. Now, all of those guys have not actually kicked field goals in games, but they have been overturning every stone and looking as best they can for their kicker of the future unsuccessfully. And so you may as well kick the tires on a guy in Moody who was, again, drafted in the 3rd round because he was considered at one point in time the best kicker coming out in America. If you're wondering about this season, he's 9 for 12 with 3 misses. He missed 1 field goal against Washington in a 4 for 5 performance. I guess it was a 4 for 5 performance where his only miss was between 40 and 49 on a rainy night in Landover for the Bears, but he hit the game winner that night. So he went 1 for 3 at Seattle with 1 miss from 30 to 39. And how about a miss from 20 to 20?
The little chip shot. That's what did him in San Francisco.
It had to be a blocked kick. There's no way he missed an actual field goal inside of 30. So I'm guessing it's a block, but he had 2 misses there. Then he had 1 miss against Washington. His last game he played, 2 for 2 from 20 to 29, 2 for 2 from 30 to 39, and 4 for 4. So he's made 8 of his last 9 kicks. But this has to be to a Peters comfort thing. In the same way that he goes and gets Javon Kinlaw. Loved him coming out, helped scouting him, drafted him. Debo Samuel comes over from San Francisco. You know, they had that experience together. Robbie Anderson, familiarity. Peters knows the guy, brings him into D.C. Josh Johnson was in San Fran. Drake Jackson was in San Francisco as well with the 49ers. I mean, there are others probably, but just quickly, that 5 guys that we came up with who Peters had some experience with. I think that you're there when you scout him. You've seen him kick in practice. You know about the kid. There's a lot of options. I wonder, did you go bring him in here because of his talent in college or because he was a guy that you knew and you could call? Like, which one was it?
Yeah, it could be a little of both, right? Where, again, someone that's 26, that's bounced around a little bit, didn't click immediately with that upside. Again, it's probably stupid to draft him in the 3rd round, but there's a point here that he was good enough for that consideration. I don't know that anybody else would have drafted him in round 3, but someone might have done it in round 4 or round 5. The fact that he's draftable at all as a kicker instead of doing what everybody else normally does, which is go to the free agent pile and find someone you feel good about, there's an upside here, I think, still, that hasn't been reached yet. Whereas I feel like Matt Gay is a finished product. This is it. It's that. It's what we just saw. Pretty good, really good at kickoffs, I think. Extra points and stuff like that. Pretty damn solid. Is going to be good. Is going to be even plus in that regard. Longer kicks, it's just not what everyone else is up to these days. There's too much in this league of guys that are doing this well from 50 plus to sort of say, oh, well, it's not really a strength for us, and sort of have that be enough at this stage. 10 years ago it was, where if you had someone that was good from 46 and in, you go, you know what, that's a strategy. That makes sense for us. We can do that. We can live with that. That's not the case now in the new NFL. And Moody, I think, has a chance to join that group. And if he doesn't right away, I don't think it's that big of a bother.
Let's go to the listener lines. George is in Gaithersburg, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, George? How are you?
Thanks. So what do you think of taking a shot on Justin Tucker, having him try out? I believe he's off suspension at the end of the month.
Yeah, his suspension just ended. You could bring him in now for a workout, to my knowledge, and add him to your roster. I don't have interest in Tucker for the remainder of this lost season, but I would actually absolutely bring him in this offseason if Moody doesn't prove himself to be the answer. So if you either get to the end of the year and you're releasing Moody and you're going into the kicker market again, or you just want competition because he was fine, but you're not sold, then Tucker would actually be a real option for me in his age 36 season. The reason I say I'm not interested now is because of what we were just talking about with Matt Gay, who's going on 31, 32 years old. He's about to be 36 on November 21st in 3 days. I am not in the business for the remainder of this year in short-term fixes with veteran players to improve my product minimally for the next 5, 10, 12 minutes, 1, 2, 3 weeks, 2 months. I am in the business of finding answers for the long term. I'm doing that at tight end with more Sinnott, less Ertz. I'm doing it at linebacker with more Madrano and Ali Cajo, less Wagner as the rest of this season goes on. I don't know if they'll do it that way. That's what I'm doing. And I'm doing it at kicker with 25-year-old Jake Moody instead of 35-year-old Justin Tucker, who's probably not long for a role. But when next year begins, you got $90 million to play with. You got a top 5 pick. You're going to have a weaker schedule and hopefully a healthy Jaden Daniels. There's no good reason why they can't be back in the wild card playoff mix right away. They should be next year. And so kicker becomes really important. And if you want to sign a guy like Tucker for a year or two, and if he proves he can be Justin Tucker before last season, because he had a bad year last year, then Yeah, I'm interested in that.
You go back the last 2 years for Tucker. And remember, no sample this year because the caller pointed out, suspended, but 7 for 16 on 50 plus. So it used to be this was the weapon. This was this league. He was Brandon Aubrey before Brandon Aubrey, as accurate as anybody in the league in league history, and was basically going to break his own records each and every season from deep. That kind of went away his last 2 years. Then the suspension hit, and Baltimore didn't stand by him simply because I think A, the skill set diminished, and B, when you got enough bad press plus a diminished skill set, wash your hands fairly well. So if he proves
if he had a great season, he'd still be the kicker of the Ravens?
I think so.
See, I don't. My only argument is I just think kickers, the same way Matt Gay got cut when other guys aren't getting cut after the 2 missed field goals, it's just so easy to release those guys and move on and try to find somebody else. Now, it's not always easy to replace them and actually find somebody capable, but I think if you're a kicker and those allegations come up by that many women, it's over. They're just not going to go to the mattress for you. You know what I'm saying?
I hear that, but I think
See Brandon McManus, by the way.
Yeah, but I think the fact that he put in enough deposits over 13 years of what was going to be a Hall of Fame career, who knows now how he's viewed, honestly, but this was their special thing, right? They're in Baltimore. From the special teams coach that's now their head coach, that's not now, but has been their head coach for a long time. This is sort of taking on the personality of it, where nobody else cares about field goal kicker, but we do. This is our guy. The skill set to me slipped enough where they kind of went, it's not worth holding on anymore.
I was watching Monday Night Football last night, Raiders-Cowboys, and Daniel Carlson was kicking for the Raiders. He's had his worst year in a long time, but he's one of the better kickers in the league. And I was thinking about Jake Moody, because Carlson, I believe he went to Alabama, if I remember, but he was drafted in the 5th round by the Vikings years ago, and he was terrible in his early weeks with Minnesota. And I don't even think he lasted more than a few months, and they cut him in season. He signed with the Raiders, and he's never looked back. And so many of these kickers, we know this story here way too well when Washington's got a guy struggling, and then it becomes David Akers, and he's a kicker for the Eagles for like 12 years. There have been others, Sean Sweezum and Kai Forbath and Graham Gano and, a litany of guys that have come through here and then second, third stop end up being reliable, quality kickers. Maybe they get the other side of the token finally, where the Niners drafted Jake Moody. They went through the growing pains. He bounced around, and then Moody ends up staying on with Washington as the 10-year kicker because what San Francisco saw was real. He just wasn't mentally capable.
You just weren't there yet, yeah.
By the way, Auburn, another SEC school, according to Darius, is where Daniel Carlson went. Why do you think kickers that get drafted often do so badly? Because to get drafted as a kicker, you have to be incredible.
The Roberto Aguayo corollary.
2nd round.
Yeah.
Jake Moody, 3rd round. Daniel Carlson, 5th round. Like more so than undrafted free agent kickers who just hit the ground sprinting like Cam Little in Jacksonville or whatever. These dudes that get drafted so often are terrible. I think it's a pressure thing. Once you get drafted as a kicker, I believe...
Has to be, right?
It's got to be this mental, like, I got drafted. I really got to show them how good I am. They use a pick on me, which most teams don't. But it seems like if you're drafted as a kicker, there's a better chance you're not going to do well for that team than you do. The only guy I can remember that had a hell of a career was Seabass. Sebastian Janikowski, who was a first-round pick, believe it or not.
Should we forget that, or should we always remember that?
Amazing career,
Let's
and yet
always remember that.
Still a gigantic waste of a pick as a kicker in round 1. But how often does that happen?
It feels like a lot. And again, if I knew why, I'd just say, hey, I don't think a kicker should be drafted ever, by the way, just for the record. That's just never the practice I would do. But when there is a correlation at this point between guys where they spend a pick on you and it doesn't work out for that team. So, to me, that's as big a red flag as there is.
We're going to give away Wizards tickets in 20 minutes on The Fan. Our double play is next. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey there, it's Grant and Danny, FanDuel Sportsbook. What's up, guys? GP, the FanDuel Sportsbook, is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel, the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. Love me an SGP. Doesn't matter if it's football or basketball. String a few legs together and see if you can get some good winnings. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same gamer. That way you can track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, the perfect time to join because new customers like you are going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on all the players you love the way you want. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight on Grant and Danny. You're locked into the Fan. Should let everybody know and remind everyone that we got a Field Trip Friday coming up, and we are going to be hitting the road and going to Manassas. We're coming your way, Manassas. Our first trip of the year at Uptown Alley. This was a location we hit up a couple times last year.
Yes.
Huge turnouts. Really, really cool venue. We had a blast. They were great to us, and we wanted to go back. So, Manassas, we are coming your way Friday, November 21st, 3 days from now at Uptown Alley. If you want to see the show live and come hang with us, we will be there.
We had a regular season tilt there, which was a blast. And unfortunately, my guy Jeeps was sick.
That's right.
Before the playoff game, where Tobias, Toki, Funke, Altizer, and I did all sorts of bits before the Detroit Lions playoff game, including having the former then Redskins legend John Jansen on, where I think what was the phrase he used, Tobes? There's no chance Washington comes up and wins this game. Is that what he said?
Yeah, something like that. He was very defiant, and we kind of laughed about it on Monday.
And we had a grand old time making our predictions, cutting promos, and then they went up and mollywopped Detroit.
What happened
it was
in
great.
that game?
It was so fun.
How good was Jaden Daniels that night?
Pretty good.
I saw a video of the throw he made to De'Ami Brown from that behind end zone view.
Yep.
You have to have seen the play to know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But is basically just put your arm, like your elbow up at a 90-degree angle so that your hand, like a throwing motion with a football, is a little higher than your ear. That's where he was, and he just push it forward real fast. That's what he did, and the ball went like 55 yards on a rainbow to De'Ami Brown. It was one of the craziest throws I've ever seen. And they beat the Detroit Lions.
And at the very end, by the way, De'Ami Brown had a defender draped on him. It was basically blindfolding him. But he couldn't help but catch it because the ball was perfect. Like his hands were there, and it just hit him right in the hands.
Everything was coming up Commanders.
God, it was amazing.
During that run.
All those turnovers from Jared Goff.
Zane Gonzalez hit an upright, and it went in for some reason. Like, that was fun to beat the Bucs, remember?
Yeah.
People still will occasionally, they'll point out with what's going on in New England, like, oh, they're this year's Washington. The Commanders never beat anybody last year. And in the regular season, that's kind of true. But are you forgetting that they went to Tampa and won in the playoffs and then beat the number 1 seed Lions? They didn't just beat them. They destroyed them on the road in the playoffs. Does it really matter if you didn't beat anyone in the regular season, if you won 2 playoff games and both of them were on the road against really, really good teams? That's why I don't love this whole like last year was completely inauthentic thing. Sure, it was a bit of a fluke regular season. The schedule was very fortuitous. They got really lucky. And then you got the best shot of the Bucs at home, a team that blew you out in the regular season, and you beat them. And you got the best shot of Detroit. And yeah, they were really banged up. Sorry about your luck. I mean, you leave there a winner in the playoff as well.
Indeed.
The clock eventually struck midnight in the NFC Championship game. But we don't need to talk about that.
That's not what's on the table right now. We're not talking about that.
Time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Quick reminder, we're giving away Wizards tickets in 10 minutes.
I jumped false start on me. I didn't know the snap count. Veteran day off for me. Give me a Zach Ertz day off, please.
Call him Danny Ertz. And now I got a false start.
Now you got a false start.
Now he's going to false
Illegal
start.
procedure, microphone off. Oh, the whole segment's botched. Our red zone drive pummeled because I don't know the snap count.
So if you're Zach Ertz and you jump in and you didn't know the snap count.
Grant Connerly.
But then I commit a penalty right after.
Yeah.
What was that, a hold? I think it was an illegal procedure.
That's the tight end wasn't covered up.
Yeah.
That's you. Just the Ryan Grant lineup in the wrong spot.
Grant Yankoff. Tough.
Golly, what a bad sequence for us.
That's a tough one, by the way. Maybe I could have picked a different tight end. We'll go with Grant Sinnott.
Thank you.
Probably sounds a little bit better.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we've had a couple of verbal things over the last hour or so where we're like, man, that sounds a little tough. I mean, it's factual information, but you're just naming real people.
His name is Colson Yankoff.
That's his name.
He chose the name. I didn't.
Not the last name. He was kind of, well, I guess he didn't choose any of it.
No,
he's just a guy. His parents named him.
All he did was just get born one time.
Yeah. And then forever.
What do you got for your double play?
Anyway, a week from tomorrow, Volume 1 of the final season of Stranger Things comes out.
Oh, thank God.
Well, you should. It's one of the great shows of all time. The difficult thing, though, that I know that those of us that consume media, instead of like a couple whodunit mysteries once a month and ignore recommendations from lifelong friends over the years, the difficult thing is it's been so long since the last time. And they're splitting this up into 3 different final season installments. Just a massive, massive, massive undertaking trying to bring all this stuff together. The show's brilliantly done, of course, one of the great programs ever invented by anybody. The Duffer Brothers are super geniuses, while seamlessly weaving 1980s, early 90s kind of nostalgia stuff from their childhood into this fantasy, horror, kind of real-life application type stuff. Brilliantly done, so good. But They're going to try to tie it all up with these massive, mega, enormous episodes. Each one is like a big budget movie from where the show started. It's kind of amazing, but it's very, very busy. So what I've had to do to get ready for it is to sort of go back. You can't watch every episode again and feel the same things because that's not really what it's about. But I'm reading recaps just to remind myself of where everybody is and what they were doing and kind of what's at stake. Big plot points, of course, I know, GP. But a week from tomorrow, the first installment of the final season of Stranger Things comes out.
So I actually have an ignorant question about Stranger Things.
Yes.
I really don't know how this works. So this show began with them all as kids. And the girl who had the buzz cut, who
11.
comes out of the restaurant, who's a number, not a name.
Yep, Millie Bobby Brown.
Yes. She's now a grown-up 20-something-year-old, very attractive person who's a mother of a child. She's married to John Bon Jovi's son in real life, this girl.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So she's married to Jake Bon Jovi, and they had a kid, and I don't know how old she is, but she's very pretty, and she's no longer a young person. Is she still a part of the show as this character?
Yeah, so they've all
as this
grown.
now, like, long-haired blonde?
Yeah, so
how does that even work?
Well, it just the show was adopted over
But most
the
shows
years.
don't do that. I mean, you don't have a kid who's like 8, and the thing is like, oh, you're this weird little kid, and now you're just a mom who's walking around.
Well, sometimes
How
on
do they write that?
Yeah, shows like Lost, where they had a kid named Walt who was essential in the show, and they were just like, "Yep, he's too old now," and they just had him leave. And he was like the center of the show. One like his visions and his things were like so important, and then they were just like, "Yeah, he's too old now," so they just said pound sand, and he went away, and they never resolved the plot line, which is and it's not something I'm bitter about still to this day. But they're still playing teenagers and older kids, but. Yeah, with the idea that they're now, hey, this has been going on for 10 years or whatever it is, and they're older.
I almost called her Mary Lou Retton, which is definitely not
The
her name.
gymnast, yeah. The gymnast is in this show.
The three-named
Carrie
person-
Strug.
No, the person we were just talking about.
Oh, Dominique Dawes.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
She's playing a teenager?
I think so.
No.
Yeah, I mean...
That's not going to work.
It's pretty reasonable.
Not that reasonable.
On 90210, they were in their 30s when they were playing teenagers in high school.
Understood.
That's pretty normal.
She's not a teenager.
I'm not accusing her of being a teenager.
Yeah.
But you could do some things, and they're going to do them. Don't you worry about. Don't you worry a little head
You know
about
what?
that. They'll be just fine.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because I won't be watching.
Yeah, they'll be just fine.
Have a good time.
Yeah, they'll be just fine. But yeah, so the evolution and arc of it, and the thing that they've done so brilliantly, but there's a million things
Is
they've done
keep having
brilliantly.
episodes.
Well, yeah, because again, they keep putting out incredible content.
Right.
But they've put so many Easter eggs in, so many different little things where you go back and now notice that there were hints kind of throughout that of where they were going that you
I do
never
love
would have
that
known.
bit.
It is, and I love scout. It's one of the great things about the show is that you can scour every Reddit theme, every brilliant person that found. If you freeze frame here, it's the same time that E.T. went airborne in the movie on a certain episode, or that's the same time that in Firestarter, starring Drew Barrymore, which is kind of the impetus for this 11 character. This is what happened to her in this one, and this is Freddy Krueger did this in this episode. It's so brilliant and so good, but now everyone's going back and looking at the beginning stuff.
So true story, completely true story. I think I watched 6 minutes of the pilot episode once, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, it's not for you.
me.
Couldn't be less for you.
But the moment I found out that there was a character named 11, nothing could happen to make me watch that show. Like, that's just how my brain works. So I was like, wait, what's the character's name? Danny was like, 11 came out of the diner. And I'm like, never, ever, ever, ever in a million years.
Right. It's not a real name, but she was an experiment, and there was a number of kids, and,
Right.
and they just called her number 11.
But you're just wasting your time.
Yeah.
Is her name 11?
Right.
Like, when I look up IMDb, her name's 11. My name is out. You see what I'm saying?
I
Like,
do.
Never for me.
Which is adorable because it's awesome because we get the content and you get nothing. But yeah, I love that trips you up. But like you love movies where like there's a little space rock that if you wish something, it just happens. You're like, I'm fine with that. I can do that.
What movie is that?
Infinity War. I got a green
that's a
one
good
that can turn back time. That's fine for you. But a girl that's been experimented on that lost her identity, you can't. That's a bridge too far.
Nobody's name is 11 in the.
Again, it's not her given name. It's not
Avengers.
her real name.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We're giving away Wizards tickets as soon as we return on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders have a bye week this week. They just made official that they have signed kicker Jake Moody off of Chicago's practice squad after they released kicker Matt Gay after missing a couple of kicks in Spain. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his left wrist. Not going to need surgery. Unclear if he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Bears. C.J. Stroud going to miss another game for Houston. He's not going to play on Thursday Night Football as he still hasn't cleared concussion protocol. Hockey last night. Capitals beat the Kings 2-1. They're back in action tomorrow against the Oilers. Wizards have the day off as well. They'll take on the Timberwolves in Minnesota tomorrow night. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement, our brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, and as promised, it's time to give away Wizards tickets. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to see the Wizards with a friend. We're giving you a pair as they take on the Atlanta Hawks Tuesday, November 25th at Capital One Arena 1 week from today. Close out the NBA Cup with the Wizards at Cap One Arena. The team will don their City Edition uniforms, plus the first 10,000 fans are going to get Bub Carrington designed pajama pants, courtesy of the Washington Wizards.
Are you a pajama guy or a pajamas guy?
Pajama. I said pajama.
You say pajama.
Go put your PJs on. Go put your pajamas on. I say pajamas.
You say pajamas?
But I think we know because I just read it
You
naturally.
said pajama pants.
Singular, I go pajama pants. But that's weird. If I'm telling my kid to go put their PJs on, I say go put your pajamas on. By the way, Bub Carrington designed pajama pants. Like, what is that giveaway? That's amazing.
That is unique. That is unique.
But like the Nats, it's like bobblehead or this. Like the NBA, man, we're giving away pajama pants. The players
association.
He wears them all the time. That's like his thing. He wears pajama pants everywhere.
Really?
Now, does he wear pajama pants?
No, pajamas.
There we go.
Do we think it's definitely pajama?
I don't have a definitive.
Is this a 6 in one, half dozen in the other? Or is there a right wrong here?
I don't know the answer. I have definitely heard both, but the pajama is very. I feel like that's. I couldn't point to the region, but that's like if you're very nasally Wisconsin, put your pajamas on.
Right.
It's like that, you know.
We're brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad.
These guys are the best. Let them help you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, pajama pants. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get you to the Beltway Blitz. And we'll start you off on the ice. Katie Florio of the Capitals Radio Network. Katie, do you say pajamas or pajamas?
I say pajamas. I know I was sitting here on hold waiting to come, and I was contemplating myself listening to that whole thing. I think I say pajamas.
Okay. I think I do too, which makes it weirder that I said pajama. But apparently it's somewhere in there. If I just broke that one out,
around, yeah.
Then it's an option. Katie Florio's with us on our Beltway Blitz. All right, Katie, Alex Ovechkin scored last evening. The Capitals get a 2-1 win.
I think, he's a shrieky player, and you can tell when he starts to feel himself. And I think right now it's pretty safe to say that Alex Ovechkin is feeling himself. Great to see the 3 goals in the last 4 games for him. But I think a lot of it has stemmed from putting Connor McMichael back at wing. I think the chemistry we are seeing between Ovi and McMichael is something that, obviously wasn't there when McMichael for the early part of the season was playing center so much. And, he's going up against guys like Braden Point and having to defend. But I think for both of them, it's been a natural progression. And over the past few games, positive steps in the right direction. One is feeding off of the other and vice versa. And so really, really happy with obviously what we're seeing from Ovechkin. But I think McMichael playing up on the wing with him has a huge hand in that too, and hopefully it's only a matter of time before Mikey breaks out as well.
Yeah, you referenced it, a little bit of the line shuffling. What can you tell us?
Well, we saw a lot of it. That was just one example. You saw Hendrik Lapierre and Ethan Frank reunited again. Of course, their familiarity goes back to the Hershey days, the years that they spent down there together. So I think that was a seamless transition. That moves Nick Dowd up to the third line last night. I think Brandon Duhaime was joking that he doesn't think they've been separated since Duhaime got to the Capitals 2 seasons ago. But Justin Sordiff, where was he? Center now, second line center. So just a lot of moving parts and still a lot of shuffling. Nothing's going to stay the same, obviously, or is permanent. But I think last night was a game that you build upon. It was another great defensive effort as well. I think Alexei Protas is a guy, too, that Carberry said yesterday. Feels like he's fighting it a little bit. We know what Protas is capable of doing. He's getting the shots. He's getting the looks. It's just a matter of time before one goes in for him, and then it's finally a trickle effect. But I like what Carberry and the coaching staff has kind of experimented with the past few games, and I think it's translating on the ice as well.
Katie, as far as the low goal total allowed for them this season, how much of it is their system, the structure, the defense, versus actual goaltending? Because they've been elite in that area.
They certainly have. I think that's a little bit of both. Obviously I'll start with Logan Thompson, who he continues to play the way he is. I don't understand how his name is not on Team Canada's roster for the Olympics. He has been lights out, and it's not just the numbers. It's the saves he makes, the high danger chances, how athletic he is as a goaltender. And so that's obviously been one area. But the defense has been really solid as well. And newly named assistant head coach Patrick Weller, of course, is in charge of them this series, been with them the whole season, but now just officially comes over. And we talked to him on the Caps radio network recently, and he just raved about just a solid group they were as a whole. You have guys on it like Matt Roy and Rasmus Sandin, who maybe aren't the flashiest, but they get the job done. They play the defensive way they're supposed to play, very responsible. And so it's been a really bright spot, even going back to, when the Capitals were kind of in that rough patch that just doesn't get talked about enough, in my opinion.
Caps have points in 3 of 4. They've got the Edmonton Oilers coming to town tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan, and Katie will be part of the pregame show with John Walton, Ken Sabrin, starting right around 6:45 or so on The Fan. Katie, thank you. We appreciate you.
Yep, no problem. Talk soon.
All right. We will keep it moving on the Beltway Blitz.
Andy Bitter joins us from Tech Sideline to break down what was a pretty big deal yesterday for the Virginia Tech Hokies. James Franklin, all but committed here. What can you tell us, Andy? How did they land this big fish?
I think it was just perseverance. It sounds like the committee was on him pretty quickly after fired from Penn State, and he became their number one target pretty much early on. They pressed and pressed and wanted to get this thing done early. Eventually got it done fairly early. November 17th is still pretty early in a coaching search, and I think it's a good marriage here. A guy who knows the Mid-Atlantic, recruits this area well, proven winner in the past, and a Virginia Tech program that needs to get back to some base level of competency here.
How good of a hire is it?
I think it's really good. I mean, when they fired Brent Pry, Virginia Tech, that is, James Franklin was the head coach of the number 2 team in the country, coming off a season where he made the college football playoff semifinals and was 2 minutes away from making the championship game. This coach would never have been thought to have been available to Virginia Tech earlier this season. So the fact that they came away with this coach in the long run here, I think it's a little bit of fate that happened. Like a coach like this doesn't happen all the time, and then the situation was just right. Fit his profile, where he's recruited in the past. This infusion of cash coming into the program here from the Board of Visitors. I think there's a lot of things to like about it, and I think it should work well.
You mentioned that infusion of cash. How sustainable is that? In other words, let's say for the sake of argument that Franklin, year one, the results aren't necessarily there yet, right? Does that valve get shut off, or do you think this is who Virginia Tech is in terms of that flow of money, and they're committed to a longer haul approach?
I think they're committed to a longer haul. I honestly think that, originally I kind of wondered how they were going to get to the 230. and they earmark $30 million of that each year in donations. Like, well, that's a pretty big ask on top of your typical donations that you have. But now that you get somebody like Franklin in here, I think that really juices things for the boosters here. I think people want to open up their pocketbooks for a coach like that who really has excited the fan base in this last 24 hours here. So I would imagine the donations are rolling in right now. I think they'll have a pretty good war chest here, NIL-wise and otherwise, to hire staffs that, success comes as a result of investing in a program like that. So I think it'll be really interesting to watch here in the next couple of years. I think it might work.
Andy Bitter on the Hokies. I want to drill down a little more on Franklin's end game. If it goes well here, I mean, how quickly would he be a candidate at one of the top programs in America? And what do you think his interest is in climbing back to that level?
It's tough to say at this point. Who knows if he gets rolling here at Virginia Tech, if he just likes it and enjoys the spot, or if he has ambitions to jump back to a bigger program. I think if I'm Virginia Tech, I don't really worry about that. I just want a coach to come in and give me my program back, right? Kind of like Buzz Williams did in basketball. I think a lot of people knew that Buzz Williams wasn't a long-haul coaching hire for the basketball team, but got him to the Sweet 16 one year and really gave Duke a run for its money that one year with Zion Williamson, and they got a basketball program back. And yeah, Buzz Williams moved on somewhere else, but I think that's a fair trade-off. So I don't think in this era you can look at these coaches in terms of 10 years or anything like that. Give me a couple good years and then see where you're at that point. And if Virginia Tech's winning games again, I don't think people really care.
What's a realistic expectation within the first couple of years here that we're talking about?
I think the expectation the first couple of years is to be an ACC contender pretty quickly. I mean, look at who's at the top of the ACC right now. It's not Clemson and Florida State and Miami. It's Georgia Tech and Virginia and Pittsburgh and SMU. I mean, this is not an insurmountable conference here that there's just no way you can win this league. No, it's there for the taking right now. While these sort of top-tier programs are scuffling along, Virginia Tech, historically being one of them, is right in that mix there, has not been playing great lately. So, with the transfer portal and all the money being thrown around right now, I don't think you can sit here and say it's going to take 3 years. I think it needs to be a pretty quick turnaround for people to get a return on investment here.
Andy, thank you. Very, very good info. Huge day for Virginia Tech. We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you,
got it. Be good. Let's talk NFL ball locally. And to talk about the Commanders, we've got Bill Jacory, Krosky Merritt with us on Grant and Danny on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Bill, what's going on, man? Welcome back to the States from Madrid. How are you?
What's going on? Doing good. How you doing?
We're good, buddy. How was the trip, man? First time out of the country. That's cool, right?
Yeah, first time out of the country. It was good. It was a great trip all around.
Game could have been a little better if you guys would have finished what you started, but you were in this one. End up losing in overtime, 6 straight L's. Give us an idea of how you felt like things went offensively in this game.
I feel like things were pretty smooth, but it's like the small. It's like we just gotta capitalize on the things. I mean, we just gotta capitalize better, and it would have been like a completely different game. So it was like just shooting ourselves in the feet and in the foot, and like give credit to Miami. They came out and played hard, but we just can't make a lot of mistakes in moments like that.
What was the week of practice when you guys were abroad there in Madrid like? It seemed, we saw some videos, but obviously we're not there, but it seemed like guys were upbeat, having a lot of fun, and trying to get themselves ready. It's kind of a nice team bonding trip. What was the week of practice like?
The week of practice was good. We had energy like every day we came out there, and it was great just to be in another environment, just doing what we love. And I mean, I feel like we prepared well all week.
Bill Krosky Merritt, weekly appointment on Grant and Danny with us on the Fan. The Commanders headed into their bye, which we'll talk about in a second. Bill, there was one play going back and watching the all 22 of the game that really stood out to me, where you blew a guy up coming downhill a million miles an hour toward Marcus Mariota at the goal line. Just how much do you feel like you've improved in pass protection, and what kind of work have you been putting in? Because that was an impressive play.
I mean, I think it's like I'm finding something to get better at every week, and just trying to just cross that dot so I can just be the best version of myself. But I mean, it was a cat corner. I really was supposed to block the linebacker, and I just seen him flying in, and I was like, can't let him hit my quarterback because he was coming a million miles per hour. So I was like, I just got to pick him up. But I mean, I feel like I'm just getting better every week, and I mean, I feel like the sky's the limit. I just gotta just stick to the process and just keep working.
So this week, Chris Rodriguez had the hot hand, was running pretty well. Did they tell you before the game or kind of leading up to it, hey, this is how we see the carries going, or are you just kind of waiting like the rest of us for your turn to go out there and shine?
Yeah, no, we all prepare the same. Don't know how it's gonna go until we get in the game, and I mean, that's how it is. He got the hot hand, so I mean, why stop feeding him? And I mean, I'm gonna be on the sideline supporting him just like he does when I got the hot hand. And I mean, we brothers, and it was good to see him go out there and have that success. But I mean, we don't know how it's gonna go. It's just however the game flows. So,
what'd you think of how Rodriguez ran the ball? Seemed like a pretty impressive outing for him.
Yeah, it was definitely impressive because like we all in the same room, and that's what we preach all week. Like we wanna show them that this group is capable of doing everything, and that's something we preach. So I mean, it was good for us to go out there and do what we said we was gonna do. We said we wanted to run the ball, and like somebody in the room was gonna do that, and I feel like we came out and we was ready to go.
What's it like in the huddle with Marcus, and what's it like in the huddle with Jaden, giving the play calls and kind of talking to you guys in between plays?
I mean, I feel like it's the same. Both of them train like pros, and both of them know the system inside and outside. So it's like it's the same. We're comfortable with both guys calling the plays or inside the huddle. Like they're both a great leaders, so it's really no drop off with them calling the plays or like making sure the team is connecting when we're in the huddle. Like they both, like if we need a drive, we're like, okay, y'all, like let's put together a good drive one by one. Like both of them preach the same thing, so it's good to have both of those guys.
Bill Krosky Merritt on G&D. All right, the bye week's coming your way now. You get some time away. What are you going to be doing? Are you going on any trips? What do you got planned?
Just with family. I have a turkey drive and a Nike drive giveaway that I want to do. Well, that I am doing Saturday. And just giving away turkeys.
Is that locally or back home?
It's back home.
Nice.
So that's just what I have planned for the bye week, and just be with family for real. Just chill. Get my body reset and
where's back home, Bill? Where are you?
Night. Montgomery, Alabama.
All right, Montgomery. So you got the turkey food drive, and so what do you guys? You're just passing out turkeys, or are you going door to door? Are you guys setting up and people are coming to you?
It's just like it's like we rented out this gym, and it's gonna be like games, food. It's gonna be like a Nike giveaway free Nike and Thanksgiving food. So it'll be
awesome.
fun.
That's fantastic, man. Does your family have like one signature Thanksgiving dish that's special to you guys? Like I ran into a family that has like an oyster mac and cheese. Go ahead.
Ham.
Macaroni and ham?
The macaroni, yeah, for sure.
That's like the Krosky Merritt family special. It's what you guys are known for.
Like we gotta have that on Thanksgiving.
I'm team macaroni and cheese on Thanksgiving. All right, before we let you go, we were talking earlier about this. I said pajama pants, and everyone was like, isn't it pajama pants? Do you say pajama or pajama?
I say it's called pajama pants.
Right.
That's how you say it, right?
That's what most of us think.
I kind of think so. Maybe I just slipped up, but why is that in my head then?
I think it's called pajama pants. I never said pajamas. Oh, no.
You know who says pajamas? His cousin.
Cousin. Who say that?
Cousin says that.
Nah, cousin, he still ain't rocking with me, man.
He's not rocking with you.
Man.
I hope cousin's like not waiting until y'all win to talk to you again. That would be bad.
I mean, he wouldn't be winning for a long time.
That's true. You guys will get a win against Denver, but it means he
Yeah,
hasn't
he
talked
won't
to
be
you in
winning
like
for
6
a long
weeks.
A lot of silent treatment.
I mean, you haven't pet cousin in 6 weeks at this point.
He's also very proper and he enunciates his words. So he says
Yeah.
pajama. You know, he's like
Yeah.
very, very dignified.
I like the idea of cousin having like a
Little ascot tie.
I want him to have like an old foghorn leghorn voice. You know, what's that guy?
Oh, whoa there! I say, whoa there! It's pajama. I say.
Hey, Bill, thanks, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, good talking to you.
You too, buddy. There's Bill Krosky Merritt on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, let's get into Shedeur Sanders. Finally got to make his debut. Man, is he a lightning rod. Everything he does, everyone's got to have the hottest take. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
Commanders are on their bye week this week, going in 3-8. They have a new kicker as they officially signed kicker Jake Moody off of Chicago's practice squad after yesterday releasing kicker Matt Gay. Injuries around the league. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his left wrist. He's not going to need surgery for the fracture, but it is unclear if he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Bears. C.J. Stroud going to miss another game for the Texans as he is not clear concussion protocol ahead of Thursday night football. Monday night football last night, Cowboys beat the Raiders 33-16. Cowboys now improved to 4-5-1 on the year. In the NBA, Wizards have the day off today. They'll take on the T-Wolves in Minnesota tomorrow. Also, Spurs star Victor Wembanyama has a left calf strain. He's expected to miss a few weeks with that injury. Hockey, the Capitals beat the Kings last night at home 2-1. Day off today. They're back in action tomorrow against the Oilers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, when I got out there, I definitely felt them. And, I'm truly thankful for it. And I'm just thankful that I'm out here. I'm thankful for the opportunity, thankful for seeing all them 12 jerseys out there. And it was a great feeling for that. But the feeling of losing, that ain't nothing we're going to get comfortable with, like, on my watch, for sure.
Shedeur Sanders of the Cleveland Browns, who made his much anticipated debut this weekend against the Ravens. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. You're locked into The Fan. So I was watching this game because, let's just say I was tangentially interested. Third leg of a parlay on the Ravens getting the job done against the Browns. And Dylan Gabriel in the early going of the game was effective, but everything's underneath pretty much. It's a lot of just short yardage, no ADOT, check downs, and he was getting booed with every completion. Like they would throw 4 and 5 yards short of the sticks, and they're booing and they're chanting for Shedeur. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. I understand.
It's not fair to anybody.
No. But this is why drafting 2 quarterbacks is not generally end well. See Cousins and Griffin's relationship here and the toxicity within the fan base.
Well, especially if the second one's the celebrity. In other words, if you drafted Shedeur Sanders in some meaningless jag in the 5th round or something like that, and you go, well, this is the star, the other guy's just the best on our board, who cares? You can live with that. But the celebrity is the 5th rounder that's got Mel Kiper crying on air.
My axiom of crying on air popped me. That's pretty good. My axiom is
tears after all those years.
I forgot about that. He was going so insane during the draft.
He like how the junkies call it the face.
Yeah.
No one's ever had the bigger face than Mel Kiper that day.
He was so angry that Shedeur hadn't been drafted. It's true. But I always say my axiom is I don't do celebrity backup quarterbacks. I don't say I don't do celebrity quarterbacks because I could do celebrity quarterbacks if you're Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, do your Campbell Soup commercial,
Go win your MVP award. I don't do celebrity backups, and he is a celebrity backup right now. He might eventually be a starter, but he's currently the backup on the roster. And frankly, it just does not work because you're trying to develop a guy like Dylan Gabriel, who we have no clue if he could ever develop into being a starter or a decent player in the league or not. Frankly, when I watch him, I think he's a very, very low-end starter, probably a career backup. But regardless, it's early, and he's already, for no reason, having done nothing wrong but trying to execute a terrible offense, the guy that the fan base is rooting against.
Yeah, the villain.
Well, if you didn't have Shedeur Sanders in the building, that wouldn't be the case. They'd just be excited that there's a rookie out there. So that's number one. But Shedeur comes in, and people have been so excited. Let's see what it looks like. He played in the preseason. People forget that there were other games after his first initial really good preseason game that didn't go nearly as well. But he had flashed, which is what you want in his inaugural preseason performance. Danny, it was really ugly.
Yes.
He's 4 for 16 in this game for 47 yards with an interception. And on the drive after his interception, which was a bad interception, he threw a ball directly into the hands of Kyle Hamilton. He didn't see him. He was kind of rolling to the right toward the sideline, throwing back across his body like a tight end who was on the hash. And Hamilton kind of undercut it and almost had what could have been an interception and a short field on a return, but it went in and out of his hands. So he got lucky that it wasn't 2 picks. He also took, as you expect, because he holds the ball, some sacks. Now, I will say on both sides of the aisle here, people who took glee in his bad performance, the response and the vitriol toward him was really weird to me. And also, on the other side, the people who immediately went out to try to make all the excuses and pretend like the game hadn't just happened or that it doesn't count because it was only a half or because it was off the bench or whatever. You know, Josina Anderson is an example I'll give you.
I mean, embarrassing herself, quite frankly.
It was quite literally one of the more embarrassing sprees on social media that I'd ever seen. Like she would post a clip and say, Shedeur Sanders, who hasn't taken any first-team reps, makes a great throw that falls incomplete, period. Or, I'm paraphrasing, but there's something along those lines. And it's like, what are you talking about? She showed like the one completion he had that was a decent play. Went to Jerry Jeudy, I think, or
who
something.
Made 3 people miss, broke 2 tackles. It was an unbelievable effort. And she said, I have it in front of me. I've been waiting for this moment. Here was the against all odds 3rd and 10 completion by Shedeur Sanders under 2 minutes, #Browns.
So it was like a 4-yard throw where he makes 2 guys miss, gets to the 6, runs out of bounds at an angle for 10.5. And she called it the against all odds against a preventative, like soft defense. Basically.
The line of scrimmage was the 40. It was caught at the 38. Again, it's the right play.
So 2-yard throw.
Yes, the ball trapped. Now he backed up because he's avoiding the rush.
Yes,
it was actually a perfectly nice play.
But it went 8 out of 2.
It went to Jeudy, who made 2 people miss. A 3rd guy outran him. Little spin, just an unbelievable play. Individual effort by Jerry Jeudy. The right play by Sanders. Even if you don't get the first down, you're probably going for it there. You live to fight another day, whatever. But the phrasing, the against all odds.
But it's so annoying.
The cheerleading for it is. What is it? Why?
That's what it is. Stop cheerleading.
Why can't it just be, hey, nice play here by the kid?
But this is why I would not have drafted Shedeur Sanders, respectfully to him. You've done nothing wrong. You're a victim in all of this. But when you played in the preseason, LeBron's posting your stat sheet saying you should be the starter. When you come out into the game and go 4 for 16 for 47 yards and an interception, you know, there are people all over the country suggesting that I set you up to fail, that I didn't call the game that could have allowed you to succeed, that, you know, you're the guy setting protections. There are some plays where guys are coming free, and the screen grabs from national people, players in other sports, whatever, are, oh, they're getting my guy killed here, you know, whatever the commentary was from, you know, analysts or Colorado fans or, you know, whoever it may have been, like Shedeur backers, let's say. So when that's the case, and there's just already this toxicity to it, it's in a bad place to get started. Because I don't know why, but people get so dug in here. Where,
without a doubt. And whatever happens has to confirm your narrative.
Yeah,
so
you've
now
already decided either Shedeur Sanders stinks, see, he went 4 for 16 on one side, or the other side, Josina Anderson's already decided he's screwed. They've done a bad by him. He's actually an amazing player who should be starting. And so you can't just say he came in and didn't play well and didn't get many reps. It's the 110-yard completion on a 2-yard throw is against all odds and the throw of the year. And, you know, the stuff that didn't go well was, you know, that he'd never practiced with anyone. It's really, I can't remember a guy in a debut where it was more toxic.
Yeah, and again, I feel like we're picking on Josina Anderson. I don't mean to, but this is the example because it was so prominent.
Symbolic of the coverage.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
She's a name that people know nationally.
Yes, and her 250-some thousand Twitter follows. She now is on a crusade about how he hasn't gotten any first-team reps. And so that's the only reason, that's the only cause, that's the only explanation. And anybody kind of going, you know, why are you doing this? It's sort of like, why aren't you doing it? These like weird overtures and everything about it's so odd, to your point, that there can't be a legitimate discussion. Probably true, by the way, that the guy that started off as what, the 3rd or 4th string quarterback didn't get enough first team reps. You have backup quarterbacks weighing in on it. Yeah, it's one of the hardest things to do, by the way, especially for a young backup where your reps are scout team reps doing another team's offense. That's as good as it's going to get for you. You've got to do some mental stuff. It is one of the hardest things to do to not, like if you're a veteran experienced guy like a Marcus Mariota or, you know, or someone that's been around, you've prepped, you understand what it takes. When you are still learning that as a rookie, really hard to be the backup, right?
Yeah,
with kind of your normal
Rudolph
situation.
Has started enough games that he comes in for Rodgers getting hurt in this game and goes 12 of 16 for 127 and a touchdown. And sometimes you're going to come in and play badly, you know? Maybe the offense doesn't have momentum. Maybe, you know, the game situation's not great, whatever. But it didn't go very well in the initial start, and that's okay. It's your first ever NFL action. It's really, really hard, and you haven't had the reps. That's good context. But I'll be curious to see now. I mean, if Dylan Gabriel's healthy, I'm sure he'll start in the game. But one thing I want to give Shedeur Sanders credit for was at the podium, he actually basically asked fans to stop booing Dylan Gabriel.
I thought that was great by him, by the way.
I thought it was an amazing moment. Really good teammate, solid guy moment where he's going, hey, I know you guys are supporting me, and I really appreciate that, but it doesn't help Dylan Gabriel or the Browns if you're booing this guy every time he turns around because you want to see me. So thanks for supporting me, but chill on that. I actually loved that.
I did too. Yeah, I thought that was great and wise beyond his years.
And to that point, like, he's not bringing this on himself. All he's ever done is want to go play football. This is part of the tough thing about being Deion Sanders' kid. I guess to an extent, when you run into the game and you're like doing the I can't hear you. I mean, he revels in it some. He does the watch thing in college or whatever. I'm not saying he's like a complete victim for all the coverage. But my point is just he is not asking anybody to make the polarizing take right after he plays.
Right. The fault, if there is such a thing, was maybe in the draft process where the league spoke and you have a choice. You accept that or you don't. And everybody, again, was dug in and had their opinions. Now all he's trying to do is play football. I don't fault that at all, to your point. Yeah, I mean, you want to revel in something or get people excited, that's okay. This isn't like Money Manziel fingers or him flipping the then Redskins the bird during a preseason game. None of that stuff is happening. All he's trying to do is to your point, is play well in a really tough circumstance in an organization that goes through quarterbacks like I go through underpants.
Totally.
It is a disaster. It will always be a disaster. They always do it wrong. Whatever it is, they're paying 7 guys that aren't this guy, by the way, to play quarterback for them. Numbers approximate, but it's close.
Even when it goes well, Baker Mayfield, it ends up terrible.
It ends up worse. Yeah. So he's set up to fail. I think that's obvious. He also didn't play very well, didn't look comfortable. I get that, though. I get all of it.
Yeah. I've had so many conversations with buddies all season long because he's one of the bigger stars.
You can't not talk about
honestly in the league about why they're not playing him and basically this idea that he's a victim that should be playing. And my point is always, and sometimes you're wrong on this, I admit this, but do you really think if at the most important position in the league, a guy is showing in the building every day and at practice that he is going to be a stud, that they wouldn't play this guy? Do you really think that Dylan Gabriel, as pedestrian as he has been and as much a jag as it looks like he's eventually going to be, do you think they would hesitate to play Shedeur Sanders if veteran players were coming to Kevin Stefanski's office and saying, Shedeur gives us the best shot, we need this guy, we need to play this guy? Like, come on. You watch practice, coach. Look how good he is. It's the quarterback position, man. Stefanski's job's on the line. You got a GM whose job's on the line. You think if they thought he was the best quarterback in the building, they wouldn't be playing him? That's always my logic when it's like these fans are acting like they've got it out for Shedeur Sanders. They drafted him. Why do they want him to fail? I don't understand that thinking. I never will.
Yeah, the idea that there's some sort of conspiratorial sabotage.
Right, they're sabotaging him, or they don't want him to play because they're hiding that he's better.
You mean the guy on the hot seat that's about to get fired at the end of this year?
That's my point.
That guy is sabotaging? Yeah, I mean, listen.
You think they wouldn't kill for a quarterback who could play at a high level to win games?
Right, they're not good. I mean, our buddy Tay from the chats just sent us a screen cap where there are quite literally 3 Browns to one side blocking one guy, and there's a free rusher coming. I don't know if that's on Sanders for the protection being wrong. I don't know if it's on a lineman. I don't know who it's on.
He sets the protection generally.
Yeah, but the whole one is it's wrong. That's bad. Okay, he's with a bad organization that's not going to give a lot of people a chance. So who knows? But the idea that people have to be dug in and after this weird first debut on their, I don't know if it's their 4th quarterback it's played from this year or 3rd, but that's kind of the average. They average 3.5 a year. That this is some kind of definitive. It's not, but everybody's so dug in that their narrative has to win.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders might be in a really good spot to have a bounce back season where they get back into the playoffs next year. We'll explain next on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel, FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. You got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. As disheartening as this season has been, it does feel like if the Commanders hit on their big decisions this offseason, they might be able to get right pretty quickly and get back into the mix next year. I saw this idea floating around on social media of what kind of offseason looms for Washington. They're going to have $90 million. We've talked about it, but I think they're third in cap space right now going into the offseason. So between that and they're now up to number 7 overall in the draft order. They don't have a lot of picks. We've discussed ad nauseum the fact that they had the fewest picks in the NFL last season, and they're on a pace right now to have one of the fewest pick totals in the NFL this season. They'll have the fewest through 4 rounds, which is only 2 picks, by the way, in the first and the third rounds. They don't have a number 2. They don't have a number 4. They only pick 5 times in the first 145, 2 times rather in the first 145, which is awful. So you're getting basically 2 guys that will contribute any amount legitimately next year. But Danny, if you hit on pick 7 and pick 71 right now, rounds 1 and 3, and if you do some things in free agency, I think the schedule is going to be way softer. Hopefully, they're going to have potentially a last place schedule if they keep on losing. At best, they're going to finish third, so maybe a third place schedule. You're going to have Daniels back healthy. There's going to be a regression to the mean with some of the things that went the wrong direction this year. I could see them getting right back into the wild card convo next year pretty easily. But again, it's going to take a really good offseason. They can't swing and miss a bunch. But assuming Adam Peters is who we think he is and they go out and they make some shrewd moves, why couldn't they be right back in the playoffs?
So here's I'm of 2 minds. Here, I'll do my argument against first. I think you need to hit on a lot of those Cleveland Farrell tier moves that they did last year, they didn't this year, right? When they went and got Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, Jeremy Chin, a bunch of these dudes for zero money, and they all played like frontline starters, or at least A starters, B starters, whatever you want to call it. Maybe not blue chip, but green chip or whatever kind of is good, but they were plus in a lot of spots. And that same caliber of move, it feels like they're 0 for this year. Your big fish, your Marshawn Lattimore's, have to work, right? So when you go big ticket hunting, Laramie Tunsil, win. Deebo Samuel, despite some injury, I would say is a win for a 5th rounder. You're 2 out of 3 in that regard. Those things have to be at a very high percentage when you commit big resources, be it draft pick, be it big salary years, et cetera. It's got to be really, really good. The number of players and pieces you've got to be right about for me, because you start counting it up. They need, how many new defensive ends do you think? 1, maybe 2, 1 guy frontline, 1 guy rotating, maybe 3. How many new linebackers do you need? At least 1, maybe 2. How many safeties do you need? At least 1, maybe 2, 1 new corner. You just do the math right there. How many new, Zach Ertz replacements? Maybe it's none, maybe it's Sinnott. 1 receiver could take the top off. You start adding up the numbers. There's a lot of pieces, a lot of shopping to do. It's hard to get that much right year over year. And they got it right in year 1. They got it big wrong in year 2. The average somewhere in the middle. Is that enough to put you in that 9 and 10 win range?
Well, maybe the conversation comes back to where all of our conversations about this team start, which is Jaden Daniels and his level of play.
Mm-hmm.
If we're saying that last year he had an A+ grade in our course of NFL football, and I know you graded him lower than I did when we did this after his last performance against Seattle, but I think you had him at like a C- or something, and I had him, I thought, at like a B- or whatever. But let's say this year's a C for Jaden Daniels and last year was an A. Does he play at an A level again? Because an A level with a top 10 pick, with 2 contributors in the first 3 rounds, and I know that's not a given when you look at last year's second round and the misses that they've had in the draft, with $90 million in free agency and swinging and hitting like they did on Laramie Tunsil at tight end, swinging and hitting, like they did this past year on Deebo Samuel for a 5th round pick at either speed positions like wide receiver or running back, or at inside linebacker or something. If they can make a couple moves that work like that, I'm not saying they're going to be 12 wins good like they were last year.
Right.
To me, that ship has sailed. But could they be a 10-win team that could compete for the wild card? Definitely, if Daniels is excellent. And that's what the whole thing comes back to me. I want to get people's thoughts on that next at 800-636-1067. Do you think they are an offseason away from being able to fix this? They're going to have the 3rd most cap space, $90 million. They could end up with a top 5 pick the way things are headed. They might even be in the top 5 by the time the Broncos game ends on Sunday Night Football after the bye. Who knows? They could pick in the top 3. And if that's the case, you could trade down, and we're talking about how few picks they're going to have. they might be able to make 2 picks in the second round, 2 picks in the third round, and a pick in the fourth round or something crazy like that, and actually add some quantity with some quality if they were to move down once or twice? Or do you think this is a much longer process? Do you think they shouldn't even try to turn this around in an offseason and they should think about 2 or 3 years from now? That's the question on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Our football discussion today is presented by Paramount Plus. You can always count on Paramount Plus on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders on their bye week this week as they return home from Spain. They officially signed kicker Jake Moody off of the Bears practice squad today after they released Matt Gay yesterday. Injuries around the league. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his non-throwing hand. It's going to need not going to need surgery. It's unclear if he's going to be able to play on Sunday. C.J. Stroud not going to play on Thursday Night Football for the Texans, missing another game as he is still in concussion protocol. NBA, Wizards have the day off today. They'll take on the T-Wolves in Minnesota tomorrow. Capitals beat the Kings last night 2-1. Day off today. They'll take on the Oilers at home tomorrow. This November only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Back from Madrid, we're Grant and Danny. We are sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori & Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They handle it all. They want to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. So, Toby, the last time we talked to you, you had just gotten out of a store where we played a little over-under guessing game on how much you had spent. And it was about $500 in Commanders merch. That hat's not new, is it?
It's new.
Oh, that's a brand new hat?
It is.
Good-looking
Yeah,
hat.
you see the little red and yellow for the Spain flag.
Okay.
In there with the W.
I like that. And I know the
I
hoodie
see
that
it.
you showed me is new. He's also wearing an Mbappe jersey, which I'm assuming that's Real Madrid.
Real Madrid, yes.
So he's got the kit on. It sounds like it was a lucrative
They made some money off Topes.
trip for you.
Yeah, I saw that the city of Madrid made a couple $100 million in euros off of the trip, and
Off of you or off of everyone?
I definitely contributed a significant margin to that.
Yeah, the economic impact study with like an extra asterisk for all Tobes.
Now, a lot of people probably drank their weight in like alcohol over there and partied. You're not a drinker. So the way you can justify it if you need to in your head is all these people with these bar tabs, you just sunk it into jerseys and hoodies.
Correct. It's all stuff that I cannot drink, and I will not drink, but I will wear.
And I think we're going to see Toby in some Madrid gear like every day this week.
It's going to come up.
This is like new kid of, first week of school. He's going to rock all the outfits he just bought.
Yeah,
Do you
back
have
to
them all
school
laid
shopping.
out, or are you going to just grab them out of the bag?
I haven't laid it out, but I definitely looked, and I was like, what am I going to wear today? And I went with the Mbappe jersey and a Commander's hoodie.
What do we think we're working with tomorrow?
I'll probably maybe rock the other hoodie I got, which is Commanders and Dolphins, has both on it. The specific game, Madrid game.
I don't love that.
The Dolphanders.
I never love when you've got both. So it's like
That
the
commemorates,
team.
yeah.
Yeah, that commemorate the game.
I don't mind that one.
Okay. Well, I shouldn't pass judgment until I see it.
Well, that's why I wore this one today. This one is Commander specific.
Do you have another Real Madrid kit that you bought?
I did not. No, this was the only Real Madrid thing I bought. Well, I bought a little soccer ball, but I can't wear that.
You could.
You can bring it in. I mean,
Probably give it to Danny's kid or something.
can I bring something up that's been grinding my gears for a couple of days?
Yeah.
Okay. Our friend Toby Altizer, who just couldn't be nicer. We love Toby. Now, Toki, on the other hand, is an SOB. He's tough to deal with. But Toby, sweetheart.
Yeah, nice guy.
Toby has said on the record, and I need a couple of witnesses here, character witnesses to chime in. Ryan is suspect because he's corporate. He's got his own interests. But Darius, I think, is pretty impartial here. Our guy Toby has said on multiple occasions, it's not that he dislikes Italian food. It's that he would never choose it. Can I get confirmation from Darius or Ryan, please?
That is something that I have heard come out of Toby's mouth. Yes,
It's not his favorite thing. He likes it fine. He doesn't hate it, but he would, quote, never choose it. Ryan, is that fair?
Oh, yeah. He has said that on multiple occasions.
What did Toby eat 2 straight nights in Spain?
That is an amazing thing that he went to Madrid to eat Italian. He's sending us pasta dishes like he's
come on.
in Venice.
I love you dearly. My life is better because you're in it, but this has bothered me for 48 hours.
I did think of how hypocritical it was.
Did you hope I wouldn't notice?
I knew someone
Well,
would
you
notice.
told us on the air while we were at Pupatella that you had eaten Italian 2 straight nights, and as soon as the segment ended, I was like, Danny, How did you not call him out on that? And I think a listener, somebody was like, did you really not mention it? I thought for sure you'd pounce on that. And Danny's like, yeah, I guess I probably should have said something.
Yeah, so, I was vacationing with my mother.
Yep.
And she wanted Italian food. So she is overseas, doesn't get to get all the different options that she's usually a fan of. So wherever she wanted to go, we were going. And she wanted Italian food back-to-back nights, so we got Italian food. And, Danny, I liked the Italian food.
Well, yeah, because it's amazing.
Still not what I would have chosen.
Still the wrong take.
You wouldn't have Robbied it. But so now you're gonna make me feel bad because it's like now I'm like insulting your mom for her food choices, and it's like she's doing way more than all of us, and it's way more important what she does than what we
Won't
do.
be the first show mom that you've insulted. Why stop now?
Who's the other?
Oh, you know what you did.
What'd I do?
Oh, you remember.
Wait, did I really?
Oh, God, yes.
Dude, look me in the eye. Did I?
No.
Okay. I was like, did I say something mean to Mrs. Clary one time or something like that? Like,
no,
what did I do?
You know what you did.
No, I don't. Really?
You know.
Oh, you know about that? All right, no, forget. Anyway, the point is this. Who told you? But no. Where was I? Oh, yes. So now you got me feeling a little bit guilty.
Right.
But like, we're in Madrid. When in Rome, let's do what they do in Ireland. You see what I'm saying? Like, why?
Yes.
Why did them?
When in Rome, what's the Madrid fare?
Right. When in Rome, let's find their Swedish food.
So that's why at night, my mom, I tried to do as much Spanish stuff as I could, but
And Espanol, yeah.
she would prefer to eat around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock,
So, like,
somewhere around
somewhere
6,
in
7,
there,
somewhere
yeah.
around there.
Mhm.
And, that's generally not a Spanish thing to do, but at night I would go out and go to the different market or whatever, and if I was hungry, I'd grab something to eat. I grabbed a picanha steak at like 10 o'clock at night.
Saw
one
that.
night.
LB steak looked
It was
awesome.
fantastic,
Yeah.
and I wish I could have done that a little bit more.
I wish Danny went and we could have played how much weight did Danny gain.
Because it
on
would have been a
vacation.
number.
Because you're eating Italian, but you're eating at 9 p.m. and you're just roaming around. And you walk a lot.
Yeah.
So that definitely helps. But best I can tell, walking doesn't help keep up with
Not
eating.
with me.
Well, not with anybody, I don't
Well,
think.
I mean,
no, hold on. I was telling Danny that I came back lighter.
No way.
Yeah, because he walks so much.
Then you must not have eaten terribly.
I didn't eat more.
You can't outwalk eating badly.
Young people with metabolisms can. Not me. I can't do anything. I can't beat my diet at anything.
There's not unless you're doing 20, 25,000 steps and getting that kind of calorie count, no chance.
I mean,
But-
I was probably walking at least 2 to 3 miles every day.
The other thing about Toby, though, and this is a strange thing that's been the case since I've known him, he does not snack ever. He never really just eats and grazes. You're like a 2-meal-a-day guy.
Yes.
Generally.
Yeah.
And normally one's like medium and one's a good-sized meal.
Yeah.
But Toby will never
And
go
they're
to the
both
market
Italian.
and eat Doritos or something. Like
Right.
he does not believe in snacks. He's not going to just sit there and munch on something. Is it a meal? Then I'll consider it. Otherwise, I'm not eating. And did you do that in Madrid?
Yeah, I didn't snack on anything. No.
See, that's the difference, Danny.
That's it. That's a
I mean,
big
you're
part
just
of it.
like,
There's no donuts
what's,
there.
What's that over there? I'll have one of those, even though dinner was an hour ago. Like me and you were lockstep on that.
Yeah.
So real quick, Toby, then back from Madrid, wearing your new gear. Grade the experience.
What are we doing? 2080, A to
However you want to.
80, A plus. Everything was incredible.
Really?
It was really, really cool. Doc was actually asking me a little bit earlier around the station, like, what was the worst part of my experience? And the only thing I could come up with is it was a bit of a disaster getting out of the stadium. That was the only thing I could come up with.
I thought you were going to say Mikey Sanristill's punt return.
Well, yes, that was
The answer is
definitely
yes.
up there. But
Marcus Mariota's overtime throw. The overtime throw.
Well, there's multiple, right? No, there's one.
The first play of overtime.
It was cool to hear the whole stadium go, "See!" when Jack Jones did the Ronaldo celebration. That was cool. But I didn't love the fact that it came at the expense of Washington. But leaving the stadium, so instead of, at Nats Park, if you're going to go up to the second level, you're going to go up to the third level, there's just one long escalator. Not there. You'll take like 4 short ones to get up. The issue is, no problem going up, no problem when there's not a lot of people. When everybody's leaving the stadium at the same time, I thought I was going to get into some sort of issue where there's a crowd of people at the bottom of an escalator, nowhere for me to get off this escalator.
Oh, wow. So
You're
that's
just
scary.
flying into a crowd.
Right.
The stairs are still moving.
Oh,
and
I
there's
thought I
nowhere
was going
for
to
you
get
to-
injured at one point. Like,
Really?
It was a little bit scary. Like, you're like, the guy in front of you, like, sorry, but I'm going to have to push you, dude. Get out the way. And that's what was happening. Everybody's pushing everybody. Just make sure they get off the
Jokes
escalator.
aside, that's so dangerous.
It is dangerous.
My dad all I've ever thought about is how scary escalators are, because he was at Yankee Stadium. Someone would have to look this up, but it had to be probably in the mid to late 50s if I had to guess. But he was at Yankee Stadium, and there was like this school day where a bunch of the schools were there, and there was like this catastrophic thing where an escalator malfunctioned like that, or everyone piled up, and a kid died, legit, like got sucked into the escalator. And my dad was a kid there, and it obviously made this huge impression on him. And he used to not be scared of escalators, but would tell us this story. As
Yeah,
little
like be
kids.
mindful. Yeah,
Providing this trauma now for me to carry forward.
Sure, yeah.
Right?
70 plus years later.
I haven't mentioned it to my kids, believe it or not. But anyway, point of the dude's story is like, that's a real thing. We Joan, but like escalators that's just a machine that doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah, that was the first time I've ever felt something like that, where you're, 5 or 6 from getting to the bottom, and you're like, uh-oh, there's nowhere to get off this thing. So you're just pushing people and praying that nobody falls down or gets hurt, because it was a cluster at the bottom of that.
Wow.
But other than that, the trip was fantastic.
The trip looked amazing.
Yeah,
it really did.
It was really good. It was all walkable, which was cool. There were a lot of Washington fans, Miami fans. It was really cool because I wasn't necessarily a big fan of the experiences, thinking like, oh, you're going to take our American game and put it in some other country. It's kind of stupid. But now that I've experienced it, I kind of liked it. Thought it was a cool way to experience it.
So you feel better about the international expansion of the NFL?
Yeah, I don't necessarily care about, like, is it going to grow in Spain now? I don't really care about that. That's not for me to
help
care.
you, yeah.
Yeah, but for someone that got to experience it and go over and explore a new country, but also see a lot of people that you have something in common with, and then at the end of it, go watch a game. Yeah, it was really, really cool.
Now, I've only left the country 2 times ever. My passport does not have a whole lot of stamps. In fact, I just had to get a new passport, and it only had 2 stamps. I went to St. Lucia for my honeymoon, and I don't even know if you count this, but I went to Toronto several times.
I count that.
I've done baseball there. That's it.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 places I've ever been outside of these here. United States of America. When I have left the country both times, I have come back wanting to travel more. The whole flying over the ocean for several hours thing ends up getting in the way. But I guarantee you come back and you get that itch going again where you're like, you know what? Let's go check out fill in the blank place. And you've done this way more than me, where you've been to Scotland 9 times, I think.
All of a
year.
sudden, yeah. I've never been. Now I've been a
But
million
when
times.
you go, the traveling part can be a pain in the ass. But when you're there and you get this new culture and just the experience of it, you're like, I need to do this more.
So my wife is that way, where she, like, the instant we get back, she's like, I want to go again. And I'm like, I need a travel break.
To the same place or somewhere else?
Well, she fell in love with Scotland. Like, that's her spot. She adores it. Family ancestry is there, and just kind of lifestyle. Like, that's her wheelhouse. But in general, she's like, as soon as we get back, she's like, where can we go next? And I'm like, I need to not do the logistics of international travel for a huge period of time. I need a break from that. Like, that's so much and so stressful and so anxiety producing. And it's always a Home Alone moment, no matter how early you are. There's like, everyone in Europe's on strike that day, and, everybody's mad. And then this line is wrong. And the next thing you know, your passport's stamped and you're pulled out of security with 7 seconds before your flight's taken off. It's always a hot mess. Traveling with kids is the worst. But the actual, once you're there, you're 100% right. It's the most awesome thing.
We'll get back to that in a second. You just made me think of something. I was texting with my sister last night because we're doing like our Thanksgiving and our Christmas at her house, like the family getting together. And so I was texting back and forth like, hey, you sure you don't want me to take one of those days at my house? I'd hate to have you have to host 2 events for everybody.
Uh-huh.
Like, hint, hint, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Because that's too much for you to take on.
Right. She's like, no, it's fine. Like, we'll host, and I'm like, but really, we could host one of those. She's like, no, we're good. But anyway, she was talking about, like, as we're having this conversation, she's like, yeah, I know it's a huge pain getting all the kids in the car. And I was like, it's the worst thing in the world. Yeah. 4 kids in a car, it's the worst thing in the world.
Yep.
Now, when you get there, it's fine. When you get out, everybody's there. But just, like, if Toby tonight decides at 8:15, sitting in his house, toes up, watching TV, I want to go watch a movie. I want to go watch Nuremberg. He could be in his car.
You could just go.
In 70 seconds.
Yep.
How long does it take you to stand up, waddle to the counter, grab your keys and wallet, and get to your car? If I said at noon today, I'd like to get everybody in the car and we're going to go have lunch. At 12:19, I'm carrying a screaming, crying toddler over my shoulder going, I don't want these shoes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It's the worst thing.
Yeah.
So travel, to your point, the whole game has changed.
Yeah. Louis C.K., everyone stay with me, okay, has a great bit.
Boo, Danny, everyone's
just saying, the joke itself, no one's endorsing anything else, but the joke itself is one of my favorites, where he talks about the hassle of getting his wife and his kids packed up for the family vacation. Everybody's just so, the right shoes are on, the right clothes are on, everybody's got the thing they want, the right snack, the right podcast, the right audiobook, the right iPad, the right app, the right thing downloaded. The time where I close that door and I walk around the car to get in, that's my vacation.
Yeah.
That's the
That
moment. the 1 second.
I would vow to you guys that I'm going to take a trip and I'm going to get out there and just go international.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take but it won't be a family thing probably. Like I want to take my wife somewhere cool where she wants to go. And it would be amazing to take the kids, but they're going to have to be so much older. So it ain't happening in 2026. That will not be a New Year's revolution.
Oh, thank you.
For me. It's not going to happen.
No, I mean, my guys are old enough, not my youngest because he's a baby. Anyway, no, but the 7-year-old and the 12-year-old, they could do international travel, and they did it, right? To the point where they can follow instructions.
How's he a baby? Aren't you like 46?
Sure am. But I'm exactly. But the oldest ones, the older ones, because there's a younger one now, the older ones, once you get to the point where you can say, stay with me. We're moving here. This is the line. And there's no like, I want this. Like you don't have to carry them like a football, like Ryan carrying an embarrassing item out of our studio.
It's a football.
Well, you don't have to do that to travel. Then they can go. But before then, it's irresponsible. And you shouldn't be doing it. And that's a message not only to you, to everybody. You're now ruining everyone else's time. And then you selfishly expect us all to deal with it.
So, Toby, if they play a game in Berlin next year, you're in.
Love it. Yes.
If they play in, we've done the Brazil games, right? Is there anywhere you wouldn't want to go? What if they're playing in Japan?
Yeah, I'd be down. It's funny. So I'm used to actually the Europe travel isn't as bad to me because I had gotten used to flying to Australia, or my cousin lives in Guam.
My God,
and it's flown to
Toki's
Guam.
passport silly, and we don't know it.
His passport's silly.
A lot of stamps. Is that just because your mom's international?
Yeah. So, I was used to 20 hours of travel, a 10, 12-hour difference in terms of time. Now it's like a 9-hour flight because I connected in Munich last night. I get home at 8 o'clock, go to bed, wake up. I don't feel jet lagged today. It's not that bad flying to Europe.
That's the other thing. So you're already back to normal.
Yeah, I had a hard time
coming
going
back
the other
is
way.
easier.
Yeah.
Coming back's much easier.
That would make sense because you lose a day basically the other direction.
Yeah, going right or going east is.
Did you sleep on the plane?
A little bit, both ways, but yeah, it was harder going out there because I get into town around noon, and I'd slept like an hour.
Yeah,
and it's 6 a.m.
Right, and now all you want to do is lay down. And everyone's just getting going, and you're in a new city, so you got to go do stuff. Well, look like you had fun, man. Excited for you. That's cool. One of those trips where. After the fact, like, I don't know about you, Danny, because we talked about it as a show. We had some possibilities that maybe we'd go. I was glad we were not going for the weeks leading up to this. I just thought it's too much of a hassle, too much travel, and the team is not good. Having seen everyone's experience out there, I am regretful that we didn't go. I'd assume you don't feel that way.
No.
Because then again, you won't go to Landover, Maryland for a game.
Well,
so.
yeah. But I'll certainly go to Minnesota or New Orleans or like a
and we're
good place.
going to Minneapolis in just a couple of weeks.
I'll go somewhere good. But I'm in favor of travel. I'm weird. I fully acknowledge that. Just you can stop the sentence there. But because there's an event I'm traveling around, that is a cloud over me. Whereas most people can go, I'm taking a nice vacation to Madrid, this amazing city with the place I'd want to go to anyway, and there's also a game. I'm going for a game and there's something else I'm doing. My mentality is weird about that, where I wouldn't be able to get over how bad I feel like this stupid game's going to be.
Yeah, I feel the same way, but the game, I'm not expecting it to go terribly. It's 2 teams with 3 wins, and also if they lose, it's been 6 weeks of that.
Yep. I'd be furious. I spent money on it. Like I'm watching this losing product, and I'm going, well, they were okay against the Dolphins. Like that's infuriating.
I think it's because they've literally been losing my entire life. I'm way better able to compartmentalize this now. And also, I have to acknowledge this is a Press Box Paulson thing. Maybe just because of covering the team or whatever. Like my fandom's changed forever.
Yeah, which is understandable.
I don't have Redskins gear, burgundy and gold stuff that I don't wear the merch or whatever. And so, if I went somewhere for a Caps game and they lost, it stings a little bit. But it doesn't affect my mood that Like, as I'm watching, I'm angry, I'm throwing something, I'm going, you got to be kidding me, whatever. But I'm right back to what restaurant are we going to tonight? This is the best trip ever, high-fiving, 47 minutes after the game ends.
Which I get. I mean, to me, my fandom's not the same either because, we make our living off of the team, basically, right? Like, them being good is obviously good for everybody. But it's a different thing where I'm so disappointed in the season that if I'm going to spend on it, like talking about like spending my time, my resources, being away from my family, and the
it's
energy.
It's not just a hotel in Maryland. I mean, we're thousands of dollars you're dumping into this trip.
This is my point. And for it to be such a letdown game before it even starts, like 2-8-3 teams going at it, you lose. Hey, you understand there's a risk to it, but you're not booking the trip the week of. You booked it months ago, looking forward to this thing. They're going to be, 7-4 at that point, or they're going to be really, really good, and this will matter a lot. And it couldn't matter less. It's back up everybody. It's Marcus Mariota dueling it out in a 13-13 game headed overtime. I like the whole time I'd been sitting there stewing. This is my vacation.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get to the calls next. People want to hop in on what we were talking about last hour, which was this idea that Washington could be a quick turnaround project this offseason. $90 million to spend, a top 10 pick that could become a top 5, maybe a top 3 pick. Going to have a few picks in the top 3 rounds. Could you see them, Jaden Daniels healthy, weaker schedule, being right back in the 10-win playoff mix, or are they farther away than just an offseason? That's the question on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Commanders are on their bye week this week, but they made a roster move as they officially signed kicker Jake Moody off of Chicago's practice squad today after they released kicker Matt Gay yesterday. Injuries around the league. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist fracture on his non-throwing wrist. He doesn't need surgery, but it's unclear if he's going to be able to go on Sunday against the Bears. C.J. Stroud is going to miss another game on Thursday Night Football as he is still not cleared concussion protocol. Monday Night Football last night, the Cowboys beat the Raiders 33-16. Dallas now 4-5-1 on the season. In the NBA, Victor Wembanyama has a left calf strain. He's expected to miss a few weeks, and LeBron James expected to make his season debut tonight. The Wizards having the day off today. They'll take on the Timberwolves in Minnesota tomorrow. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Kings last night 2-1. Day off today for the Caps, and they're back in action at home again tomorrow night, taking on the Edmonton Oilers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30, we're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Washington's got $90 million in cap space, going to have a top 10 pick that's looking like it could end up being a top 5 pick. And if things really get squirrely, they could pick in the top 3. Might this be a fast turnaround this offseason for the Commanders, or do you think they're further away? Danny, if I had to bet right now on another really bad season next year, or 10 wins in a wild card, I would bet on 10 wins in a wild card.
If I had to choose between the two, I would do the same.
So you think it's likely that they could turn it around as opposed to laying in the doldrums. But I am also working into that equation. You know, I'm typing into the calculator. One of the things I'm typing to get them back to 10 wins is Jaden Daniels looks more like 2024 Jaden Daniels than 2025. Because if he plays at the C level or whatever we're assigning him, and he's in and out of the lineup, this is about what it's going to be until this roster gets a lot better. That's not happening in one offseason.
No, but I don't think they're 3-8 bad next year. I think this roster will be better. I don't think it's a with a neutral quarterback a 10-win roster though. I think last year proved it. I think we said at the time you probably graded as a 7.5, 8-win roster. Jaden Daniels makes you incredible, and I think that's hard to repeat, right? Because it counts on every break going your way, and we've been through it a million times. I know people get butthurt thinking about it, but that's what happened. To me, I think the most likely is they kind of take that intermediate step and get back to that moderate bucket, get back to that just okay bucket, where some weeks they'll look good, other weeks they'll frustrate you, they'll lose a couple that you think they shouldn't, and they'll win one that you think they shouldn't, and they end up around that 8-win plateau. Maybe it breaks right before you get to 9, but I don't see them coming close to what they were a couple years ago because, frankly, I don't think that's attainable. To me, that they'll be improved, and I'm hoping that a healthy Daniels means we get more of those samples that we saw last year.
Let's hit the phones. Do you see a quick fix here for Washington over the offseason? Shane's in Virginia. What's up, Shane? Welcome back to the States.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Commander Grant, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Great, buddy. Thanks for calling.
I didn't know Toby's World Traveler. Hell, we're going to have to hook up there somewhere.
That's right. You got to get him on that PJ with you and travel the world, man.
Hey, that's no problem. Hey, we can put him on the plane, no problem.
Let's go.
Here's the thing, man. Look, this roster's not getting better. This is not going to be a next year. This roster is going to be worse than this year. You got a bunch of guys that's not going to be on this team next year. Look, we should have just built through the draft. Our best bet, like you said, Grant, is to finish in the top 3, trade that pick back, and start building through the youth through draft. Let's see what we got. Let's say, look. Question marks on both of the offensive right now, right? With Kingsbury and all that. I think we lose out and it's going to be a complete rehaul. I don't think Dan Quinn can survive losing out the rest of the year. And I don't see him beating anybody. The Giants has improved. I just don't see it. I not at all.
Well, if that happens, then you're taking that number 3 pick, to your point, Shane, and you are moving back. And you're getting a boatload forward, although I think Washington's going to end up being hurt by this quarterback class being so bad. There's going to be less in terms of teams trying to come up, less that you're getting for a trade in terms of compensation. But the $90 million is kind of where I'm at, and I'm circling. The Patriots go out and they get Milton Williams and Stephon Diggs, and they spend all that money. Remember what a great offseason they had.
Yes.
They were really aggressive in trying to add talent around Drake May on offense. who's now the front runner for the MVP award with Matt Stafford, and defensively trying to improve what was a bad unit for Mike Vrabel to coach up. And I know that they've been a paper tiger in terms of the strength of their schedule, the fact that they haven't played anybody. But that doesn't really matter when you get to the playoffs, as we saw with Washington last year. You win a playoff game or two, who cares how many teams you beat in the regular season that were worth a darn? And you could be them next year, where your quarterback plays at a really high level. Daniels is, 2024 Daniels, became 25 May, becomes 26 Daniels again. And on top of that, like, you sign the awesome linebacker, the tight end who's really good, and I'm just going to throw another position out there, but a safety who's really, really good. Plus, then you draft an edge rusher who has 11 sacks, and you sign another guy who's got 7. And all of a sudden, you spent your $90 million and you hit on a bunch of things. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm saying if they conduct themselves well in the offseason, you could see how over one several-month period, like New England, you went from terrible to really good because the schedule got a lot easier, which theirs should, theoretically, next year. Let's go from Arlington. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, boys.
Hey, Kevin.
So I think something that's interesting, if you go back to 2004, Joe Gibbs' first free agency cycle, it was a home run. I mean, that brought Sean Springs and Marcus Washington, and I go on and on, Cornelius Griffin and Phil Daniels. I mean, that formed the nucleus of a playoff team. And I would say the 2024 free agency maybe wasn't as good as that one, but it was close. So I think that in terms of that $90 million, Grant, if there's a willingness to spend a certain amount, I think you can certainly fill some of those starter holes. Now, here's the thing I'm worried about, and nobody's talking about this, okay? Two things. At 3-8 today, we're actually behind the 2023 Rivera Commanders, who were 4-7 after beating the Patriots. And when I look at our schedule going from here to there to the end, I circle the Giants game as a possibility to win. So, can you imagine if we come out of it, 3-14? It'd just be disaster. But the thing I wanted to talk about, and I'll let you go. Speaking of Rivera, do you know that the college scouting department of the Commanders, from Gribble to all of his area scouts, that's 7 men, including Gribble, they were all hired before Adam Peters came here. These are holdovers from Bruce Allen and Rivera. And I'm sorry, but I look at our draft results the last 2 years, I'm like, meh, other than Daniels. For us to be a draft and develop team, we've got to have world-class scouts. I don't think we do have them. And
I think it's a fair critique. I think
Kev, thanks, buddy, as always.
It's something they got to look at. I will say, because people bring this up, like, why would he have kept all the scouts? You almost always keep guys through the upcoming draft. So think about how you get hired if you're a GM. Peters comes in here in January. Well, the draft is coming up in May, or April, rather. But you're basically 3 months away. So you're 9/12 of the way there. So the scouting and the reporting and all that stuff is 75% done. They start on that the day after the previous draft. So if you're to just fire that staff and bring in your own guys, you're way, way, way behind because 75% of the process is complete. Not to mention now you got all these guys going to other organizations and flooding the talent pool in the league for evaluation who know all the evals in your own building. If you get rid of really any of those guys, they take that intrinsic knowledge with them. And now on draft night, they're working with the Eagles, and they're saying, hey, when I was there, we had this guy number 2 on our board, and they still have that scouting director there, this person there, whatever that looks like. So I think that's something to consider. Now, that's why you would keep a crew around beyond that first draft. Then you get after the draft, and you could definitely reassess and maybe move on from some guys. But they obviously think Tim Gribble's really good.
Yeah, I'm just looking this up now. I wasn't aware of the exact details of it because how often do you look at that? But to Kevin's point, every scout that I just clicked on has been here since like 2017, 2018, from a couple of regimes ago. So the initial holdover makes a lot of sense, but you're also auditioning for a job if you're those guys. Can you prove the metal? Can you find what I'm looking for? In other words, if I give you the marching orders, I'm Adam Peters, and I go, I want these attributes, X, Y, Z, P, D, Q. You turn me in a piece of paper that says, I found you a guy that matches that, then you actually did a good job. Maybe you are a good scout. Maybe your scouting reports previously were overruled by Bruce, who's a boob, or Dan, who leaves the yacht to make a pick for you, or whatever. Who knew who was doing what when? So it's possible they're good. It's also possible that they're not. I don't. It's really, really hard to say.
And I don't know that one's right and one's wrong, but look at Paul Taboni, who comes in here. Mike DeBartolo stays. Pretty much the interim general manager is the only guy. And then otherwise, of the big decision makers, your director of player development, Eddie Longos, is gone. Your assistant general manager, Mark Shalaba, is gone. The guys that were running the draft are gone. He's immediately, it's wholesale. I'm bringing in people to create my vision. Peters brought some of those guys in, but they're working alongside a lot of the people that were already here, which is definitely interesting. Let's go to Ivan in Waldorf on the Fan. Ivan, do you think this is a potential one-off season fix with all the money Washington's going to have and the ammunition of a top 5 pick they can wheel and deal with?
The short answer to that is no, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on something you've talked about last week and this week as well. The players getting hurt a lot. I was wondering what you guys think about the idea that what we're seeing in the NFL is the equivalent of load management that they do in the NBA. With so many people just being out, this doesn't make any sense.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I don't think it's guys are just missing extra time because the game doesn't matter as much. I don't think it's equivalent.
Is he suggesting that he thinks they're managing the load of the players, or is he saying they should be doing more load management to keep guys healthy?
I don't know if they're suggesting it. I will. I think the NBA, while we make fun of it in a lot of ways, and it's annoying just to, the last game of a road trip or the second night of a back-to-back, they have been forward-thinking and in terms of managing some minutes in blowout games. Like you look at, for example, let's say Oklahoma City, who's got an MVP-type candidate in SGA every night. Hey, let's just say you don't have it. The other team's knocking out all their threes. You're not. It's a 30-point game at the end of the third quarter. Sit Chet Holmgren, sit SGA, sit whoever you want, because it's not worth it that night. It's not worth it to run those guys into the ground to try to create some furious comeback to win some meaningless regular season game when you have to play these grinded out series coming up in the postseason. And you're playing a whole extra year if you do it for 2 years. So yeah, that makes sense to me. And they've been ahead of the curve on that, whereas they're not in the NFL because it's not the culture. Maybe that comes soon, but I don't think it's a guy with a pulled quad is going to sit out extra long for load management. I don't see that correlation.
I don't have the information to be able to back up my theory, but I have a working theory too that the amount of guys that they have that don't routinely practice is problematic. And, when you're not practicing a ton physically and getting the work in, they're having 40-minute practices here, very little contact periods because it's a short week or you're traveling internationally or you just don't have enough guys that are fully healthy. I think that when you go, bang around in a game, you're less ready for it in a sense. And I just wonder, like we've talked about the false starts and some of the penalties and what the lack of practices does for that. I mean, how much of a factor is it for the injury situation? I really hope next year, and again, I don't know how to prove this. They know more about preparing bodies for the play than I do. But I do wonder this, and I'm now wondering it spitballing aloud.
Yeah.
But I hope training camp looks a lot different next year.
I would certainly hope so. An adjustment is presented now, right?
Taking you up to 6:30, 800-636-1067. We're talking about the Commanders having a quick turnaround over the offseason, getting back into the playoff mix. Do you see it in the crystal ball? Also next, 3 things I think, NFL edition right here on The Fan. Thanks to Jacob Young of the Nationals for telling everyone that he likes listening to Grant and Danny.
He's a fan. It's cool.
Very sweet boy, that Jacob Young. Welcome back. You're locked into G&D, and we are taking you up to 6:30 on this Tuesday. It's a Survivor Tuesday, so go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny right now. You only have about 15 more minutes to get your votes in. You're giving a player immunity. You're kicking a player off the island. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. All right, 3 things we think NFL edition. We can go back and forth here. Observations after 11 weeks. I'll start with one from Monday Night Football. George Pickens has been a star for the Dallas Cowboys. It's not one of my favorite players in the league. I find his act to be tired. But, man, has he been good. 9 for 144 and a touchdown, uncoverable against the Raiders' bad defense last night, 11 targets. That was his second game this season with 11 targets, 9 catches, and at least 140 yards, believe it or not. He's got 3 8-plus catch, 130-yard games this season. On the year, 58 for 908. He is on pace for right around 100 catches and right around 1,530 yards in a 17-game season. He's having a monster year.
The team with the 11th best point differential in the NFL might be the best team in the NFL again. It hasn't looked right. It probably isn't right. But the Eagles are 8-2. Their offense has looked inept at times, looked pedestrian at times, looked downright incapable. But that defense is rounding into form. They made an excellent Lions offense look like they'd never met each other, coming off a week where they gave up only 7 points to the Green Bay Packers. And with all the chaos surrounding them, with all the problems, all the issues, here they are again, 8-2 with a chance at home field.
How good is Vic Fangio?
Seems to be good.
Eagles defensive coordinator.
Seems to be very good. How good is Howie Roseman?
Everywhere Vic Fangio goes, the defenses are great. Everywhere. Yeah, Howie Roseman's obviously a well-revered star for all the correct reasons. Second thing I think. I know they're 5-5. I know they're playing the Colts this week and on the verge of being sub 500 with 6 games to play, and they're currently not in the playoffs. My hand never shakes. I have absolutely no doubts that the Kansas City Chiefs will make the playoffs still, even after that bad loss to the Broncos 22-19. Now, I think they're going to beat the Colts this week at home. If the Colts beat them, the numbers start to get a little hairier. They'd be 5-6. But let's say they beat the Colts, they're 6-5. They play the Cowboys, they win, they're 7-5. They play the Texans. I think they'll be favored in that game, 8-5. In fact, they'll be favored in most of the games they play the rest of the way. The Chargers again, the Titans, the Broncos, the Raiders, kind of the gauntlet in the division of their final month 3 of those 4 games against the division, and then the Titans. If I had to bet right now, Danny, I would say they go 11-6 and they finish 6-1 down the stretch. But I am very confident Kansas City makes the playoffs.
I think the team with the highest ceiling in the NFL is still the Bills. Their resume is not as good as a lot of teams.
By the way, that shocks me with their defense.
I understand. I get it. I understand that they've let up 32 points this week against Tampa, 30 last week against Miami. I'm telling you, I know they don't have the best resume. I get it. There's a gear that they've got when they're right, and you saw it, where they go, enough pretending, just give the ball to Josh Allen and let that dude do everything, where you can see the MVP come out, where we're calling run plays for him. It's down the stretch. Now we need it. In the playoffs, they're the team I wouldn't want to see. I don't know if they represent the AFC in the Super Bowl this year, but I'm telling you, that comeback against Baltimore, that ass-whooping of the Carolina Panthers on the road, that offense this past weekend against Tampa, I think when they're at their best, nobody can beat them. It's how often are they at their best.
3 things we think. Grant and Danny on the Fan. This won't happen, but I think the Las Vegas Raiders should move on from Pete Carroll at the end of the year. One and done. Pete Carroll's 75 years old, I think, and I don't bring up his age to say that he's not capable as much as I do to say the reason you went and got Pete Carroll, the oldest head coach in the NFL, and Geno Smith at quarterback was to elevate the floor, right? That's what those guys were going to do. Keep you from bottoming out so you're not terrible the next couple years, build up the program, and then 3-4 years from now when the culture's set, maybe go get somebody else. It didn't happen. They're 2-8. They've won once since week 1. They've lost 8 of their last 9 games, just like Washington. They got doubled up by the Cowboys last night. It isn't working. So just hit detonate, man. Get younger at quarterback. Go find your coach of the future and try again. First off season with Spytek, the GM, and Brady running the show, it did not go well for the Raiders. Don't keep walking down this path. Just try again. Blow it up and start anew.
Myles Garrett, this is something I think isn't talked about enough. I know they're terrible and they lose every game they play because Cleveland's a disaster and it's a shebingus. And who knows if they should have moved on from him or traded him or something. But I know that he's worth every penny. He's the defensive player of the year again, leads the league in sacks, leads the league in tackles for loss, among the league lead in every other category. Has multiple games now where he has 5 and 4 sacks over the year. And it's not just a Brian Orakpo against the Raiders thing. It's against anybody good, anybody bad. Sacks fast guys, slow guys, pocket passers, pocket movers, running quarterbacks. It doesn't matter. That guy is an absolute beast. What a transcendent superstar he is. As good a defensive player as we've seen in this league in some time.
Grant and Danny's 3 things we think. Next, we had a he said. Stare down over if a player spat on another player, then a film review of the sideline view, saliva seen midair. Quite the controversy with the Bengals and the Steelers. Next on Grant and Danny.